from Vermont. Will you help us resist nuclear proliferation in Vermont?
Well, the F-35 basing decision has been made. I mean, we've got the Air Guard.
We can say no. We can still resist it. Yeah.
Right, okay, let me be clear on this. We've got an Air Guard. There's a new plane. The Air Guard needs planes. There was a process that I know you dispute, but didn't involve me, whereby the Guard here was selected as the place to base the new fighter jet, the F-35. Well, let me finish on this. So that decision has been made. The question now, and I'm hearing from a lot of people who say, just as you have, that they're concerned about the nuclear capability. There's no plans whatsoever for there to be any nuclear mission with that plane in Burlington, or in the Burlington airport. Number two, on the noise, which is real, in the imposition that poses on people in the vicinity and in the flight path, that's real. And Senator Leahy, Senator Sanders, and I, along with local officials, are doing everything we can to make sure that there is in the budget, not 2 years from now, but sooner rather than later, for there to be mitigation to address those issues. And that includes retrofitting the homes, and it also includes, in some cases, buyouts. But I did support the decision that was made to base the plane with the Air Guard in Burlington.
I just think the majority of people living in the area have opposed it consistently. And for our democratic process, it feels like it's being dumped on us unwillingly.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Peter. My name's John Turner. I live here in Montpelier, Vermont. I am I'm a white 73-year-old male who grew up on Long Island, and those are the only things I have in common with Donald Trump. I appreciate your desire to pursue what you want to pursue, but I would encourage you to look forward 16 months to the next election. My concern about doing impeachment here, having lived through the Nixon time and the Clinton time attempts, it will become a sideshow. It probably can't be pulled off. There's a third of this country that will vote for Donald Trump, as he himself said, if he shot somebody on TV in Times Square. There's a third of Americans, I probably would include myself, who will vote for anybody but Donald Trump. But there's a third of at least of Americans living in states like Ohio, Illinois, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, those classic swing states that have to be won over.
Right.
And I think our focus needs to be that the man needs to be voted out of office in November of 2020, and that we need to do everything as a Democratic Party to ensure that happens. And that's going to require that we focus our attention on reaching out to white people in those states I mentioned and swing them back to the Democratic Party in 2020.
That's really well put. And I largely agree with you. I mean, first of all, and take some hope in this, the most important repudiation and the most important impeachment of President Trump is what voters can do. And think about the last election, 2018. That was essentially a referendum on whether people thought Trump was doing a good job or not. And the verdict is very clear. We've got a Democratic House. And by the way, with all the focus on the squad, there were many, many Democrats who won in districts that President Trump had won in 2016. So what that tells me is the people you're talking about figured out two things. Number one, Trump was all talk. What he was saying he would do for working people, he failed to deliver on and didn't even make an attempt. And then second, we do have to focus on a legislative agenda. Now, it's tough to penetrate the media on that, but I just went through a list of things that we passed in the House of Representatives, and as I mentioned, with some bipartisan support. So the impeachment, what happens and how it takes its course is one thing, but it can never become an excuse for us in the House to fail to have a very aggressive middle-class agenda that helps poor people, that helps working people, that it helps our economy. So I agree with that. Thank you. Yes.
Sue Walbridge, Montpelier. I am a seventh-generation Vermonter, lifelong Montpelier resident. I am a proud descendant of Vermont U.S. Representative and U.S. Senator Justin Smith Morrill, a Republican. My cousins, brothers E.J. and Abel Morrill, died in the Civil War to end slavery. I grew up knowing Republican Governor and U.S. Senator George D. Aiken. All these people were of great dignity. I believe they would be appalled of this Republican Party and Trump. We were taught that there are three branches of government to ensure checks and balances on all. President Trump has destroyed what our founding fathers created. He is narcissistic, meaning he only loves himself, not his country, not his base. A psychological examination, not clinical, should be ordered. He is the most significant threat to our democracy. Alliances with Russia and North Korea autocrats, being a racist, mocking disabled, disbanding bonds we formed with other world countries, no morals, no ethics, describes Trump. He scammed people with a fake university and bankrupted many of his own companies. He abuses executive power. He is the worst model for our children with his bully tweets. He brought nepotism into the White House. He is responsible for military lives, and yet he goes against the advice of his cabinet, and he found a way to avoid going to war himself. We must impeach Trump for the illegal interference, both during this 2016 run for president and countless other opportunities he has participated in since becoming the president. This Republican Party is not the party of Lincoln. They are enabling this insecure man who acts like and has the vocabulary of a small child. Why? Because they are afraid of Trump and have no backbone. They only care about being reelected to keep their perks. It will be on their shoulders of the weak-minded Republican senators for remaining silent and not standing up for this country. I am for impeachment. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. You know, you could have my job. That was great. But I just want to make one comment. Justin Morrill, because it goes to the question of impeachment diverting us. Justin Morrill was from Stratford, Vermont, and was a U.S. Senator during the Civil War. And we may think we have it hard now, but I don't think, none of us think really there was a more perilous time in our country than the Civil War. And while President Lincoln was prosecuting the Civil War, he was also working with Justin Morrill to establish the land-grant college system. That happened during the Civil War, and it was Justin Morrill leading the charge. So we can do tough things together. In fact, that's what Vermonters do, right? You just keep at it. Thank you. Jimmy.
Hello, my name is James Lease from South Burlington, and I'm really glad you changed your mind about impeachment. That's really a fantastic thing. But Donald Trump, as everyone knows, right now is threatening to escalate or to attack for the first time Iran. It almost happened a few weeks ago. We're seeing much more tension. in and around the Persian Gulf and the movement of ships towards Iran. And so here's something, it's connected with impeachment. We have something we can do. It's going to be very hard to get impeachment. Okay, it could pass the House conceivably, but to get a conviction in the Senate will be very hard. But there's something one person can do right here in Vermont, and that's you. By refusing to collaborate with Donald Trump in the basing of these F-35 jets in our state. By coming out against the basing under Donald Trump, why would we give him the gift of basing jets that he will be using? And our F-16s were called up many times for service in Iraq and in Syria and in all kinds of other, Somalia. Look, we've got to stop the F-35 and arming Trump, and we can do that right here, and I'm hoping that's something you will do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for having this town hall. My name is Lynn Wild from Montpelier, and even though I look like one person, I'm standing here for 4 other people as well. They could not be here tonight, and they had some questions, so I'm going to give you 3 questions. The first one is, if impeachment does not result in a conviction, what will we do with what becomes of our current president and his already out-of-control behavior? That's the first question. The second question is, what can we do from here in Vermont as citizens to reunite families and to shut down the detention camps on the border? I can't think of anything more important to really exemplify who we are as a people than bringing those families back together. The third question is, what can we do to stop the unraveling of the sensible policies that are in place already to reverse climate collapse?
Well, number 1, actually number 1, 2, and 3. Elections have consequences. We have a president who, starting with climate change, denies science. And he's got a veto pen, and he's got a lot of collaborators in Mitch McConnell and others. And we are going to have to get somebody else in that office who is going to double down on the urgent need to address climate change. Second, the border. I was one of the first members of Congress to go to the border. And it was a searing experience, and I could hear in your voice the enormous feeling you have about what's happening in your name and in my name to children and largely to women at that border. I went with Senator Wyden, and what we saw, talk about it a little bit, was people in warehouses. They were like old Walmart warehouses, no windows, and then cages. And they really are cages. And the most poignant thing I saw, they were separated by age, sometimes by gender, but we saw 3 brothers, and they must have been 4, 6, and 8. And they have these tiny little mattresses that they're lying on, and it's freezing in there, all right? It's really hot out in Texas, but when you go in, it's like a cooler. And these 3 kids didn't know where their father was. They came with their father. And they were spoon-styled, you know how your kids do that? Holding on to one another for dear life. And then we sat, it was about 11 at night, and we sat with 10 women who were from Honduras and Guatemala and told us their stories about coming up here. And one in particular told us about getting her daughter up at midnight. She was from Honduras, and telling her, honey, we've got to go. And the reason they had to go is because the plan was that she was going to become the quote, girlfriend of a gang leader. And her husband had already been killed by the gangs. And she came up here, and she was taken in one room and told she'll be right back, and when she came back, her daughter was gone. And she was begging us to help her find her daughter. And she also told about the trip up, where they got about 2/3 of the way up. And the mother got scared hearing all the stories about getting to the border. And she said to her daughter, honey, we've got to turn back. We've got to go home. And the daughter looked at her mother and said, Mom, I can't go back. We can't go back. And they came in at the crossing near Brownsville. And, whether that mother and daughter have been reunited, I don't know. But what we've done is make it a crime for somebody to knock on our door and ask for help. That's not a crime. Now, let's be clear. There is a crisis at the border. But the answer to that crisis is to not make it a crime to ask for help. The answer to that crisis is not to separate children from their parents. The answer to that, it's not to have people not even have access to toothbrushes. And a serious president would work with us. There are things we could do, starting with aid to those triangle countries, because people don't want, a mother does not want to take her child on a 1,000-mile dangerous journey. People want to stay at home. And if what is being characterized by our president is all a bunch of gang members and rapists, that affects how we experience them coming. They're desperate. We might not be able to help as much as we'd like, but that doesn't mean we treat them as mean as you would rapists, and criminals and MS-13 gang members. So we need to be working together on that, but it starts with the president, who's made it very clear that this is an issue that he sees as helping with his divisive strategy. That's what repels me the most. All of us are in politics, we care about things, but hopefully what we really care about is people. When we're arguing for an issue, go ahead.
With tremendous respect, I can't wait for the president to change his mind. What can I do?
All right, here's the question. What can you do? And what I'm seeing when I travel around, and it keeps me going, because in Washington, we're not going to get that immigration bill past the president. We're not going to get him to say, oh, climate change is real. We're not going to get him to reestablish our alliances. And what you can do is do things in your own community that build community. I was with the Winooski, I was up in Winooski, but I'm talking about the F-13. And all the things that community is doing with its schools, with revitalizing downtown. Here in Montpelier, things that people are doing. Community groups that get together and to say, right here, right now, I can try to do whatever is within reach to build community and to strengthen connections between me and my neighbors. That matters. And in fact, it's what's going on at the local level that it's going to get us through what's a pretty dark time in Washington. And in fact, I'm pretty proud of what this legislature did this year. They passed a lot of good legislation. Oh, you never get as much as you want, but it was based on a notion that we're in this together and that we've got to take a half step, a big step, maybe 2 steps forward. Thank
and
you.
we came here as refugees. And I am very heartened. Thank you for expressing faith in the Speaker of the House. I must say I don't share it. If the Democratic leadership nationally cannot sell the American people on the inadvisability of opening even more concentration camps, then what good are they? Any action that happens now and not tiptoeing on eggshells between now and November is something that may help a kid in a cage who might otherwise die. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Linda Gravel. I am the Democratic County Chair here in Washington County. My goal is to flip red seats to blue seats and to follow your issues to the legislature. I would like to thank Peter for all the service he does, but he cannot do it alone. The Democratic Party has a lot of deadwood in it. We need more activists to get involved. The Democratic Party is having its own election in September in your towns. There will be announcements about these elections. Go and elect people in your towns that will act on your issues. We need more activists in the party. And it is up to you folks to get off the sidelines and do something about it before we have 4 more years of Donald Trump.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Kelly Cummings, and I am from Fletcher, which is north of here, by way of south of here, which is Texas. I've lived here 21 years. I don't sound at all like I have. With that said, I am interested in your stance on Medicare for all. It is my opinion that the private sector, the free market, works for some things, but it is brutally obvious it does not work for health care. The ACA, or also known as Obamacare, made some things better, but if it even survives the Trump administration, it is still unaffordable and access is becoming more and more difficult. So we need our elected officials to stand on the side of the people. It's a difficult challenge. We all know this, but it doesn't mean we can close our eyes to this for a minute longer. And something that has inspired me of late, and I'm sure everyone has heard it, 50 years ago, our big moon adventure, and JFK saying, we chose to go to the moon not because it was easy, but because it was hard. And I think that we must take the same approach with healthcare. So just really quick, tomorrow there is a Green Mountain Care Board public forum on health insurance rates. Blue Cross Blue Shield is asking for 15.6% rate hike, MVP 8.5. It's open for public comment, 4:30 to 6:30, and with an informational picket against the rate hike starting at 3:30, Montpelier City Hall. I was going to ask you if you could come and hear the stories of your constituents, but I think you're headed back to D.C., so I guess you can't. But if you can come, they need to hear your stories.
Well, that's great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for that. I'm a co-sponsor of Medicare for All. The goal, by the way, is to have a healthcare system where everybody is covered and everybody contributes according to their ability to do that. And Medicare has really worked for folks 65 and older, and that's why that term has such meaning, because if it works for you when you're 65, don't you sometimes need health care when you're 25 or 45? So that's really what I see as the goal of having a healthcare system where we're all covered and we all help pay. The biggest challenge, one of the bigger challenges we have in healthcare now is the cost is too much. It's pharma drugs, it's the procedures, it's all of these things where there's no governmental agency on the side of the consumer who just has to keep paying and paying and paying. And those rate increases that you just mentioned, they're brutal. And nobody can afford those. And by the way, even employers can't afford it. And a lot of employers who really care about good health care for their employees, they're getting squeezed because they have no control over the health care cost. And what happens? They maintain benefits, but at the expense of pay increases. So, you know, a lot of Americans are not earning more money today than they were 30 years ago. So this is a big issue, and I'm really glad you're working on it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Christian Bradley Hubbs. I'm from the town of Burke. Something regarding the topic of impeachment that I don't believe we're hearing enough about is the emoluments clause broken by Trump. To my understanding, Trump has received hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars from various Saudi government officials through his hotels and other businesses. And obviously that money has been used to support the genocide in Yemen. That's what it is. It's a genocide.
Right, right.
And I don't think we're hearing enough on the emoluments. We're hearing about, you know, obstruction of justice for the collusion with Russia. But I think emoluments on its own could be something that we...
No, you're right. You're right. And you know, by the way, just on your point, that Trump hotel in downtown Washington, right close to the White House, I mean, there's all kinds of foreign folks coming in, paying big bucks, hoping to cozy up to the president. And I have a colleague, one of my favorites, he's on the Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin. He calls that Trump hotel the Washington emolument. But thank you for that. It's a good point. Yes.
Hi, I'm Carol Conley from Essex. I'm the one who brought this sign.
That is great. Show the sign.
Carol Conley from Essex. I'm here representing many grandmotherly friends of mine and a large group. Back to the issue of the border for a moment, please. Obviously concerned about everyone there, but particularly concerned about babies and children. I know that's been slow for people to be able to go in and see the conditions, but once you hear about caged children and you think about them on the floor with foil blankets, it's hard to not think about that pretty much daily as we tuck our own grandchildren into their lovely little beds. And my question is, why hasn't someone at the federal level of the Department of Children and Families gone to the border and pronounced that as the child neglect and abuse that it is? Because if I had children in my home in a caged room with foil blankets, I would be arrested. Thank you.
Well, you're right. You're right. But you know, I just want to say something. There are a lot of federal workers down there. This is not what they signed up for, okay? They want to, you know, they have a job to secure the borders. But they are beside themselves, just like you and I are, at what is happening. And they don't have the skills, they don't have the backup. It's not what their job is. This is something where it really is up to the administration to have a policy that's humane. And it's up to Congress to work, but there's got to be a president who isn't using punitive measures as a way of trying to leverage us to vote for whatever he wants. Pardon me? You know, some of them are there. I got to tell you, the president's got a lot of power. This isn't just a matter of people witnessing, because there are people who are there. There's members of Congress who have been there. And they're speaking out, and the press is showing some of these horrible scenes. But what's so discouraging for all of us is when you see something that's so transparently is wrong, how does it continue? That's what you're asking. And that is a question from the heart, and it's the right question. And that's why it appalls me that this policy is in your name and ours, in your name and mine, and we want nothing to do with it. So thank you for speaking out. Thank you. And you are our last questioner or commentator. Thank you.
Yes,
Well, you're getting late.
I seem to be the last person standing, and thank you so much for this wonderful session. Can you hear me okay? My name is Robert Lamert, and I'm from Berlin. And I am a history nerd, and there are 3 pieces of history that I would like to share with you very quickly. One is that we just passed the commemoration of the 1-year anniversary of a secret meeting between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump in Helsinki, Finland, where they went behind closed doors without witnesses for 2 hours, and he emerged looking like a steamroller had rolled over him, and he proceeded to deny the reports of our intelligence agencies about Russian interference with our elections. So that's history number 1, 1 year for that. The other one is 2013, when the Gang of 8 in the Senate passed a complete immigration bill, bipartisan, with 17 votes, and it went to the House, and John Boehner put his thumb on it and killed it. We wouldn't be where we are today had that bill passed.
You're right.
The third piece of history is it's been 60 years since we admitted any states. And I think the people of Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico need a shake.
He's right. Thank you. That was very good. All right. We're going to give you the last word. Whoa. We're going to give you the last word.
My legs aren't good, so that's why, and I don't need a mic.
Well, you were pretty limber there.
Yeah, I've got a good step. I want to know, excuse me, can everybody hear me all right? I got a voice that carries. I want to know, in case I missed it, whatever happened to the situation on the electoral vote? I haven't heard a thing about it.
What happened is the electoral vote won the presidency for Donald Trump. That's what happened. It could be. I mean, look, this is serious business. I mean, we've got a divided country, and we've got radical gerrymandering. But that election came down to 70,000 votes in 3 states. That's how close it was. But there's something that I'm concerned about. If we have a really close election that we could have, we're going to start hearing President Trump, and he comes out on the losing side. He's going to start raising questions about whether it was a rigged election. Heard that before? So we've got work to do. And, you know, I've said I'm for impeachment, but I am for doing the work that we have to do, because a lot of folks who voted for Donald Trump are hurting economically. They don't think government's working for them. And in fact, a lot of folks who are living in, especially in rural communities, you know, where we see it tough to keep our schools open, where agriculture, dairy in Vermont is having a real hard time, and it's good people. We come from rural Vermont, and we know how good people are in our local communities. They want to help one another. It's a good day when a local banker makes a loan and somebody can get a house, their first mortgage, or they can expand their business. They care about that. They work on the volunteer fire department. And our beef is with Trump. It's not with a lot of people, my view, mistakenly thought he would help them. He's forgotten them. We don't forget them. There's a lot of goodness in this state, and there's a lot of goodness in this country. And as bad as the times are now, and as worried as I am about the guardrails of democracy, these are the times we're in. And a couple of people asked what you can do. You get up each day, You face that day and you decide you're going to make the best of it and you're going to try to do something that helps your community be a little bit stronger. That's what you do. There's not a big mystery to it. You don't decide when you wake up and it's dark outside, figuratively, that you pull the covers over your head and you don't try. You keep at it. And I'll tell you something, as hard as it is, and it has been harder in this job than it was in times past, every time in my own home in Norwich or in Washington, I reach out to somebody else and try to listen, it always is a rewarding experience. We're not going to persuade by lecturing. We're going to persuade more by listening and hearing and trying to find some common ground. And you know what? It's more fun. We don't like to be angry. You know what I mean? We can be clear-eyed about what's going on, but you know what? I don't like being angry. I don't like being discouraged. And the Vermonters I meet, look, all of us have hard jobs, but the two jobs I've seen where it's the hardest, Vermont dairy farmers and West Virginia coal miners. And you know what? They work at it. They keep at it. And they've got time to help their neighbors. We just got to remember that. It's worth doing it, even though as we do it, we have no guarantee of what the outcome is going to be. We do it because that's the way we choose to live our life. So I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. These are hard times, but we're going to face them. We're going to move ahead, do the best we can. When we make a mistake, we'll adjust, we'll move ahead, and keep going. And remember that we are, every single one of us, we're all in it together. Thank you all very much.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wanna hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week. What is this, Tom? It's our number 329.
329,
Our
yes.
329th show, not all of which are regular shows because we've got a few specials and they're not all that many, but we've been at this for a while. And
I'm trying to find my mouse here.
Tom's trying to find a mouse.
I got the mouse. I'm trying to find the...
He's trying to find a mouse cursor.
There we go, we go.
Okay, every day I get up and I go to the internet and I find whatever news I can on energy and climate change, and I find a lot of stuff. Typically look at 400, 450 headlines, just trying to find the ones that I want to post. And I post 10 to 15. Usually these days it is 15. I don't want to post more than 15.
Yeah, it's usually 3 a day.
Well, yeah,
you've cut down a little bit, yeah.
I do about 15 articles a day at the blog, and then out of those I'll extract 3 for this show. So this is the best of the blog, as you say. Anyway, the articles are put together, a synopsis, short synopsis with a link to the original article, and they're posted at my website, which is geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. You can go there and find one of the things that we're talking about and get a link to the original articles if you want to read more. And we are starting on July 25th, which is today being the first. We're filming this.
We're starting last week.
On the 1st of August. We're starting a week ago today. And before we go on, I want to...
here comes the commercial, folks.
Yeah, we have a very short commercial at every show. We have to come up with $480 to keep this show going for the next year, and so far we have had 240 in donations, which is exactly the same amount we had last week. We haven't had any new ones.
No new ones.
I had a thought, which was, this show is uploaded and downloaded by other public access stations, and I believe there's about 20 stations that access it usually.
Well, it's all the local ones, I know that.
All the local ones, but you know,
there's some distant ones
it's
too.
downloaded in other parts of the country, and it occurred to me that if the entire audience for each of those stations donated $15, you know,
we'd be in.
We'd be in. That's $15 for everybody in whatever town it is.
In the town, $15 per town.
Yeah, and so far we've had about $15 from Brattleboro. I used to offer books, you know, you could get one of the books that I published.
And nobody wanted them.
Nobody wants those books. I did finish a new one. It's called Where Heaven and Earth Meet, and I'm not going to describe it because it would be just too long, and what people really tune into the show for is not my books.
Well,
anyway.
as you mentioned, we got a lot of stuff to look at, and some of these things, I read them all, you know. Some of these things are really worth reading or pursuing. I'll try to alert you.
The first one is
good. The first one's very good.
Yeah, the first one is, let's put the picture up on this.
All righty.
And we've got a non-cooperative computer here. Yeah, no, computers are just not cooperative. Come on, what are you doing? Let's do this. There we go, got it.
Okay,
there's the picture. Anybody recognize this plant?
And it said, well, for what it's worth, that is hemp.
That is hemp.
And the article says the cheapest way to save the planet grows like a weed.
That hemp, by the way, is commercial hemp. And if you try drying the leaves and smoking it, I am told you will not notice any effect.
Well, if you smoke enough of it, you will, but you probably get sick first.
Okay, one of the fastest ways to sequester carbon dioxide is in widespread cultivation. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble saying things. Widespread cultivation of industrial hemp, which is what that is. the non-intoxicating form of cannabis grown for fiber, cloth, oil, food, and so on. And you know, you can go down to the co-op and buy hemp seed to eat, I think.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Hemp grows to 13 feet tall in 100 days, making it one of the fastest CO2 to biomass conversion tools available.
Well, coming over here, walking over here, I passed a small little hemp garden.
Yeah, it's all over the place now.
The plants are about 10 feet tall there.
Yeah. Vermont has made it easy to grow this stuff, and the federal government isn't excited about it anymore. And so it's being grown all over the place. And the fact that there are states that are legalizing the what do they call it? The something use of marijuana. The not medical.
Non-medical.
It's the non-medical use. Anyway.
Well, hemp is now legal to grow in the United States.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Yeah, but not pot.
Not pot yet.
Although you can get away with it in some places.
Well, this is by a woman named Ellen Bratt, who usually writes financial stuff. And
yes.
She's smart, she's very good, and this is a very good article.
It is indeed. It's a very good article, and it is looking at this from a serious point of view and looks at the numbers about how much carbon dioxide can be taken out of the air and what you can use it for. And food is an important aspect of this because the hemp seeds have important nutritional use.
There's a lot of stuff you can do with hemp.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
And, you know, a lot of people have pointed out that George Washington grew hemp.
Oh, yeah. Well, at one time it was illegal in the United States not to grow it.
Was it? You know,
and Henry Ford made a car with a body made of hemp.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a demonstration.
There was a time in the state of Vermont when a law was passed, and I understand that it is still on the books as a law that could be enforced. When you went to church on Sunday morning, you were required to take your musket with you.
Well, this is a long article. There's some good stuff I'm going to read because I made so many notes on this.
Yeah.
Okay, and the first one is the top part of it. Plants are by far the cheapest and most efficient way to tackle a climate crisis.
Oh, yeah,
and
absolutely.
we've talked about that before. We're going to talk about it again.
Absolutely.
As trees grow, they absorb and store carbon dioxide in their trunks and roots.
Yeah.
1 trillion trees could be planted globally without encroaching on cropland or urban areas for as little as $300 billion. That's nothing.
That, you know,
they spend that every morning before breakfast.
Yeah, I suppose.
But trees grow slowly. Okay, so the projected restoration could take 50 or 100 years.
Right.
However, okay, hemp absorbs more CO2 per acre than trees.
Yeah.
Okay, and it can be grown on a wide scale in nutrient-poor soils, very small amounts of water, and no fertilizers. It was legalized on a national scale when Trump signed the Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018, so you can grow it anywhere.
Wow.
Federally legal. In addition, biodegradable and non-toxic hemp products can replace petrochemical-based plastics, which are now being dumped into the ocean. I read an article once called about hemp, the plant that could save the world.
Well, I think that's what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Here. You know, this is one of the things, for all of the really disheartening news that we have, there is heartening news. And it's nice to see that it comes out about something that a lot of people can kind of smile about.
Well, it's how would you say it? It's worthwhile for a farmer to grow because he can average $35,000 an acre.
Right.
That's pretty good.
Yep, it is.
And it can because it's so valuable or it's so remunerative, you don't need subsidies.
Well, it's one of those plants that has a lot of use. What we're talking about here is fiber cloth, oil, food. Well, really, when you get down to it, cloth is fiber, so it's fiber. Oil, what's the oil for? Primarily food. But, you know, we're talking about a bunch of different kinds of products that come from this one plant. It has a lot of use. There are very few plants that have cattails. I think there's no part of a cattail plant that doesn't have use. Most of it for food.
Yeah.
The leaves are too tough to eat, but you can use them for weaving things like seats for chairs.
Okay.
And the fluffy.
You can eat the tails.
The fluffy stuff, the seeds with the fluffy stuff. I don't know about.
When the tails are coming up, you can eat them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can You can take the flowers,
Yeah.
which, you know, are these little yellow things on a stem, and I've been told that you can take those and boil them and serve them like corn on the cob.
I'll be darned.
But even the little fluffy seeds that come out, you can take the fluff off and use it for insulation and so forth. And they used it during the Second World War for stuffing life jackets.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Anyway.
Well, there's one more takeaway here.
Yes.
In the 1930s,
Yes.
cannabis came under attack in all its forms.
Yes.
Okay, hemp was criminalized and banned for nearly a century simply because it was in the same plant species as marijuana.
Yeah.
It is not marijuana, and it's so low in psychoactive components that it cannot produce a marijuana high.
Unless you're willing to get sick smoking it in the process.
Hemp competed not only with the lumber. This is what happened. This is why.
Yeah.
Hemp competed with the lumber industry, with the oil, cotton, petrochemical, and pharmaceutical industries.
Everybody
So
wanted to put it under.
They didn't want the competition,
Yeah,
so
and
they chose this means of doing it
Yeah.
by saying, "Hey, this is a drug."
Yeah. Reefer madness.
Have you ever seen that?
I have never seen it.
That's
but I've seen-
hilarious.
well, you know, on top of everything else, and you have.
It wasn't intended to be funny.
No, but it's funny. Louis Armstrong, you know, got arrested for having marijuana.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And anyway, we should continue. I
Yeah, this
suppose.
was another interesting article.
Yeah.
Could wooden buildings be a solution to climate change?
Well,
this
has
is a
been-
very
it's
very
been going
significant
on-
article.
Yeah, and it has been going on for a while, and we had people down here from Bensonwood to talk
Yeah, we
about
did. Yeah.
about engineered lumber.
Yep.
And you know, they're talking about beams that are 90 feet long, and I'm talking, you know, this is not a piece of stick. This is substantial
No,
stuff.
they kind of put bunches of wood together and they twist them and they turn them, and then after they're set, you know, some of the wood is oriented this way and some of it's
Yeah.
oriented that way.
Yeah. And it's all glued together. Although you don't even have to use glue. If you,
There's somebody making them out of the nails.
you can do things with wood and heat and compression that bonds it.
So so
There's a lot of things you can do.
A lot
here.
of things you can
Anyway, you've read the title, right?
I've read the title, so.
Yeah. That article we just did, by the way, I didn't say this, came from Truth Dig. This is from BBC. And since you've read the title, I'll read the content. Because making concrete emits so much CO2.
Which it does. It
Which
really does.
It really does. Some architects are arguing in favor of a return to wood as our primary building material. Wood from managed forestry actually stores carbon as opposed to emitting it, so atmospheric CO2 can be sequestered in wooden buildings. You can undo the damage of the concrete by building buildings out of wood.
There's some information here that elaborates what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it starts off by saying that a quart of wood contains around 3.5 tons of CO2, which is equivalent to 300 gallons of gasoline.
Which is more, by the way, than the wood weighs.
Yeah, it is, I guess.
It's weird. I want to point this out because I know there's probably people out there who are good at math and say, wait a minute, a quart of wood weighs less than 3.5 tons. How can it have 3.5 tons of CO2? Carbon atoms have a weight, atomic weight of 12. Oxygen has atomic weight of 16.
16, yep.
So CO2 is 12 in carbon and 32 in oxygen.
Okay.
So a good deal less than a third of the weight is carbon. The rest of it comes out of the atmosphere.
Okay.
So when you burn a cord of wood,
All
if
right.
it weighs a ton, you're going to get a lot of oxygen out of the atmosphere. And that's why it's, you know, what you said, 3.5 tons. Yeah,
well, the
that
bottom
makes
line
sense.
is timber structures would allow us to draw carbon from the air
That's right.
and store it in our homes and our offices.
That's right.
Well, the article's particularly talking about this cross-laminated timber.
Yes.
Okay, it's an engineered wood.
Yes.
Okay, the planks are made stronger by gluing them in layers, with each layer perpendicular to the other.
Which is kind of like how plywood is made.
Well, it's sort of like three-dimensional plywood.
Yeah.
It has integral strength in all directions and doesn't bow or bend. It looks like ordinary wood and can achieve anything concrete and steel can and more because it weighs 20% of that of concrete.
And even though it's wood,
yeah,
it has better characteristics in fire than steel.
They said that. They said that.
I love
Because the steel weakens.
melts. Contrary to what Rosie O'Donnell says, steel melts in fire.
Well, even if it doesn't melt, it weakens terribly.
It weakens. We've seen pictures of sagged. We had a picture once on this show of two beams that ran across each other. One was wood, the lower one was wood, the upper one was steel. There had been a fire, the wood beam was charred, the steel beam sloped. So the wood beam supported the steel beam while it collapsed, and the steel beam went whoop like that. Okay.
Well, let's move along.
Well,
We've got
let's do
another
that.
image
That was
coming
from
up.
BBC. Now we've got a thing
image
from
coming
Clean
up.
Technica, and here is our champion. This is a world leader.
I'm trying to find
Come on,
my little
get her up
cursor
there.
again.
Get her up
Come
there.
on, you. Where the hell are you?
Ah, there
There
you
we
go.
go. We're coming up
Okay.
there. There we go.
Trouble with computers today. This is an article from Clean Technica. And
There we
you
go.
see
Okay.
Greta Thunberg in the middle of a group
She's
of
right
people.
there.
That tiny person in the black dress is Greta Thunberg, who is, at the age of 16, a world leader, as opposed to Donald Trump, who is a world withdrawer.
Well, we'll be talking again about her later on.
We
on
will
the show,
indeed.
but she's a remarkable little woman, I'll tell you that.
That's right. What's
She looks like she's about 8.
well, what's the title you got here?
French labor union will support 350.org climate change protest. Here's what you can do.
What you can do, audience out there. 350.org is sponsoring a global week of climate protest beginning September 20th. Among its supporters is CGT, one of France's largest labor unions. 350.org has a blueprint for how all of us can organize family, friends, and co-workers to join in. And should I say that thing about odds here, or should I wait until she comes up again later on? I'll say it here.
Yeah, might as well.
I was interested. You know, Greta Thunberg, at the age of 16, is
She won't be 17 till January.
yeah, which means that this thing is going to happen before January.
Yeah.
You know, Greta Thunberg, at the age of 16, is a nominee for the Nobel Peace Prize. And as a nominee for the Nobel Peace Prize, I was thinking, you know, well, what are the odds that this little girl is going to be given the Nobel Peace Prize? And so I decided, you know, there are gambling places on the internet. You can get odds on anything that people are really interested in.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
I went to one of these gambling sites, which was actually not a gambling site. It was a kind of a meta site where you can see odds from different sites. And I looked, and they were giving 13 to 8 odds on Greta Thunberg, which means that the odds on her getting the Nobel Prize are substantially lower than 2 to 1. You're not going to make much money if you bet on Greta Thunberg and she wins. The number 2 person, it was 6 to 1. That was Jacinda Ardern, who's a Jacinda Ardern, who is the Prime Minister of
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yeah, something like that.
And she is also an interesting woman. But this little girl has got, like, you know, it's not much above 1.5 to 1 on her. You know,
No,
getting the Nobel Prize, and it's like
The odds makers are not wanting to take a lot of bets against her.
well, you know, these
They're
are
gonna pay off.
mutual bets. It depends on what people think.
Yeah.
And you know what's happening is the people who are betting on the Nobel Prize are overwhelmingly betting in favor of Greta Thunberg winning
Yeah.
it.
I can't get rid of that little box there, so.
Oh, that's this computer. Oh, come on. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry about that, everybody.
Yeah, we were just blocking this little guy with the goatee there.
That's right. And Greta Thunberg, by the way, as we will see later in this broadcast, is not always dressed in black. Okay.
I never noticed that, but we'll be talking about her later. Very interesting lady, really is.
Fascinating, utterly fascinating. Far more interesting than.
Well, let's move along
some
here.
Some of the
we
people.
got an Oklahoma co-op here,
Oh yeah, this is from Clean Technica, and we are up to Friday, July 26th.
and this co-op targets the largest It's going to make the largest wind, solar, and storage facilities in the U.S.
In Oklahoma, Western Farmers Electric Co-op has signed a power purchase agreement with Next Era Energy Resources The Skeleton Creek project will supply the electricity. It will have 250 megawatts of wind power, 250 megawatts of solar power, and a 200 megawatt / 800 megawatt hour battery.
Well, that's something like 60 turbines or somewhere between 60 and 100 turbines.
And you know, this is infuriating.
This is the large.
This is large, but it's infuriating.
Why do you say that?
It's the largest of a hybrid station being built in the United States. And if you look at what's happening in Australia, last week we were talking
You're
about
right.
a single station
You're right.
that was in Northern Territories that was 10 gigawatts and 30 gigawatt hours. This thing is 10 gigawatts is 10,000 megawatts, and 30 gigawatt hours, which is 30,000 megawatt hours. This is 500 megawatts as opposed to 10,000, and 800 megawatt hours as opposed to 30,000. Is that the best we can do? Really? I mean, Northern Territories has a population that's less than half of the population of Vermont. And what are they going to do with that? They're going to, if they build that and they do what they're planning on doing, they're going to be supplying a lot of electricity to Singapore, and they're going to be making scads of money.
A cable that they're building right now to connect to
It's
Asia.
1,000 miles long. But you know what? We've got a bigger project coming on later in this show.
We'll
So
talk about
I
it when
went
we get
through
there.
and I looked at the pipelines. The 2-year pipeline in the United States is 200 gigawatts for renewable energy, according to the according to FERC. The
When you
Federal
say
Energy-
pipeline, you're talking about
things that are being
metaphorical pipeline.
Yeah, things that are being developed,
built,
and it
yep.
includes things that are being constructed, things that have just got their permits and nobody's actually gone out and started digging in the ground yet. But it also includes things that, you know, somebody says, I want to develop this, and they haven't got the permits, and they haven't, you know, but
Yeah,
it's,
but they're still in the
something
pipeline,
is there. The pipeline for 2 years for the United States is 200 gigawatts. The pipeline for forever, actually, so it's a little bit unfair comparison, but it's going to be the pipeline for Australia is 100 gigawatts, half of the United States pipeline. But Australia has only got 25 million people as opposed to our 325 million.
A little bit of a difference there.
A little bit of a difference. For, you know, their per capita pipeline stuff is 6 times that of the United States. And why is that happening in a country that is anti-renewable as much as
Australia has been.
It's for a very simple reason. Because money talks, and they are looking at money. They aren't putting money like Ohio into trying to save nuclear and coal burning power. We're talking about a government of the United States.
It's all politics.
It's all politics, but the government of the United States wants us to return to slide rules and manual typewriters and buggy whips. This is so backward. And
Control yourself. Control yourself.
Yeah, control yourself, George. When you know the people in power in the United States finally wake up and say, wait a minute, this is the biggest business opportunity in the history of mankind. Where are we in it? They're going to discover that there's lots of engineers in Australia who know how to build these things. There's lots of engineers in India. There's lots of engineers in China, and they're all homegrown.
Yep.
Where are the engineers in the United States? Well, there are engineers in the United States.
Yeah, most of them come from India.
And they're really good engineers in the United States, but, yeah.
Well, let's move along here. We got another picture coming
He
up.
wants to save you from my rant.
Another picture coming up.
Another picture coming up. There it is.
Let's get the picture up.
Yes, let's do that.
That is Notre Dame, and it's not about football.
No, it's not. And
Notre Dame means, of course, Our Lady. So
Yes.
that's Our Lady of Paris. And
That's
by the
right.
way, for what it's worth, the Hunchback of Notre Dame rang the bells here.
Yeah. and
Quasimodo.
Quasimodo. And it was in those 2 towers that are still there, but the spire in the middle has burned down, and that's why there's all that construction stuff going on. And the significance of this is where the heat wave is.
Well, the article's not about the cathedral,
No.
but they do mention it. So we'll talk about the article. Europe's heat wave is shattering temperature records, and cities are struggling to cope.
And this is not the heat wave we reported about the week before last.
No,
this is a new heat wave.
It's been hot in Europe all summer,
It's
all
been awful,
over Europe.
awful, awful, awful. This is from CNN. Europe is suffering through the latest heat wave in the summer and has seen at least 12 countries experience record-breaking temperatures. Scientists warn that the world should be expecting more scorching heat waves due to climate change. And we are going to say more about this in this broadcast.
As I've mentioned before, CNN usually does a pretty good job, and the CNN articles are very well worth looking at. This is one of them. There's videos, there's some good videos on the website, some nice pictures, and no pictures of Quasimodo.
Oh, okay. So we should go on?
Did you read that?
I did.
Europe is suffering?
Yes.
Looks like the hottest July on record.
Yes.
Following the warmest June.
Right.
Okay, Belgium, Germany, the Netherlands.
Don't. It's a hoax.
And the UK, they've all reached record-breaking temperatures.
Yeah.
In Paris, they were expecting temperatures near 108 degrees. It's never been that hot in Paris.
108 in Paris.
There's a serious threat to Notre Dame. That's why they got a picture of it. The roof is at risk of collapse as the masonry dries out from the heat. Okay, so this is beyond what we're seeing there in the picture.
Yeah.
And and this is the takeaway. Heat waves could become the new normal for Europe.
And you know what? They're closing down nuclear plants because
because they couldn't.
They can't run them.
The water that they
cool them with,
the cooling water is too hot to get into the rivers.
Yeah, they can't. They can't cool the plants, so they have to shut them down. So people need air conditioning, but they can't get it from nuclear power plants.
Interesting,
isn't it?
Well, I think the article is in this week, but I just read an article yesterday about how nuclear power has never been economic.
Actually, we've got that in.
That's in this week.
Yeah,
that's an interesting article. Let's move along on this one.
This is Clean Technica talking.
They're another good outfit.
Yeah.
Ford, Honda, Volkswagen, and BMW negotiate their own deal with California. They go around the federals.
That's right.
Around the federal law.
California has the right to set its own emission standards, and other states are allowed to use those standards. While the Trump administration is trying to end that right, 4 big car makers have made a deal with California. It offers predictability.
Well, that's the word. The key word there is predictability.
Yes.
You would think that the manufacturers would want lower standards. But
easier standards.
Easier standards to meet, you know.
But what they really need is predictable standards.
These guys are dealing like 5 years ahead.
Yeah.
They're planning. They need to know what they're planning for.
Yeah, and
it's changing on Tuesday, and it's going to be different on Thursday. They don't know what to do.
Yeah, and they know one thing, and that is when the Trump administration ends, which it's going to do at some point, whatever administration comes in behind it is going to have to deal with climate change. And the longer you put this off, the more draconian dealing means. They don't want to have huge switches. I mean, think about this for just a minute, Tom. We've heard people talking for years about how climate change has to be addressed the way the Second World War was addressed.
Yeah.
Now think about the automobile industry in that. What happened when the Second World War started? The automobile industry was told, you are not allowed to make cars.
You're not going to see a 1943 Dodge.
No, you're not. Not unless some police department bought it.
They made about 1,000 of them for police departments and stuff. Yeah.
Staff cars for the U.S. Army,
yeah.
Police departments, a couple of other things.
Civilian cars they just didn't make.
Civilian cars they did not make. And when this climate thing, if we put it off too long, the federal government of the United States is going to have to go to the auto industry and say, sorry, you can't build cars with internal combustion engines anymore. And if the auto industry isn't ready for that, then it's going to be in serious economic difficulty. Guide lamp division of General Motors.
They make headlights.
Headlights.
Yeah.
What did they do in 1942?
They made something else.
They signed a contract with the Defense Department to manufacture .45 caliber pistols.
Okay.
They'd never made them before.
Okay.
They made 1 million of them at under $3 each.
Wow.
Stamped. They were stamped. You can actually buy them, but not for under $3 each.
Not anymore, huh?
Not anymore, no.
Well, we've exhausted that one. Let's move along here. We got another picture coming up.
Yep, Saturday, July 27th.
Come on, you.
Come on, you. There it is. I see it. Click, click. I put this picture in because that is a
That's pretty.
UK hydraulic plant.
That's a park.
Yeah, it's also an electric power generator.
Well, the one down in Northfield is a park
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
absolutely.
You've been there. I haven't been there.
Oh, we should go down sometime.
Yeah, it's a nice.
It's
They say it's a pretty nice park.
It's a nice park. Yeah, it is. Okay, this is from Power Technology. What do you got for a title? You want me to read it?
Yeah, it is power. Renewable energy sources now generate 1/3 of UK energy.
Renewable energy sources generated 33% of the UK's energy in 2018, according to statistics published by the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. The proportion of energy from renewable generation rose by 3.8% from 29.2% in 2017 to 33% in 2018.
Well, the article says that coal generation fell by 25% in this period, and gas fell by 3.8%.
Yeah. What? How, you know, I mean,
It's
this is what's
economics.
happening. It's economics, and they're going to close down all of their coal-burning power plants within a couple of years. Okay.
Well, we got another one here on the same theme.
Absolutely.
Renewable natural gas close to taking off in the United States.
RNG, or renewable natural gas, is methane collected from waste and manure. It is a popular source of energy in Europe, but is just establishing itself in the United States. New York City joined a growing network of 530 RNG fueling stations run by a T. Boone Pickens company, Clean Energy Fuels. And
Well, this is new in the United States. It's not new in Vermont.
Oh,
we've got cow power.
We've got cow power.
You got cow power.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's I call it my one luxury in life, is using cow power.
The lights still work.
The lights work fine. I just pay a tiny bit extra for energy, and they guarantee that I don't know how they do this, every single electron I get comes from renewable energy.
Amazing. They must have a very narrow opening for them to pass through or
I
something.
think it's hard to imagine how they do it.
Well, what they're talking about here with this gas,
Yes,
okay?
I'm kidding.
The gas is for truck fleets looking
Yes.
for ways to cut expenses and reliance on diesel.
Yes.
So this renewable natural gas, or any natural gas, will run in a diesel truck with very little modification.
Well, yeah, okay.
Okay? And an anaerobic digester to turn methane from manure into higher grade natural gas is being installed in a farm in Vermont to be sent to a pipeline to Middlebury College.
Yeah, that's actually been going on, where they've been planning and developing this for a few years.
Yeah, McKibben's behind that. Bill McKibben's
Well,
got something
Middlebury
to do with
College is where Bill McKibben
Yeah, he hangs his hat there.
hangs his hat. But I've talked to people at Middlebury about this. I did an interview with them a couple of years ago for
Makes sense.
Green Energy Times. And yeah, the deal at Middlebury is they have a natural gas connection because a new pipeline was laid in. I don't know that they have actually got it yet, but the new pipeline was being laid in. And they were in favor of that connection because they could put renewable natural gas that they were buying from a farm 20 miles away into the pipeline and collect it.
That's exactly what this article is saying.
And that meant they didn't have to run trucks back and forth and use the energy driving those trucks. So it made the whole thing...
It's a win-win.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And one of the things that I did was I looked at the internet and I thought, you know, what is going on here with renewable natural gas? There are a lot of natural gas companies, not the people drilling, not the people fracking, but
people
the people
delivering.
with pipelines, delivering and so forth, really interested in renewable natural gas, because any community that has a waste treatment plant can have
it's got potential.
Green Energy Times has an ad in it for renewable natural gas at the home level.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, it's a little bit difficult here in Vermont because...
we don't have the infrastructure.
No, it's because you need to have this thing heated a little bit.
Okay.
It can't get too cold
in the
because
wintertime.
the biological activity stops if it gets too cold. But there are various ways people deal with that, one of which is to dig a hole and put the biodigester down in the hole
into the earth.
and then let the earth heat it. Other things, you know, light bulbs and things like that. Anyway, there you go.
Well, let's get a picture of pollution up here.
Okay, there's pollution. There it is.
Bingo.
Bingo, and here it is. And this is an item from The Guardian.
An interesting article, too.
Yeah.
War on science. Trump administration muzzles climate experts. And he's doing it.
Why is this a surprise?
Because it's a hoax.
Yeah, right. According to whistleblowers, Trump officials are censoring warnings about climate crisis, moving critical agencies out of Washington and enacting far-reaching changes in what facts regulators can consider and what they choose when they choose between industry and public good.
There's some words they're not allowed to use.
There are words they're not allowed to use. There are considerations. They're not allowed to think about whether this is important. You can't, when you put in a factory or you put in a power plant, you should be able to say, okay, this power plant is going to do $1 million worth of public good, but it's going to do $2 million worth of public damage, so we don't want it. But Donald Trump and his administration is saying, no, 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 you can't think about that. All you can think about is the good that it does. Forget any damage.
Well, a takeaway from the article, the
Yeah.
last sentence in the article, it's
Yeah.
the continuous erosion of science. These changes are all pointing in the same direction.
Yeah.
To give special interests greater say.
And what's going to happen? If you deny science, you're denying reality.
Yeah.
So it's going to come back and it's going to bite them.
In the long run, it will.
It has to. There's no way around it. And that's why, who was the senator from South Carolina? Lindsey Graham.
Graham, yep.
Lindsey Graham said you have to consider climate
It's
change.
interesting because he's a Republican.
He's a Republican and he's really behind Donald Trump in almost everything.
Yeah,
But in this
except
particular
for this
matter,
one.
he's not. And he's saying we're going to lose badly if we don't start dealing with reality. And he's right. Okay.
I can't get this thing.
You're having trouble with that thing again?
Yeah.
The cursor is right on my nose. And people back there behind the, at home can't see it. There you go. Now it's on us.
Yeah, but it's not going up on the screen.
Oh, it's not going up on that
no,
screen.
I'm looking at the wrong screen.
No, you got to click. You got to. Yes, you're looking at the wrong screen. Sorry, everybody.
Duh.
We're being a little bit behind.
Well, there's
on
a
our
fungus
thinking
among
today.
us.
I think that's it.
Okay, and that's what's coming up now.
Sunday, July 28th, Clean Technica. If you want to read the article, go to geoharvey.com, click on the calendar on July 28th, and you can find us pretty easily.
Funny you should mention that because in this particular case, and only this particular case, it's the wrong link.
Oh no!
It takes you to the right. It takes you to a Clean Technica website, but you got to hunt around to get that article.
Oh dear. Well, I'm going to have to fix that. Anyway, fungus.
A fungus is now affecting humans, and global warming may be to blame.
A fungus is beginning to infect human beings for the first time. 3 distinct strains appeared in 3 continents as the fungus had to adapt to ambient temperatures closer to body temperatures of mammals. It is also becoming resistant to drugs. Now, this is Candida auris.
This is kind of scary.
Well, it is
It
something
could-
I had
it-
never thought about this, but because the temperature in the environment is higher, these funguses that exist in the environment can now exist inside human beings.
That's exactly what's happening.
And this is not good.
They're accustomed to a lower temperature, but they've adapted to the higher atmospheric temperature, and in doing so, they are now able to reproduce within the human body,
Right.
and that's not good news.
Now, this is Candida, which means that it's a type of yeast, and it's the kind of thing that has given people yeast infections in the past.
Okay.
Which our bodies have got yeast all through them. This is a natural thing, but we can get, yeast infections in our intestines or on our skin.
Well, there's a lot I could talk about, but I'm going to skip it because you've mentioned it already.
Okay.
We got another picture coming
We
up.
do
though.
indeed, and we've got an article here from Clean Technica.
Let's get the picture up if I can.
There you go.
There's the picture, and it's a hybrid of wind turbines and photovoltaic, which is not a bad mix.
No,
They
it's
don't
not.
interfere with each other.
Got a title?
Best trees to plant for global warming have 3 blades and generate electricity.
This is from Michael Barnard, who is very much in favor of wind power and has been for a long time.
Well, I was thinking about that. The article is a little bit dishonest. He's comparing apples with oranges.
Well, he is, but I think he's drawing an honest.
Well, he's got to make a
thing to-
living too.
Well, I think he's trying to make a point to people.
He is. He is.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit disingenuous, perhaps.
Well, the difference is that trees extract existing CO2 from the atmosphere. Turbines prevent new CO2 from being created in the atmosphere. You're still saving, but you're saving it in different ways.
Let me read this. What is better, a forest or a wind farm? Calculations show a wind farm is about 8 times more effective at reducing CO2 annually than a forest. This is CO2 equivalent. It eliminates a bunch of other air and water pollution and reduces habitat destruction. And
well, there's nothing saying you can't put up turbines in a forest. We've done it in Vermont, right over in Searsburg.
Absolutely. And it's done everywhere. But it was an interesting article to read, you know. Anyway, you want to go on?
Yeah, we got another one coming up, and this one scares me.
This is from the Weather Channel, and yes, it is kind of scary.
Let's get us both up here, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. See.
There you go.
Amazon deforestation is fast approaching a tipping point. And those words, tipping point, scare me.
Yeah. New satellite data shows that the rate of deforestation is increasing in the Amazon, prompting fears that rainforest could reach a tipping point for which it could not recover from. The rainforest plays a vital role in stabilizing global climate, and part of the problem here is that the president of Brazil is very much in favor of getting everything he can out of that rainforest.
He is.
Now, when I was in college, which was, I think anybody who looks at the color of my beard will know was a long time ago, I remember I had a professor who was talking about the food that you could grow in the Amazon. And he said the soil in much of the Amazon depends on the shade that it gets from the trees to survive as soil. And direct sunlight on it
it's going to change the soil.
Will change the soil and make it non-productive.
I'll be darned.
So
this doesn't really mention that.
No, it doesn't. But anyway, the studies may mention that, but the problem that we've got, you know, I'm sitting here thinking that we should be paying this guy to keep the rainforests intact.
We should be.
And actually, the wealthier countries should be going to the less wealthy countries and trying to get them to economically
chip in
to do their part. And that means that if it's going to cost them money, we should be offering them money to make it attractive to do that.
Well, this comes from the Weather Channel.
Yep.
There's an interesting 1-minute video. It's worth looking at.
Yep.
And the Weather Channel, by the way, their parent company is IBM. I never knew that.
Well, it's only recently.
Is it recent?
Yeah.
Well, in any case, quick takeaway, some numbers here. The rate of deforestation has accelerated to about 3 football fields per minute.
Yes.
This month, it is on course to raise a swath of forest 3/4 the size of Windham County. It's about 600 square miles. And a rainforest, as we've already mentioned, plays a vital role in stabilizing the global climate by acting as a carbon sink.
Right. Okay, we're up to Monday, July 29th.
We've got a picture here.
9 items here and 18 minutes to do them.
Wait a second, where the picture?
There's the picture.
There we go.
There's the picture.
Yeah, had the wrong picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a picture of a jet aircraft and contrails, not chemtrails.
Yeah.
And you can tell by looking at it, that is not chemicals.
I'll mention that.
That is water vapor. The water vapor comes
that's exactly what it is.
The water vapor comes out of the engines. The engines burn what is effectively kerosene, and it produces carbon dioxide and water, but the water is so hot, it's a gas, and it doesn't show up as what people call steam until it's condensed, and that happens long after the aircraft. It starts at about the tail of the aircraft, and if it had been chemicals coming out of there, it would have been going all the way to the source. This is contrails, not chemtrails.
Nobody said it was.
Well, I have manufactured products that were used as aerosols dropped from airplanes.
Okay.
I know a little bit about them. Yeah. And they, silver iodate is one of them, and the reason they drop it is because you can grind it up really, really, really fine, and it is absolutely as close to insoluble as things can get.
Well, the people who are talking about chemtrails aren't talking about silver iodide. They're talking about nasty stuff that's going to change your head
which
and
they
everything
say
else.
is going to, they're dropping over Vermont. You can look up at the sky and you can see it, and they don't tell you how that stuff that's 35,000 feet up is going to settle on Vermont, because by the time it settles, it'll be blown halfway to England. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm ranting again. What do you got here for a title? Do airplanes
Are we
contrail?
still on this one?
Yes, we are.
Do airplane contrails add to climate change? Yes, and the problem is about to get worse.
Scientists say contrails contribute to climate change by trapping heat that radiates upward from the Earth's surface. A study published in the journal Atmospheric Chemistry and Physics suggests that global warming effect will triple by 2050 as air travel grows. And you know what, Tom?
Well, it's an optical thing. They're reflecting.
It's reflecting heat back to the Earth. The thing is, do you really believe there's going to be jet airplanes operating the way they do today in 2050?
No.
And I don't either. I think, they're developing those long extension cords. Everybody's going to be electric.
The ones that stretch.
The ones that stretch. They're going to have electric aircraft. They're already ordering electric aircraft.
Well, we've talked about it on the show, and the articles keep popping up.
They do. And what I'm thinking is, okay, I don't know how they're going to get aircraft from New York to London without using jet fuel, unless, of course, they use some other.
Well, right now the electric planes are all short run.
Yes,
hour and a half. Between Seattle and Vancouver and stuff like that.
Yep. Okay, we should. That was from NBC. NBCnews.com. And our next item is from Green Tech Lead.
This is a good one too. Renewable energy accounted for 20.3% of electrical generation in the United States. Now this is growing.
It's growing. Renewable energy sources accounted for 20.3% of net electric generation in the U.S. during the first 5 months of 2019, according to data published by the U.S. Energy Information Administration, which is always wrong. The which is always wrong part I inserted. Renewable energy outproduced both coal and nuclear for the period. The EIA has admitted that its information is wrong because it undercalculates the contribution of solar power. And in this particular case, I think that would mean that instead of being 20.3%, it might be 20.7%. Or something along those lines.
Well, in this particular case, just to put it in perspective, this 20.3% is the second place among major generating sources.
Yes.
Okay? And it's exceeded only by natural gas.
Right.
And that's not going to last forever.
No, it's not. Natural gas has still grown quite a lot in the last few years, but
we're going to run
we were
out.
talking about the pipeline for the future. Their pipeline is running down.
Yeah.
I mean, the actual gas plants being built are the numbers declining.
In many situations, they're not getting anywhere near the amount of natural gas they predicted in a particular play.
That's right. Okay, our next item is from Renew Economy.
This is the one I referred to before.
Yes.
Nuclear energy is never profitable. New study slams nuclear power business case.
Yeah.
Well, it's politics.
A new study from DIW Berlin, a leading German economic think tank, that's an economic think tank, not an energy think tank, found that nuclear power has never been viable. The average 1,000 megawatt nuclear power plant built since 1951 resulted in an average economic loss of $5.34 billion.
Well, we've never seen the true picture. Even here in America, the insurance is paid for by the government.
They're uninsurable. These plants.
That's why the government pays.
The insurance industry cannot cover the cost.
They don't want to touch it.
No, they don't. It's not that
So
they
it's a
don't want
subsidy.
to. They cannot
They
put
can't.
enough money aside to cover the loss of one meltdown.
Okay.
A worst case meltdown.
Well, here's what the article says, and it's true. Most nuclear plants have been heavily subsidized by governments,
Yeah.
often motivated by military purposes.
Yes.
Sure, they make plutonium.
Yeah.
They're making bombs. Further, nuclear energy is by no means clean. Its
No.
radioactivity will endanger humans in the natural world for over 1 million years.
Yes.
Nuclear power will remain unprofitable into the foreseeable future.
Yes. I agree.
So
And
it's
as a
been
matter of
kind of a
fact-
scam.
Yeah. Well, it's been not just kind of a scam. It's been a grand scam.
Well, if they wanted to build, they wanted the plutonium. They didn't want the people to know they wanted the plutonium.
And people were willing to bribe Walt Disney to have him tell everybody how great it was.
Yeah, he did.
Really, you should see some of those old Walt Disney things. It's amazing. We're going to put radioactive material out in the cornfield so that we can track where the nutrients go in the human body.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
I know
okay,
you're
we're
not.
up to July.
We got another picture coming up here.
Tuesday, July 30th, and this is from CNN. And that man, by the way, is
Where is? Oh, it is the picture. Yeah.
It is the picture. There
Well,
it
I
is.
just don't have it. There we go.
That man who is planting.
Come on,
Click
picture,
again.
come up.
Double click. There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah. Whoop.
Try it again.
Can't win today.
No, it's one of those days.
There we go,
you
by Jove.
That man is the prime minister of Ethiopia, which is why that.
Well, he's wearing a
came
tie. That's not tree planting
it's
clothes.
true, yeah. His name is Abiy Ahmed.
Abiy Ahmed.
Yeah,
Ahmed.
Ahmed. Okay, we pronounce everything as well as we can here, but we never get it right when we're doing Ethiopian. Okay, what do you got for a title?
Ethiopia plants more than 350 million trees in 12 hours. That's a lot of trees.
In 12 hours. Ethiopia planted more than 353 million trees in 12 hours on Monday, which officials believe is a world record. Probably is. A burst of tree planting was part of a wider reforestation campaign called Green Legacy, spearheaded by the country's Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed. And you know, one of the things that I find a little bit troubling about this is they didn't do this in 12 hours. They took seedlings that they already had and had distributed, and everything was all taken care of, and everybody knew where they were going to go, and they were lined up so that they could do this world record.
They wanted to hit that record.
They wanted to hit that record, and they took all those plants and put them in the ground in 3 hours, and yes, it's a record, and yes, it's impressive.
Well, the old record was 66 million. So
they kind of outdid it.
Well, they're going to outdo themselves. This is coming up. Their goal for the whole season is for them to plant 4 billion trees during the end of the year.
They want to have Ethiopian forests restored. It was a third forest.
Well, that's the next paragraph sentence right here. Less than 4% of Ethiopia's land is forested, compared to 30% at the end of the 19th century.
Yeah. We should press ahead. We've got an item here from the West Australian, and this is another thing that I find absolutely mind-boggling.
Planned Pilbara renewable energy hub scales up, and I'll tell you what Pilbara is after you read
The
this.
capacity of a giant renewable energy project proposed for Western Australia has been scaled up by more than 1/3 of its former capacity. The hybrid wind and solar development of the Asian Renewable Energy Hub has had its capacity increased from 11 gigawatts, which is 11,000 megawatts, to 15 gigawatts.
Yep.
And this is just...
This is pretty big.
it's astonishing. It really is.
It'd be a good thing, and we don't have one, to have a map of Australia to put up on the screen.
Yeah.
In any case, this Pilbara is the name of an area of Australia.
Yeah.
And it's a large, dry, thinly populated region of the north of Western Australia, which is a very large state in Western Australia.
Western Australia is about the size of the United States east of the Mississippi River.
Okay.
This is huge. It's absolutely, and it has a population of about 2.5 million people.
Well, it's got vast mineral deposits,
Yes.
particularly iron ore, a lot of iron ore.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what do I say? This particular energy hub that they're going to build is approximately 1,000 square miles of hybrid wind and solar.
Yep.
It's big.
Yep.
It's going to give them 15 gigawatts of capacity, as we said. That's able to generate about 25% more than they're currently generating for the whole year.
This is 25% more power, more energy than the state uses.
The whole state.
The
exactly.
whole state.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, we have to move on because we've got 4 items in 7 minutes.
No, we got Greta
again.
Greta Thunberg. I got a picture.
Yes, you do.
Bring it up.
This is from CNN.
Better picture of her.
There you go.
There she goes.
That was easy.
She looks pretty cocky in that picture.
She does.
Greta Thunberg will sail across the Atlantic on a zero-emissions yacht for the UN Climate Summit.
Climate activist Greta Thunberg will cross the Atlantic on a zero-emission sailboat on her way to speak to the UN Climate Summit on September 23rd. They will set off mid-August, which is during the hurricane season, and that's kind of chancy.
Yeah.
from an undisclosed location in the UK. She
Well,
had
that
been,
guy in the picture is the captain of the
right,
of the yacht.
the guy on the left, and the taller man is her
That's her
father.
father. Yep.
And what we're looking at here is Greta saying, I'm not going to fly to that because there's too much emissions from flying.
That's just exactly
I'm
what
not
it
going to
says.
go by ship because there's too many emissions by ship.
Yep.
And she could have possibly gone on a
What
merchant
is
ship.
jet ski?
Merchant ship.
Merchant ship.
You can get accommodations
Yeah, I know
on
you
merchant
can.
ships. Okay, we have to move on, Tom. We've only got about 5 minutes.
Well, her appearance in New York City is going to be the first stop in a string of engagements in the Americas over the next few months.
Yeah,
So
she's going to South America.
Canada, Mexico, South America.
Yep.
She's going to be all over the place.
Right. Our next item, this is Wednesday,
This
July 31st.
is the last day. We got
is
3 left. Speak
it's
quickly.
From CNN.
Coke and Pepsi abandoned the plastics lobby. This is interesting.
It is. Coca-Cola and PepsiCo, two major sellers of plastic bottles, have made sweeping sustainability commitments. Now they're stepping away from the plastics lobbying group. The association took positions that, quote, were not fully consistent with our commitments and goals, end quote, Coca-Cola said in a statement.
Well, this is CNN. As I mentioned before, they usually have good websites.
Yep.
This particular case is a 4-minute video that's worth watching.
Yep.
And also there's a link there to another video, which is called Amazon's Incredible Vanishing Cardboard Box. That's interesting watching, too.
Okay, we've got an item here from CNN, which is about Greenland, and that picture is the mountains in Greenland.
It certainly is. Let's get it up.
It doesn't really show the snow cap, which is gigantic. But what do you have for title?
Greenland is melting in a heat wave. That's everyone's problem.
Okay, this is the same heat wave in Europe. The extreme heat bowled over Europe last week.
Same heat wave, yep.
Smashing records in its wake. Now that heat wave has started, which started in the Sahara, has rolled into Greenland, where more records are expected to crumble in coming days. This has effects across the globe. The amount of water that this one heat wave will melt in Greenland is enough that you would be able to see it as global ocean level increase on a ruler. This is about a half a millimeter.
It's not millimeters. We're talking.
It's about a half a millimeter.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
so
about an
it's-
eighth of an inch.
No, half a millimeter, not a half a centimeter, half a millimeter.
Oh,
This is
very
it's
little.
very
bit.
little, but
very,
it's
very
even
little bit.
so, it's just one heat wave, one island, and it's raising the
There's
water.
an interesting video on the site. It's
Yeah.
a bunch of sled dogs hooked up to a sled, but
Yes.
they're in water.
Yeah, we've seen that before.
We've seen that same picture.
Okay.
A lot of pictures on this site, so it's worth looking at.
Okay, we've got one last item, which is
I
from
think
Clean
we do.
Technica.
I think we do. I gotta move it up so I can read it. Turning heat into light can make solar panels 80% efficient.
Okay, scientists at Rice University are turning heat into light, which can be used to make electricity. They say their research could ultimately lead to solar panels that are 80% efficient, nearly 4 times the efficiency of the panels that are commercially available today. What that means is using one site, which could be your roof of a former farm field, huge site in the Western Australia, you can get 4 times as much electricity.
Well, now the solar panels are just using the light that impinges upon
Right.
them, and the heat that's in the sun is wasted.
Yes.
And this article is about figuring out how to capture that heat.
Yeah, and they had a
They'll
picture.
do it.
They had a picture here which was kind of interesting, but I didn't use it because it was just impossible to see what it was.
I saw that picture.
Yeah. And as Tom said, what they're doing is they are taking the heat and converting it to light and then absorbing the light and turning that to electricity. And they're talking about 80% efficiency. You know, that's higher efficiency than solar thermal water panels have.
It's inevitable. And it's, any engineer looking at this thing and say, we're wasting all that heat, how can we capture it?
Absolutely. And the one thing that I will say to people is don't say we've got much more efficient panels coming in the future, I'm going to wait. Because we can't do that. We don't know that these things are going to appear.
They will appear, but we just don't know when.
When, yeah.
It's not going to be next week.
Okay, and you know what's happened with the history of fission. They started working on that in about 1950. And here it is 70 years later, and they still haven't got it.
Still haven't got it.
So we need to act on with what we've got available.
Well, save money while the sun shines.
Yeah, and these things, I figure, okay, they'll probably appear 7 years from now, and in that time, we've got to change things. So,
it looks like we've run out of time.
We've run out of time, and we've run out of things to talk about. So I'm going to
There's always things to talk about.
Have a perfectly lovely week. Hope
Adios.
you come back next time.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Bye-bye.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, August 6, 2019 Brattleboro Select Board meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we were here at 5:30, at which time we entered into executive session. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve minutes from the July 9th and July 25th meetings.
So moved.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, great, thank you. I do not have chair's remarks tonight as we have a very packed agenda, and so I will move right to manager's comments. Peter?
Thank you, and I'll be quick because of that packed agenda, but I do have two exciting bits of news to share with the community. The first is that we've been advised by the federal government, the Economic Development Administration, that we have been awarded the $440,000 grant for our utility system that we sought last year. That'll be coming on to a future agenda under Water and Sewer Commissioners for you to refresh your recollection about the details of the improvements that project will enable us to complete and the benefits to the south end of our system, south end of town, that it will provide. And then I'm also very pleased to be able to say to the community for the first time something that we've been working on together in a series of executive sessions for a while now with the Select Board, that the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust and the town are forming a partnership to renovate the municipal center. We will be sharing the building. The intent is to share the building with municipal offices and meeting rooms on the first 2 floors and housing on the top 2 floors of the building. Beyond that conceptual framework, we've got a lot of work to do on refining the details of this, and we'll be back to talk about it at future Select Board meetings. We'll have additional information to share with the community. Issues like ownership and schedule and project management and financing are all going to need to be worked out because it'll be an unusual project and a complex project in terms of the partnership that this represents. But we're excited that by doing it this way, we'll have a project that's more affordable for Brattleboro taxpayers, that will upgrade municipal facilities, that will provide downtown housing with on-site parking, increase the town's grant list, and restore this historic landmark to preserve it as an important community resource with these shared uses going into the future. So we're really excited that we're at the start of something we think will turn out really well. We've got a lot of work to do to see if we can actually hit that target, and we'll be back to talk about it at future meetings. Thank you.
Very exciting. Thank you, Peter. At this time, I would ask other members of the Select Board if they have comments this evening and or committee reports to discuss.
I have something.
All right, Timothy.
It's kind of a comment, and I guess there's been a lot of bad news about, and I thought I would give a little good news story that I picked up on. I do sometimes, to my chagrin, follow social media, and it can be a bad thing to do that sometimes, but every once in a while you see something really nice, and somebody posted something about a couple of our police officers on social media, and I wanted to call it out because I've been given permission from Sarah Gonzalez on, I won't mention the social media because I don't like to advertise them. But in her own words, she tells us about an incident she had where she got some help from 2 Brattleboro PD officers. And she says, 2 Brattleboro officers responded and took my concern seriously, helped me work through a really difficult time being a single parent. I know I was ugly crying, I was shook up, I was exhausted, I was heartbroken and confused, yet the officer comforted and encouraged me through this whole thing. He really just said all the right things to help me keep breathing through this. His compassion is something I will never forget. She goes on to say that thank you both for showing up judgment-free and being the glue for me at that time to keep it all together. I couldn't have done that difficult part of the day without your guys' help, compassion, humor, and encouragement. So I thought that was really nice, and following that comment, it sort of encouraged a lot of other people to list some of their own stories and some of their own appreciative comments about our PD. So I just wanted to get that out there. I sent the details with some names to our chief recently and to our town manager. But just to wrap it up, I just wanted to say that I often think of that logo as to protect and serve as being so important, and we often think of police officers protecting us, but they are also here to serve us, and in this case, they've obviously served one of our community members really well. So,
Excellent. Thanks for that feedback, Sarah, and thanks for the report, Tim, and thank you to those officers who clearly were there in somebody's time of crisis. Are there other members of the select board that want to make comments, reports, words? Okay. At this time, I will open the meeting to public participation. Public participation is an opportunity to come forward and speak about something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Because it is not a warned item, which means a warning didn't go out a week in advance to the entire public that says, hey, this topic's going to be there, we're not able to engage in in-depth conversation. You can, of course, request to be on a future agenda, at which time there can be robust and healthy conversation on your topic. But all topics discussed always have to be warned to the entire public ahead of time. So with that note, I will open it up at this time to anybody who would like to speak. Okay, gentleman in the back, blue shirt.
Hi.
Oh, make sure, I should say the microphone will not amplify your voice,
Okay.
but do make sure to identify yourself for the BCT viewing audience.
Yeah, for sure. Just want to start by thanking you guys. You've all played various roles in helping me get information and advice, and I appreciate that. My name is Matthew Vernon Whalen. I'm a writer living in this town. I recently completed a lengthy book on homelessness in America, as told to me by the homeless community of Brattleboro, Vermont. I'm trying to keep this as short as possible, so forgive me if I'm going too fast. I'd like to start by thanking Select Board for ensuring that porta potties be placed downtown. I'm glad we have finally decided as a community that homeless people too have the right to go to the bathroom. It's an achievement that should be neither understated nor overstated. However, I'm sorry if I cannot help but be disappointed and angry with this community for its unwillingness to listen effectively, and sometimes at all, and respond compassionately to the people in town who are suffering the very most. I consider many of the homeless people in this community to be my very closest friends. Over the course of writing the book, I spent almost all of my time amongst them. They have shared with me their life stories, and I've shared with them my home. I've held homeless people in my arms while they cried. Homeless people have held me in their arms while I cried. I have slept next to homeless people on hard, empty floors. They have lost everything: their homes, their health, their most meaningful relationships. They've been abused both as children and adults. They have no money and are usually in debt. Indeed, they are poor people. They are from all over the country. They have nowhere to go. The only close bonds many of them have are to other people who have lost everything, and people in this community who are trying to help them but can't. I do not think of homeless people as panhandlers, which is just a fancy word for a beggar. They have the very deep and lonely suffering of the homeless community is not an abstraction to me. Calling a homeless person a panhandler is like calling a prisoner indoorsy. I reached out to Select Board a week and a half ago about various issues related to homelessness. When I did not receive a clear response, I reached out again. My three main questions, and these are the things I'll mainly touch on, though other things will come up, I'll be brief. My three main inquiries were, number one, I would like to propose an investigation into all trespass citations issued by the police on public property, as well as into the way in which police are issuing such citations. I would also like to propose a review of the number of existing trespass citations on public and private property alike, and the process by which such citations are given out and expire. Number two, a review by Select Board and the Town Attorney of the constitutionality of all local ordinances and statutes that in any way limit access to public property at any time of day or night. Number three, I would like to raise an additional concern about the trespass policies of Groundworks Collaborative, which, especially in the winter, can strip people, homeless people, of their access to the three most important properties in place to help them for long stretches of time. This would just be a private issue regarding Groundworks if it weren't for the fact that many of my sources, or some of my sources I should say, were not allowed cold weather exceptions from economic services after being no trespass from Groundworks. That's a public issue. After not receiving a response again, it was informally speculated to me that these issues couldn't be made into agenda items due to existing confidentiality laws between town officials and the police, and that officials in local government are not allowed to discuss personnel cases involving the police. However, I still received no formal notification that this was the case, so I reached out yet again with questions regarding the confidentiality policies. These were my questions. Why can't the Select Board look into incidents involving the police, even which are public information? Can Select Board discuss such issues and cases without using the names of officers? Can Select Board look at paperwork from specific cases, such as trespass citations, so long as specific officers' names are redacted from that paperwork? If such issues can be discussed by protecting the identity of the officers involved and with their names redacted from paperwork, why can't we put trespassing homeless people or other issues with homeless people on the agenda and discuss them without using officers' names? Can Select Board discuss patterns of police misconduct in general without discussing particular officers? Is there any process by which Select Board can investigate wrongdoing by the police? Can you provide any information on recent policy changes regarding trespassing at the police department? Can you send both the new policies and the old policies, or make them available to the public, I should say? And let us know when the policy changes took place and why. I have many more questions regarding this, but for the purposes of time, I won't get into all of them. Lastly, for now, if Select Board does not have any power to investigate and cannot discuss the police, even without using their names, can they call on the district attorney or the town attorney to do so instead? I've been made aware since late this afternoon there are a couple of other processes through which to file complaints for individuals, but not in public. Can the DA or town attorney look into the issue more deeply than Select Board? And lastly, I'm sorry I have to do this. I have to comment on this. But I have to. And by just saying a word about the way that the homeless revolution was insulted in the Brattleboro Reformer today. I understand it's not appropriate to go into detail, and I won't belabor this. There's not enough time here to go into every problematic aspect, but I just want to say two quick things about it. One is that the homeless revolution was organized initially in response to a series of incidents of police harassment in town. One in particular. The movement has three demands based on the three glaring problems in our community, none of which have been addressed by Select Board, and some of which, over the years, have been made worse by it. The first of these demands, which we understand to be somewhat aspirational, is housing. The second, which should be realistic and obvious, is to no longer be treated with prejudice and bigotry by the non-homeless community in Brattleboro. The third is to have a public voice in the local political process. Lastly, in response to what was in the Reformer, I'd like to remind the community that there has never been and will never be a time in Brattleboro or anywhere else in which the people suffering the least have done enough to hear and to help the people who are suffering the most. There will never be a time in Brattleboro or anywhere else in which the struggle to be free has been sufficiently or is being sufficiently pursued and achieved. The belief that we are already doing enough, and therefore the complaints of the homeless are misguided or ironic, is just another version of the belief that we might not need to do very much at all. But no matter how much we've done, it will never be enough. As long as a suffering so extreme lives and sleeps outside in our world, which I presume it always will, those of us who live and sleep inside have unfinished work to do. Those who do take to the streets and demand this work to be done are the most important citizens in the world, not just in Brattleboro, and they are rising up in your backyard. We can be proud of that and stand by them, or we can treat them like they don't know what they're talking about. I've made my choice. I hope Select Board will make theirs. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Excellent. Peter, do you want to say anything? I mean, generally, we can't really respond to, oh, okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
Hi, Kurt.
Recess.
All of government has been too inactive on climate crisis. We are at a stage where we should have acted 10 years ago. We are here to protest all of government inaction and urge the declaration of climate emergency in Brattleboro. Whereas this article, to be known as the Declaration of Climate Emergency, is in accordance with a resolution promoted directly by vote of the Select Board in 2003, and with resolutions on the environment and climate change promoted by Brattleboro Common Sense through petition for votes of the people in 2010, 2014, and 2018. Whereas Senator Sanders has said, we must look at climate change as if it were a devastating military attack against the United States and the entire planet, and we must respond accordingly. In other words, we must respond as if a century of our own errors has declared war on us.
Whereas the hardships of war require conservation and rationing of valuable resources, and the virtues of thrift, self-sacrifice, truthfulness, and forethought, for lack of which our society has brought the world into this crisis. Whereas climate change is causing immense human suffering and damage to the natural world and threatens to destroy civilization and kill billions of people, as if in war. Whereas the United States government and large corporations have disregarded or concealed the truth about climate change. Whereas we must feel immeasurable obligation and compassion for youth and for people in frontline communities in the U.S. and around the world whose cultures are decimated by the fossil fuel industry.
Whereas resilience on technology instead of our virtues has also caused a crisis and cannot alone save the world. And whereas Brattleboro can act as an example by converting to an ecologically and socially regenerative economy at emergency speed, we, the people of Brattleboro, therefore declare, according to the Senator's exhortation, that frontline communities have every right to benefit first from the conversion to a regenerative economy, and to direct the remediation of the crisis as it affects them at all levels of government. That we shall strive for zero emissions across all sectors of the economy by 2025, and that this effort be observed and reported by Sustainability Coordinator and other appropriate office of the town.
And that the Select Board shall immediately warn monthly representative town meetings and meetings of the people for proposing Victory Garden, fuel conservation, shared transportation, subsidies for renewables, fossil fuel taxes, and other remedies for the climate crisis, and shall enact emergency ordinances per chapter, Article 4, Section 6AA, to test the proposals arising from those meetings.
For unity's sake, let no one scorn those who deny the crisis, since their inaction has been no worse than ours who believe it. We have all been living our lives in denying the climate crisis together. Let us bravely acknowledge and address the emergency we face together.
And therefore, we the people of Brattleboro solemnly declare war on climate change. We will endure hardship and self-sacrifice, exert our utmost energy, and summon the deepest truthfulness and courage, even without certainty, to secure the survival of our children, ourselves, all humanity, and this divinely beautiful natural world, which has sustained us to the ages with unspoken love. Thank you.
So tell me why it's still legal to sell oil when oil is going to kill us. Tell me why we haven't confiscated the profits of the oil companies, but we've got 10 years. And tell me why we haven't put money into circulation when all money comes into circulation with a mere keystroke to put everybody to work. This can be done, and we must do it.
If anybody's concerned that that we are unfairly interrupting the select board, please understand that the select board now is a place for this protest, just as the parade was a good place for a protest on June 8th. We do not mean to single out the select board because, as my compatriot said a few minutes ago, all governments are criminally negligent in neglecting the climate crisis for decades, and now they continue to be criminally negligent. Brattleboro has done its own part in being negligent, but we're all doing it. We're all slack. Every minute we don't work on this emergency, I believe, every minute we don't work on the emergency, we are in denial. If we see a child hanging by a root on the edge of a cliff, it's an emergency. If we take care of anything else, even for a minute, we're denying that emergency. And that's what we all do when we take care of our beautiful little lives.
My name is Lissa Weinman, and I came here tonight to support the town of Brattleboro to declare a climate emergency. About 100 and almost 200 other towns and localities, including New York City, just recently have declared climate emergency. We're doing this, and we want this because it is an emergency, and we need to acknowledge it on all levels of government, and we need to start acting that way, particularly on the local level. I see the declaration of climate emergency, which I hope the Select Board will warn and be able to vote on at its next meeting on August 20th, related to the position of the Sustainability Coordinator. I view the position of Sustainability Coordinator to be essential to the declaration of climate emergency. I, as a town representative, and many others, voted to increase the funding for a town sustainability coordinator precisely to acknowledge the climate emergency. I was very disappointed at last Select Board's vote not to fund the sustainability coordinator position, although I do understand the reasons why. I think that the job description for sustainability coordinator needs to be more clearly aligned with this person, whoever that person should be, and different activities from different town entities. The money should be focused on climate change. And so I hope that the job position will be clarified for the August 20th meeting, and that you will vote on the sustainability coordinator, and you will outline the job's description so that it focuses on addressing the climate emergency and making Brattleboro a leader town-wide, so that, nationally rather, to join these other communities that are increasingly day by day recognizing the emergency. There's still businesses in Brattleboro that are burning coal. That should be something that the sustainability coordinator addresses. So that's why I'm here tonight. We only have a short amount of time. We need Brattleboro to be at the forefront. When the sustainability coordinator position was addressed, we got national coverage. The nation is watching Brattleboro. And don't forget, homelessness, people not having housing, it's the poor who are at the front lines of climate change. And it's up to all of us to work on these issues as part of climate change too. So thank you for your time, and I hope that you will back this emergency resolution, copies of which you've already been given, and that will be distributed to the other people in the public too.
Thanks, Lisa.
I'm George Harvey. In 2011, right after the Fukushima crisis started, I was asked to start reviewing the news on a daily basis and sending out an email on nuclear power. And very quickly I realized we cannot deal with nuclear power without dealing with fossil fuels, and we cannot deal with fossil fuels without addressing climate change. And in the time since then, in the first 14 months, I sent out an email every day. In the next, in the time since June 2012, I have posted a blog post every day, an average of 13 articles I put up. In order to do that, I can demonstrate, I think, fairly that I had to look at the headlines for approximately 1 million articles. This is a big undertaking. I spend 5 hours every day. Christmas morning, I'm doing this. And I have written 500 articles for Green Energy Times, 50 for Clean Technica, and I've done 328 hours of TV broadcasting covering this particular issue. And I want to tell you, we don't have 10 years. We had 10 years 10 years ago. We don't have any time. There is no time left. I'm starting to see scientists saying that they believe humanity will not survive. That is their opinion. I don't know how I can say this more strongly. We're going to have to act. And we're, 5 years ago, I was seeing people saying we have to do this like it was the beginning of the Second World War. And I was telling people that I believed that we had all the technology that we needed to address climate change. And now I don't believe we have all the technology that we need to address climate change because we have delayed and things have got worse. Al Gore talked about tipping points. Those tipping points that we were expecting to see in 2040 and 2050 and 2060 are already happening. The tundra permafrost is already melting and letting its methane out into the air. The Arctic ice is melting, and the Arctic Sea is absorbing the sunlight that the Arctic ice would have reflected. And this is one that I had never expected. Not to see, I didn't expect any of these to happen in my lifetime. We are in a world where the ability of the ocean, which is absorbing over 90% of the carbon dioxide that goes into the atmosphere, that ability is in measurable decline because of the amount of CO2 that has already been emitted. Now, in order for Brattleboro to work on this, we're going to have somebody who's going to be able to address the simple fact that we have to be ready to act when the world acts. And what that means is when the world says, when the United States government says, when the state of Vermont says it is time to act as though we were in a war, as Bernie Sanders has said, we have to act like people did in 1942. And what did they do in 1942? The federal government said, I'm sorry, gang, you're not going to be able to buy cars anymore. That happened. And you cannot go out and buy a 1943 DeSoto. They said to people, I'm sorry, you're going to be allowed just so much gasoline, you cannot get more than that. It's rationed. They didn't just ration gasoline, they rationed sugar and beef. And that's where we're headed. That's where we're going to have to go. And what is that going to do to Brattleboro? Well, we need an expert on the job who can figure out the answer to that question. And I'm very sorry to have taken up so much time.
It's okay,
Sorry,
George.
Thank you. But we do, is there any? Okay. So I think this was very well laid out and planned out, and I'm hoping BCTV, we tried to turn our microphones towards you while you were speaking to hopefully capture some of it for the viewing audience. So I'm hoping that that might have worked. I personally have no problem with looking at this on a future agenda, but I need to consult with other people.
We're asking that you put it on
Right,
your
on the
agenda for
20th,
next
I should
20th.
say, yeah. Yeah, well, 2 weeks, yeah. 2
Yeah.
weeks, yeah.
You're heard.
Does that bother anybody on this particular board on first sight? No? No? It sounds like it's a good go.
And you put it on the agenda as
Yeah.
an emergency resolution for people to vote?
Yeah.
Or you yourselves would vote on it?
I guess I would consult with Peter on how best to word that, and you can weigh in on the
You're requesting that we...
branding wording, and we can weigh in on the vote part.
Our preference is always, because it is our attitude and policy, it's an emergency.
Yeah.
So the fastest thing that you could do,
Is us.
if you agree,
Right.
is to vote on it yourselves
Okay.
and enact it.
Yep.
And then we could start working on
Great.
the term number 12, which is the people's meetings,
Okay.
by which people can get together and make their laws, and then you would enact them.
I think Daniel has a question.
So you'd like the select board of 5 people to speak for the people of Brattleboro?
We expect that you know what people feel.
The truth is that we don't have time to talk about other things. We need to enact this emergency declaration now, and we don't have time to wait 40 days to have a vote of the town. You have to do it now, because you know that we are in an emergency. At least
No,
I
George.
hope you know that.
George.
Okay, so Brownie's...
I think we're going to put it on the agenda. Kurt and Peter can work on the exact wording of the item, how it
Or
will appear
Rio.
publicly. Or Rio, my apologies, Rio.
I'd like to say something very short, if I may.
No,
George.
you can speak at length.
No, he Kurt,
I
seriously,
would like
he
to
can't,
say
because
something
technically
very
public
short.
participation is really
I
short.
wanted to find out what the odds were on the next Nobel Peace Prize, who was likely to get it. And I went online and looked at what the odds makers were saying, and it happens that one person is getting 1.5 to 1 odds. It's a 16-year-old girl, a world leader.
Yep, she's a hero in our house, so I hear you, George. Yes.
I would also like to say that the representative town meeting did very clearly vote on this issue, but their voice was heard. I think you realize that.
Yeah, I just want to let somebody who hasn't spoken yet come up.
Hi.
Thank you.
My name is Julia Von Ranson. I'm an employee at the Brattleboro Library here. You may have seen my letter to the editor in the Reformer on July 27th. It was in regards to pay for town staff. And I can see that you have lots of demands and requests on you, but here's another one.
Nice.
And Peter and I had met with another staff. I have some library staff here who are also in support of this. And it came about because of the decision for the town to support the Work Today program, paying workers $15 an hour. And that is less than I make in the library, less than many of us make. I also want to say that I am not a Brattleboro resident. I don't pay taxes here. I don't vote here. I live in Marlboro. I happen to be on the select board there. But I would like to ask for parity in pay for library staff. And as we talk amongst ourselves and with other town employees, we're seeing how much of a disparity there is between pay for library staff and other town employees. We have the support of the library trustees, of the supervisors, and the staff within the library. And I also have something I'd like to share with you if possible. It's regional pay for similar positions, and those pay start around $18 and go up to $22. It's in Brattleboro and Keene. Also have paid for starting positions in town that start around $15.64. So again, we feel like we are way below this. And Peter and I have talked, and it's the hope that the new HR person will take a look at pay scales and that we could revise that so that it's fair and it makes sense, because I think it's sort of been willy-nilly throughout the years.
Thank you for
if
that.
I can share this with you?
Yeah, if you want to find a way to bring it to somebody with a long arm.
Thanks a lot.
Daniel's all over it. So I imagine conversations will take place between you and Peter and Sally, or Peter and Sally, and I would imagine we will take a look at that during budget season, which is like literally 3 weeks away. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing, I think. Good
Maya,
timing.
would you like to speak more about unity?
I wasn't finished.
Yeah,
sorry.
and I think we're going to have to wrap this up. We're going to put it on the agenda. That's that.
When I have talked to other people about this, they suggest that I speak to our union rep or our union steward. Most of us at the library don't have one because we're part-time, and you'll see the breakdown on there. There's 16 employees at the library. There's Star, and then there's 5 unionized employees, and the rest of us are not represented by a union.
Right.
And many of us don't even receive the prorated benefits either, in addition to the low pay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I need to hear from you guys if it is
Go ahead, Wendy.
acceptable. Emily,
Can I
like literally 30 seconds.
Okay, I
We've
wanted
been
to
pretty-
address your concern that can the select board speak for the town of
I wasn't
Brattleboro?
asking can, I was asking whether that's what Kurt wanted.
Right, we're just getting
I see.
clarification.
Okay, I think it's.
That's all.
Okay,
That's an agreement, Dan, among all of us.
Yeah, yeah.
okay, I'm clarified within 30 seconds.
So it will be on the, I almost said June. Thank you. August
And
20th agenda, exactly
For the
as
record,
Rio
I didn't
and
want to bring it
Peter.
up at this meeting, but I was overruled by my compatriots.
Okay, that's great. But, okay, so I don't
One more
know.
word about unity for the public.
So this is not really conducive
Okay.
to unity when you're talking
Right,
over the.
so I need
I'm
us.
sorry, we are disrupting, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Disrupting was great. but
Unity
you got
is
your-
required not just among us liberal people who believe in climate change, but also for all the other people, the skeptics, the people who are of a more hawkish political alignment. We need to work with them. We need to work all together because the challenge of climate change, of the crisis, will require us working with exquisite teamwork.
Okay.
And we need people like soldiers and generals to work with us. We do not need to scorn deniers. We need to work with them.
Yep.
Because if we think of the tremendous challenge we have,
In the handout.
like people crossing a high wire with an acrobatic team, if one person,
I hear you, but seriously, we gotta wrap it up. We only have
I got
interpreters
you.
until 10 p.m., so
I got
like
you.
30 seconds
If one
maybe.
person doesn't like it on that team, the high wire act collapses. That's the kind of exquisite teamwork we need. So we need to join hearts with everybody, not just liberals and activists. We have framed here a declaration which is not just for liberals and climate activists. It's for everyone.
Okay.
The deniers and so forth.
Thank you.
Climate crisis is affecting literally every single person.
We know,
on this
yes,
planet.
and we're getting your
this is
exact
happening
demands.
to your children,
But
if your
it's
children
getting
left
dicey
their
at this
house
point
and
for
couldn't
those demands.
breathe, you would all be doing something. And your actions directly affect children and everyone on this earth. And we can't stand by anymore and watch. And it is so truly sickening that it has been left to the youth and has been left. It's been handed to a generation that didn't even ask to be born into this. But it is, and you're just leaving it. And it's not, it's like, this is not okay. Everyone has to do this. You can't just hand it to a generation and be like, it's your turn to save the world. Like, no, we don't, you're not giving us any power to actually make any change. All you're doing is telling us to make the change. You're not giving us the actual privileges to have power in government or have any actual say. You're just telling us to change it. But you need to change it with the help of us.
And I understand that we're taking up a lot of time,
No,
but
it's-
we've been told in the past that
Yeah.
this is gonna happen.
Yeah.
And again, they've acted like something's gonna happen, and we've acted like we're actually
Yeah.
doing something, and
So
nothing happens.
you don't have to take our word, but I'm telling you, is you just had 4 people all say, we're gonna put it on our next agenda.
And I want to
really
point out
don't know
that
where else it
we
can
have
go
never
besides
been-
that.
We have never been asked.
Never once. This is a new
Until
board
now.
for you.
Okay.
Okay? So you've gotten a yes, you are successful in your efforts, and it's a high note.
We are not directly talking to you, we're directly talking to the whole entire world. The whole entire world has denied this. All of government everywhere has denied this. Everyone has been putting it on the back burner. After years and years of being told, it's time to act now.
Okay.
They haven't, they still haven't
I'm
acted.
gonna have to. get a little more fierce if we can. I don't know.
We're with you.
We're with you.
Member of the public.
We're all with you.
Let us have futures.
This is not going to be pretty these weeks. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
Chris, don't leave. There's more exciting things to come.
Yeah, really. Way to be choosy about the things you take pictures of. Okay. Mr. DeGray, what can we do for you? State your name for the public.
Richard DeGray. I have several things.
Great.
I'll tell you how I started my day today. I started every day, Monday through Sunday, then I started all over on Monday again. I wake up at 10:03 in the morning, brush my teeth, make a cup of coffee to go, jump in my water truck, and off downtown I head. This morning in Plaza Park, I had an encounter. Now, Peter and the chief and I had a conversation a few weeks ago, and I had a conversation with Carol about getting the lights in Plaza Park, in Plenty Park, to stay on till 5 o'clock in the morning for safety issues. So it's 10 after 3, and I'm watering the last box closest to the Holstein building, reaching out of the truck.
Yep.
And lo and behold, there's somebody sleeping behind the wall. I can't see them.
Okay.
And this guy gets all wet.
Oh, shoot.
He jumps up, and I would too if I got squirted with water at 10 after 3 in the morning. And we
Reasonable.
exchanged pleasantries and said, you know, you're not supposed to be here. It's an accident. And I go off on my merry way. Go all the way up. I come up on the west side of the street, go back on the east side of the street. When I get back down to Plaza Park, when I'm doing the last the baskets on the bridge, Kyle Gilbert Bridge, before I head over to the museum, 3 of my boxes of flowers are dumped over by this gentleman. Now here's a gentleman, Matthew, I think his name is, speaking. Behind me there's a demonstration about demanding respect. I don't bother anybody. I do this service for the town. I love doing it. The people in town love doing it. This was an accident on my part, and this person showed no respect for what I do. Those boxes are expensive. They're paid for by the building owners. I can't tell you how much work I put in every day. Not 3 hours a day. I'm putting in over 40 hours a week doing these flowers. And the lack of respect by this person, because he was in a place that he shouldn't have been, and then takes it out on my flowers. I'm speaking for my flowers because they don't have anybody to go, hey, I should get some respect around here. People stick all kinds of crap in there. There's needles in there. There's coffee cups. There's food. And I've had my fill. And I'm going to walk away from it because I'm really frustrated with the lack of support from the board, from the administration to say, you know what, we have policies in place, we have to enforce the policies. I called 911, I called the dispatch, they sent down an officer. He was nice. He said, what does the kid look like? I explained what he looked like. I went to look for the kid. Luckily, I didn't find him. I might have been in the jail this morning. But I'm really frustrated at what's going on here in our community. There's a divisiveness that's getting wider. People are looking to you for leadership, to bring the community together, and it's getting pushed further apart. It's hard for me to respect people who don't respect what I do or respect me. And that's what I see on the street. A lack of respect towards other people or other things. And I'm not the only one saying it. People are coming up to me like I'm one of you. I said, I'm retired. And it's really bothersome to me. Maybe we can have a work bee at 10 o'clock when we get out of here, and maybe we can go and fix the boxes and fix the flowers. And I sit here and I listen and I watch this, and I'm embarrassed. I'm okay with people wanting different things, but there's a process for it. There's a decorum for these board meetings. And we saw none of that tonight. We just saw disruption. We have police officers here. Anything goes. That's not good for the community, because we look to you for leadership. And you can support what this protest is all about. I'm okay with that. That's what you want to do. But there's a decorum of how things should happen, and it's not happening. And I don't know what the answer is, but I got a feeling that the vandalism on my flowers started last night, and it's going to continue. And it hasn't happened until this gentleman here got squirted. I've had a great year. Nobody had touched the flowers other than some trash in there. A few people pulling out some flowers. But this is stuff that I can't fix. And I'm looking at you, and I'm staring at blank faces.
We're just waiting to let you finish speaking with decorum.
So I hope that until you say, we're going to change our policies, because at the last meeting you said, we're not going to enforce this. And the officer told me this morning that we were told not to enforce this. We have a gentleman that stays in Plenty Park. He urinates in Plenty Park. He urinates all over himself, and he sleeps on the benches. Public intoxication. We do nothing about it. Nothing about it. How embarrassing. Then Carol should be directed to have somebody from staff go down there every day and wash them damn benches off that people go and sit on, unbeknownst to them, all filled with urine. I do my small part, and I want to emphasize small part to make our community better. I'm not getting anything in return from here. And I'm pretty frustrated. I ask for little and give a lot. The other two things I want to talk about, Patrick, I sent you a picture, and I mentioned to you that tree down in front of Distinctive Decor is deader than dead. I would hope that you could get it pulled out of the ground and get a tree in there, or just cut it and do something with it, because it's embarrassing to have that look like it looks, and it's making my flowers look bad. The other thing, which was a big hubbub here last meeting, is the work program. Big rollout. Hey, everybody's excited about it. Nobody's working yet. No coordinator. I hope we didn't cut the check. I mean, it's really embarrassing. We want to get these people working on the street, and there's no coordinator. That stuff should have all been put in place. So I'm really disappointed in youth services and coming out and having all this publicity. Everybody's excited. Go, go, go. And nothing's happened yet. I've had people on the street come up and say, hey, can I go to work? Can I go to work? I say, go down to youth services. So there's got to be some way around that you can help them find some coordinator or get something going so we can get those people working that want to work on the street. There's certainly multiple projects that can be done. And the last thing I want to say, in the paper today reading, John is retiring, a first-class guy. His shoes will be hard to fill. He came to work on my watch when I served on the board. He's been a real asset to Brattleboro and to the finance department. He will truly be missed, and I wish him well in his retirement.
Thank you, Dick. We agree with you about John. He's definitely an asset, and I'm definitely going to miss him. Okay, in the interest of time, I am now going to close the public participation section of this meeting, and I hope that is okay. We will now begin the regular portion of our meeting, and we will begin that by moving to be Water and Sewer Commissioners. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Fantastic. We're Water and Sewer Commissioners. The first agenda we have is the retreat well pump rebuild. Peter? Steve. There you are, Steve. Just popped right over there.
Steve Barrett, Public Works Director.
Great.
I'm here to talk to you about rebuilding a pump at the Retreat drinking water filtration plant on Route 30. We have a General Electric 75 horsepower motor and a Johnson vertical pump at the Retreat wells that have failed. The Utilities Division contacted Associate Electromechanics, better known as AMC, from Springfield, Mass. To pull the motor and pump. Staff worked with Renault Brothers. We had to use a crane and go out through the roof. This is a pretty large pump and shaft. Everything was transported to their shop for evaluation. What they do is they break these the pump and the motor down for evaluation. The estimate to cost to rebuild the pump and the motor is $35,490. The motor and pump were installed in 1977 and have provided millions of gallons of water to our system. The retreat wells are used to supplement our surface supply from Pleasant Valley. Pleasant Valley is our surface water supply. That's our primary source, and the retreat wells is used when we're in a drought situation. So I'm recommending that we rebuild the General Electric 75 horsepower motor and Johnson vertical pump at the retreat wells for $35,499. Funds for the repair of the motor and pump will come out of the utilities capital budget, which these type of things are budgeted within utilities because when things happen, they're expensive and they're big. But this has literally, since 1977, supplied good drinking water to the town of Brattleboro.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Steve. Is there discussion on the board about this retreat well pump rebuild that Steve just went into detail about?
Just a timing question. What's the overall timeline, do you think?
The timeline, right after tomorrow, we'll contact them and they'll start rebuilding that motor, and we hope to have it in within a month.
Okay.
So.
What's the impact on the system by not having it for a month?
We're okay. We're operating on the surface water supply, but this system is our emergency. So if we have a problem at Pleasant Valley, so we take a certain risk, but we're there, and so it's kind of time sensitive. But it's in case of an emergency of something happening at our Pleasant Valley treatment. So you always like to have both systems up and running fully at all times.
Okay. Okay. With no further comments or questions on the board, I would entertain a motion for this item.
I'll make a motion.
Excellent.
To approve the expenditure of $35,490 to Associated Electromechanic for rebuilding a motor and a pump at the retreat wells.
Excellent. Tim has made the motion regarding the retreat well pump rebuild. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Moving on, still under Water and Sewer Commissioner, our next topic is the Chestnut Hill retaining wall.
So our staff has been working on the Chestnut Hill Reservoir Rehabilitation Project. This goes back 10 years. And for good or for bad, we are rehabilitating the Chestnut Hill Reservoir. And so one of the elements of that is to put a retaining wall in front of the face of the dam and to put some earth behind that to increase the structure. The cost of the materials is $41,536.60. The expense is part of the original project. It was a known that what we had to do. The wall will be installed on the south end of the reservoir and is required to achieve state specified bank slopes. Project engineers designed the retaining wall and specified the use of Ready Rock wall system. And so this is for Ready Rock, which was designed into the system. And the pricing was provided by the manufacturer, so we're buying directly from the manufacturer. And the installation of the wall will be done by our staff. So I'm asking for approval to purchase the Ready Rock for $41,536.60.
Thank you, Steve. We've discussed discussed our feelings about this project before. Does everybody feel satisfied with the things we've said before, or does anything need to be reiterated this evening?
I wasn't on the board at that time.
Oh.
I have a kind of background question. And,
Yeah.
you know, for the public who are watching at home, I'm glad that we had so much public participation. And also, like, I want to be able to ask the questions that I need to ask during this time. And also, we want to get home before, I don't know, pumpkins or something. But that being said, in a lengthy way, I was wondering, Steve, if you could kind of say for me and maybe for folks at home how this reservoir kind of fits in our water system, so I can understand that a bit more.
It was the original reservoir for the Brattleboro water system. The first hydrant in town was connected to that reservoir on Main Street. It was used throughout the 70s. And then it was disconnected in the late 70s, early 80s, and is no longer in use.
Okay.
So then, what happened was we had public process, and we came up with 5 or 6 alternatives, from filling it in completely to dismantling it. We came up with a recommendation. It went to town meeting. Town meeting approved the plan that we have in place, which is basically to rehabilitate the dam as it is with a spillway.
Looks like it would be a good skateboarding site. Just saying. You know,
That's been considered.
Okay.
Can I just, for my own clarity, it's the south side, so as you walk around, which we do sometimes with the stroller, there's this sort of, that's what we're talking about, is sort of that
On the very end, if you were walking around and then you did a full circle on it, there's what they call an intake structure.
Right.
Okay, and it's a concrete structure. Yeah. And then there's the face of the dam itself. So in front of the face of the dam, this wall will go in, and then there'll be earth put in front of that. And that's to increase the integrity of the dam itself.
So will the height of what's there now, would that increase, decrease, or?
The height will stay the same. This retaining wall will go up only a portion of the height of the existing dam.
I see.
So it'll go up a certain height, the dam will be here, and then there'll be earth slope in between.
And is the Ready Rock, it's that same material that it was used over by Harmony?
Harmony parking lot is a good example, yeah.
Eye wall?
Yep.
Further questions? All right, I would entertain a motion regarding the Chestnut Hill retaining wall.
I move we approve the purchase of retaining wall materials in the amount of $41,536.60 from Ready Rock Walls of New England for the Chestnut Hill Reservoir project.
Excellent. David has made the motion regarding the Chestnut Hill retaining wall. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I would now entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Steve, very much for hanging with us and giving us that. I would now entertain a motion to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners. Oh, it's a draw. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are now adjourned, and we are now regular select board people once again, moving on to unfinished business. And our first topic there is a project care update from the police department and community partners. I'd like to get yourselves up to the table in whatever fashion you'd like to be seated in. If you feel like chairs need to be pulled over, feel free to do things as you need.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, thank you for having us. I would like to introduce some key members and leaders of Project CARE. I will do a brief introduction, and then I'll let them speak about their roles within Project CARE. We have Lieutenant Adam Petlock, who is the Brattleboro Police Representative and Coordinator for Project CARE, and Susie Walker, who is the Director at Turning Point. As you all are well aware, I'd like to speak to the people that may be at home. Project CARE started about 18-20 months ago, and it evolved out of some issues that we were having and continue to struggle with downtown with the opiate crisis that is ravaging this country. And the police department decided to take lead, like we usually do in so many sensitive issues that are dealing with quality of life that affects the community. And within that, we wanted to make sure, all too often, when the police department takes a lead, we see a lot of organizations take a step back and let us spearhead a lot of things. And I certainly didn't want to happen at this time, mainly because I was way out of our element when we're dealing with addiction and all the compound factors that go into it. So what we did is we rallied a lot of some of the subject matter experts and really good people within this town. And we ended up with 8 representatives from various organizations that volunteered to come to Project CARE meetings and to do certain activities with us. And to this day, these individuals have stuck with us, and yet they still are volunteering their time, which is, words can't describe how much I appreciate their employers letting them come to Project CARE and then do various activities all within the work week. It just speaks volumes about how much they care for the community. So within that, we wanted to make sure that before we promoted Project CARE, we actually had a working model to go off of. And the model we used was from the PARI model out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, I believe. And we just tailored it to our community, because every community is different. And with the good work of Adam and Susie leading the charge here, basically we came up with a model that is extremely successful. And I asked to be on the agenda, and thank you for letting us come here, simply because the successes aren't promoted. Everybody walks downtown and they see a lot of things that disturbs them. They see things that are negative. But I'm here to tell you that there are a lot of success stories coming out of this. The reason people don't hear about them or see them is because they're no longer downtown. And even within the law enforcement community, if we're dealing with people time in and time out, and then all of a sudden we don't see them for a period of time, we don't think, well, I can speak for myself, years ago, the first thing that did not come into my mind was they went to rehab, they got sober, they got a job, and they're doing well. I usually thought of some of the negative alternatives, which aren't very pleasant. But being exposed to these different organizations has seriously opened my eyes, number one, to the depths of addiction, but also to the success stories. So I asked Adam and Susie to come here and speak a little bit about Project CARE, their roles in it, what they find rewarding about it, some of the obstacles and barriers, because there still are some, and we have to overcome them. We're not out of the woods yet, and we want to go to the next level. And I figure after 18 months, we got what we need to do down pat, but to go to the next level, we wanted to promote our past successes, identify some barriers and obstacles, and then move forward. So with that being said, I would like to turn it over to Adam and Susie.
Thank you. So, Project CARE, Community Approach to Recovery Engagement. I'm going to try to keep this short because I think everybody's had enough at this point.
No, we're good. You're on the agenda.
What we want to do, what we set out to do, was reduce the impact that opiate use is having on the town of Brattleboro, our businesses, and the community. Reduce the amount of deaths that we're seeing from opiate use and other drugs, alcohol. And to connect people dealing with addiction to people and supports in the community, and basically to get people into treatment rather than the horrible situations that they're in. We partnered with, as the chief said, many organizations in town, everything from the hospital to BUHS to Habit Opco and the Retreat, Turning Point, Groundworks, and many others in different capacities. And we started doing a little bit of research. Like the chief said, we brought some representatives to the PERI conference. PERI stands for Police Assisted Addiction and Recovery Initiative. See if I can say that 5 times. But it's a national program in which this national organization provides support to communities like us that are trying to enable innovative programs to work on this crisis. We started training the officers, and again, it was a slow process. We trained them in this model and what we were looking for officers and supervisors, dispatchers, clerks to do to assist with this. Officers received Narcan for the first time, learned how to use it. We're actively using it regularly out on the road. And most importantly, we brought in people in recovery to the roll calls to talk to the officers so that they can kind of get an idea of where they're coming from, the people that we're dealing with and the people that this affects. We've started to present at the high school. We brought people in recovery, some people that are here today, Justin, Jed, that you're going to hear from a little bit later. We brought them to talk to the students to try to get to people and be proactive in a preventative approach. And the key piece is we want to improve access to treatment, because people that are in treatment are not people that are committing crimes. They're not people that are dying. They're not people that are knocking over Dick DeGray's flower pots, to be honest with you. We want to use the influence of the Brattleboro PD and the influence that we have as police officers, as police supervisors, on these different organizations to get people into treatment. We've met with representatives, and we have contacts from inpatient treatment centers, such as Serenity House and the Retreat. We have contacts through Habit Abco and the Suboxone Clinic here in town. So when officers are trying to get somebody into treatment, we have direct resources rather than talking to people in different roles at these different places. One important piece we received a generous $2,000 grant from the United Way in July of 2018. At first, we weren't exactly sure how we were going to make that work, how we were going to spend that money, but we quickly realized that through Turning Point, and especially with the advent of the recovery coach program in the ER, we have many more people that want to get into treatment, that want to get that access, and don't have the way to get there. So this money has gone to volunteers, people again like Justin, Ella, Vanessa, Sarah, people in recovery themselves that have spent their own time transporting these people to treatment facilities using that money that we were given from the United Way just for gas cards just to get them there in their own vehicles. We've done community outreach because we figured, yes, we can respond to overdoses, and we are going to respond to overdoses and follow up within 24 to 48 hours of everybody that overdoses with someone from Groundworks, the police department, and Turning Point. But what we figured was, why are we waiting for people to overdose? We're going out in the community, we're getting the people from Turning Point, from Groundworks that interact with these people regularly and talking to them, trying to find out what makes them tick, what can we do just to put the seed in their head to get into treatment. And with some people, it's as simple as, hey, give us a call when you're ready to talk. And in some cases, we've walked people right over to Turning Point and basically shipped them up to Valley Vista or Serenity House, Habit Abco, whatever it may be. I've advertised to Turning Point that the police department is available in town. If someone's at the hospital and one of the recovery coaches, meets with someone who has overdosed or otherwise needs help and support, and wants to go to the Retreat, wants to go to Habit Abco, we've offered to provide those rides in town. That costs us nothing. So we're trying to be proactive and a little innovative in our approach and try to do things differently than the way we've been doing them. We've done more and more of this. We've had 20 plus people that have actually completed intake forms. We're kind of in the process of working on that and working out the kinks. But the idea is that all of the people that we identify as at risk in town, and there's many of them that we look at that are at risk to die, that are at risk just in general for their health and behavior and whatnot. And we're getting to those people, we're being proactive, we're having them sign waivers. Hey, can we talk about you? Can we discuss you? We've just started talking in a subgroup with the people from Turning Point, HCRS, and Groundworks about what can we do with this person? What can we do with this person? And these challenges that are in front of us. And I do want to say, one piece I want to point out is that we are not going to stop enforcing. I hear often when I talk about this in town from the business owners, from the people downtown that are frustrated with the way things have gone, as I think has been discussed plenty here today. We're not going to stop. As a matter of fact, we've increased enforcement, I think, as people have seen over the course of this last summer We're working with the federal government. We're working with the Drug Task Force. We're sending officers to the areas we know are subject to overdoses, are subject to high crime, are subject to that type of activity. And we're developing all kinds of new mapping software to get us to that point quicker and more efficiently. The barriers. I was asked to talk a little bit about the barriers that are in place, and just simply transportation. We've found that through talking to these treatment providers, the treatment is available. The treatment centers all have availability, and if they don't, we can get the availability. We have the contacts there to get people in quickly. What we don't have is rides to get them there. People are maxed out. Our volunteers are maxed out. They're using their own vehicles that are breaking down, just trying to get these people to treatment, and we're kind of piecing together everything with the resources we have. But it's a barrier. People need to get to these programs. Volunteers that we've utilized have done so with almost no compensation. They're doing it out of their own free time. Our concern is that the people that are doing this are not going to be able to continue this. It's hard to say, hey, Justin, I need you here at 12 o'clock today. I mean, he's got other family obligations, work obligations he's got to tend to. That's been a barrier. And finally, housing. Everybody talks about housing, but the biggest housing barrier I've seen, not so much the lack of housing in the area, it's the lack of recovery housing for the people when they get out. We're sending people up to treatment programs, they're coming back, and they're just getting back into the same scene and activity. So we certainly need more options in that respect. Going forward, I really want to work with Chad and the COSU group, the research group in town, about talking more with the people in the community and what their challenges are, because those are the people that know. I can sit here and spout all kinds of stuff all day, but it's the people that are out there involved in it and are engaged in it that are going to help. And we're working on generating updated data as to what's working, what's not working, what we're doing, what we're not doing at this point, what we need to increase, and that type of thing. But there've been, what I can tell you is Susie's going to elaborate, and I'm going to shut up. But to me, success. When we say success in this initiative, there's two pieces to it. One, the partnerships in this have been amazing, and I've heard that across the board from everybody involved. I didn't even know what the heck Turning Point was, to be honest with you, before I started this. I'm going to be completely honest. I thought it was just a place where you went to meetings, AA meetings or something. I don't think I'd even walked inside Turning Point. I had a minimal relationship with Groundworks. I talked to the people there occasionally. Habit Obco, the Retreat Hub, we didn't have any contacts there. So that has increased tenfold with this, and that can only make things better, that those relationships have strengthened. And two, there are people, when I go to Turning Point now, I see people sitting on the couch there every day, or people coming and going that we were dealing with repeatedly. I could name 3 or 4 people right now. I won't, but I could, that I wish were here today. They just weren't available. They're attending trainings to better themselves and become recovery coaches. But I'm seeing people that we have, you talk about what are we doing to make this better? And just as the chief said, you're not seeing these people because they're hanging out in Turning Point strumming their guitar. They're attending recovery coach trainings. You're not seeing them in the community. These are people that highly impacted our work in the community, that we were receiving 4 or 5 calls a day on, arresting continuously, involved with the judicial system, that are no longer in that situation. And some of them would surprise you, frankly. So again, I will shut up and let Susie talk about some of the successes.
Thanks,
that we've
Adam.
had.
Thank you, Adam. Very good. Well, Adam's given you just a wonderful snapshot of what we do, so thanks for having us here tonight. I'll tell you about Turning Point's role in this, which is the role of people with lived experience in both addiction and recovery. What we do more than anything at the center is we meet people where they are, which means we don't try to suggest anything or impose any modality of recovery for them. We simply meet people where they are, human to human, give them the message of hope, because when they meet people who have achieved recovery, they know it's possible. And so we just meet people, and so we've taken it out of the building with Project Care, and we go out and do the outreach. And a lot of it is relationship building, because a lot of what happens in early recovery is you're building a new community of support. And so but we go out in the community, and it's kind of just glad handing for a while. You just get to know people's names, you get to know how they're doing, and if they're content kind of where they're at and what they're doing, we can make sure they're safe. We can make sure they have Narcan. We can make sure they know about safe needle use and where the resources are in town. Sometimes they've kind of ruled themselves out of services because they think, well, I don't have any insurance, so, I mean, even if I wanted to do something, I couldn't. And so we have people who are skilled at connecting people with resources and can explain that we can help you get access to Medicaid or whatever. We can help you with those things. So if you're interested in seeking supports, we can help you do that. And so what our peers find when they go out there sometimes too is because these people, in addition to the addictions they're struggling with, and it's all routinely coupled with homelessness and joblessness, and a lot of complicating factors. Oh shoot, I lost my thought, but it'll come back. That we find that we go out and people are reluctant to open up because they have trauma, and they've been told to go away so many times, and they've let people down, or so they believe. They've let themselves down. And so they're reluctant to take a chance. And so sometimes you might go out 6 or 8 or 10 times, and after a certain point, they realize, hey, this person is remembering my name. They're asking about that thing we talked about last week. They're treating me with dignity and compassion. This person really cares. And then they start the conversation about, well, okay, suppose I actually was interested, then what would that look like? And so we just don't worry about a timeline when we're going out. We make the human connections, and we meet people where they are, and then over time we see things happen. And then along the way we see people who do come to the center. Sometimes they come and they say, well, okay, I want to talk about taking this action, and then we can help them get to treatment. Sometimes they want a safe place to be for a while. And sometimes they do struggle with relapse and with kind of coming and going. And that's okay, because again, what we see over time is that the relapses are fewer and there's more time in between, because they're starting to get a little traction in making some changes in their life. So and that's a lot of what we do. And then also because we've got a new coaching program at the emergency department at BMH. And just today we had an instance where Adam emailed a group of us and said, okay, there's this person that we've all been working with who says they might be ready to do something. So what can we do to kind of make that happen? And so in that case, it was a matter of, if we can get that person to the emergency department, there are coaches there on duty who can then just take over and help with the treatment part. So there are a lot of programs going on right now that are overlapping and intersecting quite a bit, that are giving us a lot of opportunity to meet people, and through our partnerships be able to hand off or work with groundworks and work with the police to figure some of these things out. A big part of the service Turning Point's been providing, especially at the start, were the rides to treatment. We'd have people come in who, sometimes they've just burned all their bridges, and they're like, I've made the calls, I have a bed, I have no way to get there, what do I do? And we have peers in recovery who will, drive somebody up to Valley Vista or Serenity House, and you spend a couple hours in a car with somebody, and there's a lot of really rich time to be able to talk about, I'm a person in recovery, and here's what that looked like for me. And when I was going through this, these were my challenges, and this is what helped me. Maybe that would help you too. And so we do a lot of that, and then following up with overdoses, because sometimes in the heat of the moment, people just aren't interested in even going to the emergency department in that moment. But in a day or two, they might be willing to talk. Or maybe their roommate or their family members. There might be something that we can offer them, because we define recovery as including family members, because we do. So that's just kind of a snapshot, and I can tell you there have been amazing success stories. One of the very first people we gave a ride to Valley Vista about 18 months ago, she went up, and about 10 days later we got a phone call. She said, okay, I'm ready to come home and I need a ride. So we went up and got her and brought her back. And just a few weeks ago she came to the center and said, I'm back in town and I'm doing pretty well. I've struggled a little bit, but I'm doing pretty well now. I want to volunteer, and at some point I want to be a volunteer for Project Care, because that's what helped me. And so we have those kinds of stories. And we do have people that used to be out doing other things who are at the center now. And there's a couple at Recovery Coach Academy all of this week, so that they can learn how to go out and help others the way that people help them. We have a couple of, Jed and Justin are here to say a few words about the outreach and the overdose follow-ups that they do.
Great.
So,
I'll let you guys duke out who goes first.
I don't see anybody running.
Really?
You're closer, Jed.
You're closer, Jed.
Okay. Exciting evening. So I sit, is it a board? Yeah, so I'm on the board. I'm also part of the outreach committee for Project Care, and I also do the overdose follow-up. So my name's Jed. I'm a person in recovery, heroin addiction for the years don't matter. But the key piece that I want to just briefly talk about is, doing this kind of work, because I work at HCRS full-time and amongst other things. It helps me reflect back on my time of active addiction and what it took for me to finally to have that turning point in my life. And very, very often I look back and I look at my progression of going into rehab, going into detox, on medication-assisted treatment. That period of time was 8 years, from when I first went in to a treatment facility to July 3rd, 2013, I think. And as I see all this coordination happening, as I see all this collaboration happening between the hospital, Groundworks, HCRS, the police department, Turning Point, the retreat, Habit Opco, it really makes me feel like those 8 years that I spent, that hell could have been shortened into probably about 3 years, I would imagine. So to me, we all have these versions of success, right? I think a lot of people in town, their version of success would be everybody find recovery tomorrow, a big happy town. To me, that's not how it's going to happen. To me, success is going out into the community for the overdose follow-ups and getting together with Carly from Groundworks, Adam or Josh from the police department, and knocking on somebody's door. And if I were in that position of having had just overdosed the day before and I saw an officer and two strange people at my doorstep, I would have been like, what the hell are you doing here? I'm not answering the door. But people do answer the door. And that brief time with that person talking about how they're doing, if they need anything, what kind of supports there are in our community is very valuable to me. And I know it's valuable to them. And unlike Justin, Ella, Vanessa, Sarah, and all the other people who do the outreach and actually get to see these people and follow up with them, I see them once. And that's I really wish I could see them more. So I see these little tiny successes, and during our outreach meeting last week, we talked about a few people, and if we weren't talking about those people in that room, nobody else would have been, and everybody would have been scratching their head on what to do. But just the fact that we can talk about what somebody's barrier to recovery is, and we can kind of play a role, each of us plays a role in that, that's success to me. So I don't think, in my opinion, we're not going to see success like everything's cleaned up and everybody's doing just fine right away. We're going to see these little pieces of success, and after a period of time we're going to look back and we're going to see how far we've come and how far certain people have come, and we're going to have more stories like the one Susie just mentioned, and I truly feel the community will be a better place, but we really do need certain supports to make that happen. To help these people get to a place and help them find their own turning point and essentially their own recovery. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. And, Justin, you guys drew straws over there. It's your turn.
Oh. Yeah, I thought I was talking to 4 people here and not on TV, so.
Oh,
hi. My name is Justin Johnston. I'm a person in long-term recovery from opiate addiction. I started off as a volunteer at the Turning Point, but I am an employee now and a recovery coach at the Bratt Memorial Hospital. Peer support is such an amazing thing. It brings this aspect of acceptance, validation, empathy, support that a lot of times we just don't feel anywhere else, and being a peer doesn't mean I'm more experienced or understand, because I don't have a doctorate or a master's or anything like that. Because of recovery, I'm close to an associate's degree though, so that's a good thing. But that understanding and that compassion and that connection is really it's like the path. It's that first step to the ultimate goal in building trust and building relationships and building community and being able to help folks open up and inspire them, and the hope that people see from talking with other people in recovery, knowing that people do get better. It's really inspiring. It's encouraging. I love Project Care, being a part of it. It's been a huge part of my own recovery, because I felt like being on the ground and working with folks, where it was reminding me every day, like, why I was sober, was really what I needed to do at that moment. And there's been a lot of success stories that, like everyone was saying, like, that's just not heard of, and that's because they're not downtown anymore, like everyone is saying. Adam mentioned someone strumming along on the guitar, and this is a person that during our Project Care outreach one time, we had the newspaper following us around and doing an article, and we spoke with this individual who, prior to this was, on the fence, kind of up and down, in and out. But after that recognition and that sense of worth and pride and joy from us speaking to him like a person, not like a number on a page, not like somebody who's not worth anything, that brought a lot of joy and happiness and this sense of fulfillment in himself that is just amazing. I loved seeing it, and since then, this person has been sober the whole time, has their own apartment, a full-time job. I am a product of peer support, It wasn't particularly Project Care at the time, but it was peer support, and that's what matters. And without that one-on-one connection from a person in recovery that I needed at that time, I might not be here today, you know. I think it's just really a beautiful thing, and I've really noticed a lot of. In the beginning, we did have some barriers with the trust. That was the biggest thing with the trust. People were literally running from us the first time we went out, like no joke, running away. Now people come up. I mean, I swear people are like, you know, they're chasing us down just to talk and hang out and have coffee with the police officers. Because there's a difference hearing from somebody that's, you know, kind of on a level playing ground, that has that empathy of understanding where that person is at the time, saying, Officer Petlock, John Flynn, you know, Fitzgerald, is like everybody, they're not out to get you. They want to help. That has broken barriers, and the barriers that are broken doing this peer support is amazing, you know, because if I'm out there always thinking that someone's out to get me, I'll tell you what, I'm never going to get clean that way, you know. So the barriers that we're breaking by doing this work are amazing, and the BPD has, I can't even count the amount of times they've helped transport people down to the retreat. You know, with all the work we're doing, and sometimes there's a lack of volunteers and availability because, you know, ultimately, you know, we have a lot of other things going on, so we might not have a person right then and there that can do it. BPD is there every single time. I had an individual who I took up to Serenity House. You know, it was a person in recovery, and he slipped. He had some clean time before that. He slipped, let his probation officer know, and was told, if you don't find a ride to treatment today, you're going back to jail. And when he reached out at the turning point, came into the turning point and reached out, didn't know what he was doing. He was at the point of wanting to go on run because of the lack of confidence of even being able to find a ride to treatment, even though he wanted treatment that bad. And then he remembered, hey, what about that Project Care thing? Can I get a ride like that? Yeah, call the police department. We'll set it up right now. Let's do this, you know. And that was all it took. And hey, and he's still home. He's still out here right now, and he's not on run. He's not committing crimes, and he's doing, I won't say perfect, but he's doing good and a lot better. And that's all that matters, is meeting them where they're at and accepting it and supporting them the best ways we can. So I love doing this, and I'm grateful for the teamwork between everybody and the relationship building among organizations. So thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Do we have some further speakers that are coming to speak on your behalf?
I'd like to end on a selfless plug.
Yeah, do it.
Shameless self-promotion.
29 August at 7 p.m. at the Brooks Memorial Library. We're going to show a short film called Faces of Recovery.
Nice.
And individuals that are starring in the film will also be there. And then afterwards, it'll be open to questions and answers and just basic information on how their success in recovery and accountability and things of that nature have brought them along. I think that's very informative for the public, and I hope everyone attends because there's going to be a lot of knowledge there, a lot of myths will be dispelled, a lot of truths will be told, cold hard truths that sometimes are ugly, and but they need to be understood. So that's 29 August at 7 p.m. at Brooks Memorial Library.
That's excellent. Thank you for that information. Are there members of the board that would like to ask any questions, make a comment for the Project Care panel and people who are here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Okay.
I had to figure out. Oh, go ahead.
No. Go right. You go right.
No, I'm going to toss it back to you. I'm just going to say
fine.
I've got a lot of notes.
Yeah.
I'm just going to try to control myself.
Right. Right.
I don't believe that.
Yeah. So thank you. I guess is like one thing I want to say, and to all the folks that are involved in this, because I know it's not just you all sitting here. when I was reading this weekend in preparation, it kind of it reminded me. I'm a person in recovery, and it reminded me of the vulnerability of like those early hours where somebody's made some kind of decision or some pretty terrible thing has happened that's maybe forcing them to feel like they have to make a decision. And so you kind of talked here about this overdose follow-up where you said the act of care and concern when people are so vulnerable sometimes leads the person to seek additional supports. And I know from my own lived experience and from my peers that it takes a long time for people to get in a place where they can seek supports. So I kind of wondered if you could speak to how in those vulnerable moments you do communicate to people that they're loved and that their community cares about them.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Turning Point could speak to that better than I, but what I can say is that sometimes it means something as simple as, hey, we're here and available. And sometimes it means a lengthy conversation with a Justin or a Jed. And I kind of consider them almost like caseworkers. We have a social worker at the PD. These are our substance abuse social workers, basically. Like, I want you to solve, we're police officers, we solve problems. Justin is my problem solver. I put him in front and say, what does this person need? Maybe they need inpatient treatment, maybe they need outpatient treatment, maybe they just need to shake your hand and know that you're available. And what I can say is it's clearly had an impact, because I can think of one girl in particular that, and what do they say? We as police officers deal with 10% of the public 90% of the time. So when I have a girl that, I have this overdose list that we compile throughout 2018, 2019. And out of these hundreds of entries, I have the same girl that's on here 4 times overdosing. That's a significant impact if you can get to that person. Excuse me. And when I have her reach out to me and call me and say, hey, I need some help, like reaching out to the police, asking for help, and then I can connect her to Justin and other supports, that says something about the trust that these outreach and these overdose follow-ups gain with people.
It's a lot of listening. We see that in Project CARE. We also see it at the emergency department with the coaches, is that somebody's there in crisis and they haven't been heard for so long that they have a need to be listened to. And so there's a lot of listening that goes on, just somebody to be there and care and listen. And then as, along the way, you start getting into more specifics about, you get a sense of what they're ready for, and you can start sharing your own experience or the resources you can suggest. So we really let the person lead the way about what they're ready for.
Can I ask a follow-up?
I think I caught you.
Is there a mechanism for people that you've done outreach to provide feedback on how that outreach was done?
That's one of the things we're constantly working on and evolving with. But yeah, that's something we want to get more into. Certainly more research. We have this, side group that we've compiled that we're talking bi-weekly about outreach and overdose follow-up and what we can do better.
And does that involve people who have had outreach to them?
It's going to, because part of the idea is again, this has been a slow-moving evolution because we wanted to do it right. Sure. And part of that is, the idea is, once we've compiled this list of people and intake forms, I want to have the recovery coaches reach out to them and ask them how they're doing and where we're at. But yeah, that's one of the things we can get better at, and we're trying to get better at, because I really think that's huge in this. Because again, no one's going to know more about this process than the people that are involved in it themselves.
Thanks.
Do you want to?
Yeah, well, I got something to say.
Good. I'll go. So many things went through my mind listening to you, and you guys. Thanks so much for coming. A couple of them are it strikes me that this work is so case by case dependent. So you have to really sculpt it to the person who needs the help, right? And that feels to me like an incredibly time-consuming act, right? So sometimes, you know, that time is really where money is needed, maybe, in that case, you know. There's, I mean, you described that transportation can be an issue, and certainly, I personally want to learn more about the recovery center issue and how, you know, a tiny municipal government can have that impact to attract more, or talk about placement and zoning and things like that. But it's that time and investment that really strikes me as really can weigh you down and limit the number of cases that this program can do, even if it were to be expanded. Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah.
And that's more of a comment, obviously, but the other thing that's going through my mind is that, you know, out in the public, I see a lot of comments about Narcan and Narcan, whatever the other name for the drug is, but everybody knows it by Narcan. And it's this wonderful thing that seems to have enabled recovery to be possible in a lot of ways. But a lot of people do approach it as some sort of scaffolding that just enables the substance misuse to just continue. And the more I learn about it, the more I learn that no, it's just a tool in the toolbox, and it's really important tool to have. And it looks like to me, you can comment on this, that the science really says that it's not prolonging an addiction behavior or an addiction pattern, but what it is doing is, you talk about success. You know, success could be one time being saved from an overdose, and 2 times, and a dozen times. But if on that 13th time, that person finally has had enough or gets enough peer support to get into a program, that's a level of success that's off the charts for me.
Yeah.
So I just want to make that comment, because the Narcan sort of thing is out there as sort of this meme, as we say, that it's not a healthy thing to utilize, and I just want to voice that opinion and say that I think it's wrong, and that it's doing wonderful things right here in our community. I don't know if you want to comment on that.
It's stopping people dying.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's always good.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying. Is
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying.
some people really think stopping people from dying is if they're gonna die anyway. I mean, it's a horrible thing to say, but I hear it, so I'm throwing it out there because I know you've heard it. But I think we need to concentrate on that end product being something that will save lives, because recovery is possible.
We talk about that a lot. If we can just keep people alive long enough, then they can find recovery, is our hope.
Yeah.
And yeah, that might take 8 or 10 or 12 interactions on the street, and then a few interactions at the center. I mean, it might take some time. So some of the time you talked about is over months, maybe, or weeks.
Right.
And some of it is just when someone's ready to just have that intimate investment of time with a group of people that are willing to care and be present with you.
Yeah, and it gets back to that sort of scalable,
Yeah.
being there and meeting them where they're at, right?
Yeah.
And my last comment, I'll shut up, my last comment is, this feels a little bit like an ask, maybe, or the approach to an ask. Because what can we do? I think it's not a thing to discuss at this moment, but it is something that I want to throw out to the community. Like, what should we be doing? And what is our role? Because in something like this, and certainly into something like the climate change people who were here earlier, these are all things that we don't traditionally think of as a role of municipal government. But if we have a failure on national and worldwide levels, and we have people who need help coming into our town, how can we help them? So it's kind of the same conversation in a way. So I'd like to just invite all of us to think about a future conversation about how we can do that, and hopefully we can harness other sources of funding at the same time with such a great model that you guys have set up. But it's appropriate, I think, to ask the taxpayers to help their neighbors. So that's all I was.
David?
Yeah, I just had some observations on the meeting so far. I think we've seen a pretty good evidence of the expansion of our understanding of what municipal responsibilities are. And I think that's pretty clear. We bought a pump and we bought some stone, and we're going to make some more parking spots and make the hockey rink more efficient and put $50,000 toward housing. But getting information like this, about this program, out to the public, I think is probably going to be the most important thing we do tonight. And it's our best contribution to the community. This is, people come in and they want problems fixed. This is what it takes to fix these problems. You're not going to rest your way out of it. We're not going to move people on. It takes this kind of really, really hard work and this kind of slow investment and a real change in what police do, a real expansion of it. And I'm hoping that you'll come again, and maybe even on a quarterly basis, and provide updates and provide more stories, because this is what has to happen. All of the things that we're faced with, the trouble we're having, the stress that is put on our staff and the whole community, and people's concerns and upset. This is what needs to be done. And the more clearly we can get that message out, and hopefully get some support from the media getting it out, but we can do it here too. And so I'm inviting you to come back and do it again. Bring more people. Tell us more stories.
I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Could I say one last quick thing? Of course. When we started on Project CARE, the very first time the chief ever came to the center, he came in his uniform and he came upstairs to my office and he said, "I think I scared everybody." And then over time, I said, "But I want you all to be here enough that people are just used to you as just another partner in our community, that you're somebody who's here to help." And so over time, I come downstairs sometimes and I hear laughter, and there's Adam over there by the pool table talking to Justin or Sarah or Ella or somebody, because they're getting ready to go do outreach. And so now it's just become this, that we're in this together, we're working together, and it's making a difference. So I just wanted to toot their horn a little, because they're wonderful.
One of my goals tonight was not to blur hats, but I don't want anybody to think that I'm not appreciative, and so I am going to at this moment blur a hat and say I very much appreciate you on a very, very deep level. The help that you discussed tonight, I've seen firsthand and I've used firsthand, and I am glad to have these kind of conversations in public, because I think it allows people who don't understand a window into a world that is easy to make flip comments about until you actually sit down and look at the human aspect of it, which is much more complex. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Excellent. All right. So at this time, we are going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. And so we will adjourn, we'll be back 5 minutes. It's a weird time on the clock, so let's just say 8:08. We will reconvene. Okay, thanks for entertaining that recess that some of us really, really needed. And we are back here in the meeting. We have finished up our report from Project CARE, and we are now moving on to new business. And our first item under new business is an entertainment license for Whetstone Station Restaurant and Brewery. Who's here to speak on that? Hi there. What's your name?
James Brannigan.
James Brannigan. Can I ask you to come up and sit at our table? Thank you so much. And when you come to the table, James, can you repeat your name for BCTV and also state your role in this project?
Yeah. My name is James Brannigan. I'm the brewery operations manager at Whetstone Station Brewery operations side of it.
Great.
We just opened up a new brewery on 39 Frost Street. And I'm going to take off my brewery hat for a second and say, as a citizen of Brattleboro, I'm very much pleased to witness all this tonight and the discussion and the debate and the support of the community from all sides. That's all I'm going to say.
That's awesome. Thank you for that.
Thank you. So I'm here in official business to defend our entertainment permit. We're applying for an extension of our entertainment license from the restaurant over to Frost Street. We'd like to hold 12 to 4 acoustic music outside on Frost Street on Sundays through the end of August. And we'd like to have the option of having amplified music inside up until 10 o'clock during tap room hours, very, very infrequently. We'd like to be a tap room like Hermit Thrush on High Street that sells beer to go and does tastings. It's not a bar, it's a place to get beer and to visit if you're a tourist, and then go on your merry way and do shopping in town. Occasionally we'll do collaboration beers with other breweries, and we may have, you know, parties to celebrate that. Party being people come, we have drinks, we have food, and we close down by 10. So
Makes sense.
that's all we're applying for, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Questions on the board first?
Well, just a couple observations. It's been a long time since the Prevention Coalition has come in and talked to us and sort of pulled the leash back a little bit. We've been approving a lot of permits for a lot of different kinds of activities. And
Yeah.
the last time somebody came that wanted to do something outdoors on a regular basis, I think it was what is now the, I can't remember the name, it's up on Putney Road, and we made them put a 6-foot high fence and block it all off. It was pretty extensive. And I just wanted to reinforce the message that this is, you know, a little bit out of the ordinary, and make sure your fences are really good.
Yes.
People are really paying attention.
In terms of alcohol use, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think the music's a problem. You'll hear about it, and
Right.
we'll hear about it, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah.
But the alcohol is
Absolutely. I'm in charge of pulling permits and making sure all the events are staffed properly and that we have all the proper fencing up.
Great.
So if you have any concerns or questions.
No, I don't expect it not to go well. I just wanted to, you know, we haven't, as I said, the Prevention Coalition, they used to come all the time and really kind of, you just approve. So, just want.
Well, I hear that. Thank you. And please contact me with any concerns if you have them.
I'll come by and check it out myself.
Good.
Especially if the food truck's there.
Yeah, yeah. Good times.
Food. Tim, anything you want to say? Going down the table here.
Not too much. I was lucky enough to be able to attend the little opening that you had the other day. For the food, of course, not for anything else. No, I'm lying. The beer is excellent. And I'm pretty pleased with the way you have everything set up. I mean, what you've done with the place is amazing and pretty neat. And you're going to be doing tours on Sunday. That's sort of the point of the 10 to 4, right?
Yeah, for the month of August, we're promoting what we're doing there and showing people around, answering questions.
Yeah, yeah. So I think people should understand that it allows you to expand the production of your very popular lines. So and I think did David say that, David Heiler was telling me that it kind of pushes you from nano brewery into a true microbrewery.
Yeah, it does. And it allows us to create more beer of our own that we can sell in addition to the beers that we bring in from Vermont and around the world on our taps. So
Great. And I think the other thing to understand is they wouldn't want to probably compete with their own business right by the river.
Right.
Does seem like a good idea not to do that.
We're not asking to be a bar separate from our place on the river. We're asking for the occasional permit to have music if we so choose, but to do so responsibly. But we don't want to take away from our business over there. This business on Frost Street is just to supplement our business on Bridge Street, to make sure that we have that product available.
I'll let you speak. I'll speak last. Seems appropriate.
Okay. I was curious about whether or not there had been any outreach conducted to adjacent neighbors, not only on Frost, but also behind on the Little Street, Church Place, and also Elliott Street. We're back onto it. Because I remember when Groundworks were trying to move to that site, there was a lot of contention. So I wonder.
I actually spoke with a couple residents who came to the event on Sunday, and I was happy to answer questions. I think I was able to clear up any confusion or doubts about what we're doing, the smells, noises, sounds. So we hope to remain open and communicative, and we want to respect the neighborhood that we're in. In terms of general hours, the most noise you're going to find is between working hours, Monday through Friday, usually between 8 o'clock until 4, and then we're usually shut down after that in terms of production. And if there's any music to be had, it's from a stereo system inside. But my email is james@whetstonestation.com. I'm more than happy to always address concerns if there's any issues.
Can I have a second question?
Yes, please.
I see here, some of the events you're thinking up to 100, and I was just thinking about parking, whether or not that would impact on street parking. I know that the transportation center is very conveniently located, but
Well, in terms of our event on Sunday, we had probably over 100 people there, but at no one time was there 100 people in the building. It was nicely spaced out. We do have parking in the front and the side lots in our facility, and in front of Mocha Joe's, there's new parking there on the street. Beyond that, I'm not sure where you would direct people to park, but we haven't had any issues thus far.
yeah, I just think about being a good neighbor. Like, when you are in an apartment that only has limited parking and some of that is on street, especially, during the winter time and whatnot, not overnight, of course. That becomes like something to fight about. And so decreasing the likelihood of fights.
Yeah, well, we're still in the fledgling stages here. I don't think we even have seen what capacity issues we're going to run into yet. Okay. We have parking to fill those needs, and we haven't had any snacks. But if there's any issues, I'd be more than happy to help address them.
Yeah, I was actually impressed how much parking they did manage to squeeze in. And then there's parking on the opposite side of the street there. Pretty familiar with, because I used to live 4 houses down. And then there's residential parking, which is pretty empty, especially on Sundays. So there are options. It doesn't seem too tough. There was one thing I was going to say, and I totally forgot what it was. Oh well.
I don't know you very well, so I can't necessarily speak to your abilities, but I have known David since I was 19 and known him in all hospitality capacities during that time. And I have faith that he'll be a good neighbor. I have faith that he probably was part of your hiring process and has entrusted you and was here tonight and left you here to be the one speaking. And so I don't really have a whole lot of concern that you're there to like death metal up the neighborhood. So that's great. Oh, that was it. That's the trigger that reminds you.
No, I was going to point out that because I lived right across from it and 4 doors down, as I said, from your current new location, the lumber mill, Massimo's, right across the street.
Yeah.
So honestly, they pretty much drown out everyone else's noise.
Amen.
They're good neighbors too with noise and responsive, but it's a pretty solid, constant sound.
Yeah.
It's nice white noise coming from them.
Yeah, and we make some noise, but we're within confined hours. So.
Are there members of the community who are here to speak on this topic tonight? Or even if you weren't here for that, are now inclined to speak on it? Okay.
May I add one quick thing for the record?
Sure.
So actually 2 quick things for the record. One is that staff has reviewed all the materials that were submitted that are required for this and found everything to be in order, so we recommend approval. The other thing is just a clarification. I wanted to make sure that it's understood, not so much for you here on the board, but maybe more for folks who are listening at home, that the new location already has a liquor license. So we've had some discussion about sort of that overlap and the uses and activities that are going to go on there, but the question before the board tonight is simply the entertainment license, the ability to have the music.
Right. Yes. Great. Good clarification. Thank you for that.
Sure. Great.
All right. I would entertain a motion about this entertainment license for Whetstone Station. And
I move that we approve an entertainment license for the Whetstone Station Restaurant and Brewery to host music events outside and inside at 39 Frost Street.
Great. David has made said motion about this entertainment license. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, James.
Good luck.
Okay, our next order of business under new business is the Red Clover Commons 2 project.
You still with us, Chris?
And Chris is still here, hanging up in the front row. If you come over to our table and introduce yourself for the viewing audience.
You forgot, I started out doing this. So I'm Chris Hart. I'm the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Housing Partnership, which is the Brattleboro Housing Authority. And we are here because of Patrick Moreland. We are going to develop the rest of the Melrose relocation project at Red Clover. We'll put up a 3-story, 18-unit building, and that will enable us to remove the last people that are at Melrose Terrace and dispose of that property to a better use. So I think Patrick wrote a memo about this.
Thank you, Chris. I can summarize quickly, given the hour, that our staff recommendation is that you approve this additional $50,000 for the project, in part because it's sort of in the theme of things that we've been talking about, actions we can take and have been taking and will continue to take to address needs for more vulnerable people in our community. But particularly on this one, beyond just the fact that it does provide needed housing, it provides for finishing up this process of relocating out of Melrose. And the town took a very strong position post Irene that we needed to get that housing relocated from there. We've been happy to be partners with the partnership on that project, but the heavy lifting has been done over a period of years by the team at Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, and we are excited to see the finish line with you.
So are we.
Yep, excellent. Are there questions or comments on this board about this item?
No. I remember we were promised a tour.
Right now.
When we talked about
Not tonight.
Get in the car.
Oh, I also haven't taken you
Just
up
a
on
reminder?
Yeah.
I'm happy to
So-
give you all a tour of
We could
Red
go
Clover
together,
Commons
Jen.
anytime.
Okay.
If you'd like.
Take this offline.
That'd be
It's a
nice.
beautiful
We
building.
won't have to warn it. There's just 2 of us.
All right. That sounds good. I definitely think this is wonderful, and I'll be excited to see this project come to completion, as I know you will be too.
Oh, yes. We think 2 years.
Excellent.
And we'll be moving everybody out.
Right on. Anything to add, David?
No, just
Okay.
if anybody wants to make a motion.
Well, I was going to see, since it's kind of a
Oh, good
public
idea.
thing, is there anybody here tonight who has come to speak on this item, or is now so inclined to speak after hearing?
Forever hold your peace.
Forever hold your peace. Kidding. Okay, I would entertain a motion for this supplemental town appropriation to Red Clover Commons.
I'll go ahead. So I move that we approve a grant in the amount of $50,000 from program income to Brattleboro Housing Partnerships in support of the Red Clover Commons 2 project.
Excellent. Daniel has made said motion for the Red Clover Commons 2 project. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. I realize now I forgot to say that last time. I never asked if anybody was opposed. Like a little practicing dictator here. Okay.
So thank you all very
Thank you
much.
so
I just
much,
wanna
Chris,
say
for
thank
all-
you. Patrick's been an enormous help, and getting the community development money is really important because it shows town support for the project. And as we go forward in fundraising, that's really important. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, and thanks, Patrick.
Yes.
Okay, our next item tonight is a semi-annual update to the board from the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, also known as the DBA. The DBA? All right, come to the fancy table, please, and introduce yourselves, move chairs around, and make yourselves comfortable as needed.
Yeah. Oh, here it comes. I thought we got some.
Thank you.
I think I might have someone coming to help me. From BCTV, maybe.
Oh, yeah?
Is somebody coming down to give us a hand?
Oh, the remote's on the windowsill there?
Okay.
Well,
Tim, do you feel
That looks like
qualified?
HDMI, right?
yeah, which is, this is an HDMI toggle, I thought. But it doesn't look like that friends.
If it's a HDMI, just plug it directly into.
I hope you're getting this live. I love technology stuff in the flesh going on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an Apple. I'm scared of apples.
Looks like they might need a, I don't know if it's FireWire to HDMI.
I hear running. I hear running. Nolan's here to save the day.
Is he watching you on TV?
Apple products, I tell you. Yeah, it's why I don't touch them. I'm not doing it.
Don't let Steve Jobs know. He'll be
Aw, I know. Smother me with his turtleneck or something.
This is mine that I got.
Thunderbolt.
Yeah,
Jokes? Anybody have any jokes? Fill the air.
My kid told me a joke, but I don't remember what it was. It probably wasn't good, let's be honest. They're in bed, so they won't hear me say that.
I actually could start with numbers.
Sure.
That's what I like.
And then go
Okay.
to program.
I'm down with that.
Okay. All right. So in front of you, I'm Stephanie Bonin. I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. And I have Lisa Ford with me, who was my partner in Short-Term Rental Summit. And then Annie Richards, who is on the DBA board, as well as the Promotions Committee.
Awesome. Thank you all for coming.
So you have in front of you our year-to-date numbers for our fiscal year that we just finished, as the same as yours. So July 2018 to June 2019. And the way my brain works is I always go to the end of the story first. So the end of the story is that I am really happy to report that we had our year-to-date expenses were a little over $134,000, and our year-to-date income was a little over $160,000. And so that leaves us in a position of a surplus of $26,000, which leaves us well positioned for the next year. And that $26,000 has been allocated already to work that we committed through grants for this fiscal year that we're now in, fiscal year 2020.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank
Ending
you.
in the black.
Very much.
So that's basically grant money that you haven't used up yet.
Haven't even started. It came in through our
Great.
last year's fiscal year, and it's work that we'll be doing in the upcoming fiscal year.
Awesome.
Can I answer any questions on numbers?
Yeah, well, a couple. I always look for things that are way out of whack, and the website calendar functionality and email management tool looks like they cost a lot more than
Yeah.
you anticipated.
Yeah.
Where are you, David? Oh, yeah, I'm with you now.
I'm sorry, in the middle of the,
Second page, email management
second
tool.
page expenditures, yeah.
So maybe similar to you all, sometimes I feel like I'm straddling 3 budgets.
Yeah.
And, okay, so I'm excited that this next budget that I'm now living in is more reflective of reality. So this budget that we're looking at feels like the last budget I inherited without being in this position. So $750 was not a realistic number.
Okay.
And what you
Yep,
see,
great.
1,140, is equal to the monthly payment I pay for our email management tool. Same thing with website and calendar functionality, with a slight difference in that we took on Planagogo, the community calendar, and that was with a fiscal sponsorship from Brattleboro Savings and Loan. And then after a year, they decided not to renew that. And so the Chamber and DBA are splitting the cost of continuing Planagogo.
Excellent. Okay.
So anyway, I saw those two, and then a little bit further down of underspending on content development. It seems like something that's really important, so I was just curious.
I know. It's often the things you overspend, you don't have a choice, and the things you underspend, you reluctantly have a choice. So I too think content development is incredibly important. But when an email management service equals this much a month,
Right.
It's like keeping the lights on. And so we did some content development in terms of photography for our rack cards that go in the Welcome Center. But I look forward to doing more.
I see that with my marketing hat on, that still we're not always seeing the full benefit of feeling like we want to invest our dollars in print and radio. And I was the same way when I did this work as well. So I see that that trend hasn't changed. And yeah, that makes sense to me. Always something to note for people who work in that field, of an opportunity to invite some innovation and in that.
Radio marketing feels so incredibly expensive. It feels like when you have a small budget like we do in that line item, is it worth putting a little plink in that?
Right.
But one of the great things with radio marketing is that we were given the Brattleboro Minute, which is a weekly spot that runs from Thursday to Saturday. And so I get to pull from Planagogo, curate it, and record it.
Great.
And that was sponsored by Brattleboro Savings and Loan for a year, and it's now being sponsored by River Valley Credit Union. So I gave up those radio dollars, but in kind, they're being given back to the community.
That's great. Yeah. This is really good. I like this, that what you've put forth very much. I'm excited that you feel like you're going to be working with something that seems, as you said, more realistic or more reflective of accurate numbers. But I have to say that this is my favorite thing that I've received from the DBA in terms of budget numbers since I've been on the board, for sure.
Right.
So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move forward without visuals, even though I'm a very visual person. So often when you're asked to look back over a year, it can be challenging, but also probably a great exercise. I summarized our successes into 4 bullet points. Creating community while having fun, successfully funding our budget, hosting the first statewide summit in downtown, and parking, which includes Bike Parklet, Parking Hero, new app, and credit cards. I think it'll be helpful to summarize, to go into depth into 2 basically parts of our program work. When one of our categories of work is promotions, and so in promotions we have our DBA events, which is Bratt Love Crawl, Brattleboo, Playdate. Keep going.
The decorate the car with lights thing.
Summer in the Streets, Elliott Street block parties. And then the other thing that falls under promotions is our long-term building to get more people to visit Brattleboro and either be return visitors or move here. And under that category is our work with the short-term rentals, and also the, I don't know why I'm blanking on all of these. The rack cards that go into the Welcome Center, and then we're going to move right into the 2 that we're going to go in depth on. So under promotions, Brattleboo I thought I would highlight, and the short-term rental summit I thought I would highlight. So Annie's going to talk a little bit about Brattleboo and how that came to fruition.
So Brattleboo, I realized Halloween feels like many, many moons ago, but last October we co-hosted an event downtown in partnership with the Brattleboro Recreation and Parks, Brattleboro Food Co-op, Brooks Memorial Library, Kids Place, missing anybody? We also had volunteers from NECA and Leo Sports, and basically over the course of the night, the entire downtown stayed open a little bit longer and had a big Halloween event that was basically a giant parade where families and kids could dress up and march down the street in conjunction with the costume contest that the Brattleboro Parks and Rec sponsors, and the food co-op and the Brooks Memorial Library sort of piggyback on either end to have some community activities before and after the Halloween event to encourage, family-friendly activities and also get some healthy snacks into the kids before they loaded up on candy. But we had about 600 people downtown over the course of that night. Most of the merchants volunteered their time to stay open past their normal hours to hand out candy and be part of the event. And another feature that I think a lot of people appreciated was that we also had a component for those with food allergies. So we sort of took part in the Teal Pumpkin Project, where all of the merchants who stayed open and distributed candy also had bags of goodies that were nut-free for those with food allergies that they could take if they couldn't eat candy. And so basically it was just an event to really celebrate downtown Brattleboro and kind of bring back positivity and vibrancy to the community for a night. And I wanted to read some of the testimonials that we got after the event from some local parents and a couple of heads of downtown businesses. So one Dummerston mom said, "I felt completely delighted that this was my community. Congratulations on creating such a warm and happy event for so many. Go DBA." John Potter from Latches Art said, "Bravo and 1,000 kudos to all of you. I've heard tons of raves about it. It's the talk of the town." John Megas Russell from the Brattleboro Food Co-op said, "Congrats, thanks for the hard work, providing a safe, fun, and creative Halloween for kids. The memory will last a lifetime." And then a Brattleboro parent said, "This event was amazing. Start to finish, it was so well planned out. Safe, fun, friendly, and just the perfect way to do Halloween with kiddos. I'm so proud of our town."
I agree with all those comments. It's a pretty big deal event.
Yeah.
It really is.
It was a lot of fun to participate in, and I have to say, between the volunteer efforts of the downtown merchants and those, other entities that wanted to partner with us, and just the attitudes of the families that were part of it, it was really inspiring.
Great, thank you. So another program that we did for the first time this year was the short-term rental summit. And Lisa's going to talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, so first I just want to say a little bit about who I am. I'm a past DBA board member. I've lived here for 30 years in the outlying community, and I have a short-term rental in Guilford that I've been doing for 7 years. And I really appreciated the opportunity to be able to work with DBA on having the first not only statewide summit for short-term rentals hosts, but really it's not only the first one in Vermont, it's the first one in America. There has never really been a statewide summit happening. And so we were recognized by legislators, by both the biggest web masters in short-term rentals, which are Airbnb and Vrbo. So I just wanted to put that out there. And really what I wanted to do also is tell you our mission and what our goal was when we put together this summit. So I think that would give you an idea of what we wanted to kind of achieve. The Short-Term Rental Summit is for Vermont short-term rental hosts and vacation property owners, designed to celebrate and acknowledge their phenomenal success in our state, to build sustainable business skills, and open up a conversation around state policies and local regulations. So I want to also emphasize this was not an Airbnb summit. This was a short-term rental summit to bring together people in Vermont who run short-term rentals, as well as inn owners. I think what we did, we took this magic formula, and we were able to have both innkeepers and short-term rental hosts and legislators who were all having conversations and viewpoints and opinions about short-term rentals and the impact on Vermont, and bring them together into one place. And so we did that successfully. That's how we had lots of conversations. We had over 300 people from all over the state of Vermont. And then honestly, we're looking to do this again in May. We're meeting with the Senator, with Senator Becca Balint, who wants to follow up with us, because this also kick-started some conversations legislatively, the governor has asked for there to be a review of housing stock so that there could be accurate data on what the actual impact is of short-term rentals in the whole state. Wilmington and Dover, for instance, as a community, received a grant to do a study on what the impact of on all their housing stock, really, so that when they talk about housing stock in general, long-term housing, short-term rentals, affordable housing, they can talk about it accurately. You know, there's I know that there is a theory that short-term rentals take housing stock away from people who need long-term housing, and you know, that was discussed at some points throughout our conference. Mostly on the local level, we had a community case studies panel made up of local zoning people and planning and town planners. And some of those communities had those discussions, but again, no accurate data. I personally talked to the economist for the state of Vermont, as well as VHFA, the director, and all they do is collect housing data. And the response I received from them was that there is no accurate data to determine what the real economic impact of short-term rentals are. So the goal of this conference was to really bring short-term rental owners a lot of them are Vermonters who are gaining some income and honestly raising a lot of taxes for the state of Vermont. And so it was an opportunity for them to come together and learn sustainable skills and learn about insurance and safety and policies that are being put into place. And that's what it did.
And in summary, going back to the numbers, the expenses for the short-term rental summit was $16,581.87, and the income that it brought in was close to $26,000. So that ended up being an income generator of a little over $9,000 for DBA.
Yeah, and so I just want to say too that we already have some sponsors saying that they would do it again with us, and I also just really hope that the select board can look at this as a welcoming opportunity for people from other parts of our state to come here, and that it would be my wish that select board members may even participate and greet people when they come here, because they're coming from Burke and Killington and Rutland. And I mean, to have someone from the Northeast Kingdom come down to Brattleboro, Vermont, I think is a success in itself. So it would mean a lot to me as a person who's lived here for a long time and who's put on a conference like this, to have our representatives, our elected officials at the door greeting people from all over the state. That's it.
Can I just say
please.
something? I really I think I spoke to maybe both of you actually at some point, but I wanted to be at especially that local discussion, but I had to work, it turns out, because housing is something that we're very top of mind for all five of us, I think, and Peter too, and you guys. But we certainly have concerns, and we'd love to sort of keep our eye on things. It doesn't mean that I'm necessarily, down on short-term rentals, but I do share that concern of housing stock for current residents, and how if some of that's being converted, then we're technically losing it to short-term rentals. But on the flip side of that is that some people are using that income to be able to stay in homes that they aren't able to afford. So,
it does bring in more taxes, but yes, and Wilmington, it's so interesting what Wilmington and Dover are doing, because they received a grant to do a study to actually have clear data so that like a select board like yourselves can make accurate decisions on what the housing stock is. And you can say, oh, this is how many second homeowners we have, this is how many short-term rentals we have, this is how many people would be renting their homes out long-term if they, it's just that you don't have the numbers, and so it's hard to make any decisions without the data.
Yeah, so I always appreciate that.
Yeah.
Me too.
So to move back into our overall results of the year, I was reminded this morning as we hold our coffee and conversations meeting once a month with the downtown merchants, and that fell on this morning. And I was reminded the power of, and we talked a lot about this in the beginning with all your different agenda items, it was a common thread of the power of community. And so I was reminded this morning that that's a real asset that we bring, is the ability to bring people that are doing like things, and in this case merchants, together talking about stuff. We had 15 merchants today show up, and it's always a good sign when they ended up all wanting to stay over the time, and we met about 45 minutes afterwards in a small subgroup. So that continues to happen once a month. We had over 40 volunteers over the course of the year, and that's my rough estimation, so I would say that's the highest since I've been involved with DBA. And then our social media continues to grow. So national average for nonprofit growth in terms of followers is 13% each year, and the last year we grew by 21%. Great. And then hard to capitalize, but the relationships that are formed. So whether it's sitting at a coalition table together, whether it is reaching out to people like Vermont Smoke and Cure and asking for donations, it's countless relationships that have been formed over the year. Moving on to the next and the last committee that I'll report on, the design committee. The flowers are a huge part, and that's a big part of our budget. We are appreciative that Dick shepherds that, and that I actually kind of think of it as love when he says my flowers, because I know how that feels when something becomes yours. But it is a big part of the DBA budget. And so flowers, spring, summer, and fall. Holiday lights this year were powered by the sun, which I was particularly enamored by and excited by, in the community tree lit. And then another thing that Dick does that often goes unnoticed is a lot of the maintenance. So painting the boxes that are next to the crosswalk signals, parking meter posts and bike parking. And also Dick and I, he did most of the heavy lifting of finding a contractor, and the town. We all came together to clear the overgrowth on the Whetstone Parkway, but that was part of the DBA budget as well. So what is next? I was happy when I looked at the slide from last year that I did. We ticked off a lot of what I said what is next last year, including Colorado Mail Open Studio, the free bus shuttle, the short-term rental summit, the working on the parking garage. So in terms of this year, what's next is Brattleboro Community Marketing Initiative, which the Chamber and DBA will be coming back to you in a month to talk about. The continued work on Transportation Center, our installation and placemaking work, as well as holiday promotions, and then lots of community conversations, whether they are about housing or whether they are about the opioid crisis. I see that as a big part of DBA's role.
Great. This is good. I really did like this, and good job with the social media growth. Clearly, I don't know if you're doing the campaigns yourself, but clearly you're doing a good job with the details on that. So
it is me and another board member.
Nice. Well done.
Behind the curtains.
Really well done. It's a small market really that you're targeting, and so that's great growth. Any comments, questions further on the board?
Oh, I have a few questions. So one of the things that I try and do as my duty in this job is do my research before I come to the meeting. And when I flipped to item C, I noticed it was empty. And I was just wondering why that was. And I say this with love because I am a person that when I've had a deadline, I've got it in the minute before the deadline. But I guess this isn't like a unusual update, right? It's a semi-annual update. So it would have been good to have, I guess, the material that's on the computer and this material in advance, so I could have taken a look at it, you know, rather than like live in the moment.
Thank you. I need to schedule even later next year because of this is hot off the press final meeting with my bookkeeper today. Bank statements, it's now August 6th, so end of July, and however way you cut it. I would rather not wait that long, and so I think that's why I schedule it, because to me, June 30th or 31st, seems like forever ago already. But I appreciate that you do your homework, and I appreciate that the budget should have been in your notebook.
Thanks. And then I have some questions about the short-term rental summit. So I was there welcoming people as part of the protest that was outside the rental summit, and I don't say that to be like, I don't know, adversarial. Like, it's a complicated issue whether or not short-term rentals, primarily Airbnb, are a net good or not to our community. And I was curious, you know, from speaking with some of the folks that did come along, you know, I noticed that they were from all parts of the state, as you mentioned. And so I was curious, like, how many of those folks that came own or host a short-term rental?
Versus.
Well, I guess some people might come because they're curious about it, but some people might come
I would say
because, like,
90%, yeah. Almost all of them.
okay,
yeah.
and like, do you have a raw number on that? Like,
No, but I
have
can
to- yeah,
get it to you.
I
We,
sent them.
Okay.
in signups, we asked them their
I figured you would.
interest.
So we do
Right.
have that.
There was very few, I'm
and
interested.
then of that number, how many of those have a short-term rental in Brattleboro and downtown Brattleboro specifically?
Yeah, that was quite a small number, honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I thought anecdotally from the conversations I
Yeah.
had that day. It'd be good to see that number. And then thinking about the expenditure of $16,581.87 on that event, that, you know, I mean, I see that you made more money than that, but could the DBA have used a similar sum of money to investigate our affordable housing situation in downtown Brattleboro? And is that something that you'd be willing to take a look at over the next
Well,
year?
it could, yes, and that would have been out of the DBA budget. So the summit brought in
I see.
26,000, and
Yeah.
we spent 16,500.
Yeah.
The role was not simply to, there were lots of kind of three-prong role. One was to establish that Brattleboro could be a host for a statewide summit. And hopefully other people will see that we accomplished that and did that, and that will attract other people. Because to bring in conferences of that size means to bring in a lot of visitors to our town that are spending money and also potentially moving here. Hits all those. The second is that when we're talking about short-term rentals, we're talking about the whole industry of inns, all of these places that are for visitors, and that's part of our mission. Our mission is residents and also visitors, and so we are looking at how do we get more visitors, because it's all a balance. It's all a mix, and part of the mix of what makes our town tick is visitors.
Great. And I guess my final question is about the mix. So there's this merchants group that meets for coffee and conversation, and also the DBA is more than just merchants. Is there another group, perhaps, of like non-profit staff and directors and members that also meets at another time and discusses how being downtown is part of their life?
So we have a lot of we have some nonprofits and some property owners that come to the meetings depending on what the agenda is, and so they'll look at what the agenda is and then decide if they want to come or not. I would love to be invited to a nonprofit mixer group, networking group. So maybe we should. I feel like one of the things that could have been on my list for next year is tapping into the residents of downtown. And they're the hardest group to tap into. So yes, nonprofits and organizations, I feel like we have that in our database, but how do I figure out how to get all of the numbers and emails of residents to be able to organize them? That should be my next challenge.
I'd love to talk with you about it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, just talking about mixes of people, we started about 3 or 4 years ago. We tried to just have a meet up with short-term rental hosts in Brattleboro, just in Brattleboro, and that we found that extremely difficult to
tap into.
Yeah, to tap into.
find.
There were about 16 people who showed up, but that kind of gave us the impetus to do this because it was so difficult for us to get them all together. It's a great idea.
it was pointed out to me the other day in a way that I think was kind of surprising for me at least. And I shouldn't be surprised because I am one of those people, but like one of the ways that downtown is a vital place is that the people that work in non-profits downtown and the people that live downtown also eat and shop downtown as well. You know, I do that every single day if I'm in town. And those voices, I mean, some people are organizing those voices through other avenues, right, around certain issues. But I think that when we think of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, you know, because it isn't just a business thing, right? It's a Downtown Brattleboro thing, and Downtown Brattleboro is many things.
Right, so a lot of our events hit on residents, but if we wanted to say, okay, residents, would you like to have benches on Main Street? We don't have that at our fingertips to be able to instantly have that conversation, and so I think that'd be that is a tool that we need to figure out how to have.
So we should talk.
Yeah.
Great. Further commentary?
I just have one, and you can choose to either sort of lightly address it or just, I don't know, whatever, or just ignore it if you'd like. It strikes me this is the first time we've seen you since town meeting, and town meeting was, I guess for a lot of merchants, had some good news and had some bad news. We all have gotten a lot of pushback on the final vote for the 1% local option tax. And I've also gotten some great feedback on the good news part, at least from some merchants' perspective, on the promotional money that is coming from the town, arguably from the merchants back to the merchant, you know, to the town, back to the merchants. I just wanted to voice that and give you a chance to let us know how that's going, if you've heard any terrible stories, or are the crowds coming to terms with the 1% added penny that very much greatly helps our town, and vice versa. Any good feedback or bad feedback about the money you are receiving?
The sales tax, I have not heard, but that doesn't surprise me. It's August 8th, and it just went into effect July 1st, correct? July 1st. But I will let you know if I hear anything. But I think with most, you know, retail, you're looking at numbers year to date. You're looking at numbers, at least probably the bare minimum would be monthly compared to last year. But yes, I will let you know if I hear. In terms of the marketing initiative, because we have been gathering our project team together, which we have an 11-person project team, building the RFP, putting the RFP out, getting feedback on that RFP, and now we have now started to receive 3 proposals at this point. The deadline isn't until mid-August, and so we've been pretty. There hasn't been much to talk to the merchants, so I actually don't think, and maybe they're waiting with bated breath, but I feel like it's been too quiet for them. I haven't heard any antsiness. I'm antsy, but I haven't heard any antsiness.
Okay.
So.
And you're coming back to fill us in on the RFP results.
Next month, right?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Feeling good?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This was
Thank you very much.
Good update. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank Lisa for us. She had to run out. Okay, so no action is required on that item, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item, which is the ordinance amendment. First reading, and this affects parking meters on Grove Street. Peter?
Yep, and I'll go quickly, given the volume of business tonight and the hour on this, and the fact that you've seen this before. It was brought to you by the staff and the Traffic Safety Committee after receiving a suggestion that the meters that are partially up the hill, westernmost on Grove Street, should be changed to better fit the user's needs at that location. And we thought that that could be accomplished without harming the short-term high turnover spaces that are needed for the post office. So you've seen this before, you've embraced it, you've asked us to bring you the ordinance. Tonight is just the first reading that would, again, leave the 3 spaces, first 3 spaces going up the hill on Grove Street as 30-minute meters to serve primarily the post office. And then the 2 additional spaces a little further up the hill would become 2-hour spaces. Be good for you to ask whether or not anybody from the public has a comment on that.
I was going to ask if should I open a public hearing?
It's
here?
not a public hearing because it's the first reading, but you find out whether anybody has anything to say, and then you just agree to hold a second final hearing and public hearing on it, second reading and public hearing on August 20th.
Sounds great. So for anybody that needs clarification, I'll just repeat that there are parking meters on Grove Street that run between the post office and the back of the Stone Church, which has the AIDS Project and Sevka and maybe one other business in it. We're looking for a couple of those spaces to be 2-hour parking because people are in there for meetings and not just running in and out of the post office. Having clarified that, is there anybody here tonight that wants to make a comment on that? Okay. For the people watching, there were 2 non-town employees and present right now, and neither one of them wanted to make a comment on it. So we're going to bring it right back to this table and do nothing. We're going to say we're going to have a second reading, at which time there will be a public hearing, and we'll be looking at doing that at our August 20th meeting.
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you. Next item is reappointment of a town health officer, Assistant Fire Chief Howard.
He is coming to the end of his first 3-year term as the town's health officer. That process, as you recall, involves a recommendation from the select board and the actual appointment by the State Department of Health. Lenny's doing a great job in this position, and we recommend that the select board do in fact pass on a recommendation to the state for him to be reappointed for 3 more years.
Awesome. I could attest to that myself. Are there other comments or questions on the board?
Can I ask a question at this point?
What? No, I'm just kidding.
Simple question. All right. What training does Lenny get in this role? Does he have like deputies? Is there a succession plan? 3 questions.
So the succession plan is the easiest to answer among those questions. The assistant fire chief, and within our town organization, the assistant fire chief serves as the town's health officer. There's reasons for that we can take a deeper dive into another time if you'd like, or I can talk with you outside the meeting about that relate to the overlap between fire safety services and the health services. So they're not completely overlapping, but they're substantially overlapping, and so the tradition has been it's an economical way for us to provide the health officer services to the community. He, yes, has deputies up until last meeting. The deputies were the animal control officer and the zoning administrator, who have specific areas of responsibility under the health codes that they do that are part of the expertise that they have for those other primary positions that they hold with the town. But now with the new rental housing registration and inspection program, the team of firefighters that do fire safety inspections with Lenny and under Lenny's supervision have now also become deputy health officers, so that they are able to enforce the wider array of related ordinances.
Great, thanks.
So that's succession. Training, they all receive some training through programs that are offered by the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, as well as I believe the state of Vermont does some training, but I'm not as familiar with that. That's occasional. Definitely there's some sort of local flavor to how health officers do what they do in their own communities, and probably there's more of this that Lenny has picked up from being previously someone who assisted the health officer and now in his 3 years of doing the health officer job. But there is some training that is available and that they have taken advantage of. And what was the third question?
That's good. I think you got
it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Further questions or comments at this table?
No, just to say that Chief Howard does a great job.
Yep, Len's rocking it, and we appreciate that very much, because it's about to be an even bigger deal with the new rental unit inspection ordinance. Okay, I would entertain a motion on this item of town health officer.
I'll make a motion to recommend to the Vermont Department of Health the reappointment of Assistant Fire Chief Leonard Howard III as the town's health officer.
Excellent. Tim has made said motion regarding the reappointment of Town Health Officer, Assistant Fire Chief Leonard Howard III. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. You got the job, Lenny. Got the job. Okay. Our next item is Ice Rink Energy Efficiency Project, and this is a bid award item. Who wants to talk about this?
Thank you.
All right, Patrick.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
So staff is here this evening seeking authorization to have the town manager execute a change order in the amount of $87,937 to an existing contract with GPI Construction for energy saving measures at the Nelson Withington Skating Rink, and also to accept an incentive payment from Efficiency Vermont in the amount of $5,000 for that same investment. And I'll just give a little background as to how we found ourselves here this evening. As the board will recall, and I'm sure the public will recall, the town hired Margaret Dillon of Sustainable Energy Education and Demonstration Services, or SEEDS, back in 2016 to conduct energy audits of a variety of different town buildings. That included the municipal center, the library, the transportation center, the skating rink, and a variety of water facilities and public works facilities. And since that time, we've worked together to shepherd projects through the budgeting process and on to town meeting to secure funding for them, and we've begun the process of implementing those over the years. So last year in 2018, the town competitively sought construction management services to begin implementing these projects. And the outcome of that procurement was a contract for GPI Construction that focused on the energy saving measures at the library and at the Brattleboro Transportation Center. Separate and apart from that, the Rec and Parks Department similarly put the skating rink body of work out to bid and was disappointed in that nobody responded. We didn't receive any bid results. So while we had GPI under contract and we had Steve Horton assisting us with the formation of some of these projects, we took a look at the skating rink project, and what we found was what's becoming sort of commonplace in the implementation of some of these energy savings projects. That is that the energy savings measures themselves have been expertly analyzed, and the recommendations appeared to be spot on in terms of energy savings. However, the practical application of applying these energy savings measures to the buildings has been challenging at times. We found that to be true at the transportation center, where we had to have a bit of a change in scope, where window quilts were recommended in a situation where we hadn't fully recognized the style of window that was present. So we had to make some changes there, and we did. We were able to put together a great project and to keep that project on budget. At the library, as you'll recall, there was a whole set of air handling and heating and cooling HVAC recommendations. That project in the end cost almost double what it was initially planned for. But thankfully, due to the generosity of the library trustees, we were able to move forward with that project and successfully complete that project. It's saving money for sure. With the skating rink, I think what we have found is that, once again, the energy savings recommendations were great. However, there wasn't enough in the budget to provide adequately for the finishing materials of making these installations. So if we were to move forward with the project as it was scoped, I think what we'd end up with is a project which was unfinished, which might be a positive project in terms of energy savings, but it would leave the users of the rink with a unsatisfying, unfinished project. So what we've done is undertaken an assessment of the scope of the project. We recognize certain things need to be changed, in part because they've already been accomplished, that being the night setback, which has already been done by staff, and the programmable ice controls, which have already been done by staff. We then took a look at the remaining scope of the project and really in keeping with the vision behind this project, we wanted to concentrate on building envelope issues, so insulation and making sure that we're keeping cold places cold and keeping hot places hot, and doing so with as little energy as possible. We are recommending that we move forward by sacrificing the control lights and the water vortex in order to provide a more complete project for the insulation. Just as a side note, the function of a water vortex, and Carol can correct me if I'm wrong, is to allow for the production of ice that is clear and free of bubbles and other impurities, but allows that process to be done with water heated to a lower temperature, thus saving some energy. In an effort to mitigate the loss of the vortex, staff, as of last year, began a process of turning down the water temperature, reducing the energy needs in order to do that. And so far, we've not found any harm or the quality of the ice is being maintained in an adequate and useful way. So there's been some attempt, at least, to recapture some of that energy savings by other means. What is left behind then is a project that we believe adequately lives up to the purpose for which these funds were set aside and for which these projects were planned. The cost, which has been put forward by GPI, has been reviewed by Steve Horton for its completeness, and he's satisfied that we're getting both good value and we'll end up with a complete project. The project scope has also been thoroughly reviewed by Efficiency Vermont, and not only do they recommend that we move forward with it, they've offered an incentive of $5,000 for us to proceed. If the board is comfortable with this project and gives authorization this evening, we know that the work can be completed prior to the rink opening in October, and so we can begin saving energy at this facility this winter season.
Fantastic.
So I would take any questions.
Questions, comments from this board?
The only question I have is about using 2x4s and a block, well, it's a block interior wall, not in the exterior walls, right? Is there, yeah, exterior, interior wall, okay, never mind.
Is that to support the insulation? Or?
Well, no, I was thinking more that if that was going to be on an exterior block wall, there would be moisture problems during every season. So I was wondering about the materials, but in the interior, it's different situation.
Okay. I have questions about our progress with the energy saving measures in town buildings, unsurprisingly.
Fantastic.
And I'm really glad that this one is presumably going to move forward, and that's great. And I was kind of wondering, like, you know, we've done some of this work already. Are we seeing a reduction in our usage? Is that evident yet? Are we tracking that? You know, I mean, I asked the question at the last minute about how we're doing with our goals that are set out in our town plan, and I kind of see this data piece of it, you know, as an important way to kind of evaluate our success in these projects. So how are we doing? And if we don't know right now, that's okay. I'm sure we can gather up the information. And then refresh my memory is the status on other town buildings, where they are in terms of the energy saving work that we had proposed in that audit.
There is a chart floating around. I'm not sure it's been updated, but we don't have that in front of us because probably you didn't expect that question.
But it could probably be sent out.
Yeah, well, and what I think we ought to do as part of the report that we're going to provide for your consideration for the next meeting is update that report so that you have from the Margaret Dillon audit report, you know, you have an update of where we are, the progress we've made, and to the degree that we can provide you data about, you know, the impact that we have seen.
Right.
Some of that will be more sort of isolatable, if that's a word. Like what happened down at the transportation center will be pretty focused on a before and after there. But in any event, we'll do the best we can to bring you results. We can definitely give you an accurate reading of what has happened and what still remains. Mostly what remains are large investments to be made at facilities where we weren't ready to make a big decision like that. So one example is there's a pellet boiler system that is recommended to be of a scale that would actually serve this building and the library. And we still aren't exactly sure what we're going to be doing with this building, but until recently we were very unsure what we were going to be doing with this building, so we haven't moved forward with that project. It does look like if it all works out the way we are expecting and hoping with the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust that we actually will be able to implement that project and have the pellet boiler serve both buildings. And then a similar situation exists with recommendations that were made related to the Public Works facility, where we're doing feasibility study work right now about the long-term needs and how we can address those long-term needs at that facility, either on that site or elsewhere. And until we're further along in that process, putting a lot of money into the existing facility didn't make sense to us.
Okay.
Does that sit well with you to have the update at the?
Oh yeah. I'd love to have all that data.
Great. Excellent. Further, were you done, Dana?
Yes.
Okay. Further questions or comments on the board about this?
I'll just make a quick comment that I guess it did make sense in this case that GPI was chosen because of the relationship, and but normally, obviously, for the public's knowledge, we would probably send something like this out for bid to make sure that we're using public funds correctly. But you've already explained.
Yeah, we did bid this not in this exact scope, but we bid it initially and didn't get bids, and so then as it got reworked as a change order to the existing contract with GPI.
Got it.
Thank you for that clarification.
Tended to say something similar to that in a really bad way. I think you know what I mean.
Maybe a less bureaucratic way, but
exactly.
Sorry.
And the only other thing I wanted to say is that I want to point out that this is looks like a pretty well thought out project that satisfies part of our goals for the energy efficiency upgrades using talented current staff. Steve Horton, who is our contractor in these matters, and partnering with Efficiency Vermont. So I just want to point out that it's a successful outcome using current staff.
Excellent note,
Duly
Tim.
noted.
Okay, I'm going to cut that off now. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay. So I would entertain a motion regarding, well, I moved my paper, so this change order for the ice rink.
Yes.
There we go.
David, would you like to do it?
David's busy.
We're done.
No, you want?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Tim.
I'll make a motion to authorize Town Manager Elwell to execute a change order in the amount of $87,937 with GPI Construction for implementation of energy savings measures at the Nelson Withington skating. It says staking, so skating rink at Living Memorial Park, and to accept an incentive grant for this project from Efficiency Vermont in the amount of $5,000.
Awesome. Tim has made said motion regarding this change order at the skating rink. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Wonderful. Okay, we are now moving on to item G, which is maintenance equipment vehicle lift. And this is also a bid award, and I see Steve Barrett already taking position at our fancy table. Thanks, Steve.
This is my favorite.
I think we should put a tablecloth on it.
Yeah.
So the Public Works Department received the following bids for a maintenance equipment lift. Mac Tools from Walpole, New Hampshire, $12,800. That particular bid did not meet the bid specifications. Mac Tool also put in a second bid for $18,110.99. Lift Tech Auto Equipment from New Hampton, New Hampshire was $18,168. And Mohawk Resources from Amsterdam, New York was $16,500. I'm recommending that we accept the low bid that meets our specifications from Mohawk Resources for $16,500. We're proposing to fund this lift from the Highway Capital Fund balance. Staff currently relies on a combination of floor jacks, jack stands, creepers, and maintenance pit to service Public Works vehicles and equipment. The lift will improve efficiency and safety for staff servicing our mid-size equipment.
Awesome. Before you started speaking, Tim whispered, "This is my favorite," and I have to say, it's mine too. I really like this item. It's really exciting and good idea. I was really excited about this. It's very uplifting. Nice, Daniel. And there's the joke. We were looking for a joke earlier, and now it's come now. So kudos. I love this. I think it's great.
You guys need an extra creeper? I don't use mine anymore.
We're trying to get away from...
I don't like the word creeper.
Yeah, we would use one, though.
Just want to go on record.
Even like you saying that.
I don't. I just think we should change the name of creeper. Okay.
Like a Minecraft thing?
Other comments and questions from the board that are more on point than what I just said.
This is a portable?
No, this is an actual lift that you would see at a service station.
Oh, right. Right, I got
And so
lifts confused.
it's for our mid-size vehicles, like a pickup truck is between 7,500 and 12,000 pounds. This will go up to 18,000 pounds. And also our small cars. So this will allow the mechanics, instead of going down into a pit, like we have the 1950 style walk down into a pit, to work on these vehicles, to change tires at the proper levels. It's better for the maintenance staff, their backs, they're not in a pit. So, we have limitations on our height. Otherwise, we could get a bigger lift that would do the bigger dump trucks, but that's in the future. So this will satisfy all the smaller parts of the fleet, all the pickups, service trucks, cars.
Much better for working.
We're pretty excited about it, yeah.
Very exciting. I don't like driving over the pit at some of our local establishments. It absolutely terrifies me. I'm gonna fall in the hole.
Yeah.
So
well, you
this is
can
good.
get out and let them do that.
Last time they made me do it, they wanted me to be brave.
It's good to challenge yourself.
Okay, is there further comments or questions? We're getting a little overdone.
It's punchy time.
Getting punchy.
Does anybody else feel bad for Mac Tools because they went in with a second bid, but they still didn't get it?
The weight was, they didn't specify, and so they went, the lift wouldn't even accommodate our equipment.
Okay.
So they
But
went
they
in, sometimes
get
they'll
points
put
for
in a
trying.
low bid like that, thinking that, everybody will just look at the money.
Yeah.
But we need to look at the function of it.
Yes, please.
And that particular lift would not accommodate like our electric car or our smaller vehicles. It was a clearance level on a lower end that it wouldn't accommodate, so we felt it was important to be able to service all those vehicles.
Excellent.
But they're encouraged to try again in the future.
Of course they are.
Okay. I would entertain a motion regarding this maintenance equipment vehicle lift bid award.
I move we accept the bid from Mohawk Resources in the amount of $16,500 to purchase a maintenance equipment lift for the Department of Public Works.
Excellent. David has made said motion for this equipment vehicle lift. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Very much for hanging out with us all night long. Oh wait, you're staying. You don't get to leave.
No, that's
I can always
Oh,
tell when he doesn't leave.
All right, so we are now moving on to H, which is capital paving contract reaward paving bid.
Okay, so this is a highway capital paving, and as the board will recall, back in June 18th, 2019, the select board approved our recommendation, DPW's, to accept the low bid from Vermont Road Works of Brattleboro for a total amount of $279,315.20. An award letter was mailed to Vermont Road Works on June 19th, 2019. Several email communications were made in an attempt to schedule a contract signing. On July 26, 2019, Vermont Road Works withdrew their bid, and the contract hadn't been signed. So what we're looking at is the second placeholder in the bids that we brought to you in June, and that was Northeast Paving, the second place bidder. We also made a phone call to them to see if they would still be eligible, which they are. So they will honor their same bid price that they gave us back in June for $307,018. They'll be able to complete the project by original deadline in September, which we're pretty excited about. So we're recommending that we award the contract to Northeast Paving for $100,000 in 18. The current balance of the capital road budget is $351,000. And the Class 2 paving grant from V-Trans will contribute $41,600.
Awesome. Thank you, Northeast Paving.
So the
That's
other two
fantastic.
bids were approximately $345,000, $389,000. So this is a
Yeah.
respectable bid that we're recommending that we accept.
It's fantastic. Other comments or questions from the board?
We're almost there. Just a few $1,000 short.
Yeah.
Yep.
of the-
I'm appreciative that they could stick with the deadline and were able to help us out, so.
And
big
keep the
thanks there.
pricing was also very important.
Yeah.
Because those
Fantastic.
prices fluctuate.
Okay, I would entertain a motion for this capital paving contract, the award paving bid.
I'll do this one too. Go ahead.
Oh,
Danny. Looks
I'm
like you're all fired
hogging the
up.
motions, man. I move that we withdraw the prior capital paving award and instead award the 2019 capital paving contract to Northeast Paving in the amount of $307,000. Oh no, I messed it up. $307,000.
Just say the number. That's what I do.
307018.
That's
No
what I do.
cents,
Perfect.
I guess.
Okay. Daniel has made the motion for the re-award of the paving bid for the capital paving contract. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now, thank you very much for hanging out all night.
You got
Are
overtime
you
for
Northeast
this, right?
Paving?
Yeah.
Thank you too.
I am. So I've
gosh.
been here for a couple hours. Just
Yeah, you have.
address it briefly. My name is Warren Clark.
Hi, Warner.
I will.
Use the mic, please.
Oh, sorry, Warren. My name is Warren Clark. I am with Northeast Paving. I'll serve as your superintendent for this job.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I hope you enjoyed the meeting.
Yeah, thanks for hanging with us for
Definitely a shock.
3 hours and 15 minutes so far.
And we want to really thank you for honoring the bid and the original schedule.
Yeah, we're very appreciative.
We do appreciate that.
Thank
you.
Okay. We are now moving on to.
I feel so bad that you.
Oh. We are now moving on to the item of consider providing childcare for select board meetings and other community events, and this is a discussion item. Daniel, would you like to discuss the discussion?
Sure. So it is 9:29 p.m. on a Tuesday. At this point, the only person from the public who's in the room is my wife.
I feel like she's biased.
You are here doing work, Russ, so yes, you're a member of the public, but you are also working. And so I guess the impetus for me asking for us to consider this on the agenda was when the fire department put on the forum about opioids. I had a few community members express interest in going, and would have been better supported in going had there been childcare. And I mean, if you'll remember, that was a ridiculously busy event that probably should have been in a larger room because not everybody was able to be accommodated. Some people did go and then, leave because there was no room for them. And I think it's, kind of fairly well understood in the world that if we want to increase participation in our democracy at this kind of level, making sure that our meetings are accessible is vital, right? So we already made some good strides in the last year with making town meeting and those informational sessions before town meeting more accessible by providing childcare. And I wanted to begin a discussion at this ridiculously late hour where no child would possibly be awake about whether or not that's something to consider for these meetings. And I suppose one further thing to say about that is some of the feedback I had from folks in the community who are really knowledgeable about what it is to raise children and try and also participate in civic life talk not only about the need for childcare, but it's also about the timing of meetings, right? So here we are, 9:30 on a Tuesday, and even if a family member wanted to attend and needed to bring their kids with them, they're kind of arriving around about bedtime.
It's called the witching hour.
Yeah, so tell me more. I don't have kids. I don't have kids. I was a teacher for
maybe with older kids, but I would never bring my kids.
What are you going to say about it?
Well, for me, like, I would definitely, I always choose in-home childcare, but I also have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, so to speak, and they're in bed by 7:30 and they're hungry and tired after school or camp. So for me, even if childcare was provided here, I wouldn't use it. I definitely would have used it probably at the opiate forum. For me, it's like, okay, you can plan for like a 2-hour thing. It's harder to plan for a meeting like this to see how your kid's going to end up. For a 2-hour block, I would say like, all right, tonight we're going to bed at 8:30 instead of 7:30. So I definitely think for things like that, for town meeting day, for town meeting informational things, I think that you can almost judge the time, or at least you know it's going to be a long day and you can make. For something like this, I wouldn't personally use it, but that's only me, and people with slightly older kids that aren't ready to leave them home alone yet might say differently.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's anecdotal. I would sort of have the same comments, basically because I can't imagine having childcare, bringing my son here, and then have it be spanning the time when he needs to go to bed. That's just would be bad news.
That's
And
actually
I think
why. No, go ahead.
most parents might have that opinion. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not sensitive to a single parent who has a child, and that literally would be the only way to get here. Well, of course, childcare at home would be the other choice, but then they're paying for it.
They're paying.
I do sort of in my mind have a distinction between providing for town meeting childcare, because that is during the day, one would hope, although this last one went in.
Well, and that's why I left early from the town meeting, is because at some point I lost childcare and I was uncomfortable with the fact that they weren't at home in bed where they were supposed to be by what was close to 9:30, I believe, right?
Sure, that was 12, 13 hours, right? 13 with the break. But that set aside, the normal is during daylight hours,
Sure.
I'd say. And we have the advantage there, at least, well, we have the advantage where we have our town meeting currently is in a school where we have like some structure in place. We have insurance certificates, and these are all things we would have to consider if we were going to try to budget out something like this. So it pushes into sort of like, that's maybe not something that we can reason. Before I'll just say I would have to hear from a lot more parents that they really feel that they could participate more with this, and it would be value-driven decision for me. Right now, I don't see the value being that much across all parenting experiences.
Right. I mean, I've heard from a handful.
For this meeting.
Yeah, got it. Like for the forum, wouldn't it be cool if we could
interesting.
move stuff like that to the library and then have childcare in the upstairs? What?
Yeah.
Children's library, children's room.
Yeah, and I think in defense of the point about space, I think everyone was a little surprised at
Oh, yeah, no, I don't have any blame for that either.
Yeah.
That was
I was
surprised.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. I just think that promising it on a regular basis would be, it's a pretty big ask to the taxpayer, and we need to just weigh the value of it a little bit more, I think.
No, I don't agree with any of that. I don't think there's a single viable argument that can be made for not providing childcare. There's a whole range of people that would be able to take advantage of it. It might make us, I'll speculate that we might be a little bit more family friendly in terms of the way we go through our meetings and conduct our business. And the school district has been looking into this for a few months now. There are licensing issues, there's space issues, how many hours, all of those kinds of things. Most of that work is being done, and the town staff could contact them and get an awful lot of the information.
Rather than reinventing the wheel, it sounds
Exactly,
like there's a
yeah.
good conversation
And the issue is finding people to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's a cost, there's no question about it, but if we had it, it's, people would come. If nobody came, then we could consider not doing it. But I think in this day and age, there's just no argument. There's no justification for not offering it for a public meeting.
Yeah.
I know there are lots of people that wouldn't use it. It's not convenient, or you wouldn't want to do it to your kids. But so what?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's my parent. You know, everybody's kid's different and has different abilities.
And different people
So
are
you
motivated to
tolerate
get to
bedtime and
meetings.
stuff. I've
or-
never
or-
judged anybody's bedtime parenting.
So are you saying that the points that I made are not viable points? That I don't see the value in it when it comes to the...
No, I think that our responsibility as a public entity is to provide childcare so that women with kids or single parents can come to our meetings. And I think there are a lot of reasons it's expensive. We might not get many people that use it, but if a couple of people use it, that makes it worthwhile.
Well, I'm asking if you think that Brandy and I's point about at least our anecdotal points, it's not like large data points.
Those are real situations, yeah.
So coming to the audience, being here in the audience gives you the chance to stand up during public participation and during the moments that the audience can participate. But watching on BCTV gives you, which we support financially and possibly will be having to more in the very near future because of their situation, gives at least these two parents a better option of participating, in the meeting, seeing what's going on and communicating immediately after the meeting. Do you think that that's...
Well, people can't call in during BCTV and comment.
Well, true.
On issues.
I'm saying that is the one exception that a single parent with a child couldn't do. You can't call in.
Yeah, you can't participate. You can observe, but you can't participate.
Okay. But then I'm also wondering if that's the responsibility of town government to get people with children to the meeting. Is it the responsibility of town government to get people without children to the meeting, for instance, with transportation?
Well, I haven't thought that one through, and it's not what we're talking about.
Well, I know it's not what we're talking
and
about.
I'm not looking for a debate on all the fine points of this. I said very clearly, I think we're responsibility to provide childcare.
And I'm not against this at all.
For people that want to come to these meetings and participate. During the meetings.
I wonder if maybe, thinking about the August 29th event at the library, right? This recovery movie that Chief Fitzgerald mentioned
I assume
earlier.
it's a 6 to 8 kind of thing. Like
Yeah, I'd imagine so, right? And that is,
Yeah.
That might be a good event to have a go at providing childcare at and see how it goes. The library is already well equipped, as you pointed out, with the children's room. I've seen childcare done well there for public events in the past.
A teen room too.
What is it, the
Teen room,
29th?
the spicy lime.
Yeah, but the kids aren't allowed in there. I read the sign on the door. It says
Well,
teens
teens are
only.
allowed in there.
Teens
They're-
only.
And teens are welcome at this event as well.
That's
A lot of
true.
parents don't want to leave their teens home alone.
So that's a Thursday night,
Yeah.
which seems pretty consistent with most things we do, Wednesdays or Thursdays.
Yeah, I mean, because it was what I saw at the opioid forum that kind of sparked this, and I understand that there are things beyond just access to childcare that might prevent people from getting here.
I like the idea of trying it out on a forum that has a pretty finite time frame
Yeah.
to start with. And I'm not opposed to having it here either. Some kids party all night. I was just mostly speaking from my own experience on, I was taking this not as like taking a stand conversation, but like I was literally taking the word discussion literally.
Right.
So I was talking
Me
about
also.
my feelings.
Yeah.
But I'm not against this at all, and I think if we were to try it out, I would feel a better level of success starting with something like a 6 to 8 forum, even though I know this isn't a forum, but I'm just using that word because I'm tired and I forgot what it is.
An event.
An event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Screening.
Sorry, Shannon.
May I offer something?
Yeah, please
So
do.
I think it's not a consensus, but the majority opinion that I'm hearing pretty clearly from the discussion is that you'd like to try something on the 29th. I think that's doable, but what I've got to check on there, I think that the library gives us an opportunity to eliminate some of the things that would otherwise be issues we need to really thoroughly review to make sure that we could safely and legally offer the
Like
service.
at the fire station, I don't know how that would have looked.
But because we have the children's library, I think it's really just an overtime issue, probably. But I'll discuss this tomorrow with Star and make sure that it is that simple, that while there's something else going on downstairs, that the children's room can remain open and that there can be some promotion to the public of the availability of the children's room that evening for people who want to bring their kids to the event but not keep their kids at the event. So for that, I think we've got something here that's pretty simple. If it is that simple, we'll do it. If it's more complicated than that, I may need to circle back and advise you why there's a complex, it's just not something that we've got a plan for.
Right.
So I want to be careful about just saying absolutely positively we can make that happen, but we will try. Outside of that, I think the board does need to give some greater consideration. We can learn from the research that's being done by the school system. We would have issues that we would need to address if it's the desire of the board to provide this on more of an ongoing basis.
In this building.
There's not just the cost issue, but a greater challenge to us even, I think, would be proper location, licensed and certified people, whatever, all that, the liability part of this, since we're talking about caring for kids. So, schools come sort of ready-made for that. The library children's room comes kind of ready-made for that, but this facility doesn't, so we need to look at it further.
The Historical Society upstairs is pretty interesting. So,
The kids would probably love the TV studio.
So I know we're only operating on consensus, but I would just like to voice that I don't feel that this is an appropriate expansion of municipal services. So I'll probably oppose it, especially without seeing any kind of numbers.
I think we're hoping to get
I'm not going to oppose the
real-time
experiment,
numbers.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it seems pretty doable as an experiment.
Yeah.
But I'm very, suspect of the value versus the cost to our taxpayers.
Okay.
I'm glad you're open to the experiment because I think it's going to be to have it anywhere. The library is going to be the easiest place, and then we'll have real.
It's probably child safe, much more an extent to this building.
Right, and not only safe but also engaging, right? I think that was some of the feedback I got about town meeting childcare. That, sure, they were in a safe room, but was it engaging?
Right.
Yeah. And that's
no
what you get
disrespect
bored
to
kids,
the folks
and
that
that's not a
provided it.
good time for anybody. How do you feel? You feel like this is a good place to close
Yeah, I
this
feel
for
good
tonight?
about this. Do we need to make some kind of motion? Or?
You don't.
I don't think so. Peter's
Given
gonna
that
look
this
into
was just a
things.
discussion item, I don't think you should take action on it.
No.
Okay.
And you're talking about just one evening experimental basis in a location we all know is appropriate. It's just a matter of
Yes.
if we can work out the logistics.
All right, great.
Okay, so our next item is, and final item, is town committee and boards, and it looks like this is the appointment. We're being asked to appoint Byron Stuckey. Aw.
May I nominate Byron Stuckey to the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships Board of Commissioners?
Yes, you may. David has nominated Byron Stuckey to the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships Board of Commissioners.
Very good.
All those in favor?
How do we do that again?
We don't have anybody else.
He has no competition, so all you gotta do is
Okay.
I always get
vote
confused
yes.
too. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This is a fabulous human being,
Thank you for
Byron. and-
volunteering.
Yes, thank you for volunteering. Fabulous person, glad to have him. Okay, with no further business on tonight's agenda, I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 9:45.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, we are adjourned.
One signature for these.
Oh, yep. Where?
Oh, right. Snuck in. Snuck the meeting on the.
Consider
Call the meeting to order at 5:33. Any adjustments to the agenda? No. Okay. And we apparently had the opportunity to review the minutes, but did not do so, so we are going to table those until next time, and we'll do that later. Public comment on items not on the agenda. Does anybody, I think you all are here for agenda items, are you not? So probably no public comment. All right. And then select board items. So first would be the Conservation Committee appointments.
I'm Ann Carrington, Chair of the Conservation Commission, and in the last month we've been talking to people about filling our 3 vacancies that we have on the Conservation Commission. And we have asked, and Shauna Frank, who's here this evening, have agreed to join us. Shauna has a degree, undergraduate degree in geology. She has been involved in environmental issues throughout her life, really, and has been involved with the tracking program, and we're very glad to welcome her on board. And the second person who is not here but whom you know is Catherine Carmen, who has been on the Conservation Commission before, then left, and she is due to retire from Landmark. I'm not exactly sure when, but she felt she would have more time, and she has asked to join us again. And we are very welcoming her back, glad to welcome her back. She's was excellent before, and we expect her to do a good job again. The third person I didn't have a chance to invite, but I saw him today over at the Beatrice Aiken Conservation Site. He has been coming to a couple Conservation Commission meetings. We have asked him as a commission if he wanted to join, and he wanted to think about it. And he told me today that he did want to join, and that's Takashi Akiogi, Ogi, generally known as. He has, as we know, a farming background, which we don't have anyone on the Conservation Commission at this point in time who has that kind of a background. And he has already suggested a project that he's interested in doing, which is why we were at the Beatrice Aiken. And I think he'd be a very wonderful addition also. So the Conservation Commission is recommending all 3 of these people to fill our 3 vacancies that we currently have.
Sorry, to fill the 3. Is that what we have? We have 3 vacancies.
Yeah, Hannah Schlansker left, Lonnie Wharton, and Billy Fitzgerald, which all of them were really good. Hannah really did all of the computer work for the tracking program.
And Hannah is not staying on? Is that right?
No, she is too busy with other things
Yeah.
and hasn't been able
Yeah.
to come for quite some time.
Yeah.
We feel bad to lose her. And Lonnie has gone, or is eventually going to go off and do other things. She was instrumental in turtle counts, in setting up meetings. She was a great benefit to us. And Billy has started the Conservation Commission, dropped off for a while, came back, has a chainsaw. Really. We'll miss him. He did a lot of trail work and
Bill
helping.
Fitzgerald.
Bill Fitzgerald, yeah. Plus he helped us with surveying work when we needed an opinion. So we miss all of them, and we are glad to have some new people coming on, hopefully. So we're recommending their appointment. Do you want me to go through the names again, or is that?
Shauna Frank.
Shauna Frank. Do you have any questions for Shauna? Or?
You're welcome to comment, Shauna, if you want to, but don't feel like you have to.
No, I'm very honored to be asked to be on the commission, and I'm looking forward to participating in it.
Good. And then, I think we know, well, I know his background reasonably, so, farmer, Japanese background, technique, Asian farming techniques, and okay. Unless anybody else wants to add anything else, I would entertain a motion to accept the 3 nominees.
I move that we accept the 3 nominees to the Conservation Committee, or Commission, sorry.
And I second that. All right, it's been moved and seconded to make 3 new appointments to the Conservation Commission, which would be Shauna Frank, Catherine Carmen, and Ogie, but I don't know Ogie's.
Takashi.
Say it again, please.
Takeshi is his real first name.
Takashi.
Takashi, I think.
Takashi.
And then
Okay.
Akeogi, Akaogi.
Thank you.
And he goes by the last syllable of that long name.
Two less.
Ogi, right.
So it's been moved and seconded to appoint 3 new members of the Conservation Commission. If there is no further discussion, all those in favor?
Hi.
Aye. Good. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much.
For
Thank you, Anne.
presenting people.
Up to speed again.
Good. That's great.
Okay,
Good
thanks.
to have people. Okay. You didn't tell Shauna that it meant she had to stay for all the select board meetings?
Till the very end. Bye,
See
thank
ya.
you.
Thanks. Equity Inclusion Committee resolution discussion. So,
We have a new copy, and so I did take some questions from our last meeting. The only suggestion that I didn't add in, because I wasn't sure how the select board felt about it, and we had said that maybe leaving it open was a good idea, was the suggestion to rephrase human resource practices and decision-making processes under number 2. And I think it's actually quite important that we leave that open. But otherwise, it's very similar to what you've seen in the past with corrections, and it now includes and/or employees of the town as far as who can be appointed. And I took out the terms and put in just 1 year. I think that we should also consider, since our school district has opened up so largely, including employees of the school district.
okay, I don't, so let's see, I guess that, yeah, that would not fall under town employees clearly, so. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't disagree with you, I just haven't thought about it. But that, you know, the only thing I would say is that's opening, given the size of the district now, that's opening a pretty significant net. And I don't, again, I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but I think that definitely sort of changes the potential nature of the.
So my reasoning behind that was that it opens a net of folks that are likely going to have a hand in guiding our children and in working with town folks, and they may have an interest in how our town operates because of that. And some of them may have experience that really lends itself to this committee.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, my sort of general feeling about that would be that, of course, anybody in the district and anybody, because it's an open meeting, anybody who wants to attend can attend. Is it necessary to include them in a list of people who would be potentially, you know, we could, you know, a slightly more restrictive way of approaching that, and again, I'm not arguing for or against, would be to say, you know, employees of the district who work within the town of Putney, or something like that, so that it's broadening that net to include people who are engaged in this school, but not necessarily the entire district. And I don't.
What about the possibility, though, of middle school and high school? I mean, our kids could end up going to middle school there eventually.
No, I don't know. You got a feeling about that?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of things about this I'm not sure about. I'm not sure about what, how we would be addressing things, or what our authority would be, or any of that. I'm not really well versed in any of this. And so there's a lot more, I have a lot of questions to ask about it. But I think everyone should be treated equally. I think there ought to be some standard for that. I don't really know how you set that or how we would go about addressing those things. But I think we want to be very careful about how we do. We start having authority, then we also start having responsibility. Do we want that as board? Do we want that responsibility? And if we do, what's the nature of that? And how do we go about doing that? I think it needs to be addressed. I don't have answers to any of those questions. Well, I have questions about those questions.
When is it appropriate for us in the audience to talk?
You can raise your hand and ask Jamie, would you like to weigh in?
I would love to weigh in on two things. One, I was curious about the rewrite, and I missed a meeting where you guys discussed this, so maybe there's a reason. But I noticed at one point it was open to folks to address the first point about the school district recommendation. I can think of a handful of people who do not live in Putney who have expertise to answer David's questions that I think would be real assets to us. You can include those folks in a couple of different ways. One, they could be visitors who come and share their experience. For instance, the town manager in Brattleboro, they've gone through a process of doing some of this work already with the support of consultants. So you could have them be visitors, but you also, I would love to see something that would say something to the effect of up to 2 members of the 9 could be folks with expertise that could help this committee that do not live in the town of Putney, so that you're careful to not have people who are not residents of Putney have ability to a majority vote, but that you do have space, not limited to, but could include up to 2 members who live outside of Putney as a way to include folks with expertises that we might not have in Putney. So, because a number of folks in Dummerston, Brattleboro, I can't think of anyone in Guilford, but would really be awesome to, I don't know that they would agree ever to come and be on a committee in Putney, but maybe we could convince them to come and participate in the education of us about those really critical questions, because it does feel amorphous until it doesn't, because we have colleagues in Vermont and nationally who are doing amazing work, and it's very concrete and tangible, and that will really support us. Yeah.
I don't even know what I don't know.
I know. I love that you said that the last time I was here, and I really think, honestly, that was one of the most exciting things I ever heard. Because it is this work, to be honest, this work is done really well when we admit that to each other. And then we research and educate ourselves, and that's when we can do the real work. So thank you.
Thank you for what you had to say.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed resolution actually says, creating the Town of Putney an inclusion committee, whereas under the authority granted to it pursuant to 24 VSA Section 872, the Town of Putney Select Board has authority. Verbatim, 24 VSA Section 872 says, the Select Board shall have the general supervision of the affairs of the town. This, in fact, is the only statement in law as to what the Select Board's responsibilities are. When I emphasize the town, the school is not the town. The school is under the jurisdiction of a school board.
Yes.
And I would caution against invading their jurisdiction as a Select Board, because actually you have no legal basis for doing so under 24 VSA Section 872.
My sense is that that's not the intent of the proposed inclusion would be to exert any attempted jurisdiction over the school. It would be rather to include members of the school or to invite members of the school district into sharing the conversation with us, not to extend our jurisdiction over them.
Oh, indeed. Wow. Anything having to do with the issues addressed by this proposed resolution, this draft resolution, that falls within the school, within the purview of the school district, is under the jurisdiction of the school board, by definition. Now, the second point referring to the lady who spoke before me, all members will be residents of the town of Putney and/or employees of the town. She suggests two possibilities. One is that people be invited to speak to the committee. The other is that people be invited to join the committee. Consider this. At town meeting, only voters who must be residents of the town of Putney are allowed to speak unless the meeting grants permission.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that her first proposal, that people be invited to speak to the committee, is in fact the one that actually has standing in terms of the way town affairs are conducted in Vermont.
I would tend to agree. I think that if we were to resolve by adopting this to allow including up to a certain number of members on the committee, I'm not sure that's necessary. And I don't, again, I'm not arguing for or against, but I think that if we want to invite guest speakers, or if this committee chooses to invite guest speakers, that's great. And again, it's open meeting, so anybody can be invited, anybody can come, whether they're invited or not, and speak freely, presumably, as long as it's well presided over. You know, to include in there having an allowance for those folks to be on the committee, I guess I'm not sure I feel that's necessary.
So with that logic, I have to question, I'm sorry, but with that logic, last time you suggested employees of the town be included in this. If employees of the town are not citizens of Putney, or not residents of Putney, then by your own logic, they should not be in here.
Actually, by my own logic, they should be, because they are employees of the town. They are under jurisdiction of the town manager and ultimately under jurisdiction of the town of Putney Select Board.
Whereas the school, if you do, if
Okay.
you use the same
All right,
logic with the
that's
school,
reasonable.
that's not the case.
Okay. Although the entire school district is owned by the town and paid through our taxes.
It is indeed, however, it is under the jurisdiction of the school board, which Putney folks independently elect, along with in the new system, which I'm not sure I fully understand how many board members are from Putney, but we elect members of our school board. And they have jurisdiction over the Putney Central School, and of course now a number of other schools, alas.
Yes. Jamie, you wanted to add something?
The other concern I had is, I was thinking about some of the folks I would love on this, who I don't know that they're residents of the town, but they work in town. So I was thinking specifically of some of the institutions who are leaders in their own institutions, like Landmark and the Putney School, who might have folks who are working there and have real interest in this in Putney, who might be Brattleboro residents because they can't find housing here, not necessarily because they don't want to be here. So I know for a lot of folks that's very hard. So I just would say that it would be really nice to make sure that we don't exclude that population, because I thought we were kind of moving in the direction to be inclusive. And I was amazed as I went through the Putney School roster of all the staff, all of the diversity that exists at the Putney School. And I was so excited to imagine. I'm guessing everybody there during the school year lives there.
The vast majority are residents.
So I would also just hate to exclude somebody who had a real, work life here.
I hear and respect what you're saying, but again, we're not excluding them because it's open meeting.
Exactly.
So that, anybody who's interested is welcome and, invited and welcome to attend.
And should come,
being
educate us.
Yes. The majority, using the Putney School as an example, the majority of people do live either on campus or in town. That's a generalization, but it's a reasonably accurate generalization, I think. Landmark, I think that might be less true just because their staff is bigger and more sort of wider spread.
Clear that they live here, and I was like, oh. My experience, I agree with you. No one is excluded, but sadly, my experience is there is something magical about one's appointment to a committee that increases one's participation.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
I just, I only put that as a way humans behave and the audience in attendance at this very moment.
Is this a legal question?
I wondered that also. I think that, I don't think it is in that, I think we can make that choice, but I'm assuming there would be legal implications of making that choice. So it might be worth checking with Larry about that, or the VLCT, and just see, VLCT might have useful input on that as to whether, sort of that's generally recognized as good practice or not. I have no idea. But I don't think it would, I think it's clear that we all want to do this and have it work, et cetera, but I don't think that we need to be in a hurry to do it, other than to keep it moving along. But I think that, if we, in the interest of sort of getting it right, I'm happier to wait, if it takes another 2 weeks or a month, that's probably okay. If, we don't want to let it sit for another 2 years, but, but.
I'm happy to check in with VLCT and see what they have to say and forward that to Karen, and we can go from there. I will say that the all members being residents of the town of Putney was a part of the boilerplate.
Yes.
So it may be encouraged or
Exactly.
illegal practice.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I do agree that it's worth checking into. And if we can open it up, if it's clearly something that we can open up, then.
I think it would be really important to caveat, I don't know how to give it definition. I think you say no more than 2. So I would encourage, just because you don't want to get to a majority of folks ever that are, it's the town Putney. The only other thing would be, I don't know if it's too much to define, saying, or an employee of the town, not of the town of Putney, but in the town of Putney. I don't know if there's a way just to show interest. So I think those are just things I was trying to figure out how you would be inclusive of folks who have a real interest in this.
So, do you want to check all of those things, Laura, including people who are employed in the town of Putney?
When's your next meeting?
2 weeks.
2 weeks from today.
What's the date, do you know?
I don't know.
It's August 14th.
I won't be here that day, but that's okay.
So August 28th?
But we probably wouldn't be comfortable acting on it without you here.
Right.
So.
August 28th.
I think there's a lot to talk about too. We would
Right.
like to get more input from other
If
people.
that question is really critical right now, then I would say we should invite the town manager from Brattleboro to the next meeting. The problem is you don't want to do that in the absence of Josh, so if it means August 28th, I'm just trying to think of some folks who I know who've already wrestled with this and who've already defined it. I don't know if you have any expertise.
I think bringing Angela Burkfield in, people that are experts in the field that can help
There's
educate.
so many very tangible things that people and groups are doing. I was noticing a great article in the Eagle Times talking about the state of Vermont's new diversity coordinator. Is that an accurate title?
Probably.
I mean, there.
I haven't seen that.
It was a really interesting article in the Eagle Times because well-meaning citizens said, we're not racist in Vermont and we don't need this person in Vermont. And the Eagle Times editor wrote back an amazing piece. And so I will forward it to Laura and have her forward it to you all because it just came
Forward
out.
it to her, please.
Forward it to Karen, and then if you would forward it to the select board members. It was very powerful and very well written, and it is happening in this very moment, these conversations at all levels of government, and so it was really powerful.
Mr. Chairman, a question from the floor that I think may be relevant and germane at this point. I would like to inquire whether the lady who has just spoken is in fact a resident of Putney.
Yes.
I'm Jamie, and I have a wonderful home that I have purchased in 2012 on Great Meadows Ridge. So, I shouldn't have said that. I don't want the general folks knowing.
And she's a registered voter and also a member of the select board, I mean, of the school board.
I was a member of the school board,
It's
yeah.
been dissolved as
Yeah.
it was, so.
And Howard, you and I have had lots of fun chatting on the.
Mr. Chairman, I asked the question simply to create the record as this is a public meeting under the Vermont Open Meeting Law.
Yes.
Having done so, it has been proposed that a number of people be brought in to speak about a resolution, a proposed resolution of the Town of Putney Select Board, none of whom actually has any role or in or commitment to the Town of Putney, such as
one of those is a Putney resident. Sorry to interrupt.
such as the town manager of the town of Brattleboro. It seems to me that we must not put ourselves in, we should not put ourselves in a situation where a majority of people sitting here on our side are speaking to the resolution, the proposed resolution, are not in fact people from Putney. Because this is a draft resolution of the select board of the town of Putney. So while I'm not necessarily opposing inviting these people, I think I would ask the question, as one would at town meeting, why are these people here and why would we wish to hear from them as opposed to people who are from the town of Putney?
I think it's a valid point. I guess I would also sort of slightly tangential to that, but you know, it might come under sort of the responsibility of Laura, who's raising this as an issue, and not that we aren't all interested in it, but to do some more of that homework and present it to us. I don't know, that's a tough question.
Education.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not sure.
That's how I feel, yeah. I want to know more before I can feel like I can say
Experience,
this.
not all of the experts on this live in Putney, and
Right.
we do often consult people from outside of this town to help guide us on issues within the town. And I think that that's what Jamie was referring to, that the town of Brattleboro has already gone through this. Much of the work that we do comes from other towns. We look at what they've done, we adopt it for ourselves and figure out how it works into Putney. So I don't think bringing the town manager, if he would want to even come here, I don't think bringing him in to answer some questions about how Brattleboro has done this, or done their own version of this, would do any harm to the constituents of Putney. So, I do have information I'm happy to share with you guys that was forwarded to me from the town manager and from Rebecca White, who is currently a state representative, but was a select board member in Hartford that went through some major issues and had to do their own version of this. Happy to make copies of this and share it with the two of you for reading. Oh.
And or it's.
And it's public
obviously a
information,
public record.
yes.
So, yeah, and you know, I'm pondering the fact that much, and you know, I'm not sure how this adds to this discussion, but much of what we're talking about, I think in many ways is more discussion for a committee about this than it is for, you know, I mean, I think that, I think my feeling would be that we need to come up with a resolution that we can approve that is solid enough so that we're comfortable approving it, and it obviously is within the bounds of legal, etc., but also vague enough and open interpretation enough so that a committee that's working on this can do the work they need to and then report back. Because honestly, if we try and have sort of endless discussion about this, then why are we forming a committee?
Exactly.
You know, our role is to present a situation in which a committee exists that can do this work and inform the town based on that work. So, Jamie's not sure she agrees with that, but
No, I was more pondering the overall conversation, not particularly that point.
yeah.
My facial expression may have reflected that.
You just looked like you weren't sure you were agreeing with go ahead.
So, say we come up with a resolution that we are all comfortable with and is legal and the committee is formed, then what is our role in regards to that committee? So you provide suggestions about a given situation and then we decide how to act upon that.
Yeah. The committee doesn't
So-
make those decisions, we do, at the
We-
end of the day. They
okay.
make recommendations.
So- Yes. I mean, you know, ideally it's a little bit of a, I'm not disagreeing with you, but ideally it's a back and forth. We would give them a charge per se and say, you know, and you know, the reality is this largely includes the charge. But if we had specific issues or questions that we wanted addressed, we would task them with addressing those questions. The flip side of that is, and I think it's pretty clear that this is sort of the two-way street side of it is, you know, we would hope that their work, for example, with the Conservation Commission, they go out, they do a whole bunch of stuff, and then they come to us and say, you know what, we really need to do some work on the beavers. You know, the same thing would hopefully be true with the committee working on this, is they'd say, you know, it's come to our attention that the town hopefully should address this in a different way, and we'd like you to consider it. So, you know, it's a back and forth, but, you know, we task them, but then they, you know, for all practical purposes, sort of challenge us with things that we should be considering.
And ideally, they are challenging us. That's
Yeah,
kind of the point of it.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Well, they're challenging us to a certain degree, but they're also challenging the town.
Yes.
I mean, you know,
Yes.
the idea is that, and I think that, you know, this is the kind of thing that potentially could generate, you know, whether they're non-binding resolutions or resolutions at town meeting, but open larger discussions at town meeting. You know, it's great, as Jamie pointed out, you know, it's great for us to have these conversations, but when there's two people in the room from the public, it doesn't do us a whole lot of good. You know, and then it's public outreach, et cetera. But I would think that in fact, an effective committee who was trying to do this work would include somewhat significant public outreach in the effort of being inclusive, and what that looked like and how it would go forward would be a task of the committee, at least in the short run.
I agree.
But I think also, you know, to your question, it's important with committees that are under the purview of the select board that they are not going outside of the structure that exists and trying to promote things that we don't agree with or at least have not been informed about, you know, and those will open discussions. Maybe we don't all agree, but if we say, you know, no, this is not somewhere we as a select board want to go, then, you know, we can be clear about that.
Right.
So.
And if it was to change anything legally, that would be something that the town voters would vote on. So it wouldn't really be our authority over anything, we would just help guide it. Is that true? Or how much authority
we might have,
how responsible would we be?
It would depend on the topics that came up and how, you know, I think that could be across the board. And you know, I mean, there have often been times when we've had things that, you know, are happy, the beavers, you know, we're happy to decide that we were willing to spend $500 to do that work. If they were to come to us and say, you know what, we need an entire new wetlands and it's going to cost $500,000, then we say, that's fine, but this is a town meeting issue.
Exactly.
And
Okay, thank you.
so-
That's the question I wanted answered, because it seems like it's going to be a far more complicated issue than beavers.
I agree.
That's all.
No, I obviously totally oversimplified.
And I don't really understand the process here well enough to be able to make any kind of judgment about this yet.
But you know, that's a useful example of sort of the back and forth.
It was an excellent example.
Yeah.
I was just pointing out another part of it. Thank you.
I think to your point, David, I have done work similar to this, not in the context of the town for a number of years, and the way that I see it works best, particularly with decision makers, is that you lay out some general concepts that you're going to explore together. And then if you're going to be asked to make a decision about something, that you're invited as a select person to come and participate in that educational meeting or whatever happens. So that there's a chance down the road, and that you could come to that, or we could come to you, or however it works, just so that there isn't what could happen, which is a huge gap in the knowledge of the committee and the select board. And so you would want to make sure you're really conscious about doing a process that's really inclusive, and before decisions were being made, that you would get to have the background and the backstory. And, yeah.
And I think ultimately, the a highly functioning committee would actually probably be dealing with a lot of this stuff and the public in a way where it would probably make our jobs easier, not harder. But I would want to know what was happening and be able to understand it, and I don't yet. And so education needs to happen before anything gets decided about. That's the way it feels to me.
And clearly, you know, there would be the potential for an educational component within this committee. You know, this committee, although their meetings are open by open meeting law, if they were, for example, wanting to have a forum on, you know, the inequities of current immigration policy, that's probably something they would want to vet through the select board and say, is it all right if we say this is going to be an open town forum kind of thing? You know, the legalities of that are probably a little tricky, but you know, I think that the expectation would be that the committee would be looking for the support of the select board in any significant outreach they were doing, you know, and not going out and doing that. You know, I mean, it's a reasonable balance. I mean, obviously, we're not looking to micromanage everything that a committee is doing, but at the same time, we don't want them going out and saying, this is what the town thinks, when we haven't agreed that this is what the town, thinks. So a balance there, definitely. It's also not uncommon, and I don't know whether this is your intention, Laura, but it's not uncommon for one of the select board members to sit on a committee that's as, you know, potentially educational and you know, complicated as a committee like this could be, so that there's sort of a regular connection between select. I mean, that's been true on public safety, sidewalks, you know, a lot of different ones. Almost all of them have at least one select board member sitting on them. So
I would definitely be interested in sitting on it for the first year at least.
Yeah.
Make sure that it gets legs.
Yeah. All right, so you've got some more homework to do, and I think that otherwise.
Take 6.
You know, better to do it a little bit slower now and get it right than get in and go, ooh, what were we thinking?
Yeah, and we'll definitely, I will make sure that this information is forwarded to you through Karen. And I also suggest that, you know, you asked a great question, David, about not understanding all of this. Kaya Morris, who was a representative for the state of Vermont, or for her area of Vermont, did a really great TEDx talk on inclusion, and I can forward that to you, maybe to forward to
I'd love that.
board members. It's an 11-minute, super short, but it's really excellent. I highly recommend it. So,
I haven't seen that, that's great.
Okay.
Mr. Fairman.
Mr. Chairman, listening to this discussion, it seems to me that there's an item that needs to be brought out, and that is, it could be useful if perhaps Ms. Chapman organized a public forum in the town of Putney about this proposal. Because having been here at these select board meetings on the subject, not very many people who live in Putney have weighed in at this point. And perhaps with some, especially with some esteemed speakers there, quite possibly quite a few people would come out, and this would effort would move forward in a way that would be more broadly based.
Oh, that's a great suggestion. not sure that I have the bandwidth right now to do a public forum at this moment, but maybe that's something Jamie would be interested in helping with, or you would be interested in helping with.
Well,
to...
the other thing, again, I might sort of stepping back a few minutes in the conversation, I wouldn't disagree that that's certainly a possibility, but I think that to me that would more fall under the purview of a committee that was working on this than it would under the discussion about creating the committee. I think that it's a chicken and egg question, and I don't think there's a right answer to it. You know, I was thinking, I've been thinking as this discussion is going on, the reality is that as soon as a committee was formed, I think a public forum for them to do outreach to explore the issues that they should be exploring would be really important. So again, whether we do that in an effort to create a committee to do that, or whether we create a committee and allow them to do that per se, I'm not sure. So that might be another question.
Okay.
I think, you know, we could spend a lot of time doing public outreach and for all practical purposes doing the work of a committee that I'm not sure, I don't think it's inappropriate for us to be doing, but I'm not sure it's necessarily, again, appropriate might not be the right term, but that it's necessary for us to be doing. So, Jamie.
I love the idea, it's Howard, right? I love the idea that Howard suggested, and I think community forums around these things are really important. One of the things that was amazing to me was a number of us were concerned about the special budget vote that came up for the newly formed school district, having people participate and attend on June 25th. And wouldn't you know it, a proposal came up to support diversity funding for the entire school district. And wouldn't you know it, it was the thing that inspired and ignited people in all 4 towns to come out. And young people were there, old people were there. It was just really powerful to see how that particular topic brought people together in a positive way. And a number of us were from Putney. And so in my experience, people are just desperate, you know, it's the summer. I've been a community organizer a long time. You pretty much don't get anyone to come to anything in the summer. But come middle of September,
yes,
you might start being able to get folks to come out to things.
Yeah.
And so I just think that this, you know, I can think of 6 people off the top of my head in our town who are very passionate about this work statewide, nationally. So I just am excited about what that means for us. And so anyways, I think a public forum is a great idea.
I agree. I'm just,
I agree with you that it can be the work of the committee.
that would be my instinct, because otherwise.
Unless you wanted to organize it, Josh, because I would totally support that too.
Much as I would love to, and I'd love to be involved, and this is a very important topic to me. I also, you may or may not know, am the chair of the board of the Putney School. It's a topic that we work hard on at Putney School. I've been on a state board that deals with affordable housing and issues with equity and inclusion, et cetera. So, you know, it's near and dear to me, but it's, I'm happy to come to a forum, but I do not have the capacity to organize.
You need bandwidth too.
Yeah. So,
I will say, I just reached out to your new, I don't know her title, diversity coordinator, who just came on like last week or 2 weeks ago, Lisa.
Yeah.
And so she and I are going to chat on Friday, and I'm looking forward to the expertise that some of our institutions in Putney have.
Yeah. No, and as you said, there's a lot of expertise in that area at Putney School beyond, I mean, you know, bringing her in is a sort of a step in a different, not in a different direction, but a further step forward. But there's a lot of people who have been doing a lot of work on it for a long time.
I was excited looking at all your
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah, it's a good group. All right.
Table it?
Table it, is that all right?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, good. So we're going to
gonna get it
table that
done.
discussion and we'll keep moving forward.
Excellent.
And thank you both for attending and for your input.
Yes,
And
thank you so much. Thank you, Howard. Thank you,
Thank
Jamie.
you, both of you. Thank you. Really.
All right, property tax billing status. I am aware that I got my property tax bill. I don't know whether I am alone. I'm guessing not.
No, you were not.
I
You're the only
didn't
one
get
who said
mine.
that.
It's probably in your box today.
I emptied my box on my way here. I don't have it. So I was hoping that maybe this year I
Maybe
didn't have to
maybe they're
have it.
waiting to make a special one for you.
This isn't the year I could just pass on that?
No. So they are out. They will be due August 30th for the first installment.
Yeah.
So,
And then just of note, and I think, you know, this is on the information, but it's just the first payment that's delayed till the end of the month. The other payments will be at their regularly
third Friday
regular,
of the month
in November and
February.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Yep.
anything else you want to add to that, Karen, or not? Just so we're clear, the education tax rate for residential is 1.71 something, is that correct?
Yep, so the homestead educational rate is 1.7126, and the non-residential rate is 1.5988, and it's right here on the sheet, Josh.
Yeah.
So this is the grand list and tax rate history. So what I did below, you have the town tax, you have the school tax for homestead and non-residential. So the increases are that bottom line. So there's a total of 13-cent increase overall. Per 100.
So on $100,000 home, please do that math for me. My decimal points are getting all screwy. Is that a $13 difference?
Correct. Yeah,
Right?
sorry, I think so. What did, repeat
13
what you said.
cents per 100. Per 100.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
$13
So it'll be a $13 per $100,000 value of your home.
increase.
Increase.
Correct.
Right. So,
All right, $130 per.
I think it's more than
Yeah,
that.
that
no, it
doesn't
must be
sound
130,
right.
sorry, yeah,
So you're saying total, that doesn't include, that's including school, but not.
per 100, so 13 cents
Correct.
times 1,000.
Correct.
So did I see a 5-cent increase for school?
Did you see what, Jane?
5-cent increase?
Roughly, yeah, for homestead, yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Yes.
$130.
Yeah, it's $130.
Sorry, yeah. I was just
It's
hoping
okay. It
it
took
was
a minute.
I was
Finally through
hoping it was.
Let's see Mrs. Faulkner's second grade math class. Do it in my head.
So the
Per
total,
100,000.
Per 100,000,
Right.
yes.
the total to be raised for the school, whether non-residential or homestead educational, I'm rounding up, okay, so it's 3.9 million, okay? The school budget at town meeting was voted on at like 3.4.
Yeah.
So your increase is
So
about
largely,
500,000 from the school.
yeah. Yeah, and that presumably reflects largely
The
the
consolidation.
process of consolidation.
Yes.
Exactly, which,
We were
yes.
told it had to do with the term I always forget, the ICLA or that.
Yes.
That it had to do
CLA.
with the CLA, so now that we're in a larger district,
The CLA
that
change.
the CLA impacts the number.
Up for the
That's,
school?
that's how we were explained the difference in the cost, because the increase supposedly wasn't that dramatic, and so you saw the difference between the 3.4 and the 3.9, or however we say it in shorthand, but that it was supposed to be around the CLA.
That's interesting because, you know, our CLA wouldn't change. I mean, each of the towns still has the same, their individual CLAs would not change, so they must average the CLAs of all of the towns in order
Right.
to achieve that, because it's a district-wide thing. But that's not a town, I hadn't thought about it that way, that's different.
Yeah.
different way of looking at it, and I'm not sure I understand it well enough to really understand that. But
I don't
CLA means common level of appraisal, which is basically the
Assess.
the percentage of what our actual values of land in town are versus our appraised values. So it's based on sales values, and it's a number that the state comes up with. So if everything, if we have a grand list of 2,406,000 or
That's it.
$240
Yeah.
million,
That's it, yeah.
then if everything that sells in Putney sells for exactly what it's listed for, then we would have a CLA of, I believe it's one, is it 1 or 100? Of 100.
It's 100, yes. Yeah.
But if everything,
So as it changes above or below the
it's a
projection,
percentage. Exactly. So it's based on sales versus what our grand list. So essentially, it's a way to look at whether the sales that are occurring in town accurately reflect
how we're
the
assessing that.
assessments. Exactly.
So, and because ours is 3.9 or 3.5, it's saying things are actually selling for more than they're assessed for or less than they're assessed for.
Ours
They're
is
selling for less than they're assessed for?
Because that's the
Right.
increase in the rate to make up for the difference. Is that the idea?
That's what someone
I
said
haven't
to
seen
me.
the I'm not sure what what is our
It's
CLA?
99.7.
So that 99.7 means that we're
Yeah.
pretty darn close.
Right.
But that they are, if the CLA is 99.7, it means that the value of the homes, yes, the value of the homes slightly deflate, slightly less.
Then our projection.
Exactly.
So our
Right.
projection is slightly inflated.
Exactly. And if it goes off by more than 10%, that triggers, we're required to do a reassessment.
Right.
Okay, and that's
So-
what happened.
Exactly. So we got down to a CLA of 0.89, and that triggered the need to do that 2014
Thank you for
reassessment.
explaining that.
And it's confusing, but there's a general.
No, that
Might
was
or might
good.
not be
No,
accurate.
that, you were, yeah,
It's pretty
pretty
close.
well, you're,
Very
yeah,
good. Thank you
right
for that,
on.
Josh.
Yeah.
So, good
So is
job.
that accurate, $13 increase per $100,000 value?
Does that reflect that? No, it's $130 per
It was
100.
130.
Yeah, sorry, I was
Okay,
off by a
like, it
decimal
didn't
point.
seem right. I was like,
Yeah.
So, yeah, so tax bills are out and
Okay, so next, tax sale.
tax sale is set for August 27th, which is a Tuesday, at Town Hall at 10 a.m. Larry Slison's office will be conducting the tax sale. We have 11 properties on the list at the moment. The first publication will be tomorrow in the Brattleboro Reformer, and then a week later, the second, and then a week after that will be the third.
Let's see, the 27th, so do we have another meeting before then, other than the 14th?
No, 28th, the 28th is our
Okay,
next
because
meeting.
we need to, either one of us or a representative for us needs to be present at that tax sale.
I'm gonna be there.
Okay, and we need to, thanks.
I may be
Well, we can also approve Karen to do it, but, and we need to have a discussion, and Larry will probably be the one to advise us on this, as to whether there are any properties we're gonna bid on if they don't go for what they should go for.
Okay.
Because we can make the decision to purchase properties at tax sale if they don't rise to what we think they need to. And I don't remember, it's been a long time since I've done that.
Here, I'm gonna give you the
Exactly
list,
how that
if
works,
you
but-
know. I don't believe there's interest in some of those properties already. And as a delinquent tax collector, I would be at that tax sale.
Yeah.
I'm interested in being at it just because I never have.
Yeah.
So I think
I
it'd
need
be
to
a great
learn about this
learning
too.
opportunity.
It might be worth seeing if you could have Larry here at your meeting on the 14th so that you could have a discussion about that.
Okay.
And whether that would be in open meeting or executive session, I'm not 100% sure, because it would be based on possible purchase of property. So real estate
Contract,
can be,
yeah.
contract and real estate can be
Right.
excluded. And
Right.
I don't know, that would be a
Right.
question for Larry. But, and a question would be for Larry whether we should be considering a price. I really don't remember the details of how this works, but I know that historically we're there and we have talked about whether there are properties we will choose not to sell at the price that they bid or something along those lines. I really
Okay.
don't remember how it works, so that's something we should know before we go into that. Jordy might know,
Right.
but I'm not sure he will. Jordy might also plan on being.
So I do
Pleasant.
know that all of these people have been notified. So they do have up till 10 a.m. on August 27th.
Yes, and
to
commonly, a number
A lot
of these
will,
will come off
yes.
this list before the day actually happens.
But, I mean, it's $69,000.
In taxes, which, and I don't know whether you guys know how this works, but when a property sells to an outside buyer at tax sale, what happens is that that person pays for that property and then receives in return 1% per month interest on the money that they have invested on that, which is the responsibility. The person whose property was sold has a year to redeem,
Yeah.
but they pay a 1% per month premium in order to redeem up to 12% for the full year.
To the person that purchased it.
To the person that purchased it. So it's a darn good investment
Yeah,
for
it's a
those
great-
who can do that. But, you know, it's also a little bit of a gamble. You know, essentially it's what somebody's deciding is whether they're gonna make at least 12% by either hanging on to it and collecting that 1% if they think the person's gonna redeem, or make that 12% by selling it at the end of the year, or they have a different interest in it. But that's how it works, is that they have a year to redeem, so.
Is this a typical list? Every year is there about that many, or does it really?
It's a little longer, it's a little bigger than usual, but not a lot. At this stage, again, this will change in the next month.
It will.
Yeah.
It was longer.
Yeah.
So I took all the mobile homes off because they're just not worth doing a tax sale. There's repeat
And the mobile
properties
homes, the
here.
reason the mobile homes typically are not worth going to tax sale, because typically it's just the mobile home itself, it's not necessarily the lot that it's on
Right.
with it.
Yeah.
So they have
So we can
little,
work
if
with
any,
those
value
people?
to us or to anybody else.
We just
So,
work with them because their taxes are low,
Yeah.
although they're on budgets,
Right.
you know, so we just work with them to get them paid.
Do we need a motion to approve Karen to represent us at this, or?
I'm the delinquent tax collector.
I
so
think you should
for-
have that discussion with Larry
Yeah.
and see what he recommends.
Okay,
Historically, my recollection is it's usually been a select board member, but I don't know that there's any reason for that.
Okay.
Also, I would say as to that number of how many are here, I would say we probably average ballpark 3 to 6 properties at any given tax sale.
There's 10
Right, but it's, again, a month in advance, it's not
Right.
surprising to have double what we will have, because, you know, there's, I mean, you know, several of those will be paid, I'm sure.
yeah.
But, or, almost. But,
Several of them just reflect people doing business in a different way, waiting till the last minute and paying the taxes.
And some absolutely have to wait until the last minute, and then, you know, they say, uh-oh.
So all these people are 2 years in arrears already.
Right.
And the new tax bill just went out, so. And the policy is 2 years.
And those numbers, for the total, that 69,000, that's the total, but that's
just on
reflective of,
taxes.
right, but that's reflective of the total owed for that 2-year period. it's not only the taxes that are 2 years in arrears, it's all the taxes that are in arrears
Yes,
to date.
all.
Well, that's a
Correct.
considerably
Yeah.
smaller number than you showed us
Yeah.
several meetings ago.
Yes.
Some of them are 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Well, but that, David, also does not include all the people that are
That's
only a
just-
year.
right,
Exactly.
got it.
So you've got, I mean, what's our total uncollected taxes right now?
It was like 169,000.
So that's closer to nothing.
Right, exactly.
But that also reflects that we've collected, I mean, we were at 230, so we're 230-ish.
Yeah,
So we've
remember? Yeah.
collected 70
Yes.
cents, something like
Yeah,
that. So
it's, keeps coming in.
it's a process.
What do you want?
Yeah.
Because it
We'd like to
keeps,
see
because it
that.
keeps going out.
I know, yeah, as you will know tonight.
Can't wait till you see it.
Okay, so you guys you'll check in with Larry
I
about
will.
that
I
and
will.
see what he recommends and see whether you should have him here at the meeting on the 14th so you guys can make
We're gonna
decisions.
see Larry either tomorrow or
Oh,
Friday.
okay, so we'll talk to him.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Gravel pit closing date was scheduled for tomorrow, but there was a glitch in Dummerston with getting the money transferred apparently, so we are putting that off, we think, until Friday, but until
Friday morning, perhaps, 10:30.
we need to.
Yep.
So, and that includes, you know, the nature of that meeting is that we have received the money from the bond bank.
The interest rate is 2.91%.
Which is excellent news.
Yeah.
We were anticipating more like 3.8 probably,
Yeah.
and
Started it at 4.2.
in the
something.
vote,
Yeah.
we approved up to 4.25%
Yeah,
on that.
yes,
But
yeah.
we were thinking it was gonna be, it had been, I think last year's rate was like 3.84 or something, so.
Yeah, it was,
So this is significantly better.
yes, much
Which
better.
is great. That's over 30 years, that saves a chunk of money. But we currently have a check for just under $1 million waiting to go to Renault. So, all right. Putney Public Library roof is apparently leaking.
So I got a phone call from Emily, and she stated the roof is leaking around the skylight and the flashing.
Okay.
So she's like, what should we do? I'm like, well, it's in the memo of understanding that at some point we're gonna look at replacing the roof. I asked her to get a estimate
Yeah.
on what it would cost to repair it
Yeah.
for now.
Yeah.
We do have $30,000 in the roof
Yeah. I mean,
reserve,
yeah.
but I haven't seen the estimate yet.
You know, a repair like that is usually on the order of, you know, handful, no, shouldn't be anywhere
Less.
near that.
Yeah,
If it's just a skylight, it should be, you know, somewhere between several hundred and, you know, maybe a couple thousand, worst case scenario, but I wouldn't think so. But, you know, that roof is only whatever it is, isn't that 12, well, I guess it's about 12 years old.
Is it-
Maybe it's
She
15.
thought maybe
Asphalt
15.
It's asphalt, but it's architectural, we should get a solid 25 years out of it.
Yeah, it seems like it hasn't
Is
been
it
there that long.
warranted?
It is, but this would be a workmanship
Yeah.
detail, not a,
Not a roof.
not a,
It's not leaking because the shingles
Yeah.
aren't quality, it's
Yeah.
leaking because it
Right,
wasn't flashed and cocked as
Yes.
well as it
Would
is.
the
Yeah.
original
And honestly,
installer?
and we don't know, nobody's gonna back it up after 15 years. And
Okay.
with the installer, with the person we've already been through that with the roof on the fire department, because that was done improperly.
And we think it's the same person that did the library.
It is.
Okay.
So we will not,
No.
nobody's gonna stand behind that. And it's not worth our pursuing.
Yeah.
So we just get it fixed and that's what it is. But skylights leak all the time.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's a good possibility that it's a very simple fix,
Yeah.
a piece or two of failed flashing and, you know, I mean, it easily could be a very small fix, but
Yeah.
but
I just
we
wanted
don't want to
to
ignore it.
let you know what was happening.
Yep.
And I will give you more
Conversation today about that.
information.
The reason we didn't do metal roofing to begin with, so they don't have to deal with this again, is the cost of doing it. It was so much cheaper to do shingles.
Asphalt's by far the cheapest. It's also, you know, there's definite advantages to it, particularly in a public building like that, because it doesn't slide.
Gotcha. That makes perfect
You
sense.
know,
I didn't think of that.
Maintenance for that, if it was a metal roof, would be complicated.
I've also heard from firefighters that they really despise metal roofs.
They're hard. There's tricky things about them. It would be worth, while we have somebody there looking at that skylight, to just give us a ballpark on how long we think that roof is going to last us.
Yeah.
I would think we'd have a solid 10 years left in it, but you know, somebody who does it all the time would be able to tell us a little. So while somebody's up there climbing around, just have them look around. And if you need names, I can give you names.
I already have 2 that I gave Emily.
Okay, sounds good.
So.
You know, Travis Slade has done the vast majority. He did the
was
fire
from-
station, he did the central school.
And Stetson and Sons.
Stetson, he's done work for us for the town.
And he was the one that redid the fire station.
No,
Travis
Travis
Slade.
He did the original
No,
that needed
no.
to be replaced.
No, that was done by Guyette and Sons out of.
Okay. That, I was just making sure it wasn't the original.
No.
Okay.
No, and Travis, to his credit, Travis has been very generous, both on the fire station
And the school.
and on the school.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, you know, he's exceptionally busy.
Right.
But, you know, it certainly, he has been sort of the roofer of record for us for a while, because he's been very reasonable and generous with the town.
Yeah, I know.
He does amazing.
Great job.
And he does,
He does amazing.
Yeah. But that having been said, Rick Stetson has also been very generous to the town. The last project I can remember he did, which was not specifically for the town, but town-oriented, was he did a great job at a very reasonable price on Pierce's Hall. So Rick would be a great person to also ask about it.
Yeah.
All right, public library roof, sidewalk project status.
So the status on the sidewalk is for the next 2 weeks, they'll be filling in the slope. I have not been up there this week. I'll go up towards the end of the week. I have a meeting too on Friday morning, 9 a.m. with Pathways Consulting and Steve Zaluzny.
When did you say, Friday morning?
Friday morning at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
We try to do weekly meetings
Yeah.
to see where the project's at.
Yeah.
So far it's
moving
along, and you know, the box culvert's in, it's filled in. We're still waiting on the light poles and the electrical panel put on River Road. So I'll have more of an update on Friday, but that is moving along.
It's looking good.
I know, it's changing.
It's exciting.
Yeah, it is, does,
Yeah.
hauled a lot across Rock and then.
Yeah.
It's good.
That's a big hole.
That's a big hole. I looked at it the first day, I thought, why is the walkway not down there?
Yeah.
I thought,
Right.
all that filling, and I looked at it and said, oh, I know.
Because the state
It is a
encouraged us
big
to
hole.
do that. 950 cubic yards of material they're gonna put on that slope.
Wow.
Yep.
It's a lot of truckloads.
Yes.
All right, historical society status.
So I spoke with Carolyn Handy, and she was gonna go to their board to make sure that their focus and their interest is still occupying the second floor. So they're excited about it, and I let her know too that we would have to have a lease agreement because it's a public building. So she hasn't gotten back to me yet, but it's looking favorable. So I'm just.
And you also said that somebody had reached out to Chip to discuss.
I reached out to Chip Greenberg regarding the feasibility study because he had done it originally in 2005. So he did give me an estimate, but I haven't read through it thoroughly to know. Just a thought here. So his comment is, his fee is based off of the construction costs, usually.
Yeah.
So whatever that is, it's a percentage.
Yeah.
So if it's $1 million, then it's $100,000 that he ends up. So, I want to research that a little more.
Yeah.
Because all we're doing is updating
Right.
the numbers.
It's not like we're doing the whole study, even though
Right.
probably he would end up updating the whole study.
Right. So, I'm working on that. And I will reach out to VLCT about the lease agreement.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
I think maybe we have one in hand, we review it,
Yeah.
and then we can go to the Historical Society.
Yeah.
Okay?
Sounds good.
All right.
Town manager's report.
It's fairly long, so I'm gonna just run through this, okay? Highway Department, Westminster Road, Brian did replace 4 culverts already.
Thank you, Howard. Yeah.
Thank you.
He has possibly one more to do. He's ditched the entire 3 miles. So there's no date for the paving, but he's planning on September.
Okay.
Mowing has been done in most of the town with 1 pass. Some places, he's mowed it back even further. And I just want to apologize to the Wetlands Committee because someone requested that they don't mow down by the wetlands because of the milkweeds and the butterflies. And I didn't have it in writing, I forgot about it, and I didn't pass it on to Brian. So I do want to apologize to the Wetlands
Because it got
Committee.
mowed down there.
It did, today. So, but it was
just
crawling.
sort of a single pass.
Yeah, it was crawling into the road, so it was needed, but I did recommend in the spring, if there's anything down there that you don't want touched, give it to me in writing.
Yeah, and maybe
I think it's
flag
good
it somehow or
policy.
something.
Yeah.
No, and I mean, with something like that, it can be mowed, it's just gotta be done.
Right.
You know, it's gotta be done after September 15th or something.
Right.
For butterfly
So,
breeding, so.
I'll take
The
responsibility for
state will
that.
probably have recommendations on timing for something
Yeah.
like that.
South Pine Banks Road and Turner Trail, we've been having some issues for a couple weeks now. There's one resident up there. Turner Trail is draining onto South Pine Banks in front of the mailboxes. And tenants on Turner Trail have been notified by the post office that they're not going to have the mail delivered because of the cutout is needs to be fixed so they can drive up to the mailboxes. But the funny thing was that 2 of the 4 residents were getting mail and the other 2 were not. So I didn't quite understand that. So the resident on Pine Banks Road, South Pine Banks Road, his driveway's been getting washed out. So he's got some sort of, gully. Yeah. So Brian was gonna be out there today. I didn't have time to follow up with him, so I'm hoping, he was, 313 South Pine Banks Road, it's been resolved.
So they
You're
were
hoping.
communicating.
It's at least been looked at.
I'm hoping.
They were communicating with me and said that he was out there.
Good,
And
good. I
they're
know.
very happy about that.
So the backhoe had a flat tire, so we had to get a tire for that. He was told not to run the backhoe with the way the tire condition was. The grader has 4 new tires. That was another
I'm sure
issue.
those were cheap.
It's
They are
going
what
on-
they are.
It's going on last year's budget,
Yeah.
so that's
The-
slowed things
The
down.
other
now.
place that somebody brought to my attention, and I know we don't have to.
You can.
Frost Place.
Frost
There's run out and ice that occurs on Kimball Hill, and I think it also potentially is a mail issue, but I think.
I think he's aware of that spot.
I think Frost Place is private, isn't it?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But it was brought to my attention particularly that maybe we could address it before winter because it cheats ice out onto
Right.
Kimball Hill, so.
And it does onto the sidewalk too from there.
Exactly. So,
I know Brian's aware of it, but I will note that for
Sounds
him, okay? Houghton Brook Road, as you know, has been done. I submitted the reimbursement to the state So the total project cost was $111,302.80. So our reimbursement from the state is 80%, which is $89,042.24. The town's portion, $22,260.56.
Which was mostly done in kind or not?
No,
No?
Brian didn't do any work on that corner.
Oh, sorry.
A.S. Clark did it all.
Oh, okay.
So we had a grant of $175,000.
Yeah.
So, and it came in at 111.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's a really good job.
Yep.
We did get an award
But
for.
we still only get the 80,000, we
Right.
still only get the 80%
Yeah,
reimbursement,
we only
even
get
if
the
it's
89,
significantly
but,
less than the
I
grant.
mean,
But
Yeah.
it lowers our.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just being clear that we don't,
Mhm.
that grant, just because we had the possibility of getting 175.
Right, we don't get cash back.
Unfortunately, we don't get 80% of 175. Why not?
Well, this just
Yeah.
shows, it shows how efficient some contractors can be.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Archie's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and no extra work authorizations or nothing. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Being straightforward bids and.
yeah. It was, this is another good job he's done.
Nice.
We were awarded a municipal planning grant, which is the grants in aid, $20,130. So I'll talk to Brian and see what's on his wish list for that money. Fire department, the dry hydrant was put in at Santa's Land with a grant. I think
Good.
that was about $4,000.
What is a dry hydrant?
It's a,
Go ahead.
it's a pipe, you see them at a culvert, at a Putney School, it's the big pipe that sort of goes down on a diagonal towards a body of water.
Okay.
Basically, it's a pipe that sits in the bottom of a pond per se,
Yeah.
and if they need water,
They can use a pump to.
exactly,
Yeah.
they attach a
Okay.
pump truck to it and then pull it out. And you'll see them occasionally working on them, and they're doing what's called back flushing them, which is where they blow water, pump water into them in order to clean debris, et cetera,
Okay.
out of them. But there's a bunch of them all over town.
Yeah, all right, that's good to know.
And Tom tries to do one a year.
Okay.
Add another one.
Yes, yes, yep.
Yeah, we added one last year up on West Hill Road.
Is that something that, like, it helps with your property insurance if
Mhm.
there's one?
Within a
Yeah,
certain number of
right.
distance from you, yes.
Yeah.
They're pre-sealed and primed too, right? They pump the water up the top and there's a vacuum seal right at the top. So when they hitch on, they break the seal and there's water already there, which means they don't have to prime it up after they broke. And we've seen them do that.
And it also, yeah, it prevents the priming, it also tends to prevent that silting in.
The silting in, right. It's cool, it's a good system.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have not received notification on the federal grant for the equipment, the 182,000, for the air breathing equipment that Tom requested. Which is good news because,
That means it's being considered anyway.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We weren't eliminated in the early rounds.
No. Annual physicals for the on-call department is scheduled for September. And then we did get a correspondence from Landmark College regarding cooling stations in the hot heat. They were inquiring whether, if there's any places in town where senior citizens can go out of this heat. So Tom is going to reach out to Landmark College and try to coordinate that and see what.
Okay, I was confused when you first said, but now I understand what you're talking
Yes.
about. Okay.
Because it almost sounds like that the college is willing to support
I would think
the
so. 'cause
Putney
they-
residents
Yeah.
in this hot heat.
So, I mean, the public library could be considered a cooling station.
As
That
could
was
the,
another-
as could the fire station.
As
Yeah.
the fire station, maybe.
But maybe the gym up at
Putney
Landmark or,
community, any of the schools,
yeah, their
Yeah.
library
Right.
or
But not
a
all of
common
those have-
space.
But not all of those have AC.
Yeah, no.
So, I mean, the library does,
Yeah.
because it's mini splits, and now the fire department does, because it's mini, well,
Right.
they used to have an AC, but
Yep.
with
They can
mini
come
splits, it's.
sit in the tax office.
Is this an argument to put an AC in here? Is that
With the renovations, yeah.
That's actually lovely. I hope that works out.
So I think it's great that Landmark reached out to us in that capacity. And
So they did reach out and offer to possibly do that?
yeah, to talk about other cooling centers, you know?
Okay.
Which we don't know exactly what the nature of their reaching out is, but it sounds to you like it's probably to
It says,
potentially be available.
yeah, how Landmark College campus might be used to
Oh,
supplement
great.
or support the needs of Putney residents.
Great.
So,
No, and I think that, one of the key things for all of us to remember in situations like that is check on people that you might know of that need to be checked on. Because,
Right.
I don't know about everybody else, but there were a few days there where it was pretty darn uncomfortable. If you're
yeah.
old and not able to.
Elderly, pregnant.
Exactly,
you
a
know,
number of different things.
Health concerns.
Mom's AC went in first. There you go.
Yeah.
So Tom's gonna run with that and update me. As you notice, front steps of the town hall are taped off. They need to be repaired. I have Paul Bemis, I put a phone call into him to take a look at them or recommend somebody that might be able to repair them. Right now, they're a liability.
Those are just concrete, aren't they?
Yeah.
I can't remember. You're
Yes.
talking about, I didn't notice. Which ones are?
Both.
Oh, the ones
sides.
going straight out?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah,
someone
no,
came
I-
in and said, you really should clean that up, somebody's gonna slip and fall.
Yeah.
So they're in bad shape, so we just taped them off.
But the ramp is still.
The ramp is fine.
And the two side stairways are
Yes.
still open as well.
Well, this one over here is getting a little
Yeah, no, I know, but they're,
face, but.
yeah. No, that whole front thing has been a topic of discussion every few years. We've done repairs on it a handful of times, but it's one of those things that if you, in order to do it right, it's a
Right.
pretty significant, actually, that might be an interesting place for the Historical Society to get grant money for access there. That would be a possibility.
Now you're thinking. Cape family will have a funeral procession on August 10th at the cemetery on Old Depot Road at 12 o'clock. There's going to be people from the American Legion, and there's going to be a good-sized gathering over there. They will be firing off guns, so I just want people to be aware if you hear gunshots on Old Depot Road, it's for this funeral. But we're going to notify.
Is it a military salute?
Yes, yep, he was in the Lieutenant Colonel Charles Capeman and Private William Duvall. Both served in the Revolutionary War. So there's a headstone too that's being replaced. So a family reunion, they're all coming up.
Cool.
So yeah. Jonathan, I requested that he notify the neighbors around that area
Yeah.
that this is gonna happen, so nobody panics when
That
they
was really
hear
smart.
gunshots.
Yeah.
Yellow Barn, I don't wanna talk too much about this, but the 50th anniversary this year, August 3rd is apparently their last performance for the season. So, if one of the select board would like to be there on Saturday night.
It's beautiful.
Arrival time at 7:30. We start at 8 o'clock.
I am not available
I
tonight.
have a family, my mom's family reunion Saturday up north, so I'm not gonna be here.
It said I would do it, and I thought Josh should get first dibs on it, so.
My mom's in town and we're going
I'm happy to do it. So it's August 3rd at 7:30?
If you could be
This
there at
Saturday.
7:30, yes.
Josh, do you want me to read a statement from the select board? Is there something that you would like to say?
I think you could, I think you
You
could.
think I can wing it?
Yeah.
Okay. This is beautiful. This is very thoughtful of you, Karen.
Someone recommended that we write a letter.
Yeah.
So if you want to go ahead and draft that, Laura.
With that great big good bandwidth that I have. Okay.
I don't mind.
I will. I'll draft a letter and I'll send it to you and then you can revise it and
Yeah.
we can tag team it.
So,
all right.
but if you can present that, that'd be great.
Okay.
One other item.
It's really pretty.
So I requested Alyssa to send flowers to the town of Woodstock for Phil Swanson.
Oh.
He was the town manager for 34 years. He was 67 years old and he passed away. He was the longest serving town manager in Vermont.
Wow.
And he was known for his ability to solve problems, bring grants home, and avoid becoming ensnared in local politics.
Good mentor.
I know. And, you know, I recall him being at a workshop, but I never really met him personally.
Yeah.
So we did send flowers on behalf of the town of Putney Select Board
Good.
and this office.
Thank you.
So, and that is all I have.
All right. Warrants.
Oh, I move that we execute and oh, I can't do this. Of course you can. As
Judge, jury, and executioner.
yeah, I know. I'm like I can't.
Approve and execute.
Approve and execute the minutes as
The-
presented
the
upon
warrants.
review.
The
Thank you. The warrants. As
We already executed the warrants. Put them aside for 2 minutes.
As presented upon
on review. Thank
There
you.
we go.
Thank you. Oh, was that?
Perfect.
Do you want to
Second.
You gotta
There we
see.
go.
Wait, I thought you were, you know.
I was done. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
What she said is moved.
Thing I've learned the
He
most of being here
seconded.
is just learn to listen. Learn to listen.
It's been moved and seconded to approve and execute the minutes as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, payroll warrant, July 26, 2019, in the amount of $11,184.79. I think, yeah, library's on that one. Payroll warrant dated August 2nd, 2019, in the amount of $11,649.51. This includes the rec department and on-call fire personnel.
Actually should have been paid on the one before that.
Hmm?
So then they should have been paid on the one before that, the rec and the fire.
No harm.
So this represents the last reassessment, hence the jump. That's why that line's there.
0506.
Yeah.
No, well, we did a reassessment in 2014 too. So that would have.
Because that's almost unchanged, and that's a double. See what I'm saying? That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, we did one in 06, so you're right.
You mean
That's
with
big.
the
If we-
taxes
but-
and stuff?
Yeah. On the first page?
No, go
Yeah.
to,
What I was wondering.
Conservation
was I
Commission.
just-
But you see that this, this increase stays relatively stable. So that's what the CLA does.
Got it.
is Even if this is all, even if this is off by that much, it adjusts so that, exactly.
Common, so this was again?
Common level of assessment or appraisal.
Accounts payable dated August 2nd. Did that again. 2019.
Didn't add the
All right. $154,699.31. In here, we have Zaluzny estimating for $75,531.50. And we have a payment here. Is it the backhoe? $37,633.80. It's either the backhoe or the grader. It's the grader, right? The grader. So, and I think when I looked, we were gonna have 3 pieces of equipment, or 3 loans paid off this year. That's good.
Yeah, it is. So if they keep working.
Yeah. So as far as the Luzny's reimbursement, we'll get 80% of that when I send it in.
That's taxpayer Elizabeth Roach.
That is an overpayment on taxes, so when their homestead exemption came in, they got more than what their taxes were. So there's like 3 of those on there.
We probably shouldn't say their names.
Sorry.
It's public information.
Yeah, it is public information, but.
The
No,
tax credit isn't.
not.
Tax credit isn't?
No, homestead exemption is now.
Well,
This
once
is-
it's
this
in
is a
here,
public
this is
document.
public information, yeah.
Once it's there, I guess.
Yeah. But I won't say the rest of them.
Allen Engineering, what's that?
Pools.
What? Pool?
Yeah, chemicals. Next meeting? Yeah.
I'm just thinking that. That community bank was the fire engine.
Oh, that's right, yeah, engine number 1.
You want me to take this with me?
Yeah.
What's next?
That's the solar. That's our solar bill that we get every month.
Huh.
So we pay Next Sun for credits that we generate. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You should sit down and talk to us sometime about trying to figure that out.
What?
So our Green Mountain power bills are reduced for certain buildings because of the solar credits that we generate.
Okay.
So,
So then why do we have?
This is, it's essentially a lease agreement.
yeah,
It's a power,
contract.
it's a power purchase agreement.
Right, a 20-year agreement.
So we pay them X amount, and then the assumption is that we come out way ahead by having the credits.
And I had Morgan, because Casella check to make sure we were getting our 10%.
And
And we are,
yeah,
but, you know, we had a credit of $2,800 this month,
right.
but we're still paying
Like
next
3,900.
But that's only an annual payment to them, correct?
No, it's a monthly payment.
So why are we paying $1,100 more for saving 10%?
That's a monthly payment for next summer, every month.
Not that amount. It's dependent on how much is produced.
So in the wintertime, if they're lower,
Right.
because we have those
Right.
credits available.
Right.
And so in the summertime, when we're generating all of those credits,
Oh,
we're
okay.
not
But-
using them.
Right, right, right. But we're not paying, we used to pay that money, essentially, we used to pay that money to Green Mountain Power.
Correct.
And we're no longer paying, right. So, yeah,
Yeah.
it's an offset.
But our Green Mountain Power bills are, it doesn't offset it 100% or
No.
50%.
50% it doesn't?
No, no.
I can't remember what we thought it was going to do. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'll have to sit down
Our
and figure
Green
this out, because I
Mountain
cannot
power
wrap
bills.
my head
Our
around this
Green
yet.
Mountain power bills were like hardly anything this month for the power generated, and we just paid next on $3,900.
But we would have, I mean, our.
But we
in-
would have paid
in the-
1,000 something.
Exactly, in the dead of winter, we paid Green Mountain Power
More money.
a bunch of money.
Right.
Yeah, So,
So that's where
But we
credits
still
come in
pay
handy.
next time, like, we're just totally baffled by how it's a good idea.
I'd have to
well,
see
we
the-
should,
the
we should find
spreadsheet.
out, because we may have the ability, I mean, if Morgan looked at it, he should understand that type of agreement. I mean, you know, but we may have the ability to renegotiate it if we,
Yeah, we, when Chip was here, he was looking at that too.
and we don't have the
No.
ability. Even
Sometimes
it's
you can
typically
move-
in 7 and 14-year increments for renegotiation on those, so we should keep that in mind.
Well, 7 years will be coming up because
That's what
that
I'm
just
saying.
happened, that contract, like 2 years before I got here, so.
It's a little bit more than that, probably.
It's
but,
fairly new.
It was when Cynthia was town manager, definitely. So we should look at that, because I
So maybe
think they
5 years
they
ago,
might be.
yeah.
I
I
don't
think
know.
we're coming up
We
with
should
a
talk-
7,
we
if
should
you
talk
think
to
it's
Morgan.
7 year.
I may be wrong. Many of them are renegotiable
Mhm.
renegotiable at 7-year increments, so.
Yeah, because if we can add like the library, because they're not on it. So the wastewater treatment plant, fire station, I think we're on that
We
too.
have town hall, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, streetlights are not, something else is not too.
Right. Not all the public buildings are on
Right.
the
I don't
contract.
remember whether private apartments or not.
The spreadsheet might be in that. Is
Well,
there-
maybe we should review, maybe we could ask Morgan or next summer or somebody to come and
Mhm.
review it for us.
Yeah, we've done a lot of work with Nexon
Yeah,
through Morgan.
yeah,
So
okay.
he confirmed it's accurate.
Appropriate,
Yeah.
okay. Well,
So-
we should just explore whether it's renegotiable.
Right.
In the interest of being correct on the dates of the warrant, the numbers are the same, but the dates are different. Do you want to have it be the right one? Just have them
Yes,
re-sign it?
yeah, because it should be 2 different dates.
Right,
not
it's the
one.
dates of 7/27/2019 to August 2nd. So it's
Yes.
covering the whole
Right.
2 weeks in between, right?
Yes.
But it's the
not-
same, this is the same, it's the same amount. it's
Right.
Right.
Or it still didn't do it right.
So that's it. You need to go home.
Let me
Okay.
try again while you're talking.
So, other business, town highway department operator advertisement.
Forgot we did have other business then. So an ad is out in the paper, or was out in the paper, we only ran it one day. Applications for entry-level highway operator are due August 16th in this office. Applications and a job description are available on our town website at putneyvp, like Vermont.org. So we've had one application come through so far.
When did you put it out? Roughly a week ago?
It went in Saturday's weekend edition. So, and I know word is out there.
Yeah.
Do we ever consider using anything like Indeed to?
No. I mean, we could, but I just, I wouldn't do it.
Financial audit.
Is scheduled for August 6th, 7th, and 8th, which Alyssa and I have a 2-page laundry list, so we will be working on that
Okay.
tomorrow or Friday. But
And we need an executive session? Yes.
yes, we do.
Okay.
So a decision will be made, Em?
Jan?
Jan?
Jan? Jan.
You just did it
See, I did the same thing. Sorry, Jan. So a decision will be made.
That doesn't happen often, does it?
I'm sorry. I think it'll be quick.
But you don't need to stay if you don't choose, you'll stay. Okay. All right, and just, well, yeah, okay, so motion to enter executive session.
Oh, we need here.
Thank you. Enter executive session under Title I, Section 313A2 to discuss the negotiating or securing of real estate purchase or lease options.
Second?
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to enter executive session, and we will inform you when we're done.
Karen, that actually is
all-
more.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Because what sparked my memory was not only the date thing, but was the highway grader, because you brought up the grader, and I thought, oh yeah, remember how it wasn't in the last warrant?
Right.
So by not going back to the last check date, we didn't
Oh.
capture that, so it is different. It is a different amount than what was said.
154,000, so.
Right, and it's, when we look at it, it's
Well,
33,000 more.
Thank you. Okay, so we have exited executive session at 8:05, and I would entertain a motion to approve both the memorandum of understanding for the town of Dummerston and Putney and the interlocal agreement between the town of Dummerston and Putney. Both of these are documents related to the the working relationship between Putney and Dummerston for use of the gravel pit that we are purchasing.
So moved.
And I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve both the memorandum of understanding and the interlocal agreement between the towns of Putney and Dummerston. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, and so we will sign those, and our intention is to sign all of the ones on the Putney document, and then as we have the opportunity to also, Dummerston is going through the same process tonight, so we will have two documents that each have parallel signatures, and we will switch and sign all of them again, so we have two completed documents with all the signatures on them. Let's see, so this, so that goes with that.
Ah, it's another check.
Yeah.
I know.
People are taking over the world.
We are.
Okay.
Johnny Appleseed.
And I think, unless we have anything else, Karen, our next meeting date is August 14th, which, as I said, I will not be present for. And otherwise, I also want to just say thank you to Karen for all the work she has put into all of this, and it has been complicated, interesting, important, and I'm grateful that she has been as thorough and dedicated as she has to this project, because it's a good project. So
You're
thank you.
welcome. Second that.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
All right, and motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Good,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Bye.
Teresa Wood. I'm the member from the House Human Services Committee, and according to statute, I'm supposed to call the first meeting to order, so that's what I'm doing. And our first order of business is, well, I think maybe we should just, we have a few people in the audience, so why don't we just go around and say who we represent. So why don't we start over here?
Okay, Stacy Rouleau. I am assistant principal at St. Albans City School, and I represent teachers, principals, and superintendents.
Jennifer Farrell, I'm the executive director of Northeast Kingdom Community Action, and I represent the community action agencies.
Kara Caparelli, my regular job is the clinical director at NFI Vermont, but I'm here representing the child and family trauma workers.
I'm Sandy Peretz. I'm director of the Poverty Law Project at Vermont Legal Aid.
I'm Dick McCormick in the Senate. I represent the people of the Windsor County District, and on this committee, I represent the Senate.
I'm Larry Cooley. I'm in the state legislature. I represent the city of Rutland, and I am here to represent the legislature.
Hi, I'm Diane Lamper. I'm in the House as representative from Madison 3, and been the past chair of this beloved council.
My name is Teresa Wood. I represent Waterbury, Huntington, Bolton, and Beals 4, and I serve on the Human Services Committee.
My name is Katie Ballard, and I'm here representing the Vermont Coalition for Disability Rights.
I'm Aubrey Watersong. I'm the new Director of Trauma Prevention and Resilience Development at the Agency of Human Services, and I'm representing the Secretary's Office.
Heather Boucher, Deputy Secretary for Agency of Education, representing the agency.
Karen Lafayette. I'm representing the Vermont Low Income Advocacy Council.
Michelle Fay with Voices for Vermont's Children, sitting in for Carlin. Finn usually attends.
Great. And there's so few people in the audience, why don't we introduce ourselves and our as the committee assistant would be great.
I'm Katie McLean with the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Sarah?
I'm Sarah Kenny from Let's Grow Kids.
Matt Levin, Vermont Early Childhood Advocacy Alliance.
Charlie Westerman, Vermont Early Childhood Advocacy Alliance.
Sierra, I'm interning as an AmeriCorps at NECA in St. Johnsbury.
Awesome. And we had
Janet Kilburn. I'm from the Health Department, replacing Green Homes. So to help me grow Vermont.
Go ahead, we're just doing introductions.
Apologies. Sarah Phillips, Director of the Office of Economic Opportunity for the Department of Children and Families.
And Mike?
I'm Mike Bratt, Committee Assistant for the Council.
And we are being filmed today. Are you an Orca person?
Yes.
Great. Welcome. First order of business is to elect a new chair and co-chair, and Diane has been our chair for the last,
I would like to say 2, maybe 3, but definitely 2.
Yeah, definitely 2. And before her, it was Jill Krowinski, and so it is customary to trade back and forth with the Senate on a committee, a legislative committee such as this. And so, are there any nominations for chair and co-chair? I mean vice chair, excuse me.
I would.
Representative Kupali.
Yeah, I would move to nominate Senator Ingram for chair. And you need a second? I'll second.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Okay. Does everybody know who's a voting member and who's not a voting member? So, okay. So why don't we do by raising hands? That would be easier. So all in favor of Senator Ingram, who, by the way, sends her apology. She was not able to be at this first meeting, but.
And she's agreed to this.
Right. Please raise your hand. Great. And for vice chair, Representative Kupali.
I move that we nominate Representative Lennifer as vice chair of the committee.
For a second? Thank you. Any other nominations? All those in favor of Representative Lamper as, I always want to say co-chair, vice chair. As vice chair, please raise your hand.
Do I get to vote?
Yes, you can vote for yourself. And just as a reminder, if you're representing the administration,
I don't.
you
Sorry.
don't vote, right?
Sorry, I raised my hand. I could have grabbed my hand.
Auburn's new on the council.
I'm new in the role.
Yes. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm presuming that as Vice Chair, you are going to run the meeting in Senator Ingram's absence.
I guess so, yes.
Okay.
She's definitely agreed to that. So welcome everybody back. I hope that your summer so far has been going well and that we can put our heads around this. There's some people that are new. So can we just go around the room? We did go around the room and introduce everybody. So, all right, we're good with that. Sorry, I was taking care. So I think our first order of business is to hear from Katie. Come on up. She's going to walk us through, for those that haven't been through this before, kind of where we left off. What did we recommend at the end of last year? And maybe what activity occurred during the last session that we might like to take a look at. Weaknesses, exactly.
Good morning.
But I'm feeling pretty good about it. I don't know.
For the record, Katie McLean, Office of Legislative Counsel, and welcome to the new members. So what we've traditionally done is there's usually a set of recommendations that comes out at the end of a calendar year from this council, and then our first meeting back, typically, we go through what those recommendations were and try to highlight any legislative action that happened with regard to those particular recommendations in the past year to see how the legislative agenda carried out the items that were most important to this council. So I've put together that sheet in the same way I have in previous years, and we can go through that. And I have to say, as I do most years, I staff human services issues. I don't staff all of the topics that the council covers. So there may be items or particular topics that you follow in your work more closely than I follow. And if you know of a legislative action item that isn't on the list, that's completely possible. Please feel free to make this more of a discussion than me kind of talking at you. So the first set of recommendations from last year's report had to do with childcare. And there were 3 specific recommendations in the field of childcare. The first had to do with increasing childcare provider reimbursement rates within the Child Care Financial Assistance Program, which I refer to as CCFAP, to the most current available market rates. And so if you look across to the corresponding subdivision A, you'll see that there was action taken on this item in the budget. The Act 72, which is the budget, aligned the rates of reimbursement for preschool and school-age children to the 2014 market rates, and that the rates of reimbursement for infants and toddlers were at the 2017 market rates. And we haven't received the most recent set of data. 2019 is the next set of data that is going to be coming out, so 2017 is the most up-to-date market rate at this point.
Katie, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can I ask a question on that? Just because to refresh my memory, where was it that we brought it to the 2014? Where was it prior?
You know, I had to ask my friends because as much as we talked about it this year, I couldn't remember where they were. So my understanding is that for preschool and school-age children, it was 2008 plus 3%.
And the infants and toddlers last year had been brought up to 2017, so we maintained that one, which is current. 2017, as Katie just said, is considered current right now.
For preschool and school age as well? Or does that stop at 2014? Is that our latest?
No, 2017 across the board would be considered current, so we were not current on preschool and school age, but we went from 2008 to 2014.
So that was, okay.
The market survey is conducted every 2 years, so and usually the data comes out in the fall. So I think
it's in process.
Yeah, I would anticipate the 2019 data coming out this fall.
Okay.
So the next item was supporting an expansion of workforce incentives, including educational supports for childcare providers. Again, Act 72, the budget, appropriated $300,000 for grants dedicated for hiring or retention bonuses or for tuition assistance for continuing education for childcare professionals who are employed at a privately operated center-based program or family childcare home. And then third, expanding eligibility within the CCFAP program. In this year's budget, there was an adjustment to the sliding fee scale to ensure families whose gross income between 100 and 300% of the current federal poverty guidelines receive between 99 and 10% of the available financial assistance benefit. So this had the effect of increasing who had access to a subsidy through the CCFAP program, and also increasing the amount of the subsidy for eligible individuals, eligible families. And then I added a star at the bottom because there's also an investment in the Bright Futures information system, which is a necessary investment to get the system in a place where it can make further changes to the way the program is structured and the way the benefits are distributed.
Another thing that was in Act 72 that is sort of one of those sleepers, but makes a big difference, is that requires us to stay current with the FPL, federal poverty limit, which generally takes up, well, this year it was around $1 million. So that wasn't previously in there, so.
And there's that extra language that you can't backslide. So even if the year was to have a lower FPL, we would still maintain the previous year's higher rate, so the family wouldn't backslide.
And it also puts out legislative intent that this is essentially the initiation of continued redesign of the CCFAP program, which is undergoing some changes in order to be compliant with federal rules, but also to make it simpler, more easier to access for families, and provide higher benefits. So we need to hold our feet to the fire to make sure that just because this year we made a substantial investment of about $7.4 million, that that's not, that people just don't say, oh yeah, we're done, because we're not done.
So if you don't mind my adding, I think the number that was a little tough to reach in the first year, just by a multi-year process, would have been to have an investment of 26 million is what it would have taken. So 7 is a big step towards that, but the big number is still out of reach at the moment, but I think continues to need our dogged response to. But we made incredible advancement.
The next action item was a recommendation increasing investments in after-school and summer programs to expand high-quality programs and increase statewide access. Oh, so
actually, Act 72, the CFAP investments help with the after-school. So kids who come to licensed child care programs for after school get that increase.
Okay, so it's CCFAP eligible families who are using after school programming. Okay. Eligible families. Just a second. After school.
I didn't recall.
And I didn't know of any other items with specific investment in after school. Okay.
Not so much in the legislative piece. I think it was, in the interim, there was a $600,000 one-time piece that was a multi-year. But I think we probably included that, I'm not sure, in last year's activities, legislative actions, or if it was fell into the middle, because I think it wasn't announced or formed until I think it was almost in the fall.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna put the $600K in there and figure out where, and it was I think a 3-year roll-up for that. So
Okay.
this would have been, not that it required any legislative action, but that was something that was still happening within that world. And maybe we can hear a little bit more about that during the year.
That could have been in last year's budget.
Yeah, or at the end, It was, actually what it was a part of one-time money that was in the prevention piece and the substance abuse college that we have. There was a part of that 600,000 went to the after school.
Okay. Next action item had to do with a variety of investments in housing. So the first one was increasing capital investments to reduce the shortage of affordable housing in Vermont, for example, by providing full statutory funding for the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board. And while I understand there was not full formula funding, $1 million was added above the baseline to the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board's budget.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a little correction on that. Actually, it wasn't above the baseline. It achieved level funding. The governor's budget had recommended a $1 million reduction, and the legislature restored, it was $1 million. It's a little complicated because it was $1,050,000 reduction in the proposed capital budget, and then the legislature restored $1 million. So all but $50,000 through the general fund budget.
Right. Because the property tax transfer came in higher,
than
so
expected.
instead of taking it through all of the various splits that it would, they took the 100% increase on that and went directly to.
Exactly. When you add capital, the capital funding and general fund funding for VHCD in FY19, it comes out to FY20 funding in the aggregate comes out the same minus the $50,000 that wasn't restored.
Okay, so same.
We restored.
We restored,
It wasn't an advancement.
No.
Okay, so the same minus the
Yeah, it was
50,000.
basically the same. It was basically level funding vis-a-vis FY19.
Okay.
When you combine capital and general fund.
Okay. The next item was increasing rental assistance and other housing and related financial supports. For example, increasing funding for the Vermont Rental Subsidy and Housing Opportunity Grant Program. So the general assistance program did spend more than the budgeted amount in fiscal year 19 for emergency housing and emergency rental assistance, which would require a review and budget adjustment in the 21 budget. But aside from emergency assistance, my understanding is there is little change in the base.
Correct.
Are we?
There was a lot of up and down and all around, but I think in the end, it was.
And then expanding investments in support services to increase housing retention for families. For example, increasing funding for family supportive housing. I wasn't aware of any legislative action.
Absolutely. I just wanted to add that, even though it looks like maybe not a lot was achieved, there was an awful lot of attention paid to housing, and there were efforts to create a second housing revenue bond, which unfortunately failed, but resulted in a directive language in the budget for the, actually not the budget, in H132, for the Treasury to initiate a study and a report on how to finance 1,000 units of affordable housing over the next 5 years. And then also as a result of attention spent by the General Assembly on the issue of rental assistance, specialized rental assistance vouchers, including for families experiencing homelessness, families with children, and the number of vouchers and voucher-related resources, federal vouchers left on the table as a result of an inability to provide supportive services to accompany those. There was also language in the budget that requires AHS to look at that issue and come back and report on whether or not, what the root causes were, and whether or not additional investments may be needed in supportive services. So, a couple of little steps forward.
A lot of, like you said, a lot of attention, a lot of conversations. Was there, I think we were just talking, was there any dollars of the one-time funding within the substance abuse for supportive services?
There were, if you look at supportive services for mostly seniors through the SASH program, which was restored, and SASH actually is getting into family housing and supporting families in housing, and not just seniors and people with disabilities. So there was a one-time investment made. It was again, to bring it up to level funding.
Right, to avoid that. And what about, I was remembering, but I might be misremembering this, that there was something in the designated agencies for supportive services for people in housing. I think that there was some money
You mean
specifically allocated.
aside from the increase for salaries for designated specialized service
Yes.
agencies?
Yes.
Ooh, not that I remember.
No? All right.
If you remember, let me know.
We're all starting to wake up.
I could be
misremembering.
misremembering. I call it legislative brain fog.
Once
There was
adjournment
some-
happens, it's like.
I very often will because I'm very.
I'm pretty sure there was
I don't think it was related to housing, but there was some peer support money and some other mental health type of support.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess if we're looking at, I look at this broadly as supportive services, keeping people in housing, so.
Sure.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question, because this ties in a different area? But there was some announcement about community development grants.
So those are federal funds that pass through the state of Vermont and the city of Burlington.
Were they also flat, like, was there an increase in those funds?
So federal funds are a whole different story. And actually, there was a bit of an increase, but because of the Federal Budget Control Act that was enacted in 2010, which had created sequestration, and there have been 2-year budget deals. So there was a 2-year budget deal that included federal fiscal 18-19, and actually that did somewhat increase the community development block grant dollars. And it's the great news that there is another budget deal just yesterday.
Okay. Sarah, anybody else? Yeah, please.
So there is a work group that's formed to do this housing and services legislative report, and that report will come out in November, and it may be helpful for this group to have a presentation on that report, and it's November.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay. So moving past affordable housing, the next category was economic empowerment and employment supports. So first was increasing the minimum wage in Vermont alongside corresponding adjustments in benefits eligibility to avoid a net loss to beneficiaries. And S23 is still at play. As you know, we're in the middle of the biennium, so the legislative efforts of the first year are not lost. They can, bills can continue to move forward in the second year of the biennium. So there is a Senate proposal of amendment to a House proposal of amendment that was passed maybe even the last day of the session. And there's a link if you're curious to see it, but it would increase the minimum wage to $12.20 by 2021. Next, the adoption of paid family and medical leave legislation. Again, that's still at play. It's H107, the Senate proposal on paid family leave would provide eligible employees with a total of up to 12 weeks of family and medical leave insurance benefits, which could be used for up to 12 weeks of bonding leave, up to 8 weeks of leave to care for a sick family member, and for employees to elect to obtain coverage for their own illness up to 6 weeks. And the benefits would replace 90% of the first $530 of the employee's weekly wages and 55% of any wages above the amount, up to a maximum benefit of $964 a week. So that's where those two pieces of legislation are currently poised, how they're currently positioned. Third, subdivision C, increasing funding for economic programs that create jobs and build savings and assets. For example, micro-business development programs and the Vermont Match Savings Program, which was formerly the IDA, Individual Development Accounts.
Katie, it's actually still the individual development accounts.
You didn't end up
change the name.
changing it. Okay.
Actually, we do call it the Vermont Match Savings.
You can call it that, but legislatively it's still IDAs. But
okay.
So now change it officially.
whatever, slash.
Okay.
If anyone went looking for it in the statute, they wouldn't find it.
So there is a maintenance of the base for the IDAs and micro businesses of $100,000 through one-time funding.
Right, we can, I was just very excited about this. This was really a last minute conversation and opportunities when we had some one-time dollars. And so many of the advocates here who've been strongly supporting this, it really made a difference in the room.
And this is the third year in a row we've received the additional 100,000, which is great.
For a while, we had the 100,000 in committee, or at least in the budget, as a ongoing. And then it got to the point where
We're still working on it.
we're still working on it.
So the next item, subdivision D, investing in workforce training and financial literacy education. I was told that
There
the
is
treasurer's office has ongoing programs, but in terms of legislative action, I wasn't aware of anything specifically for.
There is actually H5.
That's what I was thinking,
Okay.
H533.
533, it's Act 80.
Oh.
It does contain some education and training pieces. It also contains the remote workers. It also has some directives for the Department of Labor to work more closely with community action, especially on weatherization training, workforce training. So there's a number of things in that legislation that did in fact pass.
Okay, thank you.
So
I'll send you a little blurb.
And in addition, along with the Treasurer's Office, the Agency of Education has been working on getting financial literacy standards passed primarily for K-12 education, obviously, at the State Board of Education. Jen, I guess you can come your way at some point. You might recall the original meeting. I'm not sure you're in the transition yet. Obviously, those are for K-12. They will have a long-term effect in terms of our workforce development. I think most pressing for this particular council, though, is that our adults who are in the high school completion program, once we have those standards in, they would also be under the purview of those standards as well. So that will be a quicker return on our investment, I think, for our students who are more closely linked with workforce development more immediately.
excellent. If it wouldn't be too much to ask, would you email us a little blurb about what that is?
Yeah, we can
Because
even
then
have a presentation.
because it's always really good to, have it listed as to what's
Sure.
going on.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And then in Act 72, again, the childcare workforce receives some investments that you already said, yeah.
Okay. Subdivision E, supporting transportation-related public initiatives, including increasing public transportation options, increasing access to reliable and affordable vehicles, and providing license fee and fine remediation assistance. Act 59 provided initiatives to Vermont households with low and moderate income at or below 160% of the state's prior 5-year average median household income level for electric vehicle purchases. I'm not aware of anything else. I don't know.
Other than there's a continuation of looking at commuter rail between Burlington and Montpelier. There's a addition to the study.
I believe that Act 59 also has vehicle repair emissions.
Yes, the emissions repair program.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. I knew there was something else that was had to do with emissions and allowing up to, is it $2,500? So if you're, all right, now I'm really, but we'd have to take a look. I think it's in the T-bill.
Yes.
That's
It's in
59.
the T-bill that allows for, let's just say your check engine, like your emissions, your car falls within that zone, that might make it very difficult for somebody with a specific income level to get the repair on that. So within there, if you fall within that zone, there's up to, I think it's $2,500 to go towards that repair, so that they can come in compliant with the admissions without it costing the family.
Okay. And I think there's a waiver requires like 16 years old or something.
Yeah, it's 16.
Okay.
15? Oh, you would know.
Okay.
Larry has personal
Larry's up.
There was a bill that passed in the House that would have exempted motor vehicle purchases from participant in the REACH-UP program, but I don't think it went through in the end in the Senate.
It did not.
Yeah, okay. It was H-249.
Okay.
H-249.
And it waived the
Was that
initial
for the-
registration.
Yeah, I thought
Motor vehicle
it
fee.
didn't make it all the way through.
Yeah, it didn't go through the Senate.
But that's something we can look at again.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still a lot.
It's still, oh, that's right.
Mhm.
It's not done.
Next, subdivision F, increasing reach-up financial assistance for households up to 100% of their basic needs based on current cost of living with automatic increases for inflation. And Act 72 increased the base of the reach-up program by $2.3 million for the purpose of enhancing benefit levels. And this also includes $400,000 for the change from $115 to $77 for the amount of the SSI payment that's received by a parent that counts towards the determination of the amount of the family's financial assistance grant. So that 2.3 encompasses both.
Both of those?
Yeah.
This has been a long time desire of this council that has looked at the reach up financial assistance, and particularly looking at Michelle, who's been a strong advocate and a really good voice around this, and Karen. And Karen, yes. Oh, Karen, yes.
No, we were together, working on it together. But I was like, Karen's been in human services here for a long time.
Yeah. So, good, we'll continue to see if we can make strides. Can I ask a question on that too, just one more the other week? We increased it, but it's still considered low, right? And I'm gonna look at you.
We moved from 2004 to 2008.
So we moved from 2004 to 2008 numbers.
Yeah,
So
so still the rateable, so it's less than half of.
good news, but still a long
Much
way
like
to go.
child
This
care,
just
yeah.
puts it in perspective. Progress, yes, but it puts it into perspective of how far we still need to go.
Just, just for clarification, so the rateable reduction is 49% of now the basic needs standard of 2008.
Right, we're not.
It was the basic needs standard of 2004, come forward 4 years, but it's still 49% of that, and so the net effect is, I don't know, maybe Michelle.
I think it's like
calculated
35.
that,
All right, but it just gives you a little bit of a picture. Okay.
Okay, last
Well,
topic
that's fun.
had to do with trauma and resilience building. So the first item here was supporting and monitoring the implementation of the Agency of Human Services Act 43 Childhood Trauma Response Plan. And both the Committee on Human Services and the Senate Committee on Health and Welfare reviewed the agency's report and response plan this session. And I'm not sure that any other legislative action was taken besides reviewing the plan. And then the second item was some...
And Auburn was higher.
That's right. That's
So
right.
we actually have it first.
Oh, good.
And then the second item was support increased funding for parent-child centers and their two-generation approach of supporting the 5 protective factors. There was a $1 million appropriation for parent-child centers for one-time infrastructure improvements. There was an increase in the base of the master grant by $1.3 million, but a $1.6 million reduction in reach-up case management services that had previously been utilized by the state.
Thank you for including
Up and down.
the up and down.
Yeah. So, and thank you for sharing your collective memories of the legislative session. I appreciate it. I also wanted to flag the importance of benchmarks to this committee. Pursuant to your statute in 2023, there's kind of an interim report due that asks this council to measure how you're doing in terms of specific benchmarks. So statutorily, there are 2 benchmarks that you have to be mindful of, and I have those flagged just to remind you what they are.
Okay.
So the first is the number, as compared to 2016, the number and percentage of children living in families at 50%, 100%, 200% of the federal poverty level. And secondly, the number and percentage of children living in families paying more than 30% of their cash income for housing and related expenses. Last year was your one-time opportunity to add additional benchmarks that you'll be looking at the midterm point. And so you did that as part of your list of recommendations. You added 3 benchmarks. The first being the number and percentage of children living in poverty according to the supplemental poverty measure. The second being the number of children experiencing homelessness on a given night. And third, the number of children whose parents lack secure employment. So those are the other 3 benchmarks that we'll be looking at in 3 years.
Thank you, Katie. Keep us, because that was one of our things that we jogged with and spent a lot of wrestling time with trying to figure out the benchmarks, because that was our one and only time to get them in, and that now this council will be somewhat, not somewhat, will be responsible for reporting our movement on those in 2 years?
2023.
2023. Yes, ma'am.
Is that posted, Katie?
The benchmarks, it's at the end of your final recommendations from last year, yeah.
Will Katie be updating this based on the conversation today?
I can, yep, I'm happy to.
That would be most helpful to be able to share.
Yep, I can do that. Okay.
Yes, Erin?
So it wasn't in our recommendations, but there are some other bills that obviously help the lives of families with children. One of which I just wanted to highlight, which the Vermont Network Against Domestic and Sexual Violence really worked hard on. It's H132. I can't remember what the act number is now, but it provides significant additional protections to survivors of domestic violence, including adding survivor status to the state's fair housing law and certain revisions to landlord-tenant law that provide additional protections and benefits.
Yes, Representative.
Gerhard just made me think of another one. In addition to that one, we removed the statute of limitations on child abuse, child sexual abuse, which I think benefits the people we're talking about. My other thing was just to put for a future agenda item that we should, each year look at what's current compared to the 2016 benchmark of this. So let's get us a future date.
There's also
semester grade.
There's also a lot of policy legislation in the budget bill that calls for a review of reach up, that calls for a review of human services and meet some needs and that type of thing. So we probably want to look at that at some point when those reports are due.
Yeah. So they're not all in the budget, but there's
some in the budget.
Some in the budget, but I think there's more than just what's in the budget.
Right.
Some reports that you mentioned. And there's one thing that I don't, it touches on this group, especially people with children, is that there's reform happening right now around the developmental disabilities payment reform. And Representative Wood and I are very much involved with that over the summer, and it's one of the reasons why we're putting a good amount of time into paying attention to what's happening in that, because there's a lot going on with that, and there's deep anxiety on all sides of it as to what might happen. So
I just thought of another one. Sorry, we restored the CIS funding, Children's Integrated Services funding, so that definitely affects the population that we're talking about here. It's 300 and some thousand.
Foster care, something in foster care. I don't know if we made an advancement or sometimes we feel like we've advanced it, but basically we turned it to where it was.
You helped with funding for foster kids, especially kids who are raised with kin, to be able to access some of the resources through child care resource.
And we increased payments to foster care providers, foster care parents. Wasn't very much, but in my perspective, I have $5 a day or something like that.
And you also created, recreated the position of the deaf, hard of hearing, deaf lung coordinator for those folks with disabilities.
We were busy.
You were.
All right, so thank you. And just think it's not the end of all in, just like Sarah said, we'll constantly update when we think of something. Don't be afraid to state. So we are right on time. Excellent. gonna call on Reva Murphy. Talk to us. About that Yes.
Before you, in the interest of full disclosure, I should mention that my wife works for Actually Simple, and advocating for parent child service. She does not lobby, she does community organizing. And our politics, our shared politics do not derive from our relationship. We are quite the other way around. Oh, that's decent.
So, as we said, what Katie walked us through on the, some significant changes in the child care, or the beginnings of changes, and more to come. Reva is going to walk us through. Reva, your official title is you're the Deputy Commissioner of the Child Development Division, Children and Family.
That's right.
And you played an incredibly key role in making sure that we got to the finish line with this. So tell us what we did in a little more detail.
Okay. So I have, I think, 4 handouts for you. Can we get this up here, Mike? I put it into a PowerPoint, sort of put a lot of the PowerPoints we were using together for you because I thought that would be helpful just to walk it through. But usually I come with some numbers for you, so I threw those in too. So I'm going to sort of walk through this, trying to leave, it's, this one here.
Those are all the quotes.
No, that is.
This one,
No, I didn't send the PowerPoint, I thought I did.
the PowerPoint, that is the.
Ah, thank you,
And
that's
as
the
you,
one.
as you scroll through,
Yeah.
that goes on to.
Thank you, technology. Then I also just gave you, so you have it detailed, it never comes out well, the actual new sliding fee scale. The gray in the back is what was true before last week, and the blue on the front is what is true now. And this is the rates, and I gave you the sliding fee scale. So just to refer to those if you want that level of detail for how that fits. And then we did create, just to keep it straight, there was quite a lot of changes in our budget. So we created just this budget fact sheet that I gave you. I can refer to all of those as we walk through that. I'm excited to be here with you today because there is a lot to report about childcare. It was a great year for early care learning. So I'm going to walk you through some of the data slides about capacity and quality that we often talk about, so you can sort of look at status. I'm going to share those new investments approved by the legislature and also talk a little bit about the long-term plan, which is to really completely redesign the Child Care Financial Assistance Program. So, and I'll try to walk through these slides quickly enough to leave plenty of time for questions and answers. So this is the capacity conversation we've had in previous years. Access to childcare and early learning, how much is out there. The capacity decline seems to have slowed, and we are actually hoping, we have seen, as you know, over the past few years, we have lost childcare capacity. That seems to have slowed, particularly in school age. We're actually seeing some growth. Infants and toddlers is still a very delicate situation, but we're doing pretty well in preschool. So if you just look across the, across the bars, you'll see that in 2018 we're beginning to do a little bit better. We hope we've hit the bottom of the curve. There's a lot of capacity building work going on. The Early Care and Learning Committee of Building Bright Futures, which our Child Care Licensing Director co-chairs, is working really hard on capacity building. We have marketing campaigns for providers to open. Let's Go Kids has a program called Make Way for Kids, and one of the new investments that you'll see at the bottom of the budget updates page is that you all, the legislature, very kindly gave us some money that had been planned to be cut from last year, let us push it into this year to help with those new programs. So we know there are some shovel-ready programs that will significantly increase capacity in some areas that need it. And we'll be putting out an RFP to get that money out there to help those programs get going and keep going and enroll kids. So, so we think we're beginning to turn the curve on childcare capacity. Also, part of the new investments that we got from the legislature was, if you will recall, we had early care and development grants at one point just to help programs that had a large number of our subsidized kids dealing with higher copays that families couldn't pay. What happened last year is $1 million was set aside to preserve, even with the rate increases that we got, to preserve a similar kind of program called stabilization grants for those programs who have over 50% enrollment of CCFAP kids. So that will look very like the old ones. Less programs will be getting them, but they'll be getting them on a quarterly basis based on a formula around their enrollment. And those will just keep rolling out as they did in the past on a quarterly basis. And then that's going to be about $500,000 will go out in those grants to programs with over 50% of CCFAP kids. And then
when you've got a good Representative Wood has a question.
Yes.
Is now a good time? I didn't know. You seemed like you were.
I just want to finish, and then the other half of that $1 million is actually going out into capacity building grants for infants and toddlers. So we're gonna, and those are both, but that whole amount of the $1 million is in the base. So that means that those investments will continue. And so we're again going to put an RFP to one of our community partners to have this infant toddler grant program that will support building more specifically infant toddler spaces in the places where we know that they're most needed, high quality spaces. So that's some of the exciting capacity work that's happening. We're just beginning to see impacts in the data, but we hope by this time next year, we'll see some real impacts in data that will be really helpful to families.
So,
yes, now's a good time.
Okay, so my question is around the capacity thing. So I want to make sure I understand, Rita. So in this coming year, you'll be spending $1.5 million in expanding infant and toddler. Is that correct?
Well, we'll be spending 1.4 in expanding all capacity as long as infant toddler is part of it. So a new program opening might also serve preschoolers,
okay.
But they have to be serving infant toddlers to get they have to be expanding infant toddlers to get one of those capacity building grants. And that'll be the 1.4, that's one time only. So that'll be going out. You know, we're hoping to have a lot of this spent and be able to report it to you when you come back into session. So we're getting an RFP out in the street now. We know there are projects that are waiting to apply for these grants because they're trying to get some new places open.
And then the other thing that I wanted to ask is, how does this money sort of dovetail with the private money that's being invested? Because there's roughly around $1 million invested to increase capacity with a focus on infant and toddler.
That's right. Make Way for Kids. Let's Go Kids is doing Make Way for Kids. So I don't know if Let's Go Kids will apply for these grants. You know, so it may certainly dovetail. We certainly work closely together. It may dovetail with these. A lot of what Let's Go Kids is doing is technical assistance to help people through business plans and developing their programs, and the actual cash dollars that programs are getting are fairly minor. We think that these investments can really help people with materials, maybe even startup of staff. It's pretty difficult to open a program. You aren't full the first day, even with all of the capacity issues we have. And so programs, even in areas of need, have struggled if they open fully staffed the first day and they don't have enough kids to pay their staff. So some of this may be startup grants to get you through your first 2 months of staffing.
And so, I guess the follow-up question is, you won't, so a program might be able to apply for the division's capacity building grants even if they've received a grant from Let's Grow Kids?
Yes.
Okay.
We weren't planning to limit them to people who had not gotten help.
Okay, thank you.
Because we know that some of those programs are struggling with some costs, even when they have gotten help.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and again, much of the help is technical assistance. So that's helpful, but it doesn't pay your bills in the first 6 months that you
Well,
will.
they put out, the technical assistance was in addition to about $1 million.
Yes, and then there's money that's going into supplies and other things like that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to let you know, I didn't print this for you, but there is a link on the PowerPoint. Folks asked us to update our closures report that we had done a couple of years ago. We updated that in December. Again, we're seeing, particularly in school age, we're seeing a turn in the trend. Again, family childcare, we have not had as many openings as we have had closings. The closing rate has not changed significantly. It's the opening rate that we're not getting. So again, marketing has been really targeted around, particularly in rural areas, to family childcare providers and encouraging family childcare providers to open and get help getting into the business.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
So on the closure, is there sort of like an exit interview when someone closes to gather the data?
We do that in licensing. It's not particularly easy to pull that data. The time that we did a pretty extensive closure report, we actually had a summer intern. We had them call everyone who had closed and ask what they were doing now and what happened, and then we had them pull through our, because it's in our licensing notes. But we might do that again next year if we could get an intern.
I wasn't sure that,
do
that might help to inform or.
We do try to keep that, and again, our licensors often will know that, so it's not as scientific as doing a survey and actually having solid data. But we do have that in the system. If you go into closures, you could mine that for reasons, whatever they tell us at the time they're leaving. Because the provider who's closing has to tell us they're closing, or they remain licensed until their license expires. And then we do call them if they don't renew and ask if they're closing, just so we have an official record of that.
Just one more question, sorry.
Sure.
And this is, I just want to make sure I understand, this is licensed capacity. It doesn't mean that they are serving kids.
No, these numbers where you see desired capacity, that means it's their enrollment capacity.
That's enrollment.
They report to us how many kids they will take out of the number of kids that are licensed. And these numbers are those numbers.
Okay.
So we're trying to, now that that's pretty well populated, we're trying to use those numbers so it's a more real measure of what's actually available out there.
The license capacity is likely.
License capacity is often a little bit bigger. Many Vermont providers do not enroll to their full license capacity, either because of staffing is still very tight. It's a tight workforce for all employers in childcare where the pay is not stellar and the job is hard. It is many center directors have trouble, even in these new programs, with staffing. So, because you have to have, people are critical in childcare, you can't open without. So this slide, the next one is about quality. So the good news is that quality continues to increase. And we know is that high quality programs have a positive impact on children's development, and so that's a really important part of the equation. And if you look at how the green bar is growing, oops, I didn't go yet. How the green bar is growing on this slide, that is 3, 4, and 5-star programs. Now I will tell you, we did a major evaluation of the STARS program as part of the Race to the Top grant. And there are reports on our website about the results of that, but we are doing an evolution of the program after 15 years, using all the evidence that we had, using what everyone's learned about quality rating systems over the last 15 years, and using all of the evidence from the evaluation we did. So the first change, so these charts will change drastically next year, because the first change is that now that our licensing regulations are strong and people have really settled into them, the first star will be a regulated provider. So all regulated providers will be a 1-star provider. So we've sort of linked the licensing and the STARS program so that people don't have to apply to both of them to get going. Now, many of the programs that are opening will be opening at 3, 4, and 5 stars. They may not be opening at 1. But anyone who opens and is compliant with regulations will have 1 star. That's also going to allow us to market to parents. We had a little dilemma about wanting parents to use regulated childcare, but not wanting to run 2 different campaigns about what to look for. So essentially the marketing campaign is about looking for a star. And so that will help providers, regulated providers who are marketing, and it will help parents better understand what the system is like. So the first phase is that, and actually Melissa Regal-Garrett, our policy director, is at LCAR right now with the new rules that will make that change. Then the whole system is changing quite significantly in the next couple of years. We're doing research on the impact of the changes on current providers. We just did a tour around the state to tell providers about what we've been thinking about for the changes and get input and feedback from them. And so that's going to continue to evolve to really look at the best science and the results for our evaluation to create the best quality rating and improvement program that we can. So that's just something to pay attention to. I'm sure Melissa would love to come talk to folks about the STARS changes next session, because there's a lot going on there. But the good news is participation continues to increase, as do people's progress through the system.
So in the future, what you're saying is that that blue section will be non-existent?
That's right. There won't be, unless you are not, there is a status in licensing called provisional.
Yeah.
It's not automatic. You can walk right in and not have provisional. But people who are struggling with compliance may go into provisional. If you're in provisional, that would impact STARS, it would impact your ability to be in UPK, because that means you're not in good licensing standing. But for the most part, we will not see very many of those, which will also impact CCFAP again, because all providers will get at least the 1-star rate as we move forward.
Would that be, I heard it would increase the use of it. We wouldn't have as much gap of money not being.
It will increase there will be, so we have a base rate that if you're not in STARS you get, everybody's gonna be in STARS, so everybody's gonna get the 1-star. So that will help folks who take our kids as well. So now moving on sort of to CCFAP, you know, I think probably these goals are really important to you as a council. The 2-generation approach around the Child Care Financial Assistance Program is really around helping eligible families pay for child care, which supports their participation in the workforce, education and training, and financial stability, and also access to high quality early care and learning helps kids be prepared to enter school and succeed in school and succeed in life. So those are really important pieces about the program. The way that it works now is that it helps families pay the cost of childcare by payments made directly to child care providers on the family's behalf. The family's eligibility and benefit level is determined by their size and how much money they make. The payments are determined by the age of the child, the type of the program, and the star. So those all interact together.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask, but I just wanted, so part of the funding with Child Care Resource and for families who are looking to access funding, one of the challenges when you have a child with disabilities is the special accommodations grants. I don't know how much that plays into any of this. I know that the process was redone. It was redone last minute, so a lot of families actually didn't find out that the deadline for summer funding came until after. And also they have a lot of hard time accessing transportation. So it seems to be families who might qualify for family support, who might get that funding so they could be eligible to go to childcare, then can't get their child to childcare because there isn't transportation. The funding is very limited through Child Care Resource. And also same with the special accommodations. If you have a child with special needs that might need a support in a program, is there any conversation with any of this around helping families with the affordability of that piece?
Yes, so I don't want to go too far into this rabbit hole because those are two very complex issues. Both of those are Children's Integrated Services, so they're not child care services and they're not entitlements. They both have a limited pot of money that is available, and the kids have to be eligible. So certain kids are eligible for transportation because they can't get to child care, but not all kids. We have a process for the special accommodation grants, which is a very small amount of money. And that actually doesn't come out of Child Care Resource or the region. It comes directly out of the division, and the child care provider applies on the parent's behalf. So if folks are struggling with that, they should reach out to Jill Pearl, who's our specialized
I
child
actually
care
have,
person.
so that was the reason why I wanted to ask.
So she usually helps any parents who, and then we do have, and we've been working hard on, specialized childcare coordinators in every region who are supposed to be helping families through that. So if you contacted Jill, it helps her know if there are any hiccups in particular regions where there are problems. We are, as a matter of fact, this afternoon, we just did a competition that we were required to do around our transportation providers, and we are selecting them this afternoon because the RFPs came in. But we are expanding to a couple of new regions.
So they're called regionals, what were they?
We have regional specialized child care services coordinators who are part of the CIS team. So for the kids who need a special accommodation grant because they need help thriving in child care, but that is a very small amount of money. So we actually don't generally turn down qualified kids until very late in the year.
I just want to follow up. So I actually worked for Children's Integrated Services, EI, and had a presentation by Wendy and the team at CCR, and their information was a little bit different, which was that the funding for transportation and for special accommodation grants actually is a big barrier for children or parents with disabilities in accessing affordable child care. So it might be worth looking into some of that as a county. Yeah,
sure.
Where is that kind of gap coming in maybe? And how do they access or find out about these coordinators? Because I have 2 children with special needs, and I've never heard of that.
See, CCR actually is the host for the coordinators, so we should talk about that a little bit.
Thank you.
But I'm happy to take information from you. Our CIS director is having a baby as we speak. So she's out for a little bit. But the team is there and available, and they can talk to you about that. And I'm sure it would be a great thing to have Morgan come in after October. And she can talk, she could come, she could bring Jill and talk about specialized childcare. It really is an important topic because it's how kids who have special needs can go to childcare and do well.
Wendy LaChapelle is another great person who has a lot of information and insight into children with special needs and their family supports, as well as for families with disabilities who have a parent who has a need. She's the one who really supports in Chittenden County.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so thank you for your questions, but that is an issue that's important to talk about. Just in terms of who gets assistance from the program, some children and families have categorical eligibility, kids in protective services, kids in Reach Up, they have categorical eligibility. Children from 6 weeks to 13 years, or if kids have special needs, they could get assistance until they're 19. Families with income at or below 300% of the federal poverty level, and parents need a service need. And this just shows you what the service needs are and how they're distributed. This is fairly consistent with last year. It's not terribly different. There was a slight drop in protective services, which we always like to see. But protective services have spiked in recent years. And the total is slightly less, which is part of the story that I'll tell you in a few minutes. So this is sort of who is participating in the program. And you'll see there is a large number of families who are employed, a few less in training and education. Now, there may be families who work part-time and get full-time child care because they're also in training and education. This data really shows their primary services.
So this is unduplicated then?
This is unduplicated, yes. So that's the total number of families, which is a little less than the total number of kids. And that's the unduplicated count of their service. So a good news, bad news slide here is that
total is the number of families.
That's the number of children. That's the number of
7,176.
Yes, that's families.
And do we know how many children that is?
It's a little over 8,000 children. So I think our average is 1.2 children per family.
So above, those are numbers as well.
So when we talk about the changes in a couple of minutes, you'll hear something important about families with more than one child. This slide actually shows you something that some of these changes were designed to intersect with. You can see here over time, so this is our number of children. And the average number of children in 2018 and 2019. You can see that our average number of children is declining. Now, more of our kids are in high quality care, which is a good news piece and is what many of our policies were designed around, but we have less children participating. And what we believe after a great deal of analysis of the program is that that's because the cost sharing for families with less than 100% benefit has been burdensome, and many families are opting to do something different about childcare, cobbling stuff together with relatives, using unregulated care, whatever they can do that they can afford. So the changes that the legislature supported this year and the change that we're trying to move toward was really designed around reducing the burden of co-payments on families so that families would use the program and participate in higher quality care.
I just wanted to clarifying question.
Sure.
Does this take into account the population demographics of children actually declining in our population? So we have like lower birth rate, we have lower K-12, because it might not be like the number might actually be declining, but that's because the overall number in our population is declining, which wouldn't actually be a decline in participation rate.
Well, these are just the numbers of the kids participating, but what I will tell you is kids participating in CCFAP are only about a quarter of the kids in unregulated care. So that is not the whole population of kids under 6. These are only the kids participating. And the families and the income levels that are not the people who are not here anymore. So if you look at kids in poverty, that hasn't been decreasing as much as overall number of kids. And this really is more relevant for kids at or approaching poverty, right? So it could impact that. I'm not quite sure how to analyze that, Heather. We get that question a lot. But because this isn't it's not an entitlement, it's not a total population, and we're still seeing of the population who could participate at 100% of benefit, which is 100% of poverty. Yes, I think we've pretty much saturated our market. Those very low income kids are participating. When you start moving up the sliding fee scale, we see less and less participation of the total population that would be eligible. So we think that had something to do with copays. It will be interesting to see with the changes that were made this year, if that changes.
It's one.
And that's probably how we have to do it by income bracket to analyze it, and so that's.
And it's 25%?
It's about 24-25% of all kids in regulated childcare are CCFAP kids. Now that's only 50 or 60% of all kids in those age groups, right? So it's only a portion of the population. It's not the entire population. But that's a great question and often gets asked and is worth analysis. So that was something we spent a lot of time analyzing when we put up forth some of the proposals we did. This is just information about dollars spent. One thing that I would mention based on some of the things I heard you talking about just previously is you will see that in 19, even though our total number of kids declined again, or at least stayed stable, our expenses went up, and that's because we made some changes mid-year, particularly around kids in protective services. We had always paid all of the co-payment for kids who are foster kids, because essentially DCF is the parent, so we pay the provider rate. That was a problem for kids going into reunifying with their families. It was a problem for kids who were in what they call conditional court cases, where the court had assigned a kid to somebody else that wasn't their parent. And those kids weren't getting their co-pays paid. So in order to try to increase stability and make sure that people were willing to take these kids that are involved in protective services, who are often some of our most difficult, we made a policy change to pay the provider's rate for any child with a protective service need. And it has indeed begun opening more slots for them. So that's kind of good news. And it helps the kids stabilize in child care.
Did that include kinship placements?
If it's through DCF, right? So it's, if it's not a child who's in our protective services system, we would consider the income of the kin. But if they're in protective services, we no longer consider that. All of those kids get They get 100% benefit, which they always got, but we also pay the provider's rate.
Okay.
Don't think it's me.
Didn't we also make a change in the infant toddler?
That's right, we also increased the infant
2017?
toddler rate. So that's important to know. We did that, and so that started, what surprised us was it took a long time to impact.
Yeah.
In the first, in the early months, that we thought that would impact right away, and it didn't seem to. I think perhaps more providers are taking more of the CCFAP infants and toddlers, because then after January, we really did begin to see that rolling out. So the thing that's tricky about childcare is it doesn't always, sometimes it takes a while for the policies to actually cost the money that you estimate them to do. So we'll be watching that pretty closely this year. Though we've never done what we did this year in terms of combining both a rate increase, or we haven't in 10 years, combined a rate increase with an eligibility increase. So we think that's going to have more of an impact, but we'll be waiting to see.
And how will we be reaching those families who are in unregulated care or not in care at all, you know, so that they know about the changes?
So we will be marketing. We've done some of the things we did sort of towards the tail end of the Race to the Top grant was we put together some marketing materials and some marketing campaigns, both for STARS and for CCFAP. So we'll be doing more marketing of CCFAP as well.
And will that also involve like partnering with schools? Because oftentimes
Yeah,
they
always
might see an older
providers
child or
and
whatever.
providers in schools often will be who refers families.
Yeah.
And all of those community child care support agencies, of which CCR is one, also have a responsibility to do recruitment and information and referral. There is a lot in the new federal law about family information, so we have more on our website, and that's why we're doing some of this marketing stuff, to try to make sure families know about it, and that they know that they should come take a look again if they had looked before.
And I'm just wondering, I'm presuming, you know, since we're all in the agency of human services, but that we utilize the health department and the health and babies visit, home visiting, and all of that kind of stuff as a source of referral too.
Yes, and Help Me Grow also is a great resource for families. You know, families are looking for childcare, they know where to refer them to or how to help them think about what might be a good match for them.
Does anybody help anybody with that might need help with the paperwork for the process? I know sometimes it can be a bit of a hoops.
The community child care support agencies are supposed to help families who are struggling. So you can go into one of the agencies. Though our eligibility is not done by the state, it's done by agencies in the community so that families could actually go in and get help with their paperwork. You can submit online. It doesn't require a face-to-face. You can do it online. You can do it by mail. But if you need to go in, or families who speak a second language, you know, whose first language is in English, can go in and get support. So yes, that's available throughout the state. So
I just wanted to ask you something on the marketing. Okay, so we've got new investments and new changes coming. Is the marketing budget the same as it was, or do you have an opportunity to increase your marketing?
Well, I mean, our marketing budget is part of our general operating costs, so it's our website or the things we produce. We don't spend significant amounts of money on it, I will tell you. But we use the stuff that's available to us. So we actually have increased a little bit because we can use some of even our CCDF quality money around this. We've bought like front porch forum pieces, things that we think families participate in more. So FSD has always had a subscription to do, you know, to look for foster families. We're getting, and we used to borrow it every few months, but we're getting our own. We also, I was dragged kicking and screaming into social media. So we now have a Facebook page and are sort of trying to use some of the new media around getting the word out to folks.
Oh, good, good.
Both on the recruiting child care providers and letting parents know what's happening.
Kind of what Katie was mentioning too, that sometimes in other state things, in state governments, a lot of great things that are happening and opportunities that are there. And then we're we don't fund you enough to be able to get the word out, maybe. I don't
And
know.
really, our community partners are great at that. They know this. And so sometimes we produce materials that then they can use, right? The recruitment materials that we produced are being used all around the state by BBF councils, by community child care support agencies, by everyone, as well as by us. So,
Good.
So this is the fund new investments in 20. About $5.8 million of additional funded was appropriated for CCFAP itself. We did 3 new things with that. We maintained those infant toddler rates at 2017, which is our most recent market rate survey. There will be a market rate survey. We'll collect the data in October, and we'll be publishing somewhere between January and February of what 2019 looks like for rates. That may change some of our estimates I'm going to show you for the future, but that's at least 2017 infants and toddlers are current. Then what we did was we adjusted the income guidelines to align with the new federal poverty levels. And I will tell you what I am eternally grateful for that went into permanent law was that we will now be adjusting those automatically every year, which we had asked for many, many years, so that we didn't have to keep going to ask, and we never could get that approved, and it flew through. So we are very grateful for that, because if you wait too long, it costs a lot of money. If you do it regularly, you can usually factor it into your budget. So that it will happen annually now. This year it was a little more expensive than usual because many families had sort of reached a threshold where they were getting more benefits. So all of this is very good news for families, because that has sort of a small impact on their benefits. But there are a lot of families who are seeing big impacts this year. And then we changed the income guidelines. So I'm going to show you that a little bit more in detail. But if you look at the income guidelines, which is this one, and there's an orange line, so I can. So these families who are now getting 95% of a benefit, which means 95% of the rate we pay, we're getting 85%. So that their benefit increased by 10%. These families, and then all the families in between, because we adjusted the scale, get a little bit more. These families who are getting 75%, I want to make sure I give you the exact right number, so because I looked at it, we're getting 60%. So their benefit is increased by 15%, which is quite significant to many of these. And that's for each child in the family, because right now it's a per child benefit, so for each child in the family. And these families here that are now at 50%, we're at 15%. So that's a huge increase in benefit for those families. And then all the families who earn a little more than that, they were all at 10. And now they're all, now we've sort of scaled that out some more. So this is a huge and really unprecedented in 10 years impact on families' co-pays.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember the unspent funds from past years, weren't those in part as a result of higher income families just not wanting to bother with the paperwork because the amount
of co-pays sometimes we believe that was
too low, and so this should help with that.
We think this will help with that, yes. That's exactly right. So that's a significant change and will really help families. And I'm going to show you some families in a minute so you can actually see that impact. And then we put the school age and preschool rates, which were still back at 2008 with a 3% bump that they got up to 2014, which is also significant. And so we are hearing from providers, this just happened over last weekend. So all of my staff is busy folding certificates to send to families. People just do it in all their spare time because that's still a paper process. But so families will be seeing that, but their providers will know it immediately from the system and will be sharing that with them. And we've already begun hearing from providers who are really excited about
I was
change.
just going to say, by way of feedback, which you probably heard the other day as well at the Building Bright Futures meeting, the providers that were in the room were ecstatic.
Yeah, really excited.
Yeah.
So I actually gave you, there's a lot of detail about these changes on our website for providers or for families who are interested in it. So I gave you that link to give you, I gotta get going there. So what I can tell you is 2,000 families, 2,800 children will get a higher percent of CCFAP. And over 1,500 families, and in addition to that, 1,500 families who are preschool school age will also get the rate increase and the percent benefit. So it's going to be a really big bump for many families. Okay, so I'm going to move quickly into the redesign so I can tell you about it. There's a bunch of reasons that that CCD worked with the administration to propose this redesign. One was the underutilization problem. Also, the feds were not happy with our sliding fee scale. So we've been having a conversation with them about that. And actually, it's the one part of we are probably the most compliant state in the nation, except for that one area of non-compliance. And so we were trying to think about what we could do differently. Many champions for change. Some of you have participated in the groups that have examined this, the Blue Ribbon Commission, Building Vermont's Future from the Child Up, the think tank, had all been recommending significant changes to CCFAP. And it fits all the governor's priorities. And we knew there was an opportunity to leverage new investment. So we really sort of went to work and said, how would we solve all of these problems? And we came up with a totally new plan. Right now, when we talked about, we've kind of flipped the system. So what happens now is we give the family a percent of benefit, a percent of our rate, and then they essentially pay the rest. So they're, we put our money in, and then they sort of backfill whatever the cost is. We're kind of flipping that, and we're creating a flat, and I'm going to jump a slide a little bit so you can see it, and then I'll go back. Families will pay a flat copayment based on affordability for their family. And we did examine every index we could, federal poverty level, living wage data. I think there were like 3 or 4 we looked at. They actually weren't that different in impact on the family, so we decided to stick with the federal poverty level because it's what the other benefit programs use, and they were a little bit consistent. So based on the families, again, size and income, they would be assigned what they have to pay as their share. That's all they pay for all of their children. If you have 2 kids, so we know sometimes that families may have 2 children, a school-age child and a younger child, and they may not be using school-age care because they can't afford both. In this case, you would not get additional copay because you have additional children. You pay what you can afford, and then we would pay the rest. So we've kind of flipped that. So that's a very significant change for families that you will see.
So let me just, I'm looking at that slide, monthly, probably 200% federal poverty level. I have 3 children. I'm gonna pay $50 for all 3.
Yes.
Do I get that?
Per a week, $50 a week in the copay.
Yeah, for all 3.
For all 3.
$50
Not
each.
per child.
No, not per child, totally. Yeah. So we think that will
6 children or 2 children
Yes.
or 1
It
child?
doesn't matter. It's based on your income. Now, your family size impacts your assessment because family size and income are part of the eligibility assessment. But you don't have any more money to pay for the more child care because you have more kids, or you may have less, right?
Yeah, so that's a huge,
We think that's important. Yeah, it's exciting. The copayment would be assessed at the youngest child first, but it doesn't change if you have more than 1 kid. We'd stop using that percent of our rate as the benefit, which the feds are super happy about and have already approved. And then we would pay the provider's reported rate, again, based on the age of the child and the schedule, after the copayment was assessed. It will be a capped rate. We will maintain tiered rates, 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, based on the market rate survey and the provider stars. We would have, if you charge over what our 5-star rate is, you might not get your full rate, but you would get
the 5-star.
You would get the 5-star rate. So that we think is a pretty big change, is a good change too. And so this is the income guidelines. These are the rate caps. These are again based on the 2017 market rate survey. So these would likely change because the plan is to try to stay current, but this is based on 2017 and the estimates are based on 2017 until we find out what 2019
So
says.
you won't find out what 2019 is until once we're in session. Did you say January, February it comes out? Or?
Yes.
So you won't know it before the budget? Or
No,
changes?
no.
So, okay.
And in our original plan, I don't know if this is changing. In our original plan, we had not proposed a change between year 1 and year 2. We had proposed a change in year 1 that would be maintained till the big change. So the trick of this, however, though, is that our current system cannot manage this plan. So people got really excited about it, but we can't actually do it in the system that we have. We can't, we have to really tear the system up and recreate it. Now, the good news about that is our system is 16 years old. It's also the youngest system in the department. But
When you say system, you mean?
which is the Bright Futures Information. It's a technology system that runs really everything for us. That's why you get all this data. It's licensing, it's provider credentials, it's subsidy, it's all of that, right? So that system has to be rebuilt to accommodate these changes. And thank you, you gave us $1 million to get started on that process, which has made ADS and our department take that very seriously, and we will be reporting to you on those plans when we come back in January, but we're working really hard on moving that forward so that we can do these changes. So I just want to show you quickly why this matters. So these are 3 families. Let me tell you who the families are. I have 3 notes to tell you that. Family number 1, the one all the way over here, is actually a family of 3 at 100% of poverty. So that could be a single parent on Reach Up, and with 2 kids, an infant and a preschooler, at a 4-star center. That parent still has a co-payment.
I'm just looking at it. Are you okay with being a little?
I'm fine.
Oh, sorry.
All right, no.
I'll go as fast as I can. And then the second family, and that's a family at 100%. So even at 100%, that's because of rates.
I'm going to suggest, Rita, that you stick with one family and go through the now.
Okay, and then I think I'll pick the middle family, right? Because that's a family of 3.
It'll start to get too confusing for people.
Right.
3 families in 3
Yeah,
years.
that's a family of 3 with a single parent that earns $15 an hour, which is only about $31,000 a year, a little bit more than that. Currently, that's one of those families that had a 60% benefit for each child, the infant and the preschooler, in full-time care at a center. And you can see that their weekly cost sharing is $250 on that income, right? So this is now. I'm so happy to be able to say this is now. Like we were saying, this would be if this passes. This is actually now. That family has shaved over $100 off of their copay for that middle family. A week, right? And so if you look at the other 2, you will see the differences for both of them. So that's really significant. Even this year, and this is what we're calling the down payment, right? So when we flip the system, now you'll see our copays are at the bottom, but there's no copayment for families at 100% of federal poverty level. This family, this single parent at $15 an hour is only paying $25 a week. And even for the family of 4 with 2 parents, they're only paying $75 a week. So they're much more likely to use assistance than they would otherwise. And we did factor into, we actually did a 5-year plan where we factored in more children coming in the final years. We didn't factor in a lot of new kids in the first couple of years because we think it takes time for families to realize what the change is, so it might escalate faster than we imagined. And so this is my last slide. That means we're going to meet more money. So just to let everyone know.
I don't know what this is what your plan is, but it would be helpful to know what it would take to get the 14, we ended up 14.
To get up to 19
to get up to
and half,
17.
17,
Right.
sure.
Because
Well, we always do a budget pressure around rates, so we'll be producing that, because that's a regular thing, but we can do some more estimates for you on that.
Awesome if you would
And we'll have to
do that.
relook at these as well. So what we estimated was that it would take us about 18 months to revamp the system. ADS is not blanching too much at that. And we'll probably be working with contractors, which is good news. And so our plan would be to implement the redesign somewhat on the federal fiscal year. We have a new state plan that would be coming in at that time. What we promised the feds is that we'll come into compliance by the new state plan, which is October 1st of 2021. So that means that that's when we would expect to be putting the redesign in. And they've accepted that corrective action plan. So right now, that's the road we're headed down with them, as well as with support from the wonderful legislature and the administration. So we're kind of excited. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
I know there's a lot of information. I hope it was helpful. It would be great to have, to talk more about kids with special needs, because that's really an important part of the overall system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Out of your way. Thank you.
You're welcome to stay, but I know you're busy.
Because I have to score all my transportation for this afternoon.
Rita, I don't know if we should indicate for changes.
I know. We just want to, I want to personally thank you publicly for the many years of guiding this program forward and the changes that have been made and the partnership that we had in really advocating for children and families. So thank you on behalf
It's
of
been really fun, the work.
You're here.
And the support all of you have provided has been remarkable. So
Thank you.
I feel blessed.
Don't stay in touch. I know you say that, but stay in touch.
Believe me, I will.
Okay, good.
She's available for hire. I'm your walking commercial, Rita.
Yes, thank you.
Erin, come on up. Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
You know us.
I do.
We try hard.
And I love the iPad. It's great.
There's that you can make money. So Erin, why don't you introduce yourself and then we'll get started.
Great.
Hearing some other good stuff.
Good morning. My name is Erin Olikin, and I am the director of the Reach Up program. And thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here today to talk with you about some kind of highlights and updates that have been happening in Reach Up over the last year or so. So just to kind of give a little bit of background and framing for the program and the size of the caseloads have continued to decrease since 2013. And so that has enabled us to be able to provide, I think, a little more intensive case management for participants. And they are projected to continue to decline. They will plateau most likely at a certain point, but as for now, they are declining not quite as rapidly as they had been in the previous years. But they are still going down. So that's really primarily due to the economy, but then also due to the work, I believe, of the case managers in helping folks.
Erin, this is number of families, households.
Households, right. Families, correct.
I just want to clarify, so this is the number of family, like there aren't families on wait lists or anything, this is
No.
everybody?
Correct, yeah.
PSE stands for?
PSE is also included in there.
What does it stand for?
Oh, sorry, post-secondary education, yes. So in August of 2019, we're of course very excited and thankful that the legislature approved an increase in the benefit, which is the first time since 2004 that the Reach Up benefit has changed. So this is really a big deal for us. It really is significant for the families that we serve. So for a family of 3, just a couple of examples here. Outside of Chittenden County, currently they'd be getting approximately $684 if they don't have any other income. That's per month. And beginning in August of 2019, this year, they'll be getting $744 a month. So we are grateful for that change. Still not a lot of money to live on, clearly, but any little bit does definitely help. So this is the average.
Does that reduce their other benefit levels?
That it does reduce a little bit their three squares benefit.
The three squares
Yes.
food.
It's approximately a 3-to-1 comparison. So for every $3 in addition that they get from another source, it's about $1 decrease in their
Okay.
three squares benefit. Yeah. So Reach Ahead, and that's our transitional benefits program. That's when somebody closes, their Reach Up closes, and they go on to Reach Ahead. This program has been, the numbers are decreasing a little bit in the last couple of years, but the percentage of the caseload is remaining stable. So, so we know that people are still going to work from Reach Up, and so this is really encouraging. And also we met our work participation rate in 2018, and about 80% of our work participation rate is due to Reach Ahead. So it's due to folks going to work, and that is our federal performance measure, if you will, or measure that the federal government, the only measure actually that they look at when evaluating our program.
Can I just have, I just got drunk as no one came in, so I missed the beginning of it, sorry. So you're saying that the 478 is 100%, I may have this wrong, just, can you restate it again?
Sure, so the 478 is the number of families who are on Reach Ahead, which is our transitional benefits program. So all of these families are working, and they're meeting what would have been their work requirement if they were in the Reach Up program.
Because you said 100%, I caught that part.
I think maybe it was the 80%. Oh, so the percentage of the total caseload, including all Reach Up post-secondary education, who are on Reach Ahead has remained the same, even though the numbers have decreased a little bit. But our overall caseload is also decreasing, right? And you may also be thinking of the 80% number that I rattled off, and that is because almost 80% of what comprises our work participation rate, which is our measure for the federal government in order to receive our grant, is comprised of Reach Ahead. And so these families help us to meet our work participation rate. Work participation rate has come under a lot of scrutiny because of what activities it kind of measures. And so I do think that's important to note, because that's only one measure, and that's only what the federal government measures us against. So it's important that we meet it so that we don't get fiscal sanctions. But at the same time, we're always looking to do what's right for that individual family.
So I'll try to be quiet, so the employment though, so here would be my question on this. So you've got 100 people who are great, they're all employed. But do you look at what the job is and the wage? Is it livable wage? Is it, gonna sustain them?
We do look at the wages. They do tend to be, and the annual report that is on online, it has more detailed information about that. We do know that the wages have increased in the last couple of years. So the average wage has increased, I think, by about 30% over the last couple of years. So that's encouraging, but we do know that they tend to be in fairly low wage.
And then I know your job income, because I just remember from years before, it's the post-secondary education piece that has the best results.
Right, in terms of increasing wages.
You want to be able to see the numbers participating in that program.
Yeah.
High, right? Okay.
Well, they're higher than they
Higher.
have been in the last couple of years, yes.
So our work participation rate, according to the feds, where are we in terms of meeting that and not being sanctioned?
We have met it for the last 4 years. We just got notification that we met it again for 2018. And the other important thing about meeting the work participation rate is that it gives us more freedom to be able, a little more slack, to be able to work with families in the way that's most important for them and the way that's actually going to help them move forward. So a family may not be ready to meet their work requirement at any given moment, but if we invest in them at where they are at that given moment and are able to help them set those meaningful goals, then we see them moving on to employment. And so I think that's just important to note. And I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing to help families meet their goals. So these are some of the partnerships that we've had in the last year. We've been working really closely with Mathematica Policy Research Organization to work on really looking at the program in general, doing some strategic planning. We are completely revamping our assessment process, and then we're in the process of revamping the family development plan, which is the family's plan for what they're going to do to move towards employment. And then also the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities has, this actually is a really interesting website if you're interested in research and building better programs, which has a lot of information about how to improve program participation, improve results and outcomes for families participating in programs. We're also working, and so the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities notes 3 things that are kind of the key hallmarks of a science-informed approach, which is what we are really trying to do within Reach Up, because this is based on research, what actually works to help people move forward. And so those 3 things are to create and support responsive relationships, to strengthen core life skills, and to reduce sources of stress.
Oh, can you say that? I'm sorry. Create and support relationships?
Responsive relationships. 2, to strengthen core life skills. And 3, to reduce sources of stress. So there's a lot of research out there, from the Strengthening Families framework to the Harvard Center on the Developing Child, and numerous other research that's been done to support these kind of key hallmarks. And then in addition to the,
Well, just wondering about responsive relationships, is that's with family members within the family unit or with extended family or social connections?
I think all the above, yeah. And then in addition to these organizations, we're also working with the Office of Family Assistance, so that's our government oversight organization, and they're providing us with technical assistance to assess Reach Up as a trauma-informed program. So they're going to go through a lengthy assessment with us to help us determine what do we need to do to improve to truly become a trauma-informed program. What things do we need to change in our rules and our policies and so forth. And then also they're going to be providing extensive training to our staff on what trauma-informed means and what that means in terms of working with families. So one of the first things we did with Mathematica, which we felt was really important as kind of to lay the groundwork, was to develop a mission. And this was done as a collaborative process with staff and participants and community partners all over the state. So I personally visited all 12 districts in the state, and this was about 18 months ago, I think. And we formalized the mission last summer. And so the mission for Reach Up is that Reach Up joins families on their journey to overcome obstacles, explore opportunities, improve their finances, and reach their goals. And what we came to was that we really feel strongly that it is and needs to be a holistic program, works with the entire family, and that we walk with the families on a journey. It's not about us telling people what they need to do. It's about walking with them and supporting them on their journey. And so we're using this mission to frame our strategic planning and our road mapping over the next year. Our overarching goal within Reach Up is to reduce intergenerational poverty. We know that up to about 60% of families who are on Reach Up today were on Reach Up as children. And so our goal is to reduce the number of children who are in families receiving Reach Up today who will need it in the future. We're also going to be repeating an intergenerational poverty study that was originally conducted in 2013 for Reach Up. And we're going to be repeating that in the next year to see if...
What was the study?
It was by our contractor, Leslie Black Plumo, and it was a study on intergenerational poverty within Reach Up.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Yes.
Can I ask a question? So, remember, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, in one of your presentations to House Human Services, there was, I thought, an extremely compelling table, or maybe it was a chart showing how many people time out over, at the 5-year point, and then come back within 3 months, 6 months, and within 1 year. And I was just surprised and startled by how many people wind up coming back. And to me, it was an indication of the number of folks experiencing intergenerational poverty. And you know, as great as the increase in benefits is, and I know you've heard this from a lot of folks, and you don't make the top level budget decisions, and ultimately they get made in appropriations committees and by the General Assembly, but every year sweeping caseloads into the general fund budget instead of reinvesting them in those families is really self-defeating. And I think we could really change a lot of the families that are experiencing that intergenerational poverty by reinvesting those funds in other ways that help those families, including housing as an example, and supportive services. Sorry for the soapbox, but I just felt like I needed to say that given...
You wouldn't be yourself if it wasn't just for this.
College of Trauma-Informed Efforts. So can you say more about who's helping you with that?
So we are working through the Office of Family Assistance, and they're providing peer TA, technical assistance, and they have contracted with a trauma expert through Rutgers University, and she's going to be consulting with us to do that work.
So this is news to this for
News to me, news to you.
no, it's not news to you.
Okay.
From ACEs in the trauma environment.
Right, and it's funding that's provided by the Office of Family Assistance, so we're able to leverage that funding through our federal partners.
So is there something you want to keep an eye on?
Oh, I'm working with them very
Okay.
closely, actually,
All right.
yeah, so.
Great.
Okay, good.
Or feel free to reach out to me, I'm happy to talk more about it if you'd like. Yeah. So part of this kind of revamping both the assessment process and the family development plan process is using a goal-oriented approach. And this is an approach that is trauma-informed and that has been shown through research to be highly effective in helping people to set and reach their goals. So some of the main things that we need to look at are to ask people what's interesting to them, find out what is meaningful to them, what is the thing that at that given moment is most meaningful to them, and then what is interesting to them just in general. And then find routines that involve deliberate practice or specific skills, helping to build executive functioning skills, finding meaning and purpose in what they're doing, and having hope that what they are doing will improve their circumstances. And I think that that's one of the major shifts in what we're doing now in Reach Up from what has happened in the past, because we don't just put people in automatically into unpaid work sites anymore. That's not necessarily something that's going to interest someone or help someone to gain the skills that will help move them forward. It may be an appropriate thing for someone to do if it meets their interest and is meaningful and helps them to meet their goals. And so that's what we're really trying to capitalize on. Find out what is interesting and meaningful to people, and then fit them, help them to find the opportunities to match those goals and that meeting. Okay. Thank you. So this is just a quick snapshot of our new assessment process, although it's actually less of an assessment and more of a tool that helps people to establish their goals. Many of the families we're working with have been assessed to Kingdom Come. They have had so many assessments in so many different areas, and what this really does is shifts to what is meaningful to you, what here resonates with you the most, and then we're going to help you set goals based on that. What we are finding is that employment falls into place very naturally, that almost everybody wants to work, and people are at different places along in that journey. And so our goal is to meet people where they are in that journey and to help them get to where they want to be. What we have done with this is we've gone through a road test with Mathematica. So we've actually done tests with both participants and done surveys with both participants and with case managers to find out, how is this working? And what we're finding is that most case managers and participants felt that this process focused more on their goals. It was respectful in asking them what was interesting and meaningful to them, and they felt more motivated when they left the meeting to go and to, follow through on the steps of their goals.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Do you ever, in that kind of testing process, did you have any experiences that might have shown families that had a really hard time with this when they identified that maybe they don't have the ability to achieve some of the goals, or that there's so many goals that they are feeling overwhelmed? Is that something that you guys had, or?
That's a great question, and yes, and that, I think it's really important to recognize that, because it's a matter of finding out, if somebody's really overwhelmed, even with the word goal, which we find sometimes, is shifting the language. So, okay, so we don't need to talk about specifically a goal, but what would you like to accomplish between today and tomorrow? And sometimes it's a matter of breaking it down into much smaller steps so that people find success with whatever it is that they determine that between today and tomorrow, this is what I need to be able to do. I have to get up and get my child to childcare, for example, and then building upon that. And so yeah, that's a really good question.
Did you find people had a hard time checking off the box, I need help?
That was also something that we found sometimes, yeah. And so people are kind of all over the map on that. Some people appreciate being asked, and others say, like, I don't want to have to ask for help. And so that's where we are going back now and working with Mathematica on how can we approach using this tool in a way that's going to kind of work for as many people as possible. So it may be a matter of kind of saying to people as we approach them with this, you don't have to fill this out. Sometimes what case managers do is they actually just fold it over and they just look at the main categories and say, like, what kind of resonates with you here today? And then work from there. Other people prefer to have kind of something to work on. So it's really just about it being an individualized process. It's not about it being another piece of paper that we need to track and, so yeah.
It might just be the language piece of it, having somebody have to check off on all of those boxes that they need help.
Right.
Maybe something about just a language that's more about collaborating and accessing help and admitting that they need to access help, but maybe not having to check a box that says I need help in every category.
Let me just ask, is the participant filling this out, or is the caseworker? Because if the participant is not, this is not something they're seeing, right? Or is it something they're doing together?
They're doing it together. So either the participant is filling it out, or they're just kind of looking at it together, and sometimes they don't use it at all. So it's really about a mindset shift more than anything with the case managers, of starting with what's meaningful and then working backwards from there.
So they're using their skills and knowledge to assess the person in front of them, to get that feedback as to what their comfort level is on.
Right. Exactly. And motivational
Well, and some
interviewing.
just, they get the program and they're told to fill it out on their own, and then kind of the case manager works with them from there.
Somebody else?
I have an 11:30 meeting, so
Okay.
I do want to say that how much approve of this direction. I think it addresses the real underlying needs. I mean, people, when they're in financial trouble, what they need first is cash. And we know it's like first aid, you need to stop the bleeding. But the underlying issues here need to be addressed, but also from the point of view of a politician who acts as sort of a bridge between the public and the actual people who do the actual work. The constant resentment that I hear from the public about, and you often hear, well, it's not my fault that they got themselves into trouble, and they do have some complicity in their own fate. Why do my taxes? And what I answer is, yeah, you're probably right. I share your resentment, to tell you the truth. Now that that's settled, what are we going to do about it? Okay, and to have an answer to the what are we going to do about it question.
Yeah.
So.
I just want to follow up. I think that was a really great point. I do think there are a large number of people in Vermont living in situations that they did not make choices, and they have found themselves, whether they're living with a disability, with a child, or health, or whatever it is, that do end up kind of in these same spots. So it is sometimes important to
So you need to run, I know that we're running a little bit over, and I wanted to make sure that in case I forget, that we were going to take a look at the dates to make sure where people were comfortable with on what was thrown out there. And Mike, did you have something that you want to add?
I just thought it was.
So we're not quite done. You've got 2 minutes, and then we'll go to that. And then if people need to leave, to be respectful for your time, I totally understand.
Okay, is Aaron going to be able to?
Yes, let's finish.
Okay.
Yes. But if people need to go, I totally understand.
So one of our other strategies is bringing the mental health outreach for mothers, the Moms Partnership, to Vermont. We are really, really excited and honored that we were chosen by Yale University to replicate this research-based intervention in the Chittenden County area. So this brings mental health services in a cohort model, and so its purpose is to reduce stress in mothers with any age child. And one of the biggest factors that makes the biggest difference is that there is a mom with lived experience embedded in the program, and that's a paid position. So right now we're piloting this with Howard Center, and we know that mental health, addressing mental health needs is one way to help interrupt intergenerational poverty. It's clear, obviously, as you all know, intergenerational poverty is extremely complex, and so this isn't, the magic tool, but it is one thing that can help. And so we are definitely very excited about that. And I actually meant to put these were results from the New Haven project because ours hasn't started yet. So we don't have our own results. We're due to implement in January of this year.
Are these available online? I don't think we got the...
This is the first handout, it was underneath the file, so you should have it.
And they're online.
Okay.
So just a few of the outcomes that they have already seen in implementing this program is that 78% of moms adhere to the treatment, and so that's compared to 40% nationally. It's a huge difference.
And that's having this peer, I call it.
Right,
peer.
exactly, a peer. 76% of moms experience a decrease in depressive symptoms, and that's compared to the average experience of only a 48% drop in depressive symptoms. 67% decrease in parenting stress. The children of moms attend 6 more days of school per year. So it has, even implications for the children in these families. And that is, again, one of the reasons why we are really excited about this program, because it is truly a 2-generational program. And then even the hours of week that people are becoming employed is increasing with participation in this program.
How long is the program?
It's only an 8-week program, so it's 8 weeks of, I believe it's an hour and a half each week.
Is it in the home or in the?
It's in community hubs. So there will be several different places where it's happening around Chittenden County to be able to come to areas where moms typically congregate. So in New Haven, what they did was they actually set up at grocery stores, and moms came there. And also the purpose is to kind of destigmatize mental health and depression. And living in poverty is incredibly stressful. And so anything that we can do to be able to help moms address this is really critical.
So we're just starting this off,
Right.
in Chittenden County, and you've got one at Howard Center?
Yeah, so we have an agreement with Howard Center, but we'll have groups running at the same time all around Chittenden County, starting in January or February. So we're in the implementation phase right now.
Is there any transportation for people?
Yes, we'll provide transportation if they need it.
So Aaron, is any of what you've been talking about, because it sounds like in the budget there's the case management review and community engagement, the review of reach up case management that's due in October. Is this part of what you're doing now or talking about? Okay.
Yes. This is a program, another pilot program. However, we need to stop calling it a pilot and figure out a way to expand to the rest of the state. So we are working in conjunction with Office of Economic Opportunity and with 2 community action organizations, CBOEO and Capstone, we call it the Financial Empowerment Program. It provides financial coaching to help families build assets. And as you know, building assets is also crucial for interrupting poverty. And so these actually are before and after, before we kind of made some big changes to the program that were science informed. And so before we made these changes, you can see the difference in the number of participants we had. The jump was huge once we made some of these changes. So what we did was we increased the demographic that we offered the program to. We did some marketing that was informed by participants and asked them, what is working, what is not working. We restructured the incentives, so it's a highly incentivized program that allows people to earn incentives as they set financial goals. And so you can see that the financial incentives increased quite a bit as well. So again, it goes back to using the hallmarks of science. And people have reported feeling decreased stress, knowing that they have some money in the bank from these incentives that they've earned, that they're able to take their kids, to an activity and do things together as families that they weren't able to do before. And we know that increased money in a household, even a little bit each year, is tied to better outcomes for children in the future. And so any bit of extra income that we can help families to achieve or provide that environment where they can do that is really crucial for that. And I'm almost done, I promise. And so
we took some of your time.
Okay. And so along with the mission, we also developed a vision for the program. And so a vision really is supposed to be pretty lofty and forward-thinking. And so our vision is that families will be empowered, connected, and thriving. And if you kind of reflect upon some of the changes that have been made in the program, this again is going back to hoping that we will achieve that through these changes that we're making in the program. We do have some opportunities for the future. I think including 2 parents to be able to participate in the post-secondary education program is something that statutorily they're not allowed to do. We would really like to be able to see that.
Correct?
Yes.
All right.
Also, the child care copay issue is incredibly encouraging, and right now, families even on Reach Up are paying sometimes $50 to $100 a week for child care, and when you see how much money they're actually bringing in, I mean, the state of scarcity is so extreme that it's hard to imagine, honestly, how you can pay for child care and also try to participate in just life.
Is there a further explanation of this pilot program that you're working on with the incentives and the goals? Specific goals?
If you go to our annual report, there's more information on that there, and I'm happy to provide any more information that you'd like.
If you want to provide that link to that at some point, and then we
sure.
can point it out to everybody.
Absolutely.
And where does the money come from for this?
Oh, great question. So Office of Economic Opportunity has been able to seed some money for the financial coaching, but that's going to have to change because the bucket that's coming out of is not one that is supposed, is for training and kind of like initiatives is my understanding. And so that initiative needs to, we need to move to sustainability, and so we're really trying to think about how to make that happen. The incentives come from Reach Up through the support services budget.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And just some other opportunities and things to think about. Of course, housing. Only 27% of our families are receiving any type of subsidized housing, which means that the remainder of those families are trying to get by either by doubling up, they're precariously housed, they're paying way more in their rent than is even remotely affordable. So just the dire need for actual housing is
So you said 25% received out of the 100% that could.
Correct. Yes, they would all be financially eligible. And then transportation, we're really trying to focus on increasing car ownership. And again, research shows that car ownership is one of the biggest factors in economic mobility. And we all know that in a state, especially like this, we're very limited access to public transportation, not to mention being able to get your kids to various things at various times. is incredibly important. So those are just some opportunities to think about. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time to come to talk to you all. I'm always happy to come back. And this is the link for the annual report, but I'm also happy to send it to you. Yeah.
Oh, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if you walk away, we've made some improvements, but going further, we still need to work on transportation ownership and housing. That's the two. And cash. And
Well,
cash.
yeah.
Let's not forget money. Okay, and cash. Or payment.
I would add one to the list, which is
I just wanted to make sure.
reinvesting in families that, instead of sweeping
Yes.
caseload savings, reinvesting in families.
Yes.
We actually put that language one year in the budget, but I don't know how much.
Oh, the caseload savings. Yeah, you know that. All right, good, so 4 things. Thank you, Erin.
You're welcome. Oh, and the post-secondary education.
Okay.
And the card.
Good.
Any other
Those
questions?
are, yes, you are excused unless anybody has any questions.
Okay.
It's kind of a big question.
Okay.
You're on the record.
She is.
I'm on the record. I could use a pad. So why don't we start with Becky and Representative Hoover, who's not here yet, should be here shortly. Worked with Becky on this language that you have in front of you. And it deals with the capital bill. And it says the first item is the draft recommendation for the facility assessment.
Okay, so Becky Wasserman, Legislative Counsel, you should have a hard copy of this draft recommendation because it is not posted yet. So as you recall, in the capital bill, there was some language that said that BGS could use up to $200,000 from their line item for the 2020 appropriation for statewide planning, use, and contingency for an assessment to assess relative costs and resource requirements for potential construction of a correctional facility that ranges in scale. And that assessment would be done in order to accommodate the results of the ongoing CSG study that I think the results are due in December. And as you know, this money is only going to be released once this committee and the Joint Fiscal Committee approves the release of the funds for the assessment. So at the last meeting, the committee decided to approve this with some recommendations, and so I put together this draft. So the recommendations are that the committee approves the release of up to $200,000 in 2020 capital funds to BGS to commence this assessment of the relative costs and resource requirements for potential construction of the correctional facility that ranges in scale in compliance with the section that I just mentioned in the capital bill. For the purposes of the approval, there's some definitions, and these were handed out last meeting. These were from BGS. So resource requirements means the mechanical and administrative services necessary to support a correctional facility with a given number of beds. And cost assessments means an estimate of the costs of construction, and this excludes land acquisition and includes permitting. So the committee would be approving pursuant to 4 conditions. The first is that BGS would be submitting a draft version of their RFP for the assessment to this committee at the August 29th meeting. The second is that the assessment would accommodate the results of the CSG study, which is expected to be completed by December 31st. The third and fourth relate to the size of the facility. So the assessment shall be for a medium security facility and shall include a comparison of no less than 3 sizes of facilities, including 50, 100, and 175 beds. And the last condition is that the assessment won't be for an 800-bed facility.
Any questions from the committee?
I just have one. I think this looks great. Clearly, number 4 is meant to exclude a certain possibility.
At the last meeting, when BGS was here, they mentioned an 800-bed facility, and this is clearly saying no.
Yep, and I get that. I'm just wondering because it talks about 50, 100, and 175, and then it seems as though you could look at a 700-bed. So can we tweak the language so that
that's what the committee wants to do?
More than or less than.
I think we have to be clear when we're talking about a 700-bed or a 600-bed or an 800-bed. Are we talking about that as one facility for 800 males? Or are we talking about a campus-style facility where you have a facility of 300, 400-bed facility for males, and then you have a 100-bed facility for females? You have a mental health unit. You have booking units. That's what gets you up to that 100 bed, that 800 beds. So are you talking about one building that has 800 beds, or are you talking about a campus that has multiple functions?
Well, I thought we were talking about replacing a women's facility.
Correct.
And I thought that's what it was limited to. And if we're not limiting ourselves to the women's facility, I don't want to approve this.
So I think that in the capital bill we had during discussion, and I'm sure the House as well, a long debate about the women's facility and the need for improvement and replacement. And I thought that this, as Senator Sears has said, was targeting that facility. And we also have the report coming in from Council of State Government. So that'll weigh in, that'll add to the needs and for what's needed for the women's facility. So I think this looks good. I do think that Senator Brew's concern is a good one.
I think specifically, maybe we need to state that it be not more than 175 beds, and that it be, I suppose you could say 200, but not more than, that the design is to replace the women's facility. To make that clear.
And Senator, I'm fine with that. However, I think that if we, and we are discussing replacing the women's facility currently, if we don't talk about the entire system of what's could or couldn't happen a little, I don't think they need to put a lot of energy into that right now. I know our committee hasn't even discussed anything much beyond the replacement of the women's facility. But if, I think I'm not sure what I think. But I think if we limit this conversation to just one facility, and not talk about the future of what the entire correctional system could incarcerated system could look like, might be a little short-sighted.
So, but Butch, doesn't that go beyond the $200,000? I mean, there's going to be the expenditure here is probably sufficient.
And
I don't think anyone wants to forget the rest of the needs.
And I agree that is beyond the $200,000. But I'd hate to turn a blind eye at something that's obvious while we're looking at this spending these funds for this particular purpose.
And I don't think the two things are mutually exclusive. We could limit this to, if it's 200 or 175, that doesn't mean that with this information, it couldn't be used to think about a larger system. But in terms of this 200,000 and the accelerated timeline, I agree. I think it should be just limited to replacing the women's facility. So I would be happy if it didn't allow for a more far-ranging expense and planning exercise.
So, yeah, I just wanted to add that the language for the CSG study says, there's some intent language that said the assessment shall inform infrastructure needs for state correctional facilities. So I think at the time, the legislative intent was actually that this would be done to make that bigger decision about, what other infrastructure needs would be required for the system as a whole. And then the other point I wanted to make is that my understanding, and you, maybe BGS can weigh in on this, is that this is really just looking at sort of a blank facility of number of beds. It's not meant to be specific, I think, to women's or some other type of facility, because we're not looking at, or BGS wouldn't be looking at programming. They would just be saying, what permitting is needed for a 200 or 175 bed facility, not exactly what programming or other types of things need to be in a facility specifically for women. So I think my understanding is it's not necessary to say what the facility would be used for. It's really just the number of beds.
Understood, but I don't think it's a bad idea for the committee to have a clear sense of its own intent as we approve this.
I think the one
clarification from the Council of State Governments that we'll have a better understanding of what we need to do in the future. But for the moment, I don't see a problem with putting a cap on the number of beds so that we're not just kind of scattering funds to the wind.
BGS have any comment?
Eric Philcorn, Principal Assistant to Commissioner Polk, and therefore he's always welcome to overrule me if I'm incorrect. But yeah, I think for our exploration, yes, there is a number of beds and different thresholds of beds lead to more burners on the stove in the kitchen and a bigger power line coming in and a bigger sewer line coming in. So as we're looking at these numbers, we're really thinking big chunks, scale.
So let's clarify that, Eric, when you said big chunk scale. You're saying like there's a difference in terms of construction needs, building needs, and infrastructure needs of a 50-bed facility versus a 175 or a 200-bed facility.
Yeah, it's just like plugging in a 100-watt light bulb in an outlet versus a 1,000-watt hair dryer. You might blow a fuse, so you want to build capacity to accommodate that growth. You know, we're launching the International Space Station. You get the core module up, and then you start adding labs as you go. We want to make sure that what we plan is able to accommodate whatever comes. You know.
So it could be the 50-bed or it could be the 175.
Right, but you know, a 50-bed facility is going to have different needs in terms of land, in terms of water and sewer, and in terms of you know, just the scale of the facilities.
Our discussions here are going beyond the 175 or 200, which the original discussion, the reason of 175, I thought that was the original discussion about if you replace Burlington, the South Burlington facility, you needed 175 beds. So, I mean, if you want to put 200 in, I'm fine with that, but I thought we were trying to limit it to that discussion.
And just to tack on to that, I don't think it would make sense to say 50, 100, 200, and leave open the possibility of 500, 600 for the designers or the planners. We're specifying a range for a reason.
Okay, so number 4 could be no more than what?
200.
200. Is that acceptable?
It's acceptable, but I hope it's not short-sighted. I think that the plus about this is that we're taking a fairly bold step forward as far as legislation, as far as the legislature goes. The other plus is by the time we get back here, we should have the CSG study in our hands, which we'll talk about. Hopefully, we'll talk about the entire incarcerated population of the state. Will be better informed to continue this discussion in the next session as to what the needs may or may not be going down the highway. But this gets us started. This is a kickstart to actually have people start thinking about what's on the horizon. And if we think we're concentrating, we hope we concentrate on the replacement of the Chinden facility, that's a great thing. So if this, I think this money will be well spent to get this whole process kick-started, depending on the information we get back from CSG.
So with the one change, is there any other discussion? Anybody want to comment?
So what's the new wording?
200.
Just number 4, instead of strike the, just would be, the assessment shall not be for a facility more than, actually it needs to be reworded.
I think it's
less than 50 and
the
more than
assessment.
200.
The assessment shall not be for a facility with more than 200 beds.
Right. Okay. Is that okay with everyone? No?
So I want to be clear on this. So this we're approving, and then it will go before the Joint Fiscal Committee.
On the
This
29th of
request
July.
on the 29th. And for BGS to submit a draft version of the RFP at our meeting on August 29th. Joint fiscal can go forward in the interim and allow the money to be released for BGS to start their work. Correct?
That's right. I don't think, my understanding was that BGS could not start the RFP until the Joint Fiscal Committee approved it at their meeting.
That's really only a week and a half away.
Right.
It's not an undue amount of time.
I just wanted to be clear that the money, if Joint Fiscal Committee approves it next week or in a week and a half, the money is then released, that BGS does not have to wait until the August 29th meeting for us. That's all I want to be clear.
The language just says that both committees have to approve for the release of the funds.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amended version, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it's unanimous. Thank you. And again, I want to thank Representative Hooper, who couldn't be here this morning, because she did a lot of the work in putting this together. That brings us to subject elimination of life without parole. Skylar, do you want to introduce the witness?
Yeah, so we have with us today Susan Lawrence from the National Life Without Parole Studies Institute to talk to us today about life without parole sentencing as a general issue as it relates in the United States and the history of its implementation, and then also how our practice in the United States relates to the international community at large.
So I have a document here too. Thank you, Mr. Welcome, Susan. I believe in Vermont, right, I checked sometime this spring, and there were 19 people being sentenced to life without parole in Vermont. Yeah, when I looked at that number, it seemed relatively small of our total population, but some of them certainly the most heinous crimes in the state.
Yes,
That,
I'm aware of that, yes. So.
thank you for being here.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm very appreciative to be able to be here and present this information to the committee. So my name is Susan Lawrence. I'm from the Center for Life Without Parole Studies, and I wanted to start my formal testimony with a brief multimedia presentation, which is kind of an overview of the topic. And so let me start with that. morning, everyone. Like I said, my name is Dr. Susan Lawrence, and I'm a physician and a lawyer and the founder and CEO of the Center for Life Without Parole Studies. We're based in California. And I'm really delighted to be here today to provide you as much information as I can about life without parole. I want to share a little bit about my background and about how I became involved in this subject. So I'm a board-certified internist and medical oncologist and had a private practice in California up until 1992. In 1988, my husband was diagnosed with AIDS, and that really changed a lot of the path of my life. The year before he died in 1993, he made an observation to me that really changed how I viewed the world. And what he said was, you know, Susan, he said, I'm not dying of AIDS, I'm dying of the delayed effects of child abuse. Sonny had used IV drugs earlier in his life, and that's how he contracted AIDS. And he came from a childhood of a lot of physical and emotional abuse. And after he said that, I viewed the AIDS epidemic in a totally different way. That childhood trauma was the root cause and the driving force of AIDS and the AIDS epidemic, the AIDS crisis. After he died, I started working with incarcerated teens, and I actually saw the same picture with them, that they came from backgrounds of childhood abuse and trauma, and instead of being diagnosed with AIDS, it was playing out in crime and violence and incarceration. So, and over time, I came to see that childhood abuse and trauma is really the root cause and driving force of many of the most serious problems we have in our society today. In 2004, I started teaching a class at the adult prison in which most of my students were serving life without parole. The class was called Creating a Healing Society, and it was about the impact of childhood trauma on crime and violence and life in prison, death in prison. And before I started teaching that class, I thought that life without parole was a, quote, humane alternative to lethal injection. But my students taught me otherwise, because what I saw is people who had been in prison, 20, 30, sometimes more years, people who were really fully rehabilitated, people I would not hesitate to have as my neighbors. Yet no matter what work they did on themselves, no matter how much they tried to make up for the harms that they caused, no matter how much they tried to work on themselves, they were still going to die in prison. And death in a maximum security prison is horrific. They have serious health problems, they can't get the care they need, they're separated from their families. It's truly horrific. And so I came to see that life without parole is a death sentence of a different kind. And that informed my decision to focus on this work. So in the next, maybe, 15, 20 minutes, I'd like to give you just a brief overview of life without parole in the United States, the history and some of the socio-political factors that have led to the extreme rise in this kind of sentencing over the past, actually, 50 years now. So the first life without parole sentence was actually imposed, to the best of my knowledge and research, in 1851. A man named William Wells was convicted of murder, and on the day of his execution, President Millard Fillmore commuted his sentence to life without parole. And to my knowledge, this is the first time that punishment was used. Wells appealed his sentence. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the court endorsed LWOP, life without parole, as a valid sentence for the first time. However, even back then, one of the justices could see that life without parole was really no different than the death penalty. Justice McLean said, "An act has been done entirely inconsistent with reprieve, as that only suspends the punishment for a fixed period. That is, it only suspends it until he dies in prison. It is a perversion of the facts to say that Wells has been reprieved by the president." So after that time, life without parole was virtually unheard of in the United States. Until 1972, in the Furman versus Georgia case, which ended the traditional death penalty because it was arbitrarily and capriciously applied, brought about the unintended consequences of an exceptional rise in extreme sentencing, including life without parole. I know in California, Charles Manson, who was like a shining example of why life without parole is not necessary, because he had life with parole. He went to the parole board 12 times, and there was no way he was getting out. So the parole board does its job. People who are dangerous are going to be kept in prison, whether there's LWOP sentences or not. But back in 1972, Manson had been sentenced to death, and once Furman versus Georgia was decided, Manson had a life with parole sentence because there was no LWOP in California. So California, as well as many, many other states, scrambled to introduce life without parole sentencing to protect the public, because people were basically freaked out that these very dangerous people might have the possibility of being released. So, and this is from the Sentencing Project, this shows that 20 years after Furman versus Georgia, from maybe a handful of LWOP sentences, we have over 12,000 in 1992. In 2003, we have 33,000, and in 2008, over 41,000. Between 2003 and 2016, LWOP sentences increased by 59%, and the latest statistics available, which are from the year 2016, over 53,000 people are serving life without parole in the United States. Also, life without parole is one of the sentences that are applied with the most racial disparities in the entire criminal justice system. So we all know that the criminal justice system is defined by extreme racial disparities, but these are really most evident among people serving life without parole, and de facto life without parole, which is sentences that exceed the human lifespan if carried out in full. So in 9 states, and they're listed down there, African Americans make up 2/3 or more of the people who are serving LWOP. And among people serving de facto LWOP, people of color are over 65%, African Americans more than 50%, and Latinos nearly 12%. So the racial disparities are just exceptionally pronounced in these extreme sentencing situations. Then it may seem counterintuitive to people who haven't thought about the issue very much, but the rise of LWOP is inextricably linked with the campaign to end lethal injection and other forms of direct execution in this country. And the reason for that is, and this is true, I know from direct experience in California as well, many people who are working to end the traditional death penalty, they promote LWOP, and they promote it as a horrific sentence in which people suffer more than actually being executed. They promote it as a reasonable alternative because they believe the only way that they can end lethal injection is if they give the public an alternative that would ensure that people never left prison, no matter what. And so this has actually, contributed to the rise of life without parole sentences. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Mike Farrell. He's from California. He used to act in MASH. And he's, yeah, that's it. And he's a major player in the death penalty abolitionist movement in California, probably nationwide as well. But I met him at a conference in 2009, and I said to him, life without parole is the death penalty as well, just a death penalty of a different type, death by incarceration. And he said, yes, I know that, he said, and my intention is that once we have ended lethal injection and other forms of direct execution, we'll then go back and end LWOP. Well, it really is a flawed logic, because if the death penalty abolitionists have been promoting LWOP as a just sentence, then to go back and say, oh, well, we were wrong, it's really not a just sentence, it's really the death penalty and we need to do away with that too, it really harms later efforts to end life without parole. So this is another situation. It's very complicated and intricate, but it plays into why life without parole is so entrenched in our society. Then we have the prison industrial complex, which I know everybody is familiar with. We have the Geo and Core Civic. I'm sure you guys are very familiar with that, and many other companies that make a lot of money from, and their interest
We're
is.
very familiar with those companies.
Oh, yeah.
We actually use them.
Yeah.
Or use GEO, they don't anymore, but with Core Civic now.
Yeah, Core Civic now. Yeah, it used to be called something.
Corrections Corporation of America.
That's right, CCA, that's right. So there are all these other, companies as well that, provide phone service, packages, and other things. They have a vested interest in keeping the prison population as high as possible.
I just want to say that I realize they have a bad image and all that. All the time that we've dealt with Core Civic and GEO, no one ever came to the Senate Judiciary Committee and asked for tougher sentences or anything in terms of sentencing policy.
Oh, that's good to know.
Never once did they ever ask for any change in laws regarding criminal offenses. I know there's a lot of people who say that they're pushing that. They may in other states, but never in Vermont. I've been chair of Senate Judiciary all the time that we've been using them.
Oh, that's good to know.
And we actually had a worse experience with other states than we've had with Core Civic.
But I know across the country, like you mentioned, it may be different.
Virginia, Pennsylvania, we could go on the list of other states where we've had more problems. Massachusetts, well, it was a county.
That was a county.
Yeah. Franklin County, Massachusetts.
So you've had worse experience housing prisoners
Housing
out of state?
offenders,
And
we have so few beds in state that we need to house offenders. We've been to 750 out of state. We're now down to around 250, I think, the last numbers. But we've never had, for a long time, we haven't had the capacity to house all our offenders in state. So we've used other states. We've used Core Civic and Geo Group. And I will only say, I'm just saying that for being in this position and being on the judiciary. And Representative Edmonds has been the chair of the House Corrections and Institutions Committee since that time, too. And our experience with other states was much worse than the privates.
And the offenders would say that as well.
I have
being housed there.
Actually, I've interviewed a number of offenders who I know, and while I wouldn't trust them completely, I do trust that they were telling me the truth about their conditions.
Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. But, across the country, I know that they have given a lot of campaign donations, especially to states where they have a large.
No question about it. I wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, no, exactly.
As a national expert.
In California, the prison guards union that definitely had a vested interest in keeping the population high. Over the past 19 years, they donated over $35 million to political candidates in California who committed to keeping the prison population high. They are less powerful than they used to be because the number of prisoners are lower and the number of staff is lower, so their dues are they have less money. But this was a fact in California in the past. So next I'd like to talk a little bit about childhood trauma and LROP, a perspective from the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. And I'm sure many, if not all of you, are very familiar with the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. For those who may not be, I just wanted to do a very brief overview. This study was conducted by the Centers for Disease Control in Kaiser Permanente, published in 1998. Nearly 20,000 participants, but these were people who were insured by Kaiser. So they were middle-class people. It was a particular demographic, middle-class people who could afford insurance. And the study was focused on health outcomes. So it was not focused on crime, violence, incarceration, or anything like that. But it did find an extraordinarily powerful relationship between childhood trauma and the leading causes of death in this country. So what the researchers did is they asked the participants to complete a very simple questionnaire with 10 different ACE factors. I call them ACE factors. And they're listed here: recurrent emotional, physical, or sexual abuse, emotional or physical neglect, growing up in a family with an alcoholic or a drug user, a family member who went to jail or prison, a family member who was mentally ill, families in which there was domestic violence with the mother being treated violently, growing up with one or no parents. So back in 1998, and the time following that, the more subtle forms of trauma that we may be aware of now, like attachment trauma, were not included in that list. And I also want to say that it's not just those factors that constitute childhood trauma. Trauma is actually a unique individual experience, so what is traumatic to one person may not be traumatic to somebody else. Of an event or ongoing conditions in which the person's ability to cope is overwhelmed. So, and what overwhelms one person's ability to cope may not overwhelm someone else. Someone else may have more support, their temperament may be different, so you can't make a blanket statement about what is traumatic for a particular individual, as well as disruption of a relationship without repair. So in other words, a child who is not protected from abuse by a parent, that could disrupt the relationship, and if it's not resolved, that in and of itself can be traumatic. So the findings of the ACE study, one of the findings was that childhood trauma is far more common than was recognized at that time, because among the middle class Kaiser participants, more than half of them had at least one of those listed factors. A quarter had 2 and a 16th had 4 or more. And it related, again, to health issues even 50 years later. And this is kind of an old slide. Fortunately, HIV/AIDS is not one of the leading causes of death anymore. But what the ACE study showed is the more of these factors that people have, the higher their risk for the leading causes of death in this country. So from the health standpoint, for example, smoking, the higher your ACE score, the higher your risk for smoking, which leads to heart disease, cancer, stroke, and chronic lung disease. And you can see down lower on the list, alcoholism and IV drugs. While at this time there was no study that linked those factors with crime and violence, you can see that alcohol, which we know is a major factor in more than 50% of the violent crimes, and drugs as well. You can see where these ACE factors can be linked, intuitively anyway, to crime, violence, incarceration, life and death in prison. So how does this relate to LWOP? Like I said, at the time of the ACE study, there is no scientific evidence that shows that childhood trauma is the root cause of crime and violence and life and death in prison. However, intuitively, like what I came to see in working with LWOP prisoners, is it is one of the clearest examples of the impact of childhood trauma on society. It's like a trauma vortex. In 2013, however, the first study, and it's a small study of only 151 people, was conducted by the Correctional Services of Canada in collaboration with an organization in San Diego called Intrapsychic. And that organization provides services to offenders, sex offenders, people who are convicted of stalking, and also people who are convicted of violent crimes. So they published their study, and it's one of the handouts that I gave you. They published the study in 2013 in the Kaiser Permanente Journal, and what it concluded is that childhood trauma, childhood adversity, is strongly associated with adult criminality, and it called for additional studies to be done, which I think would be a great idea. So now I just want to take a break from that and share with you really briefly the story of Sam, who was one of my clients in California. He's serving life without parole, and he gave me permission to share his story, hoping that it would help to provide a deeper understanding of the role of childhood trauma in LWOP sentencing. So Sam has been in prison for 19 years. The crime that brought about his LWOP sentence occurred when he was 22. And in his family, it wasn't overt trauma. His parent, there was a lot of strife and conflict between his parents, and I think that resulted in him not receiving the kinds of emotional support and attention that he needed. But when he was a child, and you see his picture here, he looks happy. He was on the baseball team. He got awards in school. He looked like typical, happy kid. Then when he went to high school in his freshman year, one of his best friends was shot to death on campus. And a few months later, one of his teammates was stabbed to death in his apartment complex. And Sam really did not get support in dealing with the trauma and the grief and the loss of these experiences. And that wasn't all that happened. In his sophomore year, he was walking home from school with a friend and his friend's dad, and a car full of gang members drove by, and his friend's dad was shot to death in front of them. And then the final thing was, not long before the crime was committed, Sam himself was almost killed by a person he thought was his friend, who put a gun under his chin and was threatening to kill him. And he didn't have anybody that he could talk to about these things. There wasn't counseling or support available to him. But it was not long after that time that a friend of the family got released from prison, a guy who was a gang-involved guy, who Sam gravitated toward because this guy protected him. This guy would always, his name is Julian, he would always tell people to leave Sam alone. So that caused Sam to want to hang around with this guy, which resulted in one horrific night. Sam was involved in a crime in which 2 people were killed. He was the driver. He did not kill anyone, but he was involved in a crime in which 2 people were killed, and he was arrested as being involved because he was the driver. And the prosecution sought the death penalty against him, and he took a deal and is now serving life without parole. So while he was in prison, he had got extensive mental health care, has participated in a lot of rehabilitative programming, has started a program that trains prisoners to gain construction skills, and has an agreement with an outside company to hire and provide support to released prisoners. He facilitates victim offender education groups. He's done a lot of rehabilitative work. However, unless something changes, unless the governor commutes his sentence, he will die in prison. And really, this kind of sums it up. And this is one of the articles that I provided for you. James Garabino is a expert witness for murder cases across the country, and he stated this: the best starting hypothesis in dealing with most killers is that they are, quote, untreated, traumatized children inhabiting and controlling the dangerous adolescents and adults that stand accused of murder. And I have not heard it said more clearly and explicitly than that. So, why should we end life without parole? First, it's a death sentence, death by incarceration, which is imposed with enormous racial disparities. It's total deprivation of hope, regardless of the degree of rehabilitation, remorse, anything a person can do to make up for the wrongs that they've done. It's cruel and inhumane, and it's antithetical to principles of restorative justice. It's important to note that ending life without parole does not mean that all prisoners will be released, only that they will have the chance to be considered for release. And that in and of itself brings hope and meaning to people's lives. And finally, studies have documented a very low recidivism rate for convicted murderers. And I provided this report for you about the Ungers. I don't know if many of you are familiar with the Ungers natural experiment. So in 2012, there was a case in Maryland, Unger versus Maryland, in which people who had been convicted of murder and rape before 1980, their jury instructions were found to be unconstitutional. So about a little over 180 people were released, and their sentences were vacated and they were released. And they received enhanced reentry support from I think it's the Open Society Institute in Baltimore. And they received a lot of support in housing, transportation, financial support, employment. And of these, I think it was 185 people, the recidivism rate is less than 1%. Only one person was rearrested, and I'm not sure what it was for. But it documents, it's like a natural experiment. You know, it documents that you can release geriatric prisoners who have served long sentences and who have been, it's demonstrated that they have a very low risk for reoffending. It's safe to do that, and it saves the government, the people, the taxpayers, a lot of money. And finally, you know, the moral question. How do we want to treat the children who now reside in adult bodies, the children whom our society has basically failed, who our society has failed to protect from abuse and in fact has inflicted abuse upon? How do we want to treat them? Do we want to throw them away like a piece of trash? Or do we want to rehabilitate them as best we can? And those who are deemed safe to return to society, do we want to give them a chance to do that? And would it be complete to say that the voices of survivors, of family members of victims, need to be included in any conversation to end life without parole? It doesn't mean that their views are going to take precedence over anyone else's, but they need to be respected and heard, and also recognize that they're a diverse population. So some victims and family members of victims may be very supportive of ending life without parole. Others may feel like, no, these people need to die in prison because of what they did. It's a diverse group. Also, family members of people serving life without parole need to be included in this conversation because they committed no crime, yet they have lost their family member and they have to deal with the trauma and agony of either visiting their family member in prison for decades or not. You know, so it's a very complex thing. So I thank you very much for inviting me, for your attention. I hope this information has been helpful to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I do have a copy of the Youngers, 5 years in counting, adverse childhood experiences, and adverse childhood experiences, and adult criminality, and ACEs, and that. Thank you for all that information.
You're very welcome.
I have a couple of questions. You mentioned, and I got to thinking about Jeffrey Epstein, I guess his name is pretty widely seen. He's 66. Let's say he gets a sentence. 30 years, it'd be 99 when he's eligible for parole. Isn't that a death sentence? I mean, and people would see that 30 years as being actually not a long sentence for somebody considering the charges against the guy.
Right.
If he's found guilty. Obviously, we have to presume that he's innocent, but.
Right. Well, you know, in
so how does that fit in? You had a slide about de facto life without parole. And in Vermont, we have serving sentences consecutively from time to time. So if somebody's given 2 40-year sentences and they're run consecutive, and even if the person's in their mid-20s, that's 80 years.
Right.
It'd be 105 when they're eligible for parole.
Right. Well, I guess in certain situations, it will end up being like that.
And so go ahead, maybe you can answer how those kind of situations fit, because most of our prosecutors are wonderful people. That sounds like Trump.
No, they're great.
I'm looking at Tucker over there. Who's the head of, who's one of the members of the team. And I'm thinking that, frequently they're, asked to give long sentences and people they feel deserve them. Rather than if we ban life without parole, would they just go with consecutive or try to get a judge to give consecutive?
Right. Well, any effort to end life without parole would have to also include ending any consecutive sentences or anything that would end up in a de facto LWOP situation. what you were saying about Epstein, if someone commits a crime and they're prosecuted when they're older, in California, we have elderly parole. So if you're over 60, you would be eligible, but you have to have served 25 years of your sentence. There still has to be accountability. So if someone is older and they serve a crime that let's say they're sentenced to 20 years or 25 years for, there are going to be those kind of situations where it's going to turn into that. I strongly believe in ending life without parole and de facto LWOP, but there also has to be accountability.
Other questions?
So I have a question on the situation you just expressed about they get to a certain age and then they'd be eligible based on their age. They could be in their early 70s, late 70s. What if they have some real health issues, which most of them will,
right?
And there's no place to place them? Then what happens? I mean, what if they need nursing home care? Or what if they need more of an assisted living care?
Right.
And they don't want, the provider has Medicaid, and if they take a person who is still under the custody of corrections, that provider might lose Medicaid for the whole facility. So how do we address something like that?
Well, people who are terminally ill or are so sick that they're not able to, the risk of reoffending is really negligible, can be released under a compassionate release program where they're no longer under the jurisdiction of the Department of Corrections. So they may be, at least in California, that's how that works. So they may be eligible for we have Medi-Cal in California, may be eligible for Medi-Cal. They can be released to a nursing home if they don't have family who's willing to help.
So if they have a long sentence, that undoes the sentence then, because they would no longer be under the custody of the commissioner.
Right. Right.
So did we have bills on that?
Yeah, but they didn't do that. They kept them under the custody of the commissioner. And we already have medical furlough in our state. So a compassionate release, as it was presented in the past to us, was the person would still be under the custody of the commissioner of corrections. And that's where you get into that problem of facilities.
In California, they're released.
In California, they can just be released outright, depending on their medical condition.
Senator Lyons has a question.
But this is a good question for us to consider. As you're talking about ACEs, obviously it's not a causal relationship that automatically, if you have an X number of ACEs, you're going to end up incarcerated.
No, it's not that simple.
But there are consequences to exposure early on, and that is the need for support services. So as you are looking at LWOP and thinking about the elimination of that, what else is being put in place to ensure that these folks then can truly have hope that they really do have an opportunity to improve their lives? I mean, the healthcare issues then become important,
right?
Because how are those services then being provided, whether they're healthcare or counseling services? So what is the thinking around that?
Well, I guess the hope is that the savings in releasing people before they get to work, when they're elderly and have a lot of health problems, the savings could be put into the front end for prevention services and also for reentry, because among the Unger study, the reentry services were above and beyond what the average prisoner gets, and they believe that is what relates to why the recidivism rate was so exceptionally low.
So, and then in terms of where the money came from to do that, how did that? I haven't read that study. I don't know that.
Savings from medical care and other costs of incarceration of elderly people who pose little or no risk to society.
So it was bed savings.
But it wasn't anything. But there weren't. So it was like we had to save the elderly first. I'm thinking about how can we front load this so that.
Oh, well, by getting rid of extreme sentencing, let's say we had 20 years as the maximum, 20 years to life is the maximum sentence. That means we would not have people in there, most people would not be in there for 30, 40, 50 years. The state would not be paying for the maintenance of those people, would not be paying for their medical care, for the cost of their incarceration. All that savings could go on the front end for prevention and on the back end for reentry services, so that the people can become productive taxpayers and contribute positively to the system.
What about the victims? Have the victims community been supportive, or have they been against your
You know,
efforts?
it's very diverse. You know, some people who have been, who are victims of crime, survivors and family members, support restorative justice, support the opportunity for the people who have caused harm to take accountability, but to have an opportunity to rejoin society. Others don't. But I really believe that we can't, you know, the opinions of one group of people should not form what our criminal justice policies are. But they definitely need to be part of the conversation, part of the discussion.
Well, I noted that your final slide had to deal with the restorative justice aspect.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, there may be people who are outraged that someone who murdered their family member now has an opportunity to get out. And one of the arguments that they make is that when the person was sentenced to LWOP, it was like a promise to them that they would never have to deal with this trauma again. They wouldn't have to go to the parole board and protest or anything like that. You know, everybody has their point of view based on their experiences, and we can listen with respect. We can honor their point of view, but when it comes to making decisions about criminal justice policy, it really can't be based on individual people's point of view. And we're not going to please everybody. And the other thing that I wanted to bring up too that I just thought about the other day is that the family members of the people sentenced to LWOP, they in a way are victims too. They did not do anything, they didn't commit the crime, and they've lost their family member. And they have no hope of their family member ever coming back home. It's very difficult in many prisons to visit. They're located far away from urban areas. A lot of the families are not well-to-do. It's very difficult for them to travel. The phone calls are very expensive. It's difficult to stay in touch. So that they are another affected group that are not often acknowledged.
Well, I've heard from victims, but I live in an area of the state which has, with all due respect to Channel 3, which is the only station in Vermont we can get in Bennington. Most of my TV comes from Albany, New York, and there have been, it's not nightly, but frequently there are cases that are high profile where somebody's up for parole, and they always interview the victims and how outraged the victims are that they have to be re-traumatized by going to these parole board meetings to urge the parole board to turn the person's sentence down. And I just, that's one of the things I would expect to hear from victims community about. Particularly, again, there are 19 people. There may be some more since the time I checked with the Department of Corrections, but I get, some of them are pretty horrific crimes. I think the one in Danville comes to mind where the teacher was murdered by that couple, one woman and one man.
You're absolutely right. Some of them are very horrific crimes.
This is an issue that will come up this year. I expect that there was a House bill introduced last year, and I expect a Senate bill this year. So that's one of the reasons we asked you to be here, is for this committee to get some experience with this issue. But it's not going away.
So brings up an interesting, more of a statement question, conversation about if this should move forward within the legislative body. We in our committee started talking about presumptive parole last year, in previous years, and that engaged me, and how this all fits into presumptive parole. We actually started talking about, do we need a parole board? So this could...
Doing what?
Do we need with presumptive parole, do we need a parole board or just a person? So that conversation came up also. So this, should you decide to move?
Kentucky and Maine don't have parole.
Right, so we started talking about things like that, so how would this roll into some of that? So it's an interesting concept.
If we did away with parole.
Yeah, and then during the same conversation, how many release statuses do we need if we have presumptive parole? It's just a huge conversation. It's going to take a long time to flesh it out. I don't know if we can do it in one session. The second piece is I appreciate your enthusiasm about savings. People that would have somebody 20 years to life, you could assume that at 20 years they would be eligible for parole and in all likelihood be paroled, with the exception of the outliers like Manson.
Right.
I would hesitate to build a budget on somebody on the assumption that somebody would be paroled at the end of the minimum sentence length or whatever. So that could be part of the conversation, but I wouldn't think it would want to be a very big part of the conversation. But thank you for that.
Yes.
I'm very sorry to have missed your presentation. Very interested in this and couldn't be here. Just to build a bit on what Butch was saying, it might be interesting to have a conversation around rolling restorative practices into whatever we do on the end of a sentence relative to parole. So rather than the traditional way, I mean, to give a voice to victims and to other parties in the process. We've got community justice centers who are already doing that sort of work, and maybe there's a way to engage the people who have been hurt by crime. And
Skylar, you got a question? Oh, that's worth a comment. Any other questions for Susan? Has any state actually done this yet?
Ending life without parole?
Yeah.
Not yet, but in Pennsylvania, they have two bills. They have a Senate Bill 942. They have a House Bill 135 that I believe makes 25 to life the maximum sentence. Last year, the bills almost passed. They had a lot of outcry from victims' rights groups that apparently were not addressed beforehand. So the bills are reintroduced this year, and they have a lot of support from community advocates. Hopefully they're having conversations with victims and survivors and families as well, and hoping that those bills pass. And then Massachusetts also has legislation in the works. But no other state has affirmatively ended life without parole. Alaska doesn't have life without parole on its books, but it has a mandatory 99-year sentence for first-degree murder, so it has de facto LWAT.
And well, that's very helpful. Any other questions? Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me. It's been a pleasure.
Maybe we can. You both want to come up, Kim and Derek? Yeah. Talk about mental health. Need mental health?
Yeah, we're gonna need it.
Actually, we have a problem.
One?
Well, I looked at our major, and I believe major human services problem facing as states in terms of not counting the healthcare system as a whole, is the mental health system. And it's pushing the correction system in places it shouldn't be pushed, in my opinion.
Yeah. Corrections is pushing mental health, actually.
Wow. So we have two experts our own fine Eric Fitzpatrick.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Eric.
Nice to see you.
How are you?
Good.
Nice to see you in the middle of July.
I know. Yes, it's definitely been, we've had a good time of a little bit of downtime over the last few weeks, but still getting prepped already for next session as well. So I know it's hard to believe, but we started already. I've already been looking at the draft request for next year.
I'm sure Senator Lyons and I have a draft request to solve our mental health system problem.
Exactly.
Right.
It's as simple as that.
Right. We'll fill out the details on.
Yeah. Short order. What is it called in the House? Short form?
Short form. That's after the deadline.
Right.
Short form.
That's true. Well, I think, as you can see from the agenda, what Katie and I are here to talk about is the insanity defense, competency to stand trial, and the process for addressing defendants who are subject to criminal charges and end up raising either the insanity defense or the competency to stand trial. I'm going to talk a little bit about the legal standard and fleshed out as to what it means and how courts apply it, and then sort of transition over to Katie, and she's going to talk about more the substance of the process and what happens once the court makes this finding. How do the different state agencies that become involved with a defendant who's raised one of these defenses or been found incompetent, how does that person get treated within the state system? So that's kind of how we decided to divide it out. But if you have questions, please jump in at any time as we're talking. Even if we may sort of defer to the other one. If one question deals more in one subject than the other, but that's the initial way that we sort of partitioned it out between the two of us. So I'm going to start, as is often helpful to do, with a statement of the law. So what does the law say about the insanity defense? And you'll see that it's in Title 13, Section 4801. There's an entire chapter devoted to the insanity defense that also includes the incompetency to stand trial issue. But I want to talk about really three different concepts when I'm discussing this, and that's the timing, the nature of the legal standard, and the consequences. So that's kind of the big picture I'm going to go through fairly quickly, given our time limit. But there's an important, before you look at the language even, there's an important concept about timing to keep in mind. So the insanity defense and competency to stand trial are brought forth at two very different stages of a criminal proceeding. Right? So the insanity defense has to do with the defendant's mental state at the time the offense was committed, and only at the time the offense was committed. Whereas competency to stand trial has to do with the defendant's mental state at the time of the trial, and only the time of the trial. They have absolutely, in that sense, chronologically, don't have anything to do with the other. For example, a person could be found perfectly sane at the time of the offense, but then because of what happened in the interim, in the meantime, could still be found incompetent to stand trial. So they would be potentially having met the competency standard, so they were incompetent, but they were perfectly sane at the time the offense was committed, so they could still be charged. And as we'll see in a minute, that difference has a big effect on the consequences of the two things. What would happen to the defendant after either an insanity defense was found successful or after a person was found incompetent to stand trial. So that's the timing piece to keep in mind, sort of where on the spectrum each of these legal issues comes up. So, having understood the timing, so let's look for a moment at what is the legal standard. So you see the language, I think you guys have a written handout as well, but if you don't, it's also up on the screen over here. And the legal standard is defined pretty clearly in subdivision A1 and 4801. A person is not responsible for criminal conduct if at the time of such conduct, remember that's what we just talked about, at the time of such conduct, that's the timing. As a result of mental disease or defect, let me make a little comment about that language. I think, as we all know, that terminology is archaic and outdated, offensive to many people, but it's been in the statutes for a long time, and I think Katie and I are going to have to refer to it in our presentation because that's what the language is. We certainly don't mean any disrespect or to be offensive when we use that terminology, but that's what it is. And that's what it is not only in Vermont, but throughout the country. The federal insanity defense uses the same language, although in the federal situation it's severe mental disease or defect. They added the word severe after the attempted assassination of President Reagan by John Hinckley, there was a modification of the federal law, and they added the word severe. But still, the mental disease or defect terminology is used throughout the country, and all the case law that is developed under it has used that exact same terminology. So we will here as well. So the language provides, we just said, at the time of the conduct, as a result of mental disease or defect, he or she lacks adequate capacity either to appreciate the criminality of his or her conduct, so can understand that your conduct is criminal, or to conform his or her conduct to the requirements of the law. So even if you could understand that it's criminal, you lack the ability to act in compliance with the law. So you see that there's two elements to that, and the courts have been pretty consistent about that. Two distinct elements that have to be proven. First one is the existence of the mental disease or defect. So that's point number one, that the mental disease or defect exists on the part of the defendant. And the second element is causation. So causation has to be proven. It's not just that. You see the language as a result of mental disease or defect. That's a causation requirement. So not only does the person have to actually suffer from the mental disease or defect, it has to be that disease or defect that causes their inability to either appreciate the criminality of the conduct or to conform it to the law. So even if they could show that they really did suffer from a mental disease or defect, if there wasn't that causal connection between that mental condition and their conduct, then that wouldn't be a successful insanity defense. So, and the obvious question that comes up next, I think, is, okay, so that's what has to be proven. Who has to prove it, and how? Right? Well, the who has to be proven is interesting in the context of a criminal charge, because as you all know, generally speaking, a criminal offense has to be proven by the prosecution, and each element has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Right? That's the nature of the requirement when someone is charged with a crime. Each element of the offense has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But this is not an element of the offense. The insanity defense is a defense. So you see in subsection B there of the statute specifically says the defendant shall have the burden of proof in establishing insanity as an affirmative defense by a preponderance of the evidence. And the Vermont Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court have all held that it's constitutional, as long as it's not an element of the offense, to require the defendant to have to be the one who proves that a defendant was successful. So, and you see the Vermont Supreme Court case, you may be able to notice there's a slight difference. I tried to use a different color font for these summaries of what the cases have said underneath the statute that are below the statutory language. So, but the Vermont Supreme Court has said exactly that. Insanity is an affirmative defense. When the defendant claims that he or she was insane at the time of the offense, burden is on the defendant to establish insanity by a preponderance. And everybody remembers a preponderance is substantially less than beyond a reasonable doubt. Prosecution has to prove all their elements beyond a reasonable doubt so that any reasonable person would agree that this fact was true. Preponderance is not nearly that strenuous a standard. It's only more likely than not. Sometimes phrased as 51 to 49%, for example. So that's who has to prove, who has to make the claim, what they have to prove. It's an interesting point here, I thought, from a 10th Circuit case. An obvious question comes up, well, what's the purpose of the insanity defense? What's the reason that we even have this on the books? And as the 10th Circuit stated pretty clearly, in principle, the insanity defense can be traced back to at least 1,000 years of British law, perhaps as far back as Roman, Christian, and Judaic law. Reflects the principle that it is unjust to impose criminal sanctions on an actor who was unable, at the time he or she committed the crime, to know either what was being done or that it was wrong. And you can see the way that's phrased is sort of gets the same two concepts are in the language of the statute, right? So it's unfair, unjust. It's a principle of fairness, a principle of justice, essentially. If the defendant, at the time the crime was committed, they either can't control what they were doing or they don't know that it was wrong. And that's the similar two elements that we looked at in the statutory language. So, the question that comes up, how does the defendant prove it? How do they show that they either had this mental disease or defect, or that their inability to act legally or to understand what they were doing was illegal existed? Well, expert testimony is the way it's generally shown. They can't, in fact, courts have pretty consistently said that for the defendant to take the stand and say, I didn't understand what I was doing and I didn't know it was wrong, generally not sufficient. You have to have an expert medical testimony, expert psychiatric testimony, expert scientific testimony brought in to provide evidence. And you can see that the couple of different case citations I've put in here to make that point pretty clearly. Expert medical testimony is generally required to establish both, remember both of those elements that I mentioned, whether the defendant suffered from a mental disease or defect, point number one, expert testimony required, and two, whether that condition was the cause of the defendant's failure to appreciate the criminality, I think that should be a typo, of his or her conduct or conformant to the requirements of the law. So that's the nature of the defense, who has to prove it, how they prove it, what they have to show. What if they are successful? What if the defendant successfully is able to show that they were insane at the time of the offense? What's the result of that? That's the consequence. You can see what the Webster decision said in Vermont, consistently the same throughout the country. A successful insanity defense absolves the defendant from criminal responsibility for the death. So they are not guilty of the offense. They cannot be charged with it again. They are absolved. Remember, think about that timeline I mentioned in the beginning. They are absolved from responsibility permanently. That's very different from, you'll see in a minute, as to the competency to stand trial. You cannot be charged again. The attempt to bring prosecution for that offense is essentially over.
If at the time of the offense.
Correct.
You would need to be.
That's right. Not the same, as we'll see in a minute, for at the time of trial. Different story.
Okay.
So, moving on to exactly that, the competency to stand trial. Again, we're moving further down the timeline, right? We're not talking about the defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense anymore. Now we're talking about the defendant's state of mind or mental condition at the time of the trial. And again, the statutory language is set out, again, although in this case, you see, it's not fleshed out as clearly as it was in the insanity defense statute. It simply says, subsection A of section 4817, person shall not be tried for a criminal offense if he or she is incompetent to stand trial. Now, it doesn't define what that means. It just lays out that standard. Subsection B is really just, I don't need to go through all that language, it's really just saying that if competency is raised, then the court has to hold a hearing to determine competency. That's the gist of subsection B. Subsection C is really the consequence, which we were just talking about, that if you're found incompetent, you can later be tried if you're found competent subsequently. So again, very different than what we just talked about as you're mentioning, Senator Sears. Very different than not guilty of a reason of insanity. Can't be charged again. But if you're found incompetent to stand trial, you can be treated for a while, as long as it may take, and perhaps later on, down the road, further down that timeline, you may be competent to stand trial, and you can be brought back into court to face the charges.
Well, in the simplest terms, if the person were intoxicated, say, when they were in court, and the judge clearly sees the person's intoxicated, they come back to court, and they're not intoxicated, now they can stand trial, but when they're intoxicated, they couldn't.
Yeah, certainly.
I actually saw somebody drunk in arraignment day. I don't think it's that odd.
Right. Yeah, and I think as when we look for a second at what that means, see right here, it would be very consistent with what we just said, Senator Sears, because the courts have defined what competency means, and it's the first court notation here. To be competent to stand trial, a defendant must have, and there's two factors of this too, must have sufficient present ability to consult with his lawyer and with a reasonable degree of rational understanding. So you consult with your lawyer and you understand what the lawyer is telling you, and a rational as well as factual understanding of the proceedings against him. So whether it's because of inebriation or a mental condition or whatever it was, if you can either consult with your attorney and understand what's being discussed or understand the nature of the charges against you, then you could be found incompetent. And whether it's a day later or 5 years later, you could be found competent subsequently to come back in and face the charge. So this next point is just sort of about the purpose again. I mentioned this about insanity defense as well. What's the purpose of incompetency, or what's the reasoning rationale behind it? It's a due process principle. So the idea is that to try someone, put someone on trial for a criminal charge when they can't consult with their attorney and understand what their attorney is telling them, or they don't understand the nature of the charges against the person, that's a violation of due process. That's a violation of, and it's sort of an open-ended statement. Sometimes the Supreme Court has referred to due process as it defends our notions of fair play and substantial justice. So, that sort of, no way to avoid there being a little bit of subjectivity to that. But certainly, the fact that you can't understand what your lawyer's telling you, or you don't understand the nature of the criminal charges against you, pretty universally agreed that that would be a due process violation to charge somebody in that situation.
Go ahead.
So someone, I've just got a scenario where someone has committed a crime, and at the time they were cognizant of what they did. And then they were serving as a detainee, waiting for their court date. And they had a progression of Alzheimer's or dementia. But at the time of the criminal activity, they were cognizant of what they were doing. 2 years later, the disease has progressed to a point that when they came to stand trial, they really would be incompetent to understand what was before them.
Right.
So then they would be deemed incompetent to stand trial.
Yeah, that's right. If they met that standard, and you're right, exactly, that the condition could have worsened or developed or even just manifested for the first time during that meantime.
So then what happens to that person?
That's what we're going to get to next, exactly.
Well, I think that's the real question is, so the person's either incompetent to stand trial or insane at the time of the commission of the act. What do we then do with them? That's where I think the system is kind of, and I mean, I'm a little confused by, and I know we'll get into some of it later, but when there's been a very serious crime, obviously it gets the attention of the public, but sometimes fairly minor offenses go unheeded and the behavior escalates to a point where the community gets upset with the behavior, but yet we're still not solving that behavior. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I know that, obviously the murders are, just unbelievable what happened in Chittenden County with those 3 cases. But on the other hand, I look at the number of people who are incarcerated with a mental health issue, who probably shouldn't be there, who somehow fall through those cracks and end up, in the wrong place. And that's the problem for everyone, including that individual, the victim, the whole 9 yards. And then the people that are in our communities who are, continually doing minor crimes, but real pain in the neck, and they're because of, then they get thrown in jail. It doesn't make sense. Somebody, I think the second part is what do we do with them?
Yes. That'll be part of our bill where we fix the mental health system.
I think that's the most frustrating part. I think, doesn't Massachusetts have a civil commitment law?
I'm not certain about that. Good question.
I believe they do. I know that we had a witness who was part of the Innocence Project bills who had been convicted as a sex offender but refused to admit that he committed the crimes, and therefore he couldn't get released until he was either admitted the crimes or submitted himself to sex offender treatment, and they were going to use a civil commitment process on him. Or they did use that civil commitment process, so he stayed beyond what he should have, and then they found him innocent of the crime. But he just refused to admit it. Others who were innocent, I'm sure, have gone through that to avoid the civil commitment. But I believe Massachusetts does have civil commitment.
I know there's a number of states that have it. I remember this committee, or at least the Judiciary Committees, a couple of years in a row discussed in detail a similar proposal in Vermont.
Yeah.
So, but you're right, Senator Sears, that when I transitioned to...
There was a study of civil commitment. I know that Peg Flory represented the House Judiciary Committee at the time, I believe, and John Campbell, who is now part of the state's attorneys, was on the Senate side, and I believe the study recommended against civil commitment.
That's right.
But that was looking specifically at sex offenders.
Yes.
I just have a question about some of the legal definitions. Sorry, I don't know.
I thought we were getting to where we were.
You were fixing it. I'm still
No, I'm
trying to
not fixing it.
understand.
Eric and Katie are drafting bills.
I'm curious on for a person who has a mental disease, if they are in treatment and it is treated and therefore it's not manifesting itself, does that come into that conversation? Or if I have been in treatment and my behavior fits societal norms, I stop my treatment, I commit a crime while I'm not being treated, can I be found insane? Because it seems to me the underlying issue is there, but does treatment come into play? How does that fit with that?
I think, and it's an issue that has been the subject of a lot of litigation, as you might imagine, that with respect to the sanity at the time of the offense, I'm not sure that whether you have been taking your medication as you should, it comes in as much. It's not as relevant. At that point in time, it's whether or not you were able to appreciate that what you were doing was criminal or not, or that you couldn't control what you were doing. And it happened to be that the reason was that you weren't taking medication you should have. That's the way it goes. But there's particularly a lot of litigation around, well, should you be found competent to stand trial? If you would be competent,
Were you taking your
exactly, but if you chose not to, it's almost like choosing not to be competent. And I think there have been a lot of different court decisions on that issue. But it is a very, difficult issue to deal with.
But on the insanity side, even though I have been shown to be compliant, or it works when I'm in treatment, so I am not insane, and I choose to, for whatever reasons, not accept treatment, I commit a crime, that doesn't, and therefore at the moment of the crime, I am, by this definition, mentally incompetent. Or I have a mental disease, rather. Then I have a mental disease, end of discussion.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah, but is there a connection between that and services or confinement or whatever? So, person is found incompetent to stand trial, do they then get released into the community? That, I think, is the question.
Where they go?
Not necessarily. That's going to be what Katie
Your
gets to
team
next.
has to be where it goes.
Right. That's exactly right.
A question a little bit back from that. So if a person is insane at the time of the crime and they've been deemed
Not guilty by reason of insanity.
Right, and they're absolved of the charges.
Correct.
What happens to them? Where they go?
Again, that's exactly what the court will hold a hearing to make that exact determination as to whether it's all going to turn on whether the person is a danger to themselves or others.
Where do they go now?
You mean physically?
Are they at the state hospital or are they in a correctional facility? Where are they now? Because this is going on now. So if someone has been deemed insane at the time of the offense and they have not been charged, under our current system, where are they going? Where are they? Well, if they're insane at the time of the crime, and you said that they are not guilty of the offense and they cannot be charged,
right?
What happens to them now?
So that's what we're going to get into. There'll be evaluation.
Are they going to state hospital or are they
Finish this part first and then.
Oh, we did it.
Maybe we go to Katie.
I heard, yeah.
I think there's two questions. One is, what if there's no finding and the state's attorney drops the charges?
I don't even want to go down that road. I just want to find out what's happening.
But that is a critical.
I make a motion that we listen to Katie. And then if we have questions, we ask it.
So, not just question. So, we're back to the question.
Okay.
What do we do now?
Okay. So, transitioning, what I wanted to cover is how a person who's involved in the criminal justice system would become possibly involuntarily committed under order of hospitalization or an order of non-hospitalization. And we're going to switch documents here. So this is a flow chart of the procedure and process that somebody would go through. So I thought it would be nice for you to have something to look at while I kind of walk you through what's in statute. So the first issue is kind of this initial psychiatric examination that's going to occur. So a court in which there is a criminal prosecution pending may order the Department of Mental Health to have the defendant examined by a psychiatrist at any time before, during, or after the trial, so long as it's before there's a final judgment, when there are 4 possible different scenarios at play. The first is that the defendant enters a plea of not guilty and gives notice of intention to rely on an insanity defense, or gives notice to introduce expert testimony on a mental disease or defect related to whether the defendant had a mental state required for the offense charged. The second scenario, that the issue of mental competence to stand trial is raised. Third, the court believes there is doubt as to the defendant's sanity at the time of the alleged defense. And fourth, the court believes there is doubt as to the defendant's mental competency to be tried for the alleged offense. In terms of who can make that motion for the psychiatric examination, the court can do that by its own motion, the state can do it, the defendant can do it, an attorney, a guardian, or another person who's acting on behalf of the defendant. So the motion has been made for that psychiatric examination, and the court must order a mental health screening to be completed by a designated mental health professional while the defendant is still at the court. And there's language in the statute that says if the screening cannot be conducted within 2 hours from the time of the defendant's appearance, the court may forego the screener's recommendation. But assuming there is a recommendation from a screener, the court and the parties look at that screener's recommendation. The court looks at other facts and circumstances, including the defendant's observations of the defendant's behavior in the courtroom. And if the court finds there are sufficient facts to order an exam, it may be ordered and completed in the least restrictive environment. So where is that exam conducted? It depends on what the screener's recommendation was. So if the screener finds that a person is a person in need of treatment, then that individual would have the examination at a designated inpatient hospital. So I'm going to pause there because person in need of treatment is very specific terminology. It's a term of art, and it's defined in statute. It's defined in Title 18, which is our health title, and there's a whole section related to civil commitments. And so this language is borrowed from that. So a person in need of treatment is defined as a person who has a mental illness, and as a result of that mental illness, again, there's that causation piece that Eric was referring to, his or her capacity to exercise self-control, judgment, or discretion in the conduct of his or her affairs and social relations is so lessened that he or she poses a danger of harm to himself, herself, or others. And the definition goes on to describe what danger of harm might look like. So, again, if the screener finds that a person meets this criteria, the person is a person in need of treatment, then the person would have the psychiatric examination at an inpatient hospital, and at that point, the person would be in the care and custody of the Department of Mental Health.
I'm confused. Okay, were you going to explain the person not need treatment?
Yep, that's next. Yes.
Okay.
So, sticking with the person who the screener found was a person in need of treatment, they're in the hospital having their evaluation. If the psychiatrist at the hospital determines the defendant is not a person in need of treatment, meaning they disagree with the screener's recommendation, the Commissioner of Mental Health would release the defendant pursuant to the terms ordered by the court. However, if the psychiatrist at the hospital agrees with the screener, the person is a person in need of treatment, the Commissioner of Mental Health must obtain an appropriate inpatient placement, and at some point, once the defendant is no longer in need of that hospitalization, the defendant would be returned to the court for further appearances unless otherwise specified for the court. So that's all the procedure that happens if the screener's recommendation was that the person was a person in need of treatment. Now, if the screener's recommendation was that the person was not a person in need of treatment, that changes where the examination occurs. it would occur.
Can I just go back to the evaluation at designated hospital? The 30 days is the time limit that they have to determine.
And then there's language in the statute for continuance. So if the screener finds that the person is not a person in need of treatment, then the evaluation would be held at a correctional facility, or it could be held at an outpatient facility.
How could that be? There's a motion for sanity evaluation. The person says, and their lawyer, I presume, wants a competency hearing. Why would you do a competency hearing at a correctional facility?
This is not the competency hearing, just to be clear. This is before the competency hearing has happened. This is the initial psychiatric examination.
To see if they were insane at the time of the charge, at the time of the offense? Or not?
Now, this is about competency, but this is not the competency hearing. This is just to take an initial evaluation to see if the person is a person in need of treatment.
But they have not been found guilty.
No.
Correct? They've been charged.
They've been charged.
So this is the group that I would argue is problematic for corrections to be handling.
So
somebody found that some screener, and I don't know if screeners are consistent, they're human beings, right? So I guess they make a decision based on something. Some screener finds they're a person not in need of treatment, so you go to a correctional facility until you get your psychiatric evaluation.
You wouldn't get it. So, would you get a psych if you're found not to need treatment? You definitely get a psych.
You do, but you're not at the hospital.
You do, but you get the evaluation.
So it'd be-
This is where the problem with detention comes in. That's a minority, I know. But of the people detained, many of them have significant mental health issues. And when we start looking at detention numbers, we're going to be starting to look at, hopefully, alternatives to that. So you've got people who are incarcerated waiting for an evaluation, and that group is very difficult for corrections, health, other issues.
So when after the screening takes place, and then the evaluation is either at a designated hospital or at the correctional facility, who does that evaluation? In the designated hospital, it's a psychiatrist working at the hospital. In the correctional facility, it is?
It's a psychiatrist, and I'm not sure if it's somebody who's working for the department. Is that the question? Is it somebody?
Is it DMH or DOC? It's the Department of Mental Health that does it at that time. So it's a state hired psychiatrist providing the service. And in the case here, it is a service provided by the hospital. In each case, who is paying for that evaluation?
You.
DMH or DOC?
I want to know. No, in each case, so when it goes to the hospital, who's paying for it? Is it the patient, or is it is the state paying for it? And at the corrections facility, it is the state paying for it. Okay, I'm getting a friend from the audience helping me questions. But so, and then in statute, are there specific criteria and guidelines for timelines? So there's a timeline here, 30 days in the designated hospital. Is there a 30-day period within which evaluation is made within the correctional facility?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay, so this opens up that question of concurrence. Okay.
But you also have, in these cases, don't you also have psychiatrists hired by the state's attorney or the state, and then psychiatrists hired by the defense that are looking at the same case?
A statute does allow for a defense to hire
So you might have
somebody to do an evaluation.
Different reports from different sides. Right?
So I'm a bit confused.
Yeah.
On what you were just talking about, where the evaluation occurs, and because the graph, going down the graph, the arrow pointing to the left.
I think Peggy shared the committee with a letter from the victims of one of the murders and, their frustration with the system.
So if the defendant is released on conditions, then they're not detained. So they'll be evaluated at a facility. It doesn't say what type of facility.
Senator Lyons wants to confuse us.
I know, I want to confuse us further, but so when we look at the box that says the screener finds a defendant is not a person in need of treatment. So let's describe who that person is at this time. So the screener is saying this person was aware of what he or she was doing and is not insane. Can you talk about that?
This person is just looking at whether the person meets criteria, whether they meet that definition of a person in need of treatment at that moment. Okay. So they're not looking at...
Just for the trial, for purposes of the trial?
At that moment, is that person somebody in need of treatment?
Okay.
And it's in need of treatment regardless of the insanity at the time of the offense or the incompetency to stand trial. It's a difference.
It's a medical standard. Does this person need treatment?
You've got a medical standard and a legal standard are getting in the way of each other.
The commitment standard.
But
the issue at that point is what to do with the person, pending the legal determination of whether...
Then Sandy has a question after Senator Lyons.
Just to finish the thought here, so this person, you're just determining whether or not this person is sane at this time, period.
They're looking at whether they meet the criteria for treatment.
For the treatment.
Senator Representative.
Oh, sorry.
So, part of the criteria for in need of treatment is danger to self or others. So I am totally wacky, but I'm not a danger. So therefore, I could be seen in a designated agency. I might be released on conditions, or I might be a detainee.
If the screener finds that you're not meeting that criteria,
that second piece.
Then you can be evaluated somewhere besides an inpatient facility.
Who's the screener? Are they?
According to statute, it's a designated mental health professional. In terms of who that is, I think the department would be better able to answer.
That somebody from a designated agency comes over, or is it?
Yes, there are qualified mental health professionals, so DMH trains folks from the designated agencies in the legal standards, and those are the folks that are called out to do the screening.
So I need to back up again because I'm still confused.
Pardon?
Forensics unit.
Yeah. So I want to roll back to your comments about detainees and non-detainees.
Right.
With the court, we have the bar on the left. The defendant's been released on conditions they're not a detainee. We're good with that. We're not holding that person, incarcerating that person for the evaluation.
I don't know if we're good with that.
Pardon?
I don't know if people are good with that.
Well, that's my next question. What does the court send somebody to a correctional facility that may not need to be a detainee for strictly just get an evaluation?
Because they don't have it in the community. They don't have enough space in the community.
I don't know what the reason would be. I think the decision, is this person going to be a detainee or not, is one decision. And then if they are, they're over here. But if they are, does the court send somebody to a correctional facility strictly for screen evaluations? Because that is... That puts pressure on the detainee population, just for that.
Right.
But does the court do that?
Statistically, I believe they stay longer. Mental health, the people that are...
So who can answer that question?
Jack. The Department of Mental Health.
And the bail is set. So if bail is set and they don't meet criteria, then they would remain in corrections. If bail is set, if they can meet bail or there's no bail set, then they would go out to the community and the evaluation would be done in the community.
So they typically do not, the courts don't send somebody to a correctional facility for this evaluation. I know that it can be a condition of...
So I think the courts are looking at the bail criteria.
Just at the bail statutes alone and not the evaluation. So typically they would not send somebody, can we assume typically they would not send somebody to a correctional facility to be evaluated only?
I think it depends on the seriousness of the charges and the risk of not showing up to court. I mean, I don't know the bail statutes off the top of my head, but it depends. The court is looking at the bail statutes, not where the evaluation is going to occur necessarily.
But the evaluation statute does permit that. It does appear to permit it under 4815B. The order for examination may provide for an examination at any jail or correctional center, or the state hospital, or its successor interest, or at such other places the court shall determine after hearing a recommendation by the Commissioner of Mental Health.
So they're detained strictly for this evaluation?
I don't know what they do in practice, but the language does appear to be they do.
But the court has said that this person needs to be held in a correctional facility while the evaluation is going on. Or the court says this person can be released while the evaluation is going on. Or the court says this person must go to the hospital for evaluation. So there those.
We have 10 minutes to clear this up.
But Eric just said, or the court can order a person to be evaluated in.
Right.
Which was different than what you just said.
So,
for the purposes of.
were there other things that you wanted to let us know, Katie or Eric?
Yeah. Well, we've only gotten halfway through the chart.
Because this is all
This is just
before the court has made any finding about whether or not the person actually was competent to stand trial or not.
Let's get to
It's all how they handle the person before.
This is just an initial exam.
All right.
So we've gotten to the point where the person has had that initial exam. There are various options as to where that exam may happen. After the exam has happened, the psychiatrist submits a report to the court. And that report also goes to the state's attorney, it goes to the respondent's attorney, and after receiving the report, the court would hold a hearing on whether the person is competent to stand trial due to mental disease or defect. So this is where the competency hearing is. And as Eric mentioned earlier, a person found incompetent may be tried if upon a subsequent hearing the person is found to have become competent to stand trial. So that we already covered. So the next piece would be a commitment piece, potentially. So a hearing is held to determine if a person should be committed to the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health when there are 4 different scenarios. So first, the examining psychiatrist finds that the person was insane at the time of the alleged offense. Secondly, the person was found upon a competency hearing to be incompetent to stand trial due to a mental disease or defect. Third, the person is not indicted by a grand jury by reason of insanity at the time of the alleged offense. Or fourth, the person is acquitted by reason of insanity at the time of the alleged offense. So at that point, there's a hearing as to commitment. And if a court finds that a person, again, is a person in need of treatment, that legal standard, then the person would be admitted to the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health. And there are a few different versions of what that might look like. There's an order of hospitalization, which is just as it sounds. But we also have an order of non-hospitalization, which means that that individual is still in the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health, but wouldn't necessarily be in a hospital setting. There could be an order that the person is receiving treatment at their designated agency, but they're still considered in the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health. And language and statute is very specific that this order has the same force and effect as a similar order under Title 18, the civil commitment title. Specific here is that at least 10 days prior to a proposed discharge of a person who's committed pursuant to Title 13, the Commissioner of Mental Health must give notice to the court and to the state's attorney, and there would be a hearing to determine whether the person is no longer a person in need of treatment, meaning no longer in need of being in the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health. And if the court finds that commitment is no longer necessary, it would issue an order discharging the patient from the custody of the Department of Mental Health.
And then that person could be tried in the same issue again.
If they're competent.
But not if they weren't competent at the time of the offense.
If they were insane, they were found not insane at the time of the offense, then no, you can't be retried.
So I just want to be clear, the 3 boxes at the very bottom, they're all under DMH?
No.
Or is it just the non-hospitalization order and the order of hospital?
Correct. So there's a
what about the commitment? What about the long one on the
Yeah,
left there?
so there's a parallel procedure for individuals who are committed on the basis of a determination of intellectual disability. So that's separate from the order of hospitalization, order of non-hospitalization.
And I'm going to, the competency hearing is held, and they find that the defendant is not competent, and all those things happen. Does it matter now if the person actually committed the crime or not? Is there ever a finding that that's the person that committed the crime?
If somebody isn't competent, they wouldn't get to that.
No, I guess the question becomes, let's say that the person was actually innocent and didn't commit that crime that they're accused of. Is there ever a time when the court determines somebody actually, as bizarre as it sounds, it may not have been the person who committed the crime. We have various cases all over the country where somebody was actually innocent. So the whole thing stops. And we stop searching for we never prove whether this person actually committed this crime or not?
It's an interesting question because the determination of guilt or innocence wouldn't happen yet because the person was determined incompetent. They're making various decisions about what sort of treatment the person should have. There hasn't been a resolution on the merits. So it would be an interesting question, maybe perhaps this afternoon for the practitioners, as to what would happen in that situation if there was actually a claim of actual innocence.
Yeah, let's say the person was actually innocent.
Right.
They got the wrong person, it's happened.
No.
And through trial, you find the person was not guilty. You wouldn't do that. And now the guilty person is out there still.
But I think we have to be clear, the competency hearing and the whole piece that Katie just went through is all based on a person in need of treatment or not, correct?
That's the criteria for the person getting treatment and being in the care and custody of the Department of Mental Health.
And it's this flow chart.
No, but the competency hearing is not based on being a person in need of treatment or not. Remember, the competency is a legal standard.
This competency hearing.
Even that one.
That's what I want to be clear on.
No, that hearing is to find whether the person is competent to stand trial, whether they can understand the nature of the charges against them, whether they can consult meaningfully with their attorney. The person in need of treatment issue that Katie was describing only comes into play if you find the person was not competent to stand trial or not guilty by reason of insanity. Then you have to decide, well, what's the appropriate placement of this person? And that's when you decide, well, it sort of turns on whether they're a danger to themselves or others, right? And if they are, I think the level of treatment is higher, the level of, whereas if they're not a danger, as you mentioned, Representative Haas, it could be a person who they may well not understand the nature of the criminal proceeding, but they may not be a danger to anybody. Well, that person, presumably, the way it works in practice, would be subject to a much lower level of intervention.
So in this chart, I'm just trying to follow this and where the person's physically going to end up. So the person has been determined incompetent to stand trial. So the finding is the defendant is not competent. Then there's a hospitalization commitment hearing automatically after that. And then this is all the court. The court would then decide if the person goes on an order of hospitalization or an order of non-hospitalization.
Or the court could decide that the person does not meet the criteria, meaning they are not a person in need of treatment.
And that kicks back in that the qualifying is person in need of treatment.
So this helps clear it up. So there are 2 points on this chart where person in need of treatment standard is at play. The first is to determine where the initial psychiatric examination is happening. And then the second time it's at play is to determine whether the person should be committed to the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health.
And that would be, if they were in the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health, it would be up to the Department of Mental Health to provide them some treatment so that they would become stabilized and competent to stand trial. Maybe. So, order of hospitalization, 90-day order. Where is that person physically housed right now? Is that in a state hospital?
I would say at a designated hospital, whether it's the state hospital would be a better question for DMH.
And where would they be housed if it's an order of non-hospitalization?
There are various options. They might be in the community. They might be at a secure residential recovery facility. You need an order of
In
non-hospitalization to be in Middlesex, yes.
Would any of them be in corrections, in a correctional facility?
Not if they're in the custody of, I believe, not if they're in the custody.
There's an off-ramp halfway down through here.
Okay.
From UMH to DOC.
Okay.
So, could you clarify that?
Sure, if you're on an order of hospitalization.
Alice?
If you're on an order of non-hospitalization, you would not be in DOC.
On an order of non-hospitalization, on an order of hospitalization.
No, so you could have been ordered to a hospital, but we don't have a bed, so you may be waiting in corrections, but generally the order for hospitalization happens quite a while after the person is initially done, so they could be waiting.
There's an MOU at the end of this document that I think probably describes that. MOU between corrections and DMH.
But it doesn't describe that particular process. It describes the treatment. That was S60. What was that? It was 2 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Did you get us through what you wanted to get us through?
Thank you. Thank you both for that.
Sure, it's complicated.
I knew we would open this up.
But it's complicated, but it's also very frustrating.
Well, the question is, who's in charge? I mean, is it the judiciary or is it Department of Mental Health? And it's kind of both. And then there's the patient making decisions for him or herself. Not easy.
All right, we're going to break for lunch till 1 o'clock. Sandy has a question before we can break.
Well, I just want to clarify one thing.
12:45.
So we're talking about the insanity defense. We started there. And your handout says that a successful insanity defense absolves the defendant. What has brought us all to this table is a decision not to charge. So there is that doesn't constitute absolving anybody. When you say absolves, you're talking about after a trial on the insanity defense that the defendant wins.
Yes, a successful insanity defense, exactly. Right.
And this one never came.
Right.
All right, thank you. We'll see you at 12:45.
Eligible for an order of non-hospitalization through the Department of Mental Health. We're seeing more and more of those, specifically people that either have low IQ and are therefore found not competent, or people who have traumatic brain injuries and have been deemed not competent. Those cases are essentially non-prosecutable and leave victims very vulnerable. It leaves our entire community very vulnerable, and the families of those people struggle with finding them any sort of resources. The people also that are found not competent or insane, but due to a mental illness, and so they are qualifiable, or they qualify for a order through the Department of Mental Health for either a non-hospitalization or hospitalization. Those individuals, the disconnect is between the Department of Mental Health and either us or the victims of those crimes and the community. So as we've learned recently, once an individual is put into the custody of the Department of Mental Health, as our laws allow, everybody else is shut off from that. They become a 100% patient of the Department of Mental Health, and therefore victims of those crimes are not given any information about the whereabouts of that person, when they might be released, if they are released. I have it happens all the time, but a kind of quick example that sort of highlights this is I had a case where an individual held a gun to a cop's head and had an obsession with this cop over an eviction process. And he was found not competent and was hospitalized, and the way that this sheriff found out that he was back in the community after several threats to his family and his kids was him showing back up at his residence. So those are the sort of examples of people, I think, they should be entitled to know when the individual who committed such an egregious crime on them is being released back into the community, and right now that doesn't happen. There's also no way for the state or these victims to know whether a order is being extended. And once they're in the Department of Mental Health custody, those processes and any of those orders go down into family court, and so we're not able to get that information either. And then the kind of final place that I think there's a significant lacking in our system is individuals who are actually found competent and sane, but have serious mental health issues that are really the underlying problem for their criminal behavior. And that is likely people that are too high needs for probation to handle, but really do not belong in jail. We need more longer-term inpatient residential facilities for people with major mental health issues, especially ones that are committing violent offenses. Probation is not designed, nor it should be, to be caseworkers in the sense that really dealing with people's underlying mental health issues, and the Department of Corrections certainly isn't. And I think that we have gotten very accustomed as a system to rely on the criminal justice system to take over for all of these other partner agencies when they don't have the resources they need. When, one, it's not our, I don't believe that it's our place, we're not very good at it, and it just creates over-incarceration and or people that would get the treatment they need very quickly but don't actually address the major underlying issues, and then are almost always reoffending in the community. I know that, like you said, David has some specific ideas for ways that we can improve. I think that we went over them. I think that they're all really doable and important. I would just say that I think in general we need more beds, which is a very kind of obvious answer to the problem. I see affidavits from law enforcement officers weekly where they come into contact with somebody who's in a mental health crisis, and they bring them to the hospital and they're turned away because the hospital doesn't have any beds. The officer then within an hour is picking that person back up to and they frankly send them eventually with a criminal charge because it has become the only way that we can get a lot of these people's services, which is just, it's not fair to the person or the community or certainly to law enforcement. I think, as I said, there needs to be longer stay options in our state, and I also think that there needs to be some process, a more public process involved in the discharge of some of the patients that are in the Department of Mental Health custody, specifically homicide cases. And when we have a case where an individual is found to have been insane at the time of the offense, even if it's a homicide case, the absolute best outcome that we have is a 90-day order for them to be in custody of the Department of Mental Health for 90 days, which is wholly inadequate for homicide cases. The Department of Mental Health can then, on their own, seek to extend that, but again, we're shut off from that process and don't know. So a suggestion that I know David's going to go into more detail on is to allow for, in homicide cases, a longer period of hospitalization on those cases. So I don't want to take up too much time without, because if you guys have specific questions.
I have two questions. I appreciate your understanding of the disconnect, and one of my concerns, I'm going to wait for David to bring it up, but I'll let him think about it while he's sitting there. You bring up an important point, is some of the criminal activity isn't necessarily to the level of murder. It's a lot of times a quality of life issue where somebody is harassing somebody else, and we'd have, if they weren't incompetent, we'd have all kinds of, they'd be in jail or they'd be dealing with this. But because of the 90-day rule, because the victim knows nothing about what's happening, so if we solve it with, very serious crimes, what about those others? I mean, you've had them in Chittenden County with the guy who threatened the mayor. You've got in Bennington County with Kaya Morris's situation. You've got other similar things where there haven't been charges. I'm not suggesting that he was mentally ill, but certainly there's been a number of those types of issues around.
From my perspective, the only cases that should be treated, the only time homicide should be treated any differently than a retail theft or a disorderly conduct are in the extension of an order after a finding of being insane. So I think those orders should be 3 years rather than 90 days. But it would be my position that the victims of those cases are entitled to the information regarding discharge in all of those cases, in the same way they are in any.
We've been giving victims information about juveniles today, but we're protecting.
That we do give them information? Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty similar. In our family court process, especially with all of the cases going through youthful offender now, we're dealing with that a lot more. And we are able, the statute's pretty clear now about what we're able to tell victims and what we're not. But we are able to give them something. We literally cannot give them any information if we even have it in these cases.
Questions? Yeah.
Thank you. So one of your points was that folks that are competent but have some serious mental health needs, and they need to be committed somewhere. So we need more beds. So how do you get from a competent into a mental health bed, and what type of bed? Or do you have any feelings?
Yeah, that happens a lot. So individuals who are found competent but have major mental health issues are often ordered either through a screener evaluation. They can be ordered to do involuntary treatment where they'll be held at a facility, or as part of agreements often, or through, Chittenden County is very lucky in that we have a mental health court as well as a drug court, and our mental health court is phenomenal. So we can actually, through that process as well, people that have been found competent but need an extended stay as part of their treatment in a mental health court can get beds at Brattleboro Retreat or some other stay for still only 3 to 5 days at a time, and then you kind of go through the same process. But that part, if the bed is available, is quite easy, getting somebody
So
there.
you just mentioned 3 to 5 days. Is that the maximum that they can be ordered there?
I think Brattleboro Retreat allows for a longer amount, but I don't believe I think it's always less than 20 days.
Should the legislature consider a longer period of time?
I'm not sure why they picked that time. I think that anybody in not just the mental health field, but the addiction field would say that 3 weeks is not long enough to deal with a lot of the underlying issues. But I imagine that they believe that amount is there for a reason, and most of the time they then refer them to a step-down program that's less restrictive. But I know for a fact there are defendants in Chittenden County that would benefit from months in a long-term residential facility with major trauma, underlying trauma and co-occurring, because they've now developed a substance use disorder on top of that to deal with their underlying trauma, that they will never get over that until they're in a facility for longer than a month.
I think your answer might be yes. I think we need to take a look at that and understand what's happening.
Why they've picked that amount of time, and yes. And the insurance aspect is just another part of it. A lot of them don't have insurance, and so they can't afford to go to any of these other places.
Yeah, Mary, and then Ginny, I want to try to move the agenda along, though, because we've got a heavy agenda here.
Thanks. Well, so you said beds, Butch teased it out. I think we all hear different things where we hear beds, and my interpretation is you're saying an array of opportunities for people within the mental health system, not not beds in the Department of Corrections. Did I?
Less beds in the Department of Corrections
More.
and more in the hospitals and treatment facilities.
You raise a really important issue of fairness and justice in my mind. Chittenden County has a mental health court. I don't know if any other county has one. I know Bennington County has none. So that, makes an unequal justice system.
Well, we do have an extremely large population, Senator. So, I won't argue that it is important to serve the people we have. I was going to ask the same question that Representative Cooper asked, and that is the type of facility you're suggesting from your experience. So I think I've got the answer. It's mental health facilities of different levels, hospital, step down, so on.
Yeah, I think that, and I know that the Department of Corrections is here as well, but they are often in a position to try to deal with individuals' mental health needs within the facility. And again, we're not good at that.
So it could be a secure facility, it could be a staff secure facility, it could be something more residential in nature.
Yes, and even just space within the actual hospitals that they just don't have the space right now.
When you as a state's attorney have somebody who's mounting an insanity defense, do you have the resources that are necessary to get a psychiatrist independent that the defense may have?
No, we do not.
And is that the legislature, or is that
I believe it is.
the Department of State's attorneys or the governor? And I'm asking a question that I knew the answer to, but as a member of the Appropriations Committee, I'm really concerned that when I hear that you don't have the resources to defend the state, so to speak.
I feel very strongly that all of the state's attorneys would testify that they do not have the resources they need to hire experts in insanity cases or competency. And they are incredibly expensive, and we are often dismissing cases that are lower level cases because we cannot afford to hire an expert on them when the defense has hired an expert of their own.
How can the defense support? Is it the public defender, or is it the private counsel? I mean, if I'm wealthy enough, I can get out of it.
It's the Defender General's office.
Defender General's office.
Yeah. And if we get an opinion from a reputable expert from the defense, then we have to weigh whether it's worth us spending thousands of dollars for another opinion that could or could not be the same. I would just I want to make it clear that that was not the case in the cases I dismissed. We had experts, we had the resources we needed, we just didn't get the answer that we hoped for. But in a lot of other cases, that's absolutely happening.
Other questions for Sarah? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So there's a little confusion, Allison, but this will give me a good opportunity to have you and David Cahill join us.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought I was on at 1:30, and I raced back from the State Workforce Development Board meeting, and I apologize.
All right.
Thank you, Cheryl, for coming to get me. So
we could briefly introduce David and how you ended up with
oh my God,
how you broke his arm.
Rotator cuff.
Twisted his arm.
Twisted his arm so badly that...
That's right. Who's this?
That nobody.
Legislative.
Belongs to the Legislative Council.
Is it a rotator or is it twisted?
Oh, so whoever guesses it correctly wins the $5.
You did something like right to work.
Senator Clarkson,
fell off your
Senator Clarkson, how did we end up here?
So first of all, I want to thank you all for taking this up. I have been in touch with Dick and Ginny and Alice and all of you because we have very lively dinner table conversations, and I am the only non-lawyer at the dinner table these days, and my prosecutor son we were discussing Sarah George's dismissal of these cases, and I couldn't understand what had happened, and it was discouraging to learn that her hand was really forced and that there are no good options for these cases. And it was also discouraging to be reminded that Vermont hasn't established a secure treatment solution for those who suffer from serious mental illness and who've committed the most horrific of our serious crimes. I'm really grateful to Sarah for calling the question on this issue. We need to solve this problem. Other states have, and in many ways the feds have. We're reminded that John Hinckley, who shot President Reagan, and Jim Brady in the 1980s received secure treatment and was just released in 2016. We have an opportunity, I think, to reestablish public confidence in this aspect of our public safety and mental health systems. People want to know that people who commit these serious crimes and who are diagnosed with mental illness will get secure treatment, not just for 90 days, with no public knowledge of what happens. Right now they go into this big dark hole. But they want to know that they're going to get treatment for several years, and we need more transparency in this situation. We can't be afraid of tackling issues involving our mental health and public safety systems, rather. I'm not advocating for violating people with mental health challenges privacy rights. I would never do that, but in cases involving the most heinous of crimes committed by people with mental illness, we need a solution that guarantees serious, secure treatment and more transparency for the public. I hope we can work breaking down these silos in state government and figure out a way for the legislature, public safety, mental health, and corrections to partner effectively to solve this problem. I mean, we can do this if we all are rowing together. Once the stakeholder communities have worked together and drafted some possible solutions, David has some, and I'm sure there are others, I'm willing to help sponsor, with whoever else is interested, legislation that would propose a productive solution to this thorny issue. I really appreciate Sarah for shining a light on this issue and challenging us to solve this problem.
Senator Lyons.
Well, I wanted to say thank you to Senator Clarkson, and so that folks understand that the judiciary committees and the health and welfare committees, as well as institutions, have been working on this issue now for a number of years. And
healthcare committee in the House.
I said healthcare committees.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I pluralized. And institutions. But we have been working on this for many years, and I think this is the first time that the public has become aware of the need for the work that we've been doing, whether it's in opioid pretrial assessment, whether it's medical treatment or mental health treatment. And we look forward to completing the work that we're doing, and we thank you for bringing David Cahill in today. It's great.
It's always a treat, Cahill.
Senator, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
David.
Pleasure to be here.
Well, we're not going to guess because I don't know if it's legal to gamble.
Well, you know,
we've got a lot of state's attorneys here.
I'll give you a plug for Vermont tourism, which is that I've been mountain biking in Vermont for about 22 years now. Never did this to myself. Went to Colorado, first trip. I'm in this thing.
Wait a minute.
What that means is you should go to the Kingdom Trails instead of getting on a plane. So thanks for hearing me on the issue of insanity. I saw what State's Attorney George was going through, and my heart really went out to her because I had been in a similar situation, and it really is not an issue of individual prosecutorial decisions. It's really a systemic issue. And I'd also like to point out that on issues where there's this intersection of the criminal justice system, mental health needs, and the needs to protect the public, there often is an instinct on the part of those in government to engage in the circular firing squad, where we blame mental health blames corrections blames us, and so on, and ultimately we don't serve the public in doing so. So I'm not here today to be part of the circular firing squad. What I am here today to do is first to go over briefly, I know that Eric already did, The current state of the law is I see it as a trial attorney, and second, to make a proposal, because I really think this is an area where statutory change is needed and would benefit the public. So current law, just as applied to individuals who are charged with a homicide, a person who is not guilty by reason of insanity of a homicide has been charged, has been found by the jury or the judge, if the person elects a trial by judge, has been found beyond a reasonable doubt to have factually committed the crime. So that person, beyond a reasonable doubt, did the shooting, did the stabbing, did the poisoning, whatever it is. And then the defense proved by a preponderance of the evidence that the person is essentially excused from their conduct because they had a mental illness or defect that either rendered them incapable of appreciating the criminal nature of their crime or rendered them incapable of conforming their conduct to the law. The key point here is that insanity is a different animal from incompetence. Incompetence just means you are not in a position to stand trial because you can't meaningfully participate in your defense. It is left for another day whether you actually did the crime. But when it comes to insane homicide defendants, they actually killed someone. There's actually blood on the ground, and we should actually care about it. And that's why my proposal today is narrowed only to the issue of insane homicide defendants. Senator Sears, you brought up an excellent point in your discussion with State's Attorney George about individuals who fall through the cracks. You know, an example of an individual who falls through the cracks is someone who suffers from mental illness, and someone in connection with that, they're calling 911 day in and day out, tying up emergency responders, when in fact they had no emergency. That type of person is likely today getting ping-ponged through the system and is not receiving effective treatment. In my view, that's an even more difficult problem to solve than the homicide defendants, so I'm going to stick with the homicide defendants for now. So let's talk about what happens with the insane homicide defendant. After they are found insane, the proceeding is then confidential, so there's no rays of public sunshine being cast upon this proceeding. There's an initial order of hospitalization that lasts for 90 days. Upon the issuance of the order, the person is no longer the defendant, they are now the patient. And that is really significant because a patient is a person to whom a healthcare provider has a duty. And the healthcare provider in this instance is going to be the Department of Mental Health. We should not blame them for doing their job. Their job, according to the law, is to treat the patient as the patient. But we as members of the public might expect the law to read differently, that this person is more than just a patient. They're a patient and a public safety risk. They have dual status. But under current law, the Department of Mental Health, after that 90-day order, may apply for continued treatment for up to 1